Konoha year 55. Uchiha clan grounds. Night had not fully faded. Along the Naka River, many Uchiha clan members were already beginning their morning training. The whistle of kunai, the clang of shuriken, and the young stubborn shouts of children rang through the morning mist. This was the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's strongest clans. Also a gathering place of the doomed with only half a year left before annihilation. At the edge of the training ground, a black-haired young man leaned against a wooden post, arms crossed, calmly watching everything before him. The young man was about 15 or 16, handsome, with black hair falling around his face, but his eyes lacked the naivety of an ordinary youth. His name was Uchiha, a young jonin of the Uchiha clan and a member of the police force. He was also a transmigrator. He had long accepted the fact that he was now an Uchiha. What he could not accept was the timing of his transmigration, the eve of the Uchiha clan massacre. Half a year. At most half a year. Uchiha Shisui would have one of his eyes taken by Danzo Shimura and be pushed to jump off a cliff. Uchiha Itachi, under the banner of the so-called peace of the village, would kill his own parents and clansmen with his own hands. Uchiha Fugaku would choose to sit and wait for death. And in a single night, the entire Uchiha clan would be reduced to one child who knew nothing. Uchiha Sasuke. At that thought, Uchiha, you could not help curling the corner of his mouth. A hell mode start. Other transmigrators get a cheat system, a sage body, become disciples of the Sannin, or stick close to Naruto. But me, I start as an Uchiha, with an annihilation countdown. Even more absurdly, there are still people in the clan who want to reason with Konoha, even with a blade at their throats. Reason? With whom? With Danzo Shimura? Or with the Third Hokage, who talks about the will of fire, while tacitly allowing Danzo to point his blade at the Uchiha? A cold glint flashed through Uchiha Yu's eyes. He was not Uchiha Shisui. Still less was he Uchiha Itachi. He had no interest in sacrificing his clansmen for the so-called greater good of the village. Since Konoha's leadership was already preparing the blade, he did not mind cutting back first with that same blade. Just then an Uchiha clansman came running over in a hurry. Uchiha Yu. Something has happened. Uchiha Yu looked up. The newcomer was Uchiha Chuan, a member of the police force. Usually steady and composed, this time his face was full of anger and suppressed frustration. Uchiha Yu said calmly, take your time. Uchiha Chuan gritted his teeth. On the commercial street, a stall owner illegally occupied the road and injured an old man. When our police force went to enforce the law, he not only refused to cooperate, but insulted the Uchiha in public. The villagers around him joined in saying the police force was bullying others with its power. Uchiha Yu's expression did not change. This was not the first time something like this had happened recently. Since the Ninetales attack, Konoha's leadership had deliberately relocated the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village. Officially, it was said to be for the village's reconstruction. In truth, it was isolation and surveillance. The police force was supposed to protect Konoha's peace, but after years of deliberate guidance by the village leadership, the villagers had long regarded it as a tool for the Uchiha to oppress ordinary people. If the Uchiha enforced the law strictly, they were abusing their power. If the Uchiha did not enforce it, they were neglecting their duty. No matter what, the Uchiha were always wrong. Uchiha Yu asked, did you arrest him? Uchiha Chuan's face darkened. No. Uchiha Yu looked at him. Why? Uchiha Chuan was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, that man said he is a relative of the Shimura clan. Shimura? At those words, the faces of several Uchiha clansmen nearby changed. The Shimura clan was not Konoha's strongest ninja clan, but everyone in Konoha knew that one person stood behind them. Danzo Shimura, leader of Root, advisor to the Hokage, an old man who hid in the darkness and could make many people keep their mouths shut. Uchiha Chuan clenched his fists, his voice suppressed. Uchiha Yu, if this matter is blown out of proportion, Danzo will surely use it against us. The squad leaders mean for us to endure for now, then report to the clan head after returning. Endure. Again endure. Uchiha Yu suddenly smiled. The smile was very faint, but it made Uchiha Chuan's heart tighten inexplicably. Chuan, do you know what I hate hearing the most? Uchiha Chuan froze. Uchiha Yu slowly straightened up. It is endure. After the Ninetales attacked, the village suspected us, and we endured. When the clan grounds were moved to the edge of the village, we endured. When the Anbu watched the clan grounds, every day we endured. When the police force was cursed by villagers, we still endured. And then, did they back off? Uchiha Chuan was silent. Uchiha Yu continued, no. The more we endured, the more they thought the Uchiha could be bullied. The more we gave ground, the more they thought the Uchiha were guilty. Today, a relative of the Shimura clan can trample on the police force. Tomorrow, Root will dare to put a blade to the necks of the Uchiha. Do you believe me? Uchiha Chuan opened his mouth, but could not speak. Uchiha Yu was already walking out. Lead the way. Uchiha Chuan's expression changed. Uchiha Yu, you're going personally. Uchiha Yu did not look back. What else? Let them keep cursing. Or should the police force continue standing there playing the coward? Uchiha Chuan's heart jolted, and he hurried to follow. Konoha Commercial Street. It was the busiest time of the morning. Shops on both sides of the street were opening one after another, and villagers came and went in an endless stream. Yet the center of the street was packed with people. Several Uchiha police force members stood in the crowd with grim faces. In front of them, a heavy-set middle-aged man sat on the ground, slapping his thigh and wailing. Everyone come and look. The Uchiha police force is bullying people. I was only setting up a stall here, but they want to overturn my stall and arrest me. Is there no justice anymore? Is there no Hokage to take charge? His stall sat right in the middle of the street, occupying most of the road. Beside him an old man was clutching his arm, pale-faced, clearly injured after being knocked down. But few of the gathered villagers cared about the old man. Most of their gazes fell on the Uchiha police force members. The Uchiha again. The police force has been going too far lately. He was just setting up a stall. Did they have to be so fierce? Exactly. Everyone knows the Uchiha use the police force's power to bully ordinary people every day. Should keep your voice down. They have the Sharingan. Be careful they remember you. At that a few suppressed laughs rose from the crowd. The Uchiha police force members' faces turned iron gray. One of them could not help stepping forward. You illegally occupied the road-blocked passage and injured a villager. We are only taking you back to the police force for investigation according to the law. The portly stall owner immediately wailed even louder. Did you all hear that? They want to arrest me. Just because I am an ordinary person, just because I am not an Uchiha, they want to arrest me. Is there no justice in Konoha? A young Uchiha was so angry that his eyes turned red. You are the one who hit him first. The portly stall owner emboldened sneered, try laying a finger on me, why don't you? Let me tell you, my cousin's husband's cousin is a member of the Shimura clan. At the mention of the Shimura clan, several Uchiha police force members faltered. That instant of hesitation made the fat vendor even more smug. He scrambled to his feet and jabbed a finger at one of the Uchiha officers, cursing, what? Not so bold now. Weren't you just throwing your weight around? What's so great about the Uchiha? What's so great about the police force? I'm standing right here. Do you dare to arrest me? When the villagers nearby saw this, their whispers grew louder. Looks like this man has backing. The Shimura clan. Those are Lord Danzo's clansmen. No wonder he isn't afraid of the Uchiha. The Uchiha only know how to bully ordinary people. When they run into the Shimura clan, aren't they just cowards? That remark was like a thorn stabbing deep into the hearts of the Uchiha police force officers. Their fists clenched and the Sharingan faintly surfaced in their eyes. In the end, however, no one dared to move. They knew that once the matter grew big, the Hokage's office would inevitably hold the police force accountable. When it came down to it, the ones who suffered were always the Uchiha. The fat vendor saw them fall silent and flashed a victorious smile. He even reached out and patted one of the Uchiha police force officers on the cheek. Move aside. Don't block my business. The young Uchiha trembled all over, barely able to hold himself back. Just then a calm voice came from outside the crowd. He doesn't dare touch you. I do. The crowd fell silent for a moment. People instinctively turned around. A black-haired youth was walking slowly from the end of the street. He wore the high-collared black outfit of the Uchiha clan, the fan-shaped clan crest on his back, glaringly conspicuous. Uchiha you. Several police force members lit up with surprise at the sight of him. You. The fat vendor frowned and looked Uchiha you up and down. Seeing how young he was, he let out a derisive snort. Another Uchiha brat. Brat, what did you just say? Uchiha you ignored him and looked instead at the injured old man nearby. Are you badly hurt? The old man, somewhat afraid of the Uchiha, instinctively shook his head. And no. Not serious. Uchiha you turned to a police force officer. Take him to the hospital. The expenses will be deducted from the offender's property. Yes, sir. The Uchiha officer immediately stepped forward to help the old man up. The fat vendor's face changed. What do you mean? Only then did Uchiha you look at him. It means your stall is gone and you're coming with me. The fat vendor froze, then flew into a rage. You dare? I'm a member of the Shimura clan. Bang. Before he even finished his words, Uchiha you sent a kick flying at him. The fat vendor's bulky body was sent flying and slammed hard into his own stall. With a crash, the wooden stand shattered and debris scattered all over the ground. Instant silence fell over the crowd. Everyone stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. He had actually struck someone. A member of the Shimura clan. The fat vendor lay on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Trembling, he raised his head and roared with venom, why you? You dare to hit me? Uchiha you walked over and stood above him, looking down. First, you illegally occupied the street. Second, you injured a villager. Third, you assaulted and insulted the police force. Fourth, you impersonated a Shimura clan member and threatened law enforcement officers. The fat vendor bellowed, I'm not impersonating anyone. I really do know people from the Shimura clan. Uchiha you nodded. Even better. That adds another crime. The fat vendor. The fat vendor was momentarily dumbfounded. Uchiha you said coldly, as someone connected to the Shimura clan, you knowingly broke the law, bullied others with borrowed influence, and ruined the reputation of a Konoha shinobi clan. Take him away. Two Uchiha police force officers immediately stepped forward. The fat vendor was thoroughly panicked. He had thought that by invoking the Shimura clan, the Uchiha would back down, as they always had. After all, for years the Uchiha had kept enduring. What he hadn't expected was that today a madman who followed no rules would show up. You wouldn't dare? I know Lord Shimura Takuma. If you arrest me, he won't let you go. At the name Shimura Takuma, several police force officers' expressions changed again. Uchiha you raised an eyebrow. Shimura Takuma. He remembered the man. A jonin from the younger generation of the Shimura clan, and one of Danzo's loyal supporters. He had worked with Root to target the Uchiha more than once in normal times. Just as the fat vendor was being subdued, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. Stop! A moment later, three shinobi, wearing Konoha flak jackets, hurried over. The one in the lead was 27 or 28 with a narrow face and cold, sinister eyes. It was Shimura Takuma. Seeing him, the fat vendor cried out as though a savior had arrived. Lord Takuma, save me. The Uchiha are trying to kill me. Shimura Takuma looked darkly at Uchiha you. Release him. Uchiha you said calmly, he broke the law. Shimura Takuma said coldly. I said release him. The villagers immediately became excited. The Shimura clan is here. The Uchiha won't dare act so arrogant now, will they? After hitting someone so hard, let's see how he gets out of this. Young people are always so impulsive. The Uchiha are in big trouble this time. Several Uchiha police force officers grew uneasy as well. One whispered, you maybe we should. Uchiha Yu raised a hand to cut him off. Then he looked at Shimura Takuma. Are you the Hokage? Shimura Takuma was taken aback, his expression turning even uglier. No. Uchiha Yu asked again, are you the head of the police force? Shimura Takuma gritted his teeth. No. Uchiha Yu nodded. Then what are you barking like a dog for? The whole crowd went silent. Everyone was stunned. Even the Uchiha police force officers widened their eyes, almost certain they had heard wrong. He had cursed. Uchiha Yu had openly called a man from the Shimura clan a dog. Shimura Takuma's face darkened to an extreme in an instant. Uchiha Yu, do you know what you're saying? Uchiha Yu said indifferently, of course I do. I am carrying out the law. And you are obstructing the police force from doing its duty. Shimura Takuma laughed out of rage. Good, very good. It seems the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly lawless these days. He stepped forward, chakras surging from his body. Today I want to see if your police force goes so far as to arrest even a Konoha shinobi. Uchiha Yu smiled as well. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Did you all hear that? He looked at the police force officers behind him. Shimura Takuma openly obstructed police force enforcement, threatened law enforcement officers, and showed a tendency to attack. According to Konoha's public security regulations, how should this be handled? The Uchiha police force officers were startled at first. Then at the same time a long-suppressed excitement flickered in their eyes. Uchiha Chuan took a deep breath and announced in a loud voice he may be subdued on the spot and taken back to the police force for interrogation. Uchiha Yu nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Arrest him. Shimura Takuma's face completely changed. He hadn't expected Uchiha Yu to really dare to target him. You dare. The instant the words left his mouth, he swiftly began forming hand seals. Wind release. But before the technique could take shape, Uchiha Yu was already standing before him. Too fast. So fast that Shimura Takuma had no time to react. Bang. A knee struck hard into his abdomen. Shimura Takuma's eyes bulged as his body folded up like a shrimp. The next moment Uchiha Yu grabbed his hair and yanked downward. Boom. Shimura Takuma's face slammed directly into the ground. The bluestone floor cracked. Blood ran from his nose. Dead silence filled the scene. Uchiha Yu planted his foot on Shimura Takuma's back, looked down at him, and said coldly, a Konoha shinobi. The Shimura clan. Danzo's man. What's so impressive about any of that? He slowly raised his head and swept his gaze across the villagers who had been sneering with sarcasm just now. Everyone his gaze touched instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Uchiha Yu sneered. Remember this. When the police force is enforcing the law, anyone who dares to block them is a criminal. The Shimura clan is no exception. Just then on a distant rooftop, a masked root operative quietly watched this scene. His eyes were ice cold. Then his form flickered and he vanished from the spot. As if sensing something, Uchiha Yu looked up in that direction. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Go ahead. Tell Danzo that Uchiha Yu is waiting for him. Konoha's commercial street. The atmosphere was deathly still. The villagers who had been jeering moments ago now looked like ducks with their necks squeezed, not daring to breathe too loudly. Shimura Takuma lay sprawled on the ground, half his face stained crimson with blood. His two companions were frozen in place, their faces alternating between pale and livid. They wanted to rush forward to save him, but they did not dare to actually make a move. Because Uchiha Uran's foot was still planted on Shimura Takuma's back, that posture was less like subduing a Konoha jonin, more like stepping on a disobedient dog. Uchiha Uran, one of the Shimura clansmen, bit out the words. Do you know what you're doing? Takuma is a member of the Shimura clan. Uchiha Uran glanced at him. The man's heart turned cold, and he instinctively stepped back half a pace. Uchiha Uran said coolly, of course I know. If he weren't a member of the Shimura clan, I might not have gone to such lengths. The Shimura clansman's face darkened. What do you mean? Uchiha Uran pressed down a little harder with his foot. Shimura Takuma instantly let out a muffled grunt. It means that members of the Shimura clan above all should know Konoha's rules. As a Konoha ninja openly shielding a lawbreaker, obstructing the police department from enforcing the law, and assaulting police department officers in the street. What do you call that? Uchiha Uran turned to look at Uchiha Kawa. Uchiha Kawa's heart gave a jolt, and he immediately answered loudly. Assaulting law enforcement officers. Uchiha Uran nodded. What else? Another Uchiha police department officer gritted his teeth as if he had finally steeled himself and said in a low voice. Disturbing the peace of Konoha. Uchiha Uran pressed on. What else? Uchiha Kawa's eyes flashed with a cruel glint. Bullying the weak by wielding power, disgracing the reputation of Konoha's ninja clans, and scorning the authority of the police department. These words had barely left his mouth before the villagers' expressions shifted subtly. They suddenly realized that the Uchiha today were not what they used to be. In the past, the Uchiha police department would always endure in such situations. Even when they were clearly in the right, they would back down out of fear of being called before the Hokage Tower, fear of villagers' gossip, and fear of Danzo seizing on the matter. In the end, major incidents were smoothed over and minor ones were simply dropped. But today, Uchiha Uran had no intention of yielding. He had not only struck the lawbreaking vendor, he had also in front of everyone pinned a Shimura clan jonin beneath his foot. How is this merely enforcing the law? It was publicly slapping the Shimura clan in the face. No. More precisely, it was slapping Danzo in the face. Uchiha Uranium looked at the two Shimura clansmen and said calmly, "Are you two coming back to the police department with us on your own, or do I have to do it myself?" Both men's faces turned livid at once. Uchiha Uranium, don't go too far. Too far. Uchiha Uranium looked as though he had heard something utterly amusing. When a man of your Shimura clan was obstructing the police department just now, why didn't you say it was too far? When he was threatening police department officers on the street, why didn't you say it was too far? And when this piece of trash used the Shimura name to bully ordinary villagers, why didn't you say it was too far? At that, Uchiha Uranium's gaze suddenly turned icy. What? Are only you Shimura allowed to step on others while no one may step on you back? The two Shimura clansmen were rendered speechless, their faces flushed red. All around them, the Uchiha Police Department members' eyes grew brighter and brighter. Satisfying. Utterly satisfying. How much humiliation had they endured all these years? They were the Konoha Police Department. They were safeguarding the village's order. Yet in the end, they had been cast as the villains in the villagers' mouths. When ordinary villagers made trouble, they had to endure. When other ninja clans provoked them, they had to endure. When they met people like the Shimura clan under Danzo's banner, they had to endure even more. By the time they had endured to the very end, even they had almost forgotten that the Uchiha were also one of Konoha's great clans. Moreover, they were a founding clan of the village. Why must they always bow their heads? Why must they always give ground? Uchiha Kawa took a deep breath, and 3 tomos slowly surfaced in his eyes. He looked at the two Shimura clansmen and said in a low voice, "Surrender without a fight. Otherwise it will be treated as an assault on the police department." The other Uchiha Police Department members also stepped forward at the same time. Pairs of scarlet Sharingan eyes looked especially piercing beneath the morning sunlight. The two Shimura clansmen's faces changed entirely. They knew the matter had grown out of control today. If they made a move now, they might not win. Even if they won, it would still be a blatant assault on the police department. But if they did nothing and were dragged away by the Uchiha, the Shimura clan would lose face completely. Just as the two were stuck in that dilemma, Shimura Takuma on the ground raised his head with difficulty, staring at Uchiha Uranium with venomous hatred. "Uchiha, you will regret this. Lord Danzo won't let you get away with this." Hearing this, a flicker of mockery passed through Uchiha Uranium's eyes. "Regret? The only thing I regret right now is that I went too easy on him earlier." As the words fell, bang! Uchiha Uranium kicked Shimura Takuma straight in the stomach. Shimura Takuma's whole body slid across the ground for several meters, crashed into the broken stall, and spat out another mouthful of blood. The villagers around him recoiled in fright. Uchiha Uranium said coldly, "Take them away, including all 3 Shimura clan members. If anyone dares to stop you, arrest them as well." "Yes, sir." This time the Uchiha Police Department members answered with exceptional force. No hesitation. No retreat. Several Uchiha clansmen stepped forward and bound Shimura Takuma and the other 2 with shinobi tools. The fat vendor was already scared out of his wits. He had originally been counting on Takuma to save him. Yet his savior had barely appeared for a moment before Uchiha Uranium stamped him into the ground. Now seeing the Uchiha clansmen approaching, the fat vendor shook all over in panic. "And no, don't arrest me. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Honored sirs, I truly know I was wrong." Uchiha Uranium didn't so much as glance at him. "Take him away." 2 police department officers dragged the fat vendor straight off. No one in the crowd dared to make another sound. The villagers who had been cursing loudest just moments ago now hung their heads low, wishing they could bury themselves in a crack in the ground. Uchiha Uranium stood in the center of the street, slowly sweeping his gaze across everyone. "The police department maintains Konoha's public order. It's not here to be your punching bag. If you think the Uchiha are enforcing the law unfairly, you may file a complaint at the Hokage Tower. But if anyone dares to break the law again and then use the Uchiha surname to make a fuss..." His voice paused slightly. The hearts of everyone around tightened along with it. Uchiha Uranium said coolly, "Then don't blame me for personally teaching that person what Konoha's rules really mean." With that, he turned and left. Several Uchiha Police Department members followed, escorting Shimura Takuma and the others. Only after they had gone far away did the villagers on the commercial street dare to whisper among themselves. Have the Uchiha gone mad? They would even dare to arrest members of the Shimura clan. This matter will definitely reach the Hokage Tower. That Uchiha Uranium is probably done for. Done for? Haven't you seen what he did to Shimura Takuma? I think it's better to avoid provoking the police department from now on. In the crowd, a masked Anbu agent quietly watched the direction Uchiha Uranium had gone. A moment later, his figure flickered and vanished over the rooftops. Konoha, the root base. In the dim underground space, a root ninja kneels on one knee, reporting everything that happened in the commercial district. Faint candlelight flickers. Shimura Danzo sits in the shadows, his exposed eye cold as a blade. Uchiha Uranium. He slowly utters the name. Is that the young Uchiha Jonin who has been very active in the police force lately? The kneeling root ninja says in a low voice, yes. Age 16, promoted to Jonin 3 years ago, skilled in fire-release genjutsu and swordsmanship, suspected of having already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Danzo's fingers resting on his cane tap lightly. Thump, thump, thump. Each tap seems to strike at the heart. Only 3 tomo. The root ninja pauses for a moment, then says, according to current intelligence, it is 3 tomo. However, this man moved extremely swiftly today. Shimura Tashin barely had any chance to fight back. Danzo narrows his eyes. He knows well Shimura Tashin's strength. Though not a top-tier jonin, he is certainly no pushover. That Uchiha Uranium could easily defeat Shimura Tashin in public proves his strength is far from simple. More importantly, it is this man's attitude. Too unyielding. So unyielding that it no longer resembles the Uchiha of today. Over the years, the Uchiha have been dissatisfied, yet still suppressed by the village, bound by the duties of the police force, and held back by so-called comradely bonds. But Uchiha Uranium is different. When he struck Shimura Tashin, he showed not a trace of hesitation. It almost seemed as though he deliberately intended to make a scene. A man like this is dangerous. Danzo says coldly. The Uchiha clan has become increasingly restless lately. The root ninja lowers his head in silence. Danzo continues, what of Shisui? The root ninja replies, Uchiha Shisui is still attempting to reconcile the Uchiha and the village. He does not approve of the Uchiha radicals. Hearing this, a flicker of greed passes through Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Shisui. That Uchiha who possesses the strongest genjutsu. As long as he obtains his eyes, the Uchiha clan will no longer be a threat. Even the third Hokage might fall under his control. But now is not the optimal moment. Danzo withdraws his thoughts and says coldly, a man like Uchiha Uranium cannot be allowed to live. The root ninja asks, shall we deal with him immediately? Danzo is silent for a while, then shakes his head. No. Today he acted under the authority of law enforcement and on the surface committed no offense. If we make a move by force now, it will only provoke the Uchiha further. With that, a sinister light flickers in Danzo's eyes. Inform Hiruzen. Tell him Uchiha Uranium has a radical temperament and is unsuitable to remain in the village. We can assign him an out-of-village mission. The root ninja immediately understands. Deal with him during the mission. Danzo says indifferently, the land of water has not been peaceful lately. With rogue ninja from the hidden mist, wandering ninja pirate spies. It would hardly be strange for one Konoha jonin to die. The root ninja lowers his head. Yes. Danzo continues, send 3 root members to accompany him. Remember, make it clean. The root ninja hesitates briefly. What if his strength exceeds our estimates? Danzo sneers. No matter how strong the Uchiha eyes are, they are ultimately flesh and blood. Once he leaves Konoha, there are plenty of ways. The root ninja accepts the order and withdraws. In the shadows, Danzo sits alone. His single eye grows even colder. Uchiha. These cursed eyes should eventually serve Konoha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Police Force Headquarters. Bang. Shimura Tashin is roughly thrown into the interrogation room. His 2 companions and the fat vendor are also locked up separately. Inside the police headquarters, many Uchiha clansmen gather around. When they learn that Uchiha Uranium not only arrested one of Shimura's relatives, but also injured and brought back Shimura Tashin, everyone's expressions are utterly fascinating. Shock, worry, excitement, satisfaction, all sorts of emotions mixed together. Uranium, you've stirred up too big a mess this time. An older Uchiha ninja says with a frown. Shimura Tashin is no ordinary ninja. He belongs to the Shimura clan, and Danzo stands behind him. Uchiha Uranium sits in a chair and pours himself a cup of tea. So what? The older ninja is momentarily choked. So, at the very least, we should report to the clan head first. Uchiha Uranium takes a sip of tea and says calmly, by the time the clan head is informed, the man would already be gone. By the time the clan head goes to the Hokage building to negotiate, this becomes a case of the police force acting brutally. And by the time the third Hokage comes out to mediate in the end, we'll still be apologizing to the Shimura clan. Am I right? The older ninja's expression turns unpleasant. Because what Uchiha Uranium described has happened countless times in the past. Uchiha-san can't help but say Uranium did nothing wrong today. We were clearly carrying out the law, so why must we back down every single time? Another young Uchiha also speaks up. That's right. They're practically trampling all over us. That fat guy beat someone in the street and even dared to insult the police force. If we endure this today, then from now on anyone can just point at our noses and curse us, right? What's so special about the Shimura clan? Does being the Shimura clan mean they can ignore Konoha's rules? The older ninja falls silent. It's not that he doesn't know the clansmen feel wronged, but he understands all too well that the Uchiha's current position is extremely perilous. Any conflict could become an excuse for the higher-ups to target the Uchiha. Just then a furious roar suddenly comes from the interrogation room. Uchiha Uranium. You dare to lock me up? Lord Danzo will never let you get away with this. Uchiha Uranium puts down his teacup. He rises and walks into the interrogation room. Shimura Tashin is bound to a chair, his face covered with blood, his eyes full of venom. Release me. Then personally go to the Shimura clan and apologize. Otherwise you and the entire Uchiha police force will pay the price. Hearing this, the several Uchiha clansmen who followed him turn grim. Yet Uchiha Uranium reveals a faint smile. He walks up to Shimura Tashin, reaches out, and pats his face. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Shimura Tashin glares at him. You dare humiliate me. Slap. Uchiha Uranium delivers a backhand across his face. The crisp sound echoes through the interrogation room. Shimura Tashin's head is knocked to one side, his mind completely blank. The Uchiha clansmen at the door are also stunned. Uchiha Uranium shakes out his hand and says calmly, "Are you awake now?" Shimura Tashin's eyes instantly flood with bloodshot rage. "You're asking for death." Slap. Another slap lands. Uchiha Uranium's expression remains calm. "I ask you answer. Name." Shimura Tashin grinds his teeth in fury. "Uchiha Uranium you." Slap. The third slap lands. Blood seeps from the corner of Shimura Tashin's mouth. Uchiha Uranium continues name. Shimura Tashin trembles all over. He stares at Uchiha Uranium, wishing he could tear him apart with his gaze. Yet when his eyes meet Uchiha Uranium's pitch-black calm eyes, an inexplicable chill rises from the depths of his heart. This Uchiha truly dares to kill him. Shimura Tashin clenches his teeth. Shimura Tashin. Uchiha Uranium nods. "Good. Position. Konoha Jonin. Do you belong to Root?" Shimura Tashin's pupils slightly contract. "I don't know what you're talking about." Uchiha Uranium's eyes shift slightly. A trace of crimson surfaces at the bottom of his eyes. 3 tomos slowly revolve. Shimura Tashin's consciousness instantly wavers for a moment. But the next instant he forcibly bites his tongue and snaps himself awake. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Uchiha Uranium, you dare use Jinjutsu interrogation on a Konoha ninja? Uchiha Uranium says calmly. Inside an interrogation room, the police force has the right to use necessary measures. Shimura Tashin sneers. "You think I'll talk?" Uchiha Uranium looks at him. "You don't need to say much. Just admit that you obstructed police enforcement today and attempted to attack police officers." Shimura Tashin is taken aback. Then he sneers, "You want me to confess? Dream on." Uchiha Uranium wastes no more words. He turns to look at Uchiha-san. "Take down the record." Uchiha-san immediately picks up a scroll. Uchiha Uranium speaks. Konoha Jonin Shimura Tashin today in the commercial district openly obstructed police enforcement, threatened enforcement officers, and was the first to mobilize chakra in preparation to attack. There are 7 police officers at the scene and more than 30 witnesses. The illegal vendor himself has also confessed that he relied on his connection to the Shimura clan to occupy the street illegally for a long time and evade management. Compile the testimony and send it to the Hokage building. Shimura Tashin's face changes. "You wouldn't dare?" Uchiha Uranium looks at him. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Shimura Tashin furiously says, "Do you think the Hokage would believe the one-sided words of you, Uchiha?" Uchiha Uranium smiles. "It doesn't matter. I don't expect the third Hokage to believe it either." Shimura Tashin is stunned. Uchiha Uranium steps closer, then lowers his voice. "I just want everyone to know that a member of the Shimura clan has been lawfully arrested by the Uchiha police force today." And Danzo can only fume in the shadows. Shimura Tashin's pupils contract. Uchiha Uranium pats his shoulder. "You see, this is what it really means to slap someone in the face." With that, Uchiha Uranium turns and leaves the interrogation room. Shimura Tashin stares fiercely at his back, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Outside the Konoha military police headquarters, Uchiha Yu had just stepped out of the main gate when he stopped. Not far away, a young man in a Konoha shinobi uniform was standing quietly. His hair was short and black, a short blade carried on his back. His features were gentle, yet they carried an exhaustion he could not conceal. Uchiha Shisui, one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Uchiha clan's younger generation. At the same time, he was one of the few people in the clan whom Uchiha Yu could call a friend. Shisui looked at Uchiha Yu and sighed softly. "You, let's talk." Uchiha Yu was not surprised. The commotion on the shopping street had grown so loud that Shisui could not possibly have failed to hear about it. He said flatly, "If you came to persuade me to release someone, then don't bother speaking." Shisui was silent for a beat. "You were far too impulsive today." Hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Yu let out a mocking smile. "Just as I thought. That's always the first thing you say." Shisui frowned. "I'm not saying the vendor was right, nor am I saying that Shimura Takuma was right. But you shouldn't have made such a scene in public. The village and the Uchiha are already at odds. Doing this will only make the higher-ups more wary of the Uchiha, and it will make the villagers more afraid of us." Uchiha Yu looked at Shisui. "So what? Keep enduring." Shisui said in a low voice, "At the very least this could have been handled in a gentler way." Uchiha Yu asked what way. Shisui was stunned. Uchiha Yu stepped forward. "Tell me what exactly is a gentler way." "That vendor illegally occupied the street, injured villagers, and insulted the military police. Shimura Takuma sheltered the lawbreaker, obstructed law enforcement, and was even ready to use violence. The evidence is solid. Witnesses and physical proof are all there. Yet when you tell it, I'm the one who was too impulsive." Shisui opened his mouth and closed it. "That's not what I meant." Uchiha Yu smiled coldly. "Then what did you mean?" Shisui took a deep breath. "You, I know our clansmen have suffered a great deal lately. But if we respond with force every single time, the conflict will only grow deeper. The Uchiha are part of Konoha. We cannot push ourselves to the opposite side of the village." Uchiha Yu stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly asked Shisui, "Have you been to the shopping street recently?" Shisui was briefly taken aback. Uchiha Yu went on. "Have you heard how the villagers cursed the military police? Have you seen our clansmen spat on during enforcement, forced to endure it without striking back? Have you seen military police officers come back injured and then be told by the clan elders not to cause trouble?" Shisui was silent. Uchiha Yu's voice grew colder. "No, you haven't. Because you're too busy spying on the Uchiha for Konoha's higher-ups." Shisui's expression changed. "You." But Uchiha Yu did not stop. You're busy proving to the Third Hokage that the Uchiha have no intention of rebelling. Busy using your will of fire to move the clan. Busy thinking about how to stop a coup. But Shisui, have you ever asked yourself why the Uchiha want a coup? Shisui's fists slowly clenched. Uchiha Yu walked step by step until he stood right before him. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Is it because the clan is evil by nature? Because the Sharingan is cursed? Or because the Uchiha have been pushed to the point of no way out? Shisui's resolve wavered for a moment. But soon he suppressed the emotions rising within him. The village does not want to destroy the Uchiha. It's just that the two sides lack trust. As long as we can prove the Uchiha pose no threat to Konoha, everything will get better. Uchiha Yu could not help but laugh. There was no joy in the laughter, only thick sarcasm. Proof. Shisui, what more do you want us to prove? During the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha were kept away from the battlefield, yet afterwards we were suspected of controlling the Ninetales. When they moved our clan grounds, the Uchiha endured it. When the Anbu watched us, the Uchiha endured. When the military police was stripped of its authority, the Uchiha endured. Now even the relatives of the Shimura clan dare to bully us in the open, and you still want us to prove something. A cold light flickered in Uchiha Yu's eyes. At the end of all this proving, do we have to wash our necks and wait for Danzo's blade to fall before the Uchiha can be said to love Konoha? Shisui's pupils contracted. Lord Danzo may be extreme, but he does everything for the sake of the village. Uchiha Yu's face went completely cold. For the village. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Shisui by the collar. Shisui did not resist. Or rather, he never expected Uchiha Yu to do such a thing. Uchiha Yu stared into his eyes and said word by word, Uchiha Shisui. Are you Konoha's Uchiha Shisui or the Uchiha clan's Uchiha Shisui? Shisui's body trembled. Those words struck his chest like a heavy hammer. Uchiha Yu continued, tell me. If one day the Konoha leadership ordered you to kill your own clansmen, what would you choose? Shisui's face turned slightly pale. That day will never come. What if it does? It won't. I said what if it does? Uchiha Yu's voice suddenly rose. Several nearby Uchiha were drawn over by the confrontation, but none dared approach. Shisui looked into Uchiha Yu's cold eyes and felt an inexplicable unease. He wanted to say it would never happen, but for some reason he could not bring himself to say it. Uchiha Yu released his collar, disappointment filling his eyes. See, you don't even dare answer. Shisui said in a low voice, you're too extreme. Uchiha Yu shook his head. I'm not the one who is too extreme. You're the one who is too naive. You think taking a step back is peace. But to Danzo, taking a step back is weakness. You think you can change the relationship between the Uchiha and the village with your eyes. But have you ever considered that what Danzo wants might be exactly those eyes? Shisui suddenly lifted his head. What do you mean? Uchiha Yu did not continue. Now is not the time to reveal everything. Shisui still harbored illusions about Konoha. Some words are useless if spoken too early. Only when the blade truly pierces him will he wake up. Uchiha Yu turned and walked back into the military police headquarters. Shisui, you can tell the Third about what happened today. You can tell the clan leader too. You can even tell Danzo. Shisui frowned deeply. I would never harm you. Uchiha Yu stopped, but did not turn around. I know. That's why I'm willing to say this much to you. But remember this. If one day you can only choose between Konoha and the Uchiha, I will always choose the Uchiha. With that, Uchiha Yu walked straight into the military police headquarters. Shisui stood there for a long time, unmoving. The morning sunlight fell on him, yet it carried little warmth. In his mind, Uchiha Yu's words kept echoing. If one day the Konoha leadership ordered you to kill your own clansmen, what would you choose? That day will never come. Shisui told himself this in his heart. But for some reason a chill he could not name arose from the depths of his heart. The Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, pipe in his mouth. Amid the swirling smoke, he looked at the report in his hand with a deep frown. The shopping street conflict. Uchiha Yu had severely injured Shimura Takuma in public. The military police had arrested members of the Shimura clan. This matter was more troublesome than expected. If it had been an ordinary conflict, Sarutobi Hiruzen could have suppressed it. But the problem was that Uchiha Yu had acted under the banner of law enforcement from start to finish. The illegal occupation of the street was real. The injured villagers were real. Shimura Takuma's obstruction of the military police was also real. There were even many villagers who had witnessed it. That made it difficult for the Hokage Tower to openly side with the Shimura clan. Otherwise, the military police would never accept it. The Uchiha were already emotionally unstable. If pressured further, the situation would only become more dangerous. In the office, Uchiha Koharu and Mikoto Hamura were also present. Neither of them looked pleased. Uchiha Koharu said coldly, this Uchiha Yu is far too reckless. To strike a fellow villager so heavily in the street, that is not normal law enforcement. Mikoto Hamura adjusted his glasses. The Uchiha clan's attitude has indeed become more dangerous lately. If we do not keep them in check, a major problem may arise. The third did not speak immediately, only taking a drag from his pipe. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Shimura Danzo walked in, leaning on his cane. His face was grim. Hiruzen, the Uchiha must be restrained. The third looked at him. Danzo, the matter has not been fully investigated yet. Danzo snorted coldly. What is there left to investigate? Uchiha Yu gravely wounded a Konoha jonin in the street, provoked the Shimura clan, and incited the military police to defy the village. This is no ordinary conflict. It is the Uchiha testing the village's authority. The third's frown deepened. But Shimura Takuma did obstruct the military police in carrying out their duties. Danzo said coldly that still does not justify Uchiha U's excessive force. Uchiha Koharu nodded. Hiruzen Danzo is right. Uchiha U is too radical. If he remains in the village he will only further provoke the Uchiha clan. Mikoto Hamura added, he could be temporarily transferred out of Konoha. The third was silent for a moment. Transferred out of Konoha. A faint, barely noticeable chill flickered in Danzo's eyes. There has been intelligence from the land of water recently. The internal situation in Kirigakure is unstable with signs of rogue nin activity. We can send Uchiha U to investigate. The third looked at Danzo. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. If we send him out of the village now, Fugaku may not sit still. Danzo said solemnly, precisely because he is an Uchiha he should be made to prove his loyalty to the village. If Uchiha U refuses the mission, that means he has a guilty conscience. If he accepts and leaves the village for a while, it will also allow the Uchiha clan to calm down. The office fell silent. The third smoked his pipe and said nothing for a long while. He knew what Danzo was thinking, but he also knew that Uchiha U's actions today had indeed made the village leadership feel threatened. An Uchiha who dared to trample on the Shimura clan in public. An Uchiha who could reignite a tough stance among the military police. If someone like him remained in the Uchiha compound, he could very easily become the core of a new radical faction. After a long while, the third slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. The mission can be arranged, but it cannot be too conspicuous. Danzo said flatly, I will send 3 Anbu to accompany him and ensure the mission goes smoothly. The third glanced at him. Anbu. Danzo's expression did not change. Naturally Anbu. The third fell silent. He knew those would most likely be rude, but he did not call it out. Some things could not be said openly. The third said in a low voice, don't go too far. A cold smile flashed in Danzo's eyes. Everything I do is for Konoha. The third did not answer. The smoke in the office grew thicker. The Uchiha clan grounds. Evening. Uchiha U sat on a rooftop, gazing toward the distant Hokage rock. The setting sun stained the 4 Hokage stone faces a dark crimson. From this angle, the 3rd Hokage stone face seemed to look down over all of Konoha like a kindly old man guarding the village. But Uchiha U found it ironic. The will of fire. He murmured to himself. It certainly burns brightly when it is setting other people's homes on fire. Just then a figure landed beneath the eaves. Uchiha Chuan looked up and said, someone from the Hokage tower has arrived. Uchiha U was not surprised. Summoning me. Uchiha Chuan nodded, his face slightly worried. It is the 3rd Hokage himself who summoned you. It is probably because of what happened today. Uchiha U rose to his feet and dusted off his clothes. Let's go. Uchiha Chuan quickly asked, should we notify the clan leader first? Uchiha U shook his head. No need. This time it's not to put me on trial. Uchiha Chuan was startled. Not a trial. A cold glint flashed in Uchiha U's eyes. If I'm not wrong, they're about to hand me a chance to leave the village. Uchiha Chuan did not understand. But Uchiha U had already leapt off the roof and was walking toward the Hokage tower. The setting sun fell behind him, stretching his shadow long across the ground. A faint smile curved at the corner of Uchiha U's mouth. Danzo, you think this is a deadly trap for me? No. This is my chance to escape Konoha's watchful eyes and make contact with the Akatsuki. The blade you have prepared, whose neck it falls on in the end, is still undecided. The Hokage Tower. It was the most central structure in Konoha, towering imposingly at the end of the street. But to Uchiha U, the building before him felt like a colossal tomb. What lay buried inside was not the dead. It was ideals. It was order. It was the dignity of the Uchiha clan rotting slowly after years of retreat after retreat. We're here, you. Uchiha Chuan said in a low voice. Uchiha U withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. Let's go. The two walked through the long corridor together. Quite a few Anbu ninja lined the route, standing rigidly straight on the surface, yet their gazes kept sweeping toward Uchiha U, as if checking whether some dangerous beast had finally walked into its cage. A faint smile tugged at Uchiha U's lips. It seemed today's summons was indeed nothing good. But he did not care, because he had been waiting for it all along. As the office door swung open, the smell of tobacco drifted out first. Inside, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in mouth, his expression deceptively calm. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikoto sat to the side, grim-faced. In the corner stood an old man propped on a cane, his right eye wrapped in bandages. Danzo Shimura. The moment Uchiha U saw him, he laughed inwardly. Of course. The old dog was here too. Lord Hokage honored advisors. Uchiha U stood at the door, his expression tranquil, his courtesy flawless by any measure. Yet that very calmness was especially grating in Danzo's eyes. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke and spoke slowly. Uchiha U, I heard there was some conflict on the shopping street today. Uchiha U nodded. It did happen. The police force carried out lawful enforcement, detaining the illegal street vendors and those who obstructed them. There was nothing wrong with that. The 3rd Hokage's gaze moved slightly. But the people you arrested were from the Shimura clan. So what? Uchiha U looked up. Since when did Konoha's law enforce itself according to someone's surname? The moment those words left his mouth, the air in the room tightened. Koharu Uchiha frowned. Uchiha U, mind your attitude. Uchiha U did not even look at her. My attitude has always been fine. I was simply stating the truth. If that sounds unpleasant to you, honored advisor, it only proves that Konoha's rules have indeed become somewhat problematic over the years. You. Konoha Utane's face darkened. Hamura Mikoto raised a hand signaling for her to hold back. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, his gaze resting on Uchiha Yu as though examining a young man far more troublesome than he had expected. Today's matter has already been reported to me. You may have the right on your side, but you used too much force. Uchiha Yu said coolly, does the Lord Hokage think I should have kept enduring while someone cursed me to my face? The third Hokage was silent for a moment. Of course he knew the Uchiha had swallowed much resentment over the years, but he could not acknowledge it. To acknowledge it would be to admit that the village owed the Uchiha a debt. That was something he could not say. At that moment Danzo spoke coldly. Endure a little, and the matter will pass. Uchiha Yu turned his head to look at him. Lord Danzo speaks of it lightly, because the one being trampled underfoot is not you. Danzo's single eye narrowed, his voice low. Uchiha Yu, are you questioning the village's leadership? Hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Yu gave a faint smile. I am merely questioning whether certain people are fit to represent the village's leadership. Crack. It was as if the air itself had been struck. Konoha Utane's expression immediately turned sour. Hamura Mikoto also knitted his brows. The third Hokage raised a hand, suppressing the tension steadily rising in the room. Enough. He looked at Uchiha Yu, his tone softening. Although what you did today has stirred up some controversy, it also shows that you are not entirely unaware of Konoha's discipline. So I have a mission here, and I intend to assign it to you. Here it comes. Uchiha Yu's heart stirred, but his face betrayed nothing. What mission? The third Hokage spoke slowly. Intelligence has recently come in from the land of water indicating signs of rogue ninja activity there. Konoha needs a sufficiently reliable person to go investigate. You are an Uchiha, a member of the police force, and strong enough. Therefore you will be in charge of this mission. At that he paused. 3 Anbu will accompany you to assist. A trace of coldness flickered in the depths of Uchiha Yu's eyes. Anbu escorts. That sounded nice in name. In truth it was surveillance. Or perhaps a way to dispose of him. He raised his eyes to the third Hokage. Just investigate the rogue ninja. The third Hokage nodded. Just investigate. Uchiha Yu said nothing. Danzo, standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. If you are worried about danger you may refuse. His voice was low, yet it carried a cold, sinister undertone. However, if the Uchiha clan is unwilling to take on even ordinary missions, it will inevitably lead the village to form some unnecessary misunderstandings. The words sounded like a reminder. In truth, every syllable was meant to force him into submission. Uchiha Yu looked at Danzo and found it laughable inside. Unnecessary misunderstandings. You've nearly finished sharpening the butcher's knife, and still you keep up this act. Of course he would not expose them right now, because he had already seen through it. This mission was precisely the death package for leaving the village that Danzo had prepared for him. And that package happened to be exactly what he needed. Escape Konoha's surveillance. Make contact with the Akatsuki. Deliberately leap into the scheme in the land of water. 1 move, 3 gains. Uchiha Yu fell silent for a moment. Since it is the Lord Hokage's order, of course I accept. At these words both the third Hokage and Danzo were slightly stunned. They had expected Uchiha Yu to seize the chance to make trouble or at least raise objections. They never expected him to agree so readily. A subtle, almost imperceptible flicker passed through the third Hokage's eyes. Very well. Your willingness to understand the village's arrangement shows that you are still willing to serve Konoha. Uchiha Yu nearly laughed out loud. Willing to serve Konoha? Yes, of course he was. The only prerequisite was that the one he served would first have to change. Uchiha Yu lowered his head slightly. In that case, when do I depart? The sooner the better, Danzo cut in, his voice cold and hard. Missions wait for no one. Uchiha Yu raised his eyes and met his gaze for a moment. Danzo's eyes were like a cold, venomous serpent wishing it could bite through his throat that very instant. But Uchiha Yu merely smiled softly. All right, I understand. Danzo's heart stirred slightly. He could not shake the feeling that this Uchiha breath reaction was too calm. Too calm to be normal. But he did not dwell on it. He was just a young jonin. Even if he had shown a bit of edge today, what waves could he truly stir up? Once he left Konoha and reached the land of water, someone would naturally send him on his final journey. By then, even if the Uchiha suspected something, they would have no evidence. The third Hokage nodded. Go back and prepare then. Assemble at the village gate early tomorrow morning. Uchiha Yu acknowledged and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out the door, the third Hokage spoke again. You? Uchiha Yu paused mid-step and looked back. The third Hokage's expression was composed, and his tone carried the sermonizing air common among the older generation. Some things do not always need to be so violent. Young people must learn patience. Only when everyone gives a little ground can the village remain stable. Uchiha Yu watched him quietly. Lord Hokage. A 3-year-old who falls can tell himself to endure and get back up. But if a person is cut by a blade and knows only how to endure, in the end he will die. He stepped forward, his gaze calm, yet sharp as a blade. The Uchiha have already retreated many times. If we retreat any further, the next step will be straight into our coffins. With that he left without looking back. For a time the office was frighteningly silent. Konoha Utane's face darkened. That boy is far too arrogant. Hamura Mikoto frowned as well. The Uchiha clan really is becoming more and more dangerous. Danzo gave a cold snort. What is dangerous is not the Uchiha clan. It is that brat named Uchiha Yu. He is very clever. And clever people usually die young. The third Hokage said nothing, merely exhaling a slow plume of smoke. Amid the swirling smoke his expression could not be clearly read, but no one knew what he was truly thinking. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha did not return to the clan compound at once. Instead, he slipped into a secluded alley. Uchiha Chuan followed behind, lowering his voice. You did the Hokage building really only send you out to investigate? Uchiha leaned against the wall, his expression calm. On the surface, Uchiha Chuan's face changed. Then what is the real situation? Uchiha glanced at him. In reality, they want me to die out there. Uchiha Chuan drew in a sharp breath. What? Uchiha said flatly, Danzo will never allow someone who trampled the Shimura clan's face today to keep living. And the third Hokage won't turn against Danzo for my sake. So this mission is an official dispatch on the surface, but in truth it's killing with a borrowed knife. Uchiha Chuan's heart ran cold. Then why did you still agree? Uchiha smiled. Because I needed to get out and take a trip anyway. Uchiha Chuan was taken aback. A trip out? Uchiha raised his eyes toward the distant Hokage, building his gaze deep. The waters in Konoha are too muddy. I have to leave this place first before I can find someone who can truly overturn the table. Uchiha Chuan didn't understand. But he vaguely felt that Uchiha had changed after walking out of the Hokage building today, as if he were no longer the same person. He had become colder and more dangerous. What about those three Anbu? Uchiha's lips curved. Anbu. Heh. If I'm not mistaken, those three are all Root operatives. Uchiha Chuan's face turned even paler. Root? Isn't that Danzo's, right? Uchiha's tone was calm. So you understand now? This mission isn't to investigate the land of water. It's to send me to my death. It's just that they picked the wrong person. Uchiha Chuan swallowed and said in a low voice then. Should we tell the clan head? Uchiha shook his head. No need. Even if the clan head knew, it wouldn't change anything. If he had the guts to break openly with the higher-ups, the Uchiha wouldn't have been crushed like this. Uchiha Chuan fell silent. In his heart he knew those words were harsh, but true. Uchiha patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I won't die. On the contrary, this trip out of the village might be far more interesting than staying in Konoha. Uchiha Chuan looked at him, wanting to speak, but holding back. Uchiha had already turned to leave. Go back and get ready. I'll set out early tomorrow morning. Uchiha Chuan hastily asked, aren't you coming back to the clan compound? Uchiha stopped, turned his head, and gave a faint, barely perceptible smile. I am. Of course I'm going back. But before I go back, I still need to see one person. By the Naka River. The evening wind blew across the water, carrying a slight chill. Uchiha stood on the riverbank, watching the setting sun slowly sink in the distance, lost in thought. Just then a figure stepped out from behind a tree. Black hair, a short blade, and the Uchiha clan emblem. Uchiha Shisui. You? Shisui looked at him, frowning slightly. I heard about what happened on the shopping street today. Without turning around, Uchiha said flatly, news certainly travels fast. Shisui was silent for a moment. You went too far today. Uchiha laughed softly. You're also here to tell me to endure. Shisui shook his head. I just think you shouldn't have beaten up a member of the Shimura clan like that. Even if he was wrong, it should have been left to Lord Hokage to handle. Uchiha finally turned around. Looking at Shisui, he suddenly found it a little absurd. This man, already standing on the edge of a cliff, was still thinking about straightening the table. Uchiha asked, Shisui, do you think Lord Hokage will speak up for the Uchiha? Shisui frowned. Lord Hokage has always valued the balance of the village. Uchiha asked again, and Danzo? Shisui's expression faltered. Lord Danzo's methods may be extreme, but he does it for Konoha. Uchiha smiled. There it is again. He slowly walked closer to Shisui, his tone frighteningly calm. Then let me ask you something. Why did that Shimura Takuma dare to insult the military police force in the street today? Why do all the villagers shut up the moment they hear the Shimura clan? Why is it that when the Uchiha enforce the law, it ends up looking as if they are the ones doing wrong? Shisui was silent. Uchiha went on, because in their eyes the Uchiha are no longer a part of Konoha. They are only something to suppress, strike, and sacrifice whenever convenient. Shisui frowned deeply. It won't come to that. Uchiha looked at him, his gaze calm, yet sharp. Do you really think so? Shisui did not answer. Uchiha did not press him, merely saying, Shisui. I'm leaving the village tomorrow to carry out a mission in the land of water. Shisui was startled. So soon? Who gave you the mission? The Hokage building. Shisui's expression shifted slightly. Why would the Hokage building suddenly send you out of the village? Uchiha looked at him and smiled meaningfully. What do you think? Shisui fell silent. As one of the most perceptive geniuses of the Uchiha clan, he wasn't stupid. In just a moment he vaguely guessed what was happening. Uchiha went on, if I don't come back there's no need to be too surprised. Shisui's pupils contracted. Uchiha cut him off. Don't be so tense. I'm not going to die. On the contrary, this may be my only chance to leave Konoha's surveillance behind. Shisui stared at him blankly. What exactly do you intend to do? Uchiha looked up at the darkening sunset glow on the horizon, his eyes profound. Something Konoha doesn't dare let me do. Shisui's heart skipped a beat. What is it? Uchiha said in a low voice. Let those hiding in the dark see the light first. Shisui didn't understand. But he could feel the suppressed chill around Uchiha slowly turning sharper. Like a blade being drawn from its sheath. Shisui, Uchiha suddenly spoke. If one day Konoha forces you to choose between the village and your clan, what would you choose? Shisui was stunned. This question was almost exactly the same as the one asked at the military police force today. He opened his mouth, but still did not answer at once. Seeing this, Uchiha Yu gave a soft laugh. See, you still can't answer. Shisui clenched his fists. Because this question itself should never have existed. Uchiha Yu looked at him with a level tone. But it already exists. And soon it will be your turn. Shisui's heart trembled. He wanted to ask more, but Uchiha Yu had already turned and left. Only one final sentence was left drifting in the wind. Before I set out tomorrow, watch over the clan compound for me. Especially the children of the clan. Shisui stood rooted to the spot. Somehow he felt Uchiha Yu's words sounded like a final testament. Yet strangely he could hear not the slightest bit of death wish in that tone. It sounded instead like a ferocious beast about to step into the hunting ground. Night had deepened. When Uchiha Yu returned to the clan compound, the clan had already grown quiet. Most were still discussing the day's events in hushed voices. Some were worried. Some were excited. Others thought Uchiha Yu had been too impulsive today and would eventually bring trouble. Uchiha Yu paid no attention to these voices. He walked straight into the courtyard and pushed the door open. Food was already set out on the table. A familiar figure sat at the table arranging kunai for the child beside her. Uchiha Mikoto. Seeing him return, Mikoto looked up and said softly, "You're back." Uchiha Yu nodded. Mikoto glanced at him, her gaze landing on his slightly weary face, her voice tinged with concern. "I heard about what happened today. You were too impulsive." There it was again. Uchiha Yu suddenly felt like laughing. It seemed that everyone in the Uchiha clan except himself still faced everything with the phrase, "Just endure it." He pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up his chopsticks. "If I hadn't been impulsive, the one sitting here now might not be me." Mikoto was momentarily startled. Uchiha Yu said no more, simply lowering his head to eat. After a moment, Mikoto asked softly, "Leaving the village tomorrow?" Uchiha Yu paused mid-motion. "How do you know?" Mikoto said in a low voice. "The news has already spread through the clan. The Hokage building sent you to the land of water on a mission with 3 Anbu escorting you." Uchiha Yu raised his eyes. "Word certainly travels fast." Mikoto looked at him, a trace of complexity flashing through her eyes. "You? Tell me honestly. Is there something wrong with this mission, eh?" Uchiha Yu didn't answer, only smiled. "If I said there was, would you tell me not to go?" Mikoto fell silent. Uchiha Yu looked at her and understood the answer. No, she wouldn't. Because Mikoto was also an Uchiha. She knew that the Uchiha no longer had many choices. Even if what lay ahead was a pit, someone had to be the first to walk into it. Uchiha Yu put down his chopsticks. His voice was not loud but exceptionally clear. "Don't worry. I'll come back. And after I return, many people in Konoha probably won't be smiling anymore." Mikoto looked at him, her heart trembling inexplicably. She didn't know why, but today Uchiha Yu gave her a feeling that was extremely dangerous, yet also utterly reliable. Like an approaching storm. Oppressive, heavy, but enough to tear apart certain old things. Uchiha Yu stood up and walked toward the door. When he was about to leave, he paused and looked back into the room. "All right. If Itachi comes back, tell him to come find me." Mikoto was taken aback. "What do you want with Itachi?" The corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth lifted. "There are some things I need to talk to him about in advance." With that, he slid the door open and walked into the night. Inside, Mikoto stared blankly at his back, unable to recover for a long time. For some reason, she had a premonition. Starting tomorrow, the Uchiha clan would probably no longer be the same as it was today. And all of Konoha would slowly veer off its original course because of this young Uchiha's departure. The night wind blew over the Naka River. Uchiha Yu stood outside the courtyard, gazing up at the row of faces on the distant Hokage rock, his eyes cold and deep. Danzo had already begun to weave his net. The third Hokage had already tacitly allowed it. "Then let it come. Tomorrow, I will walk out of Konoha myself. And then I'll show you all what real trouble means." The next morning at the gate of my village. Dawn had barely broken, yet quite a few ninja were already coming and going. The chunin in charge of registration sat in the guardhouse, scroll in hand, occasionally lifting his head to glance at the people passing through. When Uchiha Yu arrived, 3 ninja in Anbu attire were already waiting there. One wore a fox mask, one wore a crow mask, one wore a wolf mask. On the surface, they looked no different from ordinary Anbu. But a single glance from Uchiha Yu was enough for him to confirm it. Root. Their emotionless stances, the icy stares hidden behind their masks, and the faint sinister aura radiating from them were utterly unlike those of ordinary Anbu. The Anbu answered directly to the Hokage. Root was the dog Danzo raised in the shadows. And clearly these 3 dogs in front of him were the ones Danzo had sent to see him off to the afterlife. Uchiha Yu's lips curved upward slightly. Interesting. Danzo really did think highly of him, sending all 3 Root members at once. Too bad the hunter and the prey had been reversed from the very beginning. Uchiha Yu. The fox-masked Anbu at the lead spoke, his voice cold. Uchiha Yu said indifferently, "That's me." The fox-masked Anbu gave him a look. "You should already be clear on the mission. Proceed to the border of the land of water and investigate traces of rogue ninja activity from the hidden mist. Along the way, the 3 of us are to assist you." Assist? Uchiha Yu almost laughed out loud. It sounded so nice. Was this assistance? No, this was an escort, escorting him to his death. Uchiha Yu nodded casually. Understood. The fox-masked Anbu frowned. He did not like Uchiha Yu's attitude. Too calm, too casual. By all rights, an Uchiha who had just angered the Shimura clan and suddenly been handed an out-of-village mission should have been at least somewhat nervous. But Uchiha Yu wasn't. He acted as if the mission meant nothing to him. even as if the three of them meant nothing to him. The fox-masked Anbu felt a flicker of displeasure. Still he said nothing further. There was no need to bother about the attitude of a dead man. Once outside Mai, and in the right place, this Uchiha would naturally realize how foolish yesterday's arrogance had been. Just then a voice came from within my village's gate. You. Uchiha Yu turned around. Uchiha Chuan was approaching quickly, his face full of concern. Behind him stood several members of the police force. None of them wore combat equipment, they merely stood in silence at a distance. Clearly they had come to see him off. Uchiha Chuan walked up to Uchiha Yu and lowered his voice. Take care along the way. If anything seems off, come back at once. Uchiha Yu smiled. Don't worry. Uchiha Chuan glanced at the three Anbu, his eyes full of obvious wariness. They. Uchiha Yu raised a hand to cut him off. I know. Uchiha Chuan's heart sank. Just as he thought. You had known all along that these three were wrong. Yet he had still come. That poise made Uchiha Chuan both worried and strangely at ease. Uchiha Yu patted him on the shoulder. Go back and tell the clansmen to keep a low profile lately. The police force should enforce the law as usual, but no one moves alone. Also, if unfamiliar Anbu appear near the compound, don't alert them. First note their routes and numbers. Uchiha Chuan's gaze flickered. You suspect they'll strike at the clan while you're away. Uchiha Yu said flatly, it's not a suspicion. It's a certainty. Uchiha Chuan's expression changed. Then why would you still? Uchiha Yu looked at him. Chuan. Some games can't be broken from inside. Only by jumping out first can you see where the one playing chess is actually hiding. Uchiha Chuan fell silent. He suddenly felt that this clan member, so much younger than himself, seemed to have already seen what the rest of them could not. After a moment he nodded firmly. I understand. I'll keep an eye on the compound. Uchiha Yu nodded. Just then a calm voice came from the other side. You. Uchiha Yu raised an eyebrow. Uchiha Shisui had come as well. He stood not far off, his expression complicated. Last night's conversation had clearly kept him from sleeping well. Shisui took a few steps closer, scanned the three Anbu, then looked at Uchiha Yu. I can apply to Lord Hokage to go with you on this mission. The moment he said that, the eyes of the three Anbu turned cold. The fox-masked Anbu spoke at once. Jonin Shisui, this is a mission personally arranged by Lord Hokage. The accompanying personnel have already been set. Changing people at the last minute is against protocol. Shisui looked at him, his brow slightly furrowed. I am also a Jonin of my village. The fox-masked Anbu's voice was cold. This is an order. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. Uchiha Chuan and the others wore dark expressions. An Anbu actually dared to speak to Shisui in such a tone. After all, Shisui was no ordinary Jonin. He was Shisui of the body flicker, the member of the younger Uchiha generation most highly valued by the village's leadership. Yet this Anbu showed him absolutely no courtesy. Why? Because he was no ordinary Anbu. Behind him stood Danzo. Uchiha Yu watched the scene. Shisui, do you see? Shisui was caught off guard. Uchiha Yu pointed at the fox-masked Anbu. This is the village you say is trustworthy. An Anbu who doesn't even dare to reveal his name can stand before my village's gate and use a commanding tone to shut you up. Do you think that's the rule? Or is it that someone simply has no regard for the Uchiha? Shisui's expression shifted slightly. The fox-masked Anbu said coldly, Uchiha Yu, watch your words. Uchiha Yu turned to face him, his eyes suddenly cold. Since when do you have the right to interrupt while I'm talking to Shisui? The fox-masked Anbu's chakra stirred. The other two Anbu also stepped half a pace forward. The tension became suffocating. Ninja at my village's gate turned to look one after another. The registration Shunin went pale with fright. What was going on? The mission hadn't even started, and their own people were about to come to blows. The fox-masked Anbu stared at Uchiha Yu. Are you provoking the Anbu? Uchiha Yu said coolly, Anbu. You're worthy of representing the Anbu. At that the auras of the three-root ninja weighed down at once. Shisui's gaze shifted. He keenly sensed that Uchiha Yu's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Uchiha Yu did not continue the confrontation. He walked up to the fox-masked Anbu and lowered his voice so that only a few people could hear. Go back and tell the old dog behind you. If he wants me dead, tell him to send more useful people. The fox-masked Anbu's pupils abruptly shrank. He knew. How was that possible? Their root identities were perfectly hidden out on the surface. They were no different from ordinary Anbu. So how could this Uchiha identify them at a single glance? Uchiha Yu patted his shoulder like comforting a corpse. Don't be nervous. I won't make a move at the village gate. After all, there are too many people here. With that he walked past the three and headed straight out of the village. Let's go. Aren't you in a hurry? The three-root ninja stood in place, their eyes darkening to an extreme. The fox-masked Anbu clenched his fist. If not for the fact that this was Konoha's main gate, and if not for the crowd still around them, he would have struck right now. Too arrogant. This Uchiha was far too arrogant. Uchiha Shisui watched Uchiha Yu's departing figure, his unease growing stronger. He wanted to chase after him, but Uchiha Yu stopped him with a single sentence. Shisui, don't follow me. Shisui paused mid-step. Uchiha Yu did not turn around, he only waved his hand. Staying in the village is more useful than following me. Watch over the clan compound. And watch over your own eyes as well. Those last words made Shisui's heart jolt. His eyes. What did he mean? Could it be that Uchiha Yu really knew something? Shisui wanted to press for more, but Uchiha Yu had already walked out of Konoha's main gate with the three Anbu. Morning light fell across them. The four figures grew farther and farther away. Uchiha Chuan stood beside Shisui and said in a low voice. Shisui, don't you think something is off about this mission? Shisui was silent for a moment. Uchiha Chuan looked at him. Then why didn't you stop him? Shisui smiled bitterly. Because I can't stop him. He stared in the direction beyond the village, his gaze more complicated than ever before. Besides, it seems Uchiha Yu doesn't want me to stop him either. The border of the land of fire. For figures moved swiftly through the forest. Uchiha Yu followed unhurriedly in the middle of the group. The three-root ninja adopted a triangular formation, ostensibly guards, but in reality they had sealed off his escape route and both flanks. The fox-masked Anbu took the lead. The crow-masked Anbu held the left. The wolf-masked Anbu covered the rear right. This was a standard surveillance formation. The moment the target made any unusual move, the three could immediately launch a pincer attack. Naturally, Uchiha Yu could see through it, but he couldn't be bothered to call it out. In his eyes, these three were already no different from dead men. No matter what formation dead men set up, it was meaningless. After half a day's journey, the group made a brief stop beside a stream. The fox-masked Anbu took out a map and said coldly, "If we continue southeast from here, we can reach the coast before dusk tomorrow. After that we board a ship and enter the waters of the land of water." Uchiha Yu sat on a rock, picked up his water flask, and took a casual sip. He still wore that same careless expression. Finally, the crow-masked Anbu could not hold back. "Uchiha Yu, you don't seem nervous in the least." Uchiha Yu glanced at him. "Why should I be nervous?" The crow-masked Anbu sneered. "The land of water is not Konoha. There's no military police force there, and no Uchiha clan members to back you up. If we run into rogue ninja from the hidden mist, you'd better not slow us down." Uchiha Yu revealed a mocking smile. He had finally noticed something. The people of Root all shared one flaw. Before they made a move, they especially liked to make their presence known. Perhaps because they usually hid underground for too long, now that they had finally come out for air, they couldn't feel comfortable without spitting out a few harsh words. Uchiha Yu said calmly, "Don't worry. If we really run into danger, I'll do my best to make your deaths dignified." The crow-masked Anbu froze. The wolf-masked Anbu said coldly, "What did you say?" Uchiha Yu looked up. "Can't you understand human speech?" "I said you're too weak." The air turned cold in an instant. All three root ninja looked at him simultaneously. Their killing intent was no longer concealed. The fox-masked Anbu slowly put away the map. "Uchiha Yu, you had better understand your situation." Uchiha Yu smiled. "I understand it very well. An Uchiha outside Konoha surveillance. 3 root operatives sent by Danzo to silence me. Out here in the middle of nowhere, a few deaths are perfectly reasonable." The 3 root ninja stiffened at the same time. He really knew. And he had known from the very beginning. The fox-masked Anbu's voice went completely cold. "Since you knew, you still dared to come out with us." Uchiha Yu stood up and stretched. "Are you misunderstanding something? I came out with you not because I failed to see through this scheme, but because..." His eyes slowly turned red. 3 tomo emerged in his eyes, slowly revolving. "I too wanted to find a place where no one else was around to dispose of you." The 3 root ninja immediately retreated and assumed combat stances. The crow-masked Anbu sneered. 3 tomo Sharingan. "That's your confidence. Uchiha Yu, are you thinking too highly of yourself?" The wolf-masked Anbu also said coldly. "Lord Danzo was right. The Uchiha clan truly are arrogant. A mere jonin dares to provoke Root." Hearing this, Uchiha Yu couldn't help shaking his head. "Mere jonin. It seems Danzo didn't tell you how I beat Shimura Tawajin yesterday." The fox-masked Anbu said coldly. "That trash Shimura Tawajin can't compare to us. We are Root. We have no emotions, no weaknesses, and your Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu won't easily control us." Uchiha Yu was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. "No emotions. No weaknesses. Can't be controlled by Jinjutsu." He slowly raised his head, the scarlet 3 tomo in his eyes spinning faster and faster. "Have you Root people been brainwashed by Danzo until you turn stupid? As long as a ninja is still human, they bleed. As long as they bleed, they die." As his words fell, the 3 tomo abruptly changed. Against the scarlet depths of his eyes, black lines rapidly spread like a biohazard contamination symbol. 3 black, curved blades revolved around his pupils like an open black umbrella and like a pathogen totem expanding outward. Mangekyo Sharingan. Activate. The pupils of the 3 root ninja contracted simultaneously. "Mangekyo!" The fox-masked Anbu cried out in shock. How was that possible? The intelligence clearly said Uchiha Yu only had 3 tomo. When had he awakened the Mangekyo? Uchiha Yu's gaze was icy. Right now? Who is the mere jonin? The next instant his left eye focused slightly. The black patterns suddenly spun. The eye technique activated. Left eye black umbrella, pathogen dominion. Invisible pathogenic chakra instantly invaded the 3 men's bodies along his line of sight. The crow-masked Anbu sensed that something was wrong first. He had just begun to form hand signs when his fingers suddenly stiffened. The chakra flowing through his body seemed contaminated by something cold and sinister. The once smooth pathways suddenly became stinging, scorching, and sluggish. "My chakra." The wolf-masked Anbu's expression changed drastically. He tried to draw his blade, only to find the muscles in his arm twitching uncontrollably. The fox-masked Anbu reacted the fastest. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue, attempting to break the Jinjutsu through pain. But the next moment he realized something was wrong. This was not Jinjutsu. That thing had truly entered his body. It was like poison, yet stranger than poison. Like chakra erosion. And it kept spreading along his chakra pathways. Uchiha Uramu stood still in no rush to strike. He simply watched the three men in silence. Root operatives. Without emotion, without weakness, immune to Genjutsu. Sounds impressive. A cold smile curled his lips. Too bad. Are you afraid of viruses? A chill struck all three root ninjas simultaneously. The fox mask roared attack. The crow mask forced through hand signs. Wind-style vacuum. But the jutsu was not yet complete. Uchiha Uramu's right eye shifted slightly. White parasol, cellular reconstruction. His body erupted with terrifying speed in an instant. Muscle fibers temporarily reinforced under the influence of his Sharingan, while bone endurance, nerve response, and chakra output surged in unison. Bang! Uchiha Uramu's figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment the crow-masked ninja was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a massive tree. The mask shattered. Blood erupted. His chest collapsed inward, eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be so fast? He hadn't even perceived Uchiha Uramu's movements. The wolf mask seized the opportunity, striking from the flank. The blade flashed with lethal precision, aimed directly at Uchiha Uramu's neck. Uchiha Uramu neither dodged nor deflected. He caught the blade with his bare left hand. The razor-sharp ninja sword sliced into his palm. Blood flowed. A flicker of triumph crossed the wolf mask's eyes. But in the next instant his expression changed. Uchiha Uramu's palm wound was healing before their eyes. Even more horrifying, a thread of black-red chakra crawled along the blade in reverse, invading the wolf mask's arm. The wolf mask felt his entire right arm go numb. His muscles trembled as though devoured by countless tiny insects, and he gasped in pain. Uchiha Uramu spoke indifferently. The blade is decent. Unfortunately, the wielder is weak. Snap! His 5 fingers closed, crushing the ninja, sword to shards. Then he punched. The wolf mask took the blow to the chest, and was launched like a cannonball into the stream. Water exploded outward. Blood rapidly dyed the stream crimson. The fox mask watched this scene and finally felt fear. This was no ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. This Uchiha's ocular technique was far too bizarre. They hadn't even finished channeling their jutsu before being completely suppressed. And what frightened them most was that Uchiha Uramu had never exerted his full strength. He was testing his abilities. The fox mask felt a chill crawl up his spine. In that moment he finally understood. They were not the hunters. They were specimens. The fox mask made a split-second decision and formed hand signs. Secret technique, self-sealed destruction. Once a root ninja's mission failed, they could never fall into enemy hands alive. This was Danzo's command etched into their very bones. But before he could complete the seals, his body suddenly stiffened. From Uchiha Uramu's left eye, the black parasol pattern markings began to rotate slowly. Did I permit you to die, eh? The fox mask's pupils contracted violently. His body stopped involuntarily. The pathogenic chakra within him surged like countless thin threads, forcibly overriding his nerves. Though he could not fully control a Kage-level ninja, for an upper nin root operative this was more than enough. Uchiha Uramu walked toward him step by step. Take your time. I still have questions for you. The fox mask stared desperately at Uchiha Uramu, voice hoarse. Danzo-sama will not forgive you. Uchiha Uramu smiled. How fitting. I never intended to let him live either. With those words he placed his hand upon the fox mask's crown. The Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slowly. Genjutsu and pathogenic chakra invaded simultaneously. The fox mask's body trembled violently as fragments of memory were torn from his mind by Uchiha Uramu. The root base. Danzo's orders. The Kirigakure mission. The staged death scene. And surveillance records concerning Uchiha Shisui. A moment later Uchiha Uramu released his hand. The fox mask collapsed to the ground, eyes glassy, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Uchiha Uramu's expression turned utterly cold. As expected, Danzo has already set his sights on Shisui's eyes. He had been willing to wait a little longer. But now it was clear, time was tighter than he had imagined. If he moved too slowly, by the time he returned to Konoha, Shisui might already have lost an eye to Danzo. A killing intent flashed across Uchiha Uramu's eyes. He looked down at the 3 root ninja. The crow mask still clung to life. The wolf mask struggled in the stream. The fox mask was already broken. Uchiha Uramu raised his left eye. Black parasol, pathogen outbreak. The next instant the pathogenic chakra within all 3 of them detonated simultaneously. Meridian's ruptured chakra spiraled out of control, and internal organs were consumed. The 3 root ninja never even managed to scream before their lives were extinguished. The forest fell silent once more. The stream flowed gently onward. Only a faint metallic scent of blood remained in the air. Uchiha Uramu lifted his hand. His palm wound had completely healed. He murmured to himself, White Parasol's recovery speed exceeds expectations. Black Parasol's erosion is also sufficiently lethal against upper nin level targets. Not bad. More than sufficient for cleaning up root fodder. With that he formed hand seals. Fire style engulfed the scene, burning away partial traces. Then he produced a pre-prepared scroll and placed fabricated intelligence upon the fox mask's body. Since Danzo wished to fabricate his death, he saw no reason not to reciprocate. Kirigakure missing nin attack. Konoha Anbu killed in action. Uchiha Uramu missing presumed dead. How reasonable. How flawless. Having finished clearing the scene, Uchiha Uramu prepared to depart. But just then his footsteps halted abruptly. Deep within the forest, 2 pairs of eyes watched. One gaze sharp and reeking of bloodlust. The other cold and carrying a familiar spatial resonance. Uchiha Uramu's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly faded, but the corner of his mouth curled upward. So they came. As expected. Akatsuki. At this hour bearing such an aura. Only a few could appear here. He already knew. Uchiha Uramu stood by the stream, his calm voice carrying into the dense woods. You've been watching long enough. Why not show yourself, Zoe? Leaves rustled softly. In the next instant, two figures emerged slowly from the shadows. One carried the seven-brand sword upon his back, the Akatsuki, cloak stirring faintly in the wind. The other wore a spiral-patterned mask, his tone frivolous, yet laced with deeply concealed coldness. My, I never expected such an amusing scene while merely passing through. Uchiha Uramu regarded them, eyes narrowing slightly. Hoshigaki Kabuto. And Uchiha Obito. No. At this point he should be called Tobi. Or perhaps Uchiha Madara, as he preferred to claim. Akatsuki, you've arrived at just the right moment. Hoshigaki Kabuto grinned broadly, his hand already resting on the seven-brand sword. A member of the great Uchiha clan hunted by Konoha Anbu. How ironic. Uchiha Uramu lifted his gaze. Kirigakure missing Nin, bearing a rusted blade, and still daring to mock the Uchiha. The smile vanished instantly from Kabuto's face. Killing intent erupted through the air. Uchiha Uramu slowly raised his hand, his crimson eyes surfacing once more. Your sword and your life. I'll take them both. Beside the stream the wind suddenly fell still. The smile on Biwa Jizong's face sank bit by bit. The beheading greatsword on his back trembled faintly, as though it had sensed its master's killing intent. Uchiha Yu stood by the creek, dark hair stirring in the breeze, the scarlet hue already returning to his eyes. Three tomo revolved slowly. Under the watchful eyes of Biwa Jizong and of Fei, those three tomo gradually stretched, twisted, and interlaced, ultimately forming a black and crimson biohazard-patterned umbrella motif. Eerie. Dangerous. Like a spreading pathogen marker. A Fei's single eye behind the spiral mask narrowed slightly. Mangekyo Sharingan. So he hadn't been mistaken a moment ago. This young Uchiha truly possessed the Mangekyo, and his Mangekyo ability was exceedingly bizarre. The way those three-root ninja had died earlier more closely resembled their bodies and chakra pathways being eroded by some invisible force. How fascinating. A face spoke in a frivolous tone. When did another figure like you emerge from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yu ignored him. His gaze remained fixed upon Biwa Jizong. Biwa Jizong stared back. After a moment, he bared his teeth in a grin. Your eyes are quite fine. But kid sharp eyes don't mean you can win. He slowly drew the beheading greatsword from his back. The heavy blade dragged across the ground, carving a deep furrow. Plenty of the incompetents from Kirigakure village wanted me dead. But in the end they all became the blood that nourishes this sword. Uchiha Yu said coldly, that's because they were incompetent. Biwa Jizong's eye twitched. Uchiha Yu continued, the Kirigakure seven swordsmen sound impressive enough. But they die no differently from ordinary ninja. The air turned thoroughly cold. A Fei stood to the side, took half a step back, and assumed the posture of a bystander eager for entertainment. Oh, my senior Biwa Jizong seems angry. Shut up, A Fei. Biwa Jizong said coldly. In the next instant he stomped his foot. The ground shattered. Biwa Jizong burst forth like a ferocious beast, the beheading greatsword carrying a terrifying roar of wind slashing directly at Uchiha Yu's head. Before the blade even arrived, the intense wind pressure had already pressed the creek water into concentric ripples. An ordinary jonin facing such a frontal slash would hardly have the courage to dodge. But Uchiha Yu simply stood his ground. Only when the blade was about to descend did he tilt his head slightly. The beheading greatsword shaved past his cheek. The ground split open with a mighty crash. Stone fragments sprayed everywhere. Biwa Jizong's eyes hardened, and his wrist flipped violently, sweeping the broad blade sideways. Uchiha Yu tapped his foot, lightly shifted his body backward, and narrowly evaded the blade edge. Not more than an inch. Biwa Jizong sneered. Only know how to dodge. Uchiha Yu raised his eyes. You're too slow. Biwa Jizong's expression darkened. He despised that look the most. The Uchiha gaze. Arrogant. Cold. As if everyone beneath it was worthless. Then let me see how long you can keep dodging. Biwa Jizong gripped the sword with both hands, his chakra flaring, and swung the beheading greatsword in rapid succession. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. The blade light wove into a solid wall, nearly sealing off all of Uchiha Yu's escape routes. Trees along the stream fell one after another, thick trunks crashing down. Stone fragments and wood chips filled the air like a storm. A Fei stood nearby, his tone exaggeratedly impressed. Senior Biwa Jizong is so amazing. At this rate, that Uchiha kid is going to be chopped into meat paste, right? But the very next moment his voice came to an abrupt halt. Because within the storm of blade light Uchiha Yu remained unscathed. He hadn't even drawn his own sword. Every evasion seemed as though he had seen through Biwa Jizong's movements in advance. The beheading greatsword appeared ferocious, yet it could never so much as graze a thread of his clothing. Biwa Jizong fought with growing alarm. Of course he knew about the perceptiveness of the Sharingan. But this was no ordinary insight. This kid seemed to have read through his force generation habits, muscle contractions, and chakra flow. Each evasion was precise to the point of infuriation. Damn it! Biwa Jizong roared, driving the beheading greatsword downward with full force. Water-style water dragon bullet. The stream erupted instantly. A massive volume of water converged into a colossal water dragon charging toward Uchiha Yu with a thunderous roar. At the same time, Biwa Jizong surged forward from behind the dragon, using the water mist to conceal his figure. The beheading greatsword aimed straight for Uchiha Yu's waist. This was the true killing move. Water-style suppression. Sword strike follow-up. A rogue ninja of Kirigakure never played by any notion of fairness. But just as the water dragon was about to engulf Uchiha Yu, his left eye tightened sharply. The black umbrella pattern spun violently. Black umbrella pathogen domination. A wisp of black-red chakra silently merged into the water dragon. The once clear water instantly darkened with a crimson tinge. Like blood. Or rather like a spreading contaminant. Biwa Jizong's pupils contracted. Bad. He instinctively sensed danger and immediately attempted to sever the water jutsu chakra. But it was already too late. The black umbrella polluted water dragon did not continue attacking Uchiha Yu. Instead it twisted savagely and coiled around Biwa Jizong's body. What? Biwa Jizong's face changed drastically. His own water jutsu had been seized. No, it wasn't simply taken. It had been contaminated. Those dark red streams moved like living creatures crawling along his skin wounds and chakra outer layer burrowing into his body. A sensation of burning paralysis and piercing pain exploded simultaneously. Biwa Jizong's body stiffened, and the beheading greatsword in his hand slowed for a single instant. That single instant was all Uchiha Yu needed. He flashed forward, appearing before Biwa Jizong in the blink of an eye. His right eye, the white umbrella spinning. White umbrella cellular reconstruction. Muscle reinforcement. Neural reinforcement. Skeletal reinforcement. Chakra surge reinforcement. Uchiha Yu delivered a punch. The fist smashed mercilessly against the blade of the beheading greatsword. The massive greatsword was actually driven backward by that single punch. Biwa Jizong's arms vibrated violently, his palm splits tore open and blood streamed down the sword hilt. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Shock coursed through his mind. Wasn't the Uchiha clan known for genjutsu and fire release? How could this kid's physical power be so terrifying? However, Uchiha Yu gave him no time to think. His left hand seized the spine of the beheading greatsword, and his right fist struck down once more. The blade trembled violently. Biwa Jizong's feet sank into the ground. The second punch. His arm bones emitted a cracking sound on the verge of giving way. The third punch. The beheading greatsword was forcibly deflected, leaving Biwa Jizong's chest entirely exposed. Uchiha Yu raised his leg and delivered a kick. Biwa Jizong was sent flying backward, crashing through two great trees before managing to come to a halt. A face stood at a distance, his tone still exaggerated. Wow, that's terrifying. Senior Biwa Jizong, you're not about to lose, are you? Biwa Jizong rose from the splintered wood, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dark with menace. A face, say one more word, and I'll cut you down first. A face spread his hands. I'm only worried about you, senior. Biwa Jizong paid him no further attention, keeping his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Yu. Kid, I admit you have some skill, he said. But if you want to kill me, you're still far too early. With that, his hands flew through a rapid sequence of hand seals. Hidden mist technique. Dense fog spread in an instant, and visibility around them dropped sharply. The stream, the trees, the ground. All were swallowed by the white mist. This was the hidden mist shinobi's classic killing environment, the silent killing technique. Biwa Jizong's voice came from within the fog. Your Sharingan can read movements, Biwa Jizong said. But in this fog, what can you still see? Uchiha Yu stood in place, his expression calm and indifferent. White mist shrouded the surroundings. His vision was indeed limited, but he was not flustered. To wage an environmental battle in front of a Mangekyo like his, Biwa Jizong had far too much faith in the hidden mist technique. Uchiha Yu's left eye shifted subtly. The ocular power of the black umbrella spread in silence. The water vapor, blood, and wounds contaminated by the pathogen moments ago all became nodes of his perception. The thick fog was not an obstacle. It became a breeding ground for the pathogen spread. He could clearly sense Biwa Jizong moving through the mist at high speed. To the left rear. 30 paces. No. 28. 25. Here he comes. Biwa Jizong appeared silently behind Uchiha Yu, the executioner's blade raised high. Kid, it's over. The blade came slashing down. But at that very instant, Uchiha Yu turned around. That pair of Mangekyo eyes stared coldly at Biwa Jizong. A chill pierced Biwa Jizong's heart. How was that possible? How could he have known where he was? The next second, the black pattern in Uchiha Yu's left eye spun violently. Pathogen burst. The black umbrella chakra that had long been latent inside Biwa Jizong erupted at that moment. Gah! Blinding pain swept through his entire body. The chakra flow inside Biwa Jizong was thrown into total disorder. His meridians seemed scorched by venomous fire, and every muscle lost coordination at once. The executioner's blade's descent was forced to slow for a beat. Uchiha Yu sidestepped his right hand, forming a blade as chakra condensed into a razor-sharp edge. Squelch. Blood splashed. Biwa Jizong's left shoulder was pierced clean through. He gritted his teeth and fell back, only to realize his body was responding more and more sluggishly. The pathogen chakra was spreading. His chakra was being contaminated. His muscles were stiffening. His senses were being distorted. What kind of cursed eye technique was this? Biwa Jizong was finally losing his composure. He had seen many Uchiha and heard many rumors about the Mangekyo, but he had never seen an ability like this. It defied reason. It required no contact. Once it invaded the body, it was like an inescapable curse. And it was not genjutsu. Biting his tongue was useless. Disrupting his chakra was useless. Even water release had become a medium for the enemy to spread this power. Those eyes of yours. Biwa Juzo panted heavily, his gaze locked onto Uchiha Yu. What exactly are they? Uchiha Yu looked at him calmly. An umbrella of protection. Biwa Juzo was taken aback. What? Uchiha Yu slowly raised his left hand. Black-red chakra gathered in his palm like a drop of boiling venomous blood. Under the black umbrella, all living beings are equal. Whether you are root of Konoha or a rogue ninja of the hidden mist. If it bleeds, it can be infected. Biwa Juzo's face darkened. Stop your tricks. He gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressed the pathogens within him, and charged again with both hands on the blade. This time he abandoned all defense. The executioner's blade swept out in its most ferocious arc. He was prepared to trade a wound for a killing stroke. If he could land a single hit on Uchiha Yu, the executioner's blade would cleave the brat in two. Yet Uchiha Yu simply stood where he was. The Mangekyo in his eyes turned slowly. Halfway through his charge, Biwa Juzo's steps suddenly faltered. His body went stiff. His limbs began to refuse his commands. The muscles of his limbs seemed bound by invisible threads. At that moment, the pathogen chakra inside him forcibly seized part of his nervous system. Biwa Juzo's face changed drastically. You. Uchiha Yu appeared before him and placed a hand on the hilt of the executioner's blade. This sword will have a new owner from now on. Biwa Juzo roared in your dreams. He tried to regain control of his body, but in the next instant Uchiha Yu's right eye abruptly focused. The white umbrella's enhancement erupted once more. Crack. Uchiha Yu's fingers clenched, and with raw force, he snapped the wrist of the hand holding the sword. Oh! Biwa Juzo screamed. The executioner's blade slipped from his grip. Uchiha Yu caught it one-handed. The blade was extremely heavy, but under the white umbrella's enhancement, he held it firmly. The next moment, a flash of blade light. The executioner's blade split Biwa Juzo's chest open. Blood sprayed. He staggered back, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been cut by his own blade. Uchiha Yu dragged the executioner's blade toward him step by step. The tip scraped across the ground with a piercing screech. Biwa Juzo pressed his hand to his chest as blood gushed between his fingers. He wanted to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, blood surged out first. You. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Yu stood before him, looking down at him from above. I told you. Your blade and your life. I'll take them both. As his words fell, the executioner's blade swept horizontally across. Biwa Juzo's body froze in place. The next moment, blood burst free. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. An Akatsuki member. Biwa Juzo. Dead. The dense fog slowly dispersed, and the stream side fell silent once more. The executioner's blade drank in the blood, and the chips along its edge began to slowly mend. Uchiha Yu glanced at the blade in his hand, his expression unconcerned. It handles well enough. In the distance, Tobi stood under a tree and clapped. Impressive, impressive. You actually killed Juzo-san. This is going to be troublesome now. His tone was still flippant, but the gaze hidden behind his mask had completely changed. He had only been passing through, bringing Biwa Juzo along to the land of water to recruit Kisame Hashigaki. He never expected to encounter an Uchiha being hunted by Root. Nor had he expected this Uchiha to possess the Mangekyo, and to be this powerful. Biwa Juzo might not be Akatsuki's strongest member, but he was nevertheless one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. By the standards of the shinobi world, he was unquestionably a powerhouse at, or above elite jonin rank. Yet before Uchiha Yu, he had been suppressed almost from start to finish. Most critically, Uchiha Yu's abilities were perfectly suited for war. Infection, erosion, control, regeneration. If this power were used on a battlefield, it would likely be more terrifying than an ordinary Mangekyo. Tobi quickly weighed the situation in his mind. This man could be used, but he must also be guarded against. Because Uchiha Yu was not like Itachi. Itachi had weak points. He had a village. He had a younger brother. He had that ridiculous self-sacrificing spirit. But this Uchiha before him was different. The killing intent radiating from him was pure, calm, rational, free of unnecessary burdens. If someone like this ever lost control, he would be more dangerous than Itachi. Uchiha Yu dragged the executioner's blade, turning his head to look at Tobi. Now it's your turn. Tobi took an exaggerated step back. My, how terrifying. I really don't want to fight you. Uchiha Yu sneered. Don't want to fight? Then why are you standing here? Are you planning to collect Biwa Juzo's corpse? Tobi glanced at the corpse on the ground and spread his hands. Senior Juzo is already dead. The Akatsuki has never cared much for such formalities. Still, your killing him does cause a little trouble. Uchiha Yu narrowed his eyes. So, Tobi's tone suddenly changed. No longer flippant. No longer clownish. An ancient, cold, overwhelmingly oppressive aura slowly spread from him. Uchiha Yu. Are you interested in joining the Akatsuki? The corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth lifted. That was exactly what he had been waiting to hear. Naturally, he wouldn't seem too eager. For the protagonist to rush into joining would be beneath his dignity. Being invited by the other side was real prestige. Uchiha Yu said coolly. Why would I join an organization whose member I've already killed? Tobi was silent for a moment. Then he chuckled softly. Because the Akatsuki can give you what you want. Uchiha Yu asked. Do you know what I want? You are being hunted by Konoha's Anbu. You killed Root. You harbor murderous intent toward Konoha's high command. And you are an Uchiha. He said it with a meaningful tone. What you want is revenge against Konoha, isn't it? Uchiha Yu looked at him. Revenge against Konoha. That's too small-minded. Tobi was briefly stunned. Uchiha Yu hefted the executioner's blade onto his shoulder, his gaze cold. I'm not taking revenge on Konoha. I'm going to make those old bastards hiding behind the will of fire kneel before the Uchiha and confess their crimes. Those who deserve death will die. Those who should step down will step down. When the reckoning comes, not a single one will escape. Tobi's single eye narrowed. Even the Hokage. Uchiha Yu smiled. If Sarutobi Hiruzen stands in the way, then he's no exception. The air fell silent again. Tobi suddenly felt that this Uchiha was even crazier than he had imagined. But that kind of madness was exactly what the Akatsuki needed. It was also something he could exploit. Not a bad ambition, Tobi said slowly. But the Akatsuki doesn't accept trash. Uchiha Yu glanced at Biwa Juzo's corpse on the ground. I've just killed one of your full members. Isn't that enough? Tobi laughed. Killing Juzo only proves that you're strong. But the Akatsuki needs more than the strong. It needs people who can complete missions. Uchiha Yu sneered inwardly. Here it comes. The so-called trial. Tobi spoke. We originally came to the land of water to recruit someone. Hoshigaki Kisame. The monster of the hidden mist. If you can help me recruit him, Juzo's seat will be yours. Uchiha Yu asked, feigning calm. Hoshigaki Kisame. Tobi nodded. His strength is considerable. More importantly, he has already grown disillusioned with the hidden mist. That kind of man suits the Akatsuki well. Uchiha Yu said flatly, sounds easy enough. Tobi smiled. Don't underestimate him. Kisame is not someone who easily trusts others. Besides, he's still inside the mist right now. Getting close to him won't be simple. Uchiha Yu looked at Tobi and suddenly asked, what's your name? Tobi's tone had reverted to that flippant manner. I'm Tobi, a poor weak newcomer in the Akatsuki. Uchiha Yu sneered. Weak. A man who watched Biwa Juzo be killed by me from start to finish without panicking. He doesn't seem weak at all. Tobi scratched his head. Haha, you saw through me. Uchiha Yu stepped forward. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes began to turn slowly. You're not Tobi. Behind the mask, Tobi's gaze chilled instantly. Uchiha Yu stared at him and said word by word. The chakra signature on you is very much like an Uchiha's. And your eyes make me somewhat disgusted. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through the air. The air beside the stream seemed to drop by several degrees. Tobi said nothing. The two faced each other from a dozen meters apart. One was Uchiha Obito, master of Kamui. The other was Uchiha Yu, bearer of the protective umbrella Mangekyo. At that moment the air seemed to solidify. After a while Tobi suddenly let out a low chuckle. His voice was deep, no longer clownish. Since you've noticed a thing or two, I suppose I don't need to hide everything. He slowly raised his head. Behind the mask his single eye flashed scarlet. A three-tomo Sharingan emerged. Uchiha Yu. Standing before you is Uchiha Madara. As the words fell, a terrifying pressure radiated from Tobi. An ordinary ninja upon hearing that name would likely lose his wits on the spot. Uchiha Madara. A legend who once stood equal to the first Hokage. One of Konoha's founders. The true pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. This name itself represented oppression. Yet Uchiha Yu merely watched him quietly, revealing a mocking smile. Tobi's gaze darkened. What are you laughing at? Uchiha Yu, carrying the executioner's blade on his shoulder, said indifferently. Nothing. I just think you're quite committed to the act. Behind the mask Tobi's expression turned grim in an instant. Does he know? Impossible. His identity was hidden too deeply. Except for Zetsu and a handful of others, no one could possibly know that he wasn't Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yu couldn't know. He must be testing me. Murderous intent rose in Tobi's heart. But he didn't make a move. Because he couldn't be sure how much Uchiha Yu actually knew, nor whether the other's Mangekyo Dojutsu could affect Kamui. More importantly, the Akatsuki needed people now. Nagato needed pawns. He too needed a pawn like Uchiha Yu to throw Konoha into chaos. It didn't matter if the pawn was disobedient. As long as it could still be used, it couldn't be destroyed for now. Uchiha Yu also didn't press the point. There was no point in turning over certain cards right now. Of course he knew that the person before him was not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Obito. But for now he still needed Obito as a means to enter the Akatsuki. So both sides played dumb, waiting to see who could act better. Uchiha Yu said flatly. Uchiha Madara or Tobi, it makes no difference to me. I'm not interested in your name. I only have one question. Can the Akatsuki kill Danzo for me? Tobi looked at him. As long as the benefit is sufficient, the Akatsuki can kill anyone. Very well. Then let's start with Hoshigaki Kisame. Tobi asked. So you accept? Uchiha Yu dragged the executioner's blade past Biwa Juzo's corpse. I'm taking Juzo's seat. I'm also taking Kisame. As for Konoha, he looked up toward the east. That was the direction of Konoha, and the place where the Uchiha clan was about to be pushed into the abyss. The Mangekyo in Uchiha Yu's eyes revolved slowly. His voice was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. When I return, Danzo had better have washed his neck clean. Tobi watched the retreating silhouette, the single eye behind his mask narrowing slightly. This Uchiha was too dangerous, but also far too useful. As long as he drew him into Akatsuki, he could tear Konoha and the Uchiha apart completely. By that time, whether it was Konoha's internal strife or an Uchiha rebellion, it would benefit his Eye of the Moon plan. Only, Tobi's gaze fell on the corpse of Juzo Biwa. Would this man named Uchiha Yu really become an obedient pawn? Over on the other side, Uchiha Yu walked at the front, a faint smile lifting the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to guess what Obito was thinking. Use him? Fine. Then they would use each other. Obito wanted him to become the blade that would throw Konoha into chaos. And he wanted to borrow Akatsuki as that blade. first cutting down Danzo, then severing the third Hokage's hand on the Uchiha's fate. As for who would eventually control Akatsuki, that would depend on whose hand was tougher. The border of the land of water. Mist filled the air. A cold, damp wind struck them in the face. Unlike the warm, bright atmosphere of the land of fire, the land of water seemed forever covered in shadows. The sea breeze carried a salty, fishy scent. The distant village was desolate and ruined. Occasionally, abandoned ninja tools and dried bloodstains could be seen by the roadside. Every inch of this land seemed as though it had been soaked in blood. The village of the bloody mist. In this era, Kirigakura was in its darkest hour. Ninja slaughtered each other. Comrades could be ordered to execute comrades. Missions mattered more than life. Intelligence mattered more than teammates. Loyalty mattered more than humanity. In such an environment, it was no wonder Hoshigaki Kisame had gone mad. Tobi walked beside Uchiha Yu, his tone turning flippant once more. Kisame should still be out on a mission. If the intelligence is accurate, he'll pass by the reef coast ahead today. Uchiha Yu asked calmly. So Kirigakura is hunting him? Tobi smiled. Something like that. A man who knows too many truths is never really suited to keep living in the village. Uchiha Yu laughed coldly. That sounds like something Konoha's upper echelon would say. Tobi spread his hands. When it comes to the 5 great ninja villages, it's mostly the same. The so-called village is nothing more than a bigger cage. Uchiha Yu didn't argue. On that point he agreed. Konoha or the mist, it didn't matter. On the surface they hung up different banners, but underneath they were rotten in the same way. The only difference was that the mist held its blade openly in hand. Konoha, on the other hand, liked to hide its blade behind the will of fire. After walking a while, a sudden ripple of chakra came from ahead. Then screams. The sound of a blade cutting into flesh. The blast of water release. Uchiha Yu stopped. Tobi looked up too. Seems we made it in time. On the reef coast ahead, a dozen or so Kirigakura ninja were surrounding one tall man. The man had a shark-like face and pale grayish-blue skin. Strapped to his back was a huge broadsword wrapped in bandages. Hoshigaki Kisame. At this moment Kisame still hadn't put on Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds. But the scent of blood and the oppressive pressure radiating from him were already enough to be alarming. At his feet lay several Kirigakura ninja corpses. Among them were enemies. Also his comrades. A Kirigakura ninja shouted, Hoshigaki Kisame. You killed your comrades and leaked mission intelligence. The village has declared you a rogue ninja. Kisame held his sword, a twisted, weary smile on his face. Killed my comrades. Wasn't it the village that ordered me to kill them? The Kirigakura ninja's face stiffened. Kisame went on, to stop intelligence from leaking, kill comrades. To ensure the mission succeeds, kill my superiors. To protect the village's secrets, be silenced by the village yourself. He bared his teeth in a grin. Kirigakura really is an honest place. So honest it makes you sick. The Kirigakura ninja's expression soured. Enough talk. Kill him. More than a dozen Kirigakura ninja charged at once. A fierce light flashed in Kisame's eyes, and he raised his blade. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the side. The executioner's blade swept across in a horizontal arc. With a wet thud, the first 3 Kirigakura ninja were cleaved in 2 at the waist. Blood sprayed across the rocks. Everyone froze. Even Kisame was briefly stunned. He looked at the black-haired youth who had appeared out of nowhere. The youth carried a massive executioner's blade over his shoulder. He recognized that blade. It was one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, and its original owner was Juzo Biwa. Kisame narrowed his eyes. Executioner's blade. Juzo Biwa is dead. Uchiha Yu flicked the blood off the blade and said flatly, dead. Kisame grinned. Did you kill him, Oi? Uchiha Yu raised his eyes. What, did he fall and kill himself? Kisame was taken aback. Interesting. And Uchiha carrying the mist's executioner's blade running all the way to the land of water to kill Kirigakura ninja. Today really is a mess. Tobi strolled out from behind, waving a hand. Kisame-san, we're here to invite you. The remaining Kirigakura ninjas' faces changed dramatically. Akatsuki. A black robe with red clouds. They're rogue ninjas. The leading Kirigakura ninja roared, kill them all. Uchiha Yu didn't even look at them. He simply said to Kisame, want to talk? Kisame swept his gaze over the surrounding Kirigakura ninja. Let's deal with these annoyances first. Uchiha Yu nodded. Fine. The next instant the Mangekyo in his left eye emerged. The black umbrella spun. Pathogenic chakra spread outward with the sea fog. The dozen or so Kirigakura ninja had just begun forming hand seals when their bodies suddenly stiffened. What's happening? My chakra. There's something in the mist. Uchiha Yu carrying the executioner's blade moved forward slowly. The mist of the land of water isn't bad. It's quite suitable for spreading. Kisame watched the scene and the smile on his face gradually faded. He could sense it. That was no ordinary poison. Mixed into that mist was an extraordinarily eerie chakra invading everyone's bodies. A power like this used here in the land of water was even more terrifying than poisonous mist. The Kirigakura ninja began to panic. Some tried to retreat, but their bodies only grew heavier. One forced out a water release, yet no sooner had the water taken shape than it was corrupted by the black-red chakra and wrapped back around its user. Uchiha Yu swung his blade. One swing, one kill. With every strike another body fell. The screams of the Kirigakura ninja were soon swallowed by the waves. In moments the reef coast fell silent again. All the Kirigakura ninja lay sprawled on the ground. Kisame looked at Uchiha Yu and his eyes finally changed. He had seen strong men. He had killed many strong men. But this Uchiha gave him a different feeling. Strong, calm, dangerous, and unlike those men who only knew how to shout slogans. When he killed there was no excitement, no hesitation. It was like taking out the trash. Kisame grinned, showing his teeth. You want to recruit me into Akatsuki? Uchiha Yu shook his head. Not an invitation. Kisame raised an eyebrow. Uchiha Yu looked at him, his voice flat. It's an opportunity for you to climb out of this pit, called Kirigakure. Kisame fell silent. Tobi laughed from the side. Kisame-san, Akatsuki can show you the real world. Kisame turned toward Tobi. The real world? Tobi's voice lowered. This world is full of falsehoods everywhere. Villages, missions, comrades, trust. All of them are lies. Only the Eye of the Moon plan can create a world without lies. Hearing this, Uchiha Yu laughed coldly in his heart. Here it was again. Obito's tired mantra. The world is fake, so I will create a dream. It might work on Kisame, but not on him. Besides, he had no intention of turning Kisame into Obito's loyal dog. Uchiha Yu interrupted directly. Don't bother listening to that. Tobi's tone stalled. Kisame looked at Uchiha Yu as well. Uchiha Yu stepped in front of Kisame and pointed at the Kirigakure bodies on the ground. What you hate isn't the world. It's the ones who forced you to kill your comrades and then dumped the blame on you. Kisame's gaze hardened. Uchiha Yu went on, what you loathe isn't missions. It's that everyone is lying, and yet they demand you believe the lies are the truth. What you want isn't some illusory dream. You just want to know why you should be swinging your blade at all. Kisame's smile vanished piece by piece. Behind his mask, Tobi's expression slowly cooled as well. Uchiha Yu's words were completely undercutting him. Yet these words were far more likely than his Eye of the Moon sermon to strike Kisame to the core. Because Uchiha Yu was not talking about some distant elusive ideal. He was speaking to the most real pain Kisame was carrying right now. Kisame stared at Uchiha Yu. Then what do you think I should swing my blade for? Uchiha Yu said calmly, for yourself. For an organization that won't turn around and silence you once the mission is over. For a future that dares to kill its enemies out in the open instead of playing the kind-hearted man behind closed doors. Kisame was silent for a long time. After a long silence, a smile surfaced on his face. This smile was different from the ones before. There was a little less madness, and far more genuine interest. Uchiha Yu, huh? You're more interesting than this guy in the mask. Tobi. A faint smile tugged at Uchiha Yu's lips. So are you in? Kisame hoisted his blade and grinned. I can join, but I have one condition. Uchiha Yu asked, what condition? A fighting intent rose in Kisame's eyes. Fight me. If you earn my respect, I'll go with you. Tobi stood nearby, seemingly smiling, but his heart had gone cold. The situation had already started to tilt off course. It should have been him persuading Kisame. But now Kisame's attention was almost entirely fixated on Uchiha Yu. That wasn't good. Uchiha Yu smiled instead. He dragged the executioner's blade forward one step. Fine. Kisame tightened his grip on his greatsword, excitement spreading across his shark-like face. Then show me just how strong the Uchiha, who killed Juzo Biwa, really is. The Mangekyo slowly revolved in Uchiha Yu's eyes. You'll see, but a word of warning. I don't treat wounds that are too serious. Kisame was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Good. Arrogant enough. I like it. Waves crashed against the rocks. The blood mist hung thick in the air. One was the future tailed beast of Akatsuki. One was the Uchiha with the umbrella Mangekyo. The two men's chakra exploded outward at the same moment. The next moment, Kisame charged out first. Uchiha Yu gripped the executioner's blade, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Hashigaki Kisame. From today onward, you will no longer be Obito's pawn. You will be my man. The land of water, a jagged reef coast. Boom. The sea erupted. Kisame Hashigaki's massive frame was hurled backward. His feet slid more than a dozen steps across the slick rocks before he barely managed to steady himself. The great sword in his hand was held horizontal across his chest with black-red traces of chakra still clinging to the blade. That chakra moved like a living creature, crawling along the sword and reaching for his arm. Kisame's eyes sharpened, and he erupted with chakra. Splash. A surge of water swept over the blade, washing away the wisp of black-red chakra. Even so, a momentary numbness seized his right arm. Annoying ability, Kisame said with a grin, his gaze settling on Uchiha Yu in the distance. Uchiha Yu gripped the executioner's blade with one hand, his black hair stirred by the sea breeze, while the Mangekyo in his eyes revolved slowly. It had been barely a dozen minutes since the fight began. Kisame's initial excitement had hardened into true seriousness. This man is strong. He had originally assumed that most Uchiha specialized in Jinjutsu fire release and the analytical power of the Sharingan. They might not be weak in close-quarters combat, but it was certainly not their forte. Uchiha Yu, however, was something else entirely. His taijutsu explosive power was absurdly overwhelming. Reinforced by that white umbrella Mangekyo, his speed, strength, and recovery had all skyrocketed. Even stranger was the black umbrella dojutsu in his left eye. Once his chakra touched you, your body and chakra pathways would be affected. Worse still, this was the land of water. Water vapor and sea mist were everywhere. For a water release shinobi like Kisame, this was a natural battlefield. But it was just as natural for Uchiha Yu. His pathogenic chakra could merge into the mist and spread like poison. It was a truly disgusting ability. Kisame had never encountered an enemy like this. Use water release against him, and he would taint your water release. Close in to cut him down. His chakra would worm into your body through the wound. Try to fight at a distance, and wear him down, and his right eye would ceaselessly repair his injuries. How were you supposed to fight that? Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his grin widened with excitement. Uchiha, those eyes of yours are even more interesting than I imagined. So still want to fight? Uchiha said calmly. Kisame tightened his grip on his greatsword. His fighting spirit had not died down, but he knew that if they continued this would no longer be a spar. He might still have trump cards to play, yet Uchiha had clearly not been serious either. At the very least, the legendary Susanoo, which only the Mangekyo Sharingan could awaken, had not been used. What was more, Uchiha was carrying Juzo Biwa's executioner's blade. Wasn't that a clear statement? It meant the young Uchiha before him had recently killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. After killing Juzo, he was still able to fight Kisame to this extent. His breathing was still so steady. Kisame lowered his greatsword and grinned. I'm done fighting. If we kept going, I'm afraid you really would dismantle me. The Mangekyo slowly faded from Uchiha-Yu's eyes. So, Kisame hefted his greatsword onto his shoulder and looked from Tobi to Uchiha-Yu. I can join the Akatsuki. Tobi clapped his hands at once. Ah, how wonderful. That way the place left vacant by Juzo's death is finally filled too. Kisame glanced at him. I'm not joining because of you. Tobi's clapping paused for a fraction of a second. Kisame pointed at Uchiha-Yu. I'm joining because of him. Tobi's single eye narrowed behind his mask. That statement was not without meaning. Although Kisame had agreed to join the Akatsuki, the first person he truly acknowledged from now on was not Tobi nor Pain. It was Uchiha-Yu. That meant Uchiha-Yu had not even been in the Akatsuki for long before he won the respect of a heavyweight powerhouse. That was hardly a good thing. Uchiha-Yu, however, seemed not to catch the weight of it, and simply nodded. A wise choice. Kisame laughed. I'm starting to look forward to it now. That organization you mentioned had better not be as rotten as the mist. Uchiha-Yu said, evenly, don't worry. If it turns rotten, I'll change it with my own hands. Tobi, why did that sound more and more unsettling? Since when was it your turn to change the Akatsuki? But he did not say it out loud. Now was not the time for a falling out. This Uchiha had to be brought back to the hidden rain first. Let Nagato see him. If he could be controlled, use him. If not, a cold glint shot through Tobi's eye. Then find a way to destroy him. Several days later, the land of rain. The drizzle never ended. The sky seemed pinned down by an iron-black curtain, and rain poured continuously from the clouds, washing over this land scarred by war. Towers stood in clusters, and steel pipes crisscrossed everywhere. The entire hidden rain village felt like an icy cage. Uchiha-Yu stood in the rain looking up at the tallest black tower in the distance. That was where Nagato dwelt, the true heart of the Akatsuki now. Kisame stood beside him, an intrigued expression on his face. This is the Akatsuki's base. It looks even gloomier than the hidden mist. Tobi said cheerfully, the hidden rain has always been like this. But you'll get used to it after a while. Uchiha-Yu said nothing. He watched the endless rain and narrowed his eyes. This rain was not ordinary rain. Chakra was mixed within it. This was Nagato's rain tiger, owl technique. The entire hidden rain village lay under his perception. From the moment they had entered the land of rain, Nagato had probably known. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Uchiha-Yu's mouth. Monitoring the whole village. Not bad. But compared with the skulking Anbu of the hidden leaf, at least Nagato's surveillance was more straightforward. Once they entered the hidden rain village, there were hardly any ordinary people on either side of the streets. The occasional passerby walked by with lowered head and numb eyes, as if long accustomed to the rain and oppression. Kisame glanced around and muttered, the people here have the same eyes as the mist. Uchiha-Yu said calmly, places left behind by war are mostly like this. Kisame looked at him. You don't seem like an ordinary Uchiha. Uchiha-Yu asked, what is an ordinary Uchiha supposed to be like? Kisame considered it. Arrogant, stubborn, certain they can see through everything. Uchiha-Yu smiled. Then perhaps you've misunderstood. The Uchiha don't merely think they see through everything. It's that often enough other people really are too stupid. Kisame was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Now that is very Uchiha. Tobi walked ahead, listening to their conversation, his expression behind the mask turning progressively darker. Kisame and Uchiha-Yu had become familiar far too quickly. That was not a good sign. Soon the three arrived at the foot of the tower. The tower door opened slowly. A figure stood behind the door. Long blue-violet hair. A black robe with red clouds. Conan. She calmly looked at Uchiha-Yu and Kisame, first resting her gaze on Kisame, and then on the executioner's blade on Uchiha-Yu's shoulder. Finally she turned to Tobi. Where is Juzo Biwa? Tobi spread his hands. Sadly, Senior Juzo is dead. Conan's gaze turned a little cold. Who killed him? Tobi raised his hand and pointed at Uchiha-Yu. He did. For a moment the rain seemed to fall silent. Conan's gaze finally settled completely on Uchiha-Yu. You killed an Akatsuki member and still dare to come here. Uchiha-Yu said calmly, he struck first. Killing him was justified. Conan's voice became icy. The Akatsuki is not a place for you to act recklessly. Uchiha-Yu looked at her. So I came. If you are dissatisfied, you can make your move now. The air snapped taut. Countless paper sheets drifted out from behind Conan like white wings, or blades ready to slice through flesh at any moment. Kisame bared his teeth in a grin and gripped his greatsword. Are we fighting the moment we arrive? This organization is certainly hospitable. Tobi hurriedly waved his hands. Don't be so tense. Even though Juzo has gone you past my test, and even successfully recruited Kisame. According to the Akatsuki's rules, he can take Juzo's place. Konan did not respond immediately. She simply stared into Uchiha Yu's eyes. Those eyes were not showing the Mangekyo at the moment, yet she could still sense danger. This Uchiha was not an ordinary rogue ninja. He was too calm. He had killed an Akatsuki member, walked into the Akatsuki's base, faced her and Tobi, and not shown the faintest hint of panic. A man like that was either insane or truly had the strength to back it up. A moment later Konan turned around. Pain wants to see you. Uchiha Yu said calmly. Perfect. I want to see him too. Deep within the high tower in a vast stone chamber, 6 figures stood in the shadows. A gaze cold as a deity gazed down from above. Heavenly Path Pain looked down upon Uchiha Yu and Kisame. Konan stood by his side. Zetsu leaned against the wall, still maintaining his unserious demeanor. Kakuzu rested against the wall, green eyes coldly observing the newcomer. Sasori, hidden within Hiriko, spoke with a raspy voice. You killed Toji and came to us with his blade. This newcomer certainly has guts. Kakuzu sneered. Guts are worthless. What's valuable is the head. The heads of the Kiri 7 are worth a fortune on the black market. Kisame glanced at Kakuzu, grinning. You must be Kakuzu. I heard you love money. Kakuzu replied coldly. In this world, only money doesn't betray. Kisame chuckled. That's true enough. Pain ignored their banter. His gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu, you killed an Akatsuki member, and now seek to join. Give me a reason. Uchiha Yu looked up at Heavenly Path Pain. The Rinnegan. The legendary Eye of the Sage. Uchiha Yu said calmly, the reason is simple. Toji of the Sword perished because he was weak. I stand here because I am stronger than him. Since Akatsuki recruits missing mean, you should not speak of comradeship. Whoever has value stays. Whoever lacks value dies. Upon these words the atmosphere in the stone chamber plummeted. Kisame's lips curved upward. That was direct enough. Kakuzu's eyes glinted with interest. This newcomer suited his taste. Even Sasori let out a low chuckle. Indeed, a person suited for Akatsuki. Konan furrowed her brow slightly. She disliked such remarks. Pain's voice remained cold. Akatsuki is no mere assassination organization. Uchiha Yu said, I know. That is why I came. Pain looked down upon him. Do you know Akatsuki's purpose? Uchiha Yu glanced at Zetsu, then returned his gaze. Collect the tailed beasts. Create deterrence. Suppress war with absolute power. Konan's eyes shifted subtly. Kakuzu and Sasori both turned to look at Uchiha Yu. Zetsu's single eye behind his mask grew cold. An ordinary newcomer should not know this. How did Uchiha Yu know? Pain's Rinnegan carried an added sense of pressure. Who told you? Uchiha Yu did not answer. He continued, that is irrelevant. What matters is that I can bring you closer to this goal. Pain said coldly, with you? With me. Also with the Uchiha. And with the civil unrest about to erupt in Konoha. Upon hearing the word Konoha, Sasori and Kakuzu's interest visibly increased. Kisame pondered thoughtfully. Konan's gaze became more serious. Pain asked, Konoha civil unrest. Uchiha Yu stated calmly, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups has reached the breaking point. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, the Konoha Council, and even Anbu Root are all watching the Uchiha. Without incident, within half a year major troubles will erupt within Konoha. He spoke in a bland tone. Yet each word was like a pebble dropping into the hearts of those in the stone chamber. Konoha, the head of the 5 great ninja villages. If a great turmoil erupted within Konoha, it would mean something entirely different for Akatsuki. It would not be an ordinary mission. It would be an opportunity to leverage the ninja world's balance of power. Kakuzu spoke first. Konoha has many bounty hunters. If we can enter during the chaos, there will indeed be considerable profit. Sasori said in a raspy voice, although the white fang of Konoha is dead. Konoha still owes the Sand Village. Konan remained silent. Pain remained cold. You wish to use Akatsuki. Uchiha Yu did not shy away. Correct. But Akatsuki can also use me. This is called cooperation. I am not here to kneel and beg for your acceptance. I am here to bring Akatsuki an opportunity grand enough. The air fell silent again. Zetsu said with a smile, Yu is quite confident. Uchiha Yu glanced at him. Those without confidence usually only dare to hide behind masks. Zetsu. Inside the stone chamber, Kisame nearly laughed aloud. Kakuzu also glanced at Zetsu. Though he did not care for Zetsu, seeing this always foolish fellow get flustered was rather amusing. The face behind Zetsu's mask darkened slightly. This Uchiha had a poisonous tongue. Pain did not press further. He looked at Uchiha Yu and slowly said, You may stay temporarily. But Akatsuki does not accept uncontrollable individuals. Uchiha Yu replied calmly. Then you will likely be disappointed. I have never been controlled by anyone. Konan's eyes grew cold. Paper shards reappeared. The pressure from Pain's body suddenly intensified. An terrifying oppressive aura enveloped the entire stone chamber. Kisame gripped his sword hilt. Kakuzu and Sasori adopted a watching theater attitude. Zetsu did not move, but his eyes grew cold. Uchiha Yu stood his ground, expression unchanged. Oppression. If Chibaku himself were present, he might take it seriously. But a mere heavenly path Pain was not enough to make him bow. Furthermore, today, he desired precisely this effect. In a place like Akatsuki, reasoning was useless. The more polite you were, the more they looked down on you. To establish footing among S-rank missing mean, the first thing was to tell them, do not mess with me. Pain said coldly, Uchiha you are you provoking a god? Uchiha you looked up meeting the Rinnegan gaze directly. God. If a god only hides in towers looking down upon suffering, then such a god is nothing special. Boom. The aura from Heavenly Path Pain erupted completely. An invisible repulsive force instantly pressed toward Uchiha Yu. Shinra Tensei. Though merely a probing strike, it was enough to blast away an elite jonin. Yet in the instant the repulsive force reached him, Uchiha Yu's right Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly manifested. White umbrella cellular reconstruction. Chakra erupted. Simultaneously his left eye's black umbrella pupil power spread, forming an extremely thin black-red chakra membrane before him. Boom. The repulsive force hit Uchiha Yu. The ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. Cracks spread like a spiderweb. Uchiha Yu did not fly outward. He merely slid half a step backward. Inside the stone chamber, everyone fell silent. Kisame's eyes blazed with battle intent. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. Even Sasori ceased his low chuckle. Konan's expression shifted slightly. Zetsu's single eye behind his mask sharply contracted. Blocked it. This Uchiha directly withstood Pain's repulsive force. Though Pain did not exert his full power, this was already astonishing. Uchiha Yu raised his hand to pat the dust from his shoulder, tone calm. If this is the power of a god, then I suggest you redefine god. Face-sapping. Utter face-sapping. Pain had just positioned himself as a god, yet Uchiha Yu immediately countered with Shinra Tensei and claimed such a god was nothing special. If others had said this, they would long been blasted into paste. But Uchiha Yu endured it. Thus when he said it, it carried weight. Pain's Rinnegan grew cold to the utmost. Konan also prepared to act. But at that moment Zetsu suddenly spoke. Enough. We are all comrades after all. There is no need to fight to the death upon first meeting. His tone was frivolous, but in his heart he had again raised Uchiha Yu's danger level. He could not let them fight to the death now. Otherwise damage to either party would not align with his plans. Uchiha Yu did not continue provoking. His purpose was achieved. Let Akatsuki know he was not a replaceable member like Toji of the Sword. Let Pain know he had the qualification to negotiate terms. Pain remained silent for a moment, then slowly withdrew his chakra. Uchiha Yu, you temporarily join Akatsuki. But you must remember, Akatsuki's goal will not change because of you. Uchiha Yu replied calmly, the goal naturally need not change. I merely wish to see it realized sooner. Pain gave him a deep look. I hope you are worth it. Having said this, Heavenly Path Pain turned and left. The other Pains also faded into the shadows. Konan gave Uchiha Yu a cold glance. Follow me. Your room and Kisame's have been arranged. Uchiha Yu nodded. Before leaving he glanced at Zetsu. Zetsu waved cheerfully as always. Yuku and welcome to Akatsuki. Uchiha Yu said calmly, do not rush to welcome me. You will be more surprised later. Zetsu. For some reason he suddenly felt this was not a good thing. A side chamber in the tower. The room was not large. A bed, a table, a window. Outside the window the rain never stopped. Uchiha Yu sat by the table, the decapitating sword leaning against the wall. Kisame stood at the doorway glancing at his own room, then at Uchiha Yu. This organization is quite interesting. On the very first day, we nearly came to blows. Uchiha Yu said, if we don't fight a little they won't know what you're worth. Kisame grinned. Were you deliberately provoking Pain just now, eh? Uchiha Yu did not deny it. The Akatsuki is not Konoha. In Konoha if you follow the rules others will use the rules to crush you. In the Akatsuki if you follow the rules others will only think you're weak. If you want to have a say here you first have to let them know you have the ability to overturn the table. Kisame nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. Then he suddenly looked at Uchiha Yu. So what do you plan to do next? Uchiha Yu gazed at the curtain of rain outside the window. Find someone to talk to. Kisame was taken aback. Talk. Uchiha Yu said calmly. Some things cannot be said in front of everyone. Especially in a place like the Akatsuki. Kisame thought for a moment then grinned. What do you need me to do? Uchiha Yu glanced at him. Rest. And keep Toby from bothering me. I'm good at that. Late night. The rain grew denser. Uchiha Yu left the room. The corridor was dim and the pipes along the walls emitted a low rumbling vibration. This was the tower of Amigakure. It was also the core of Pain's control over the hidden rain. The power of the black umbrella pupil in Uchiha Yu's left eye spread slightly, sensing the flow of chakra within the rain. The rain tiger at will technique was indeed exquisite. But the more exquisite the technique, the clearer the chakra pathways it leaves behind. For others this is a surveillance network. For Uchiha Yu it was a map. A moment later he stopped before a door. Behind the door, he sensed Konan's presence. Uchiha Yu raised his hand and knocked. Knock. Knock. Soon Konan's cold voice came from inside. Who? Uchiha Yu. After a brief silence the door opened. Konan stood behind the door, her expression cold. What do you want from me? Uchiha Yu looked at her. To talk. Konan frowned. We have nothing to talk about. Uchiha Yu said calmly. About Yahiko. Konan's eyes changed instantly. Paper shards materialized silently sharp as blades. Her voice was icy cold. What do you know? Uchiha Yu did not retreat. I know more than you imagine. Konan stared at him intently. After a moment she stepped aside. Come in. The door closed. The room was lit by only a dim lamp. Konan stood by the table, the paper shards still floating around her. If Uchiha Yu said one wrong word, she would strike immediately. Uchiha Yu sat down, his expression calm. Konan said coldly. Speak. If you're only using Yahiko to test me, I'll kill you. Uchiha, you said calmly. Hanzo of the Salamander set a trap, threatening Yahiko and Nagato with your life. To stop Nagato from killing you, Yahiko impaled himself on a kunai and died. From that day on, Nagato completely abandoned your original ideals. Conan's pupils slightly contracted. Very few people knew about this. How could Uchiha Yu and Uchiha from Konoha know this? Her voice carried suppressed murderous intent. Who told you? Uchiha Yu did not answer, but continued. You've always believed that was merely Hanzo's betrayal. But have you ever wondered why Hanzo at that time suddenly knew your whereabouts so precisely? Why was he so certain that killing Yahiko would destroy the Akatsuki? Why were there shinobi in that ambush who didn't belong to the Hidden Rain? Conan's breath caught slightly. Uchiha Yu looked up at her. Because behind that incident there was also Konoha's root. Danzo Shimura. Bang. The paper shards burst out instantly. Dozens of paper blades suspended in front of Uchiha Yu less than half an inch from his throat. The murderous intent in Conan's eyes almost became tangible. Say that again. Uchiha Yu's expression did not change. Danzo was involved in Yahiko's death. He didn't want an organization that could bring peace to arise in the Land of Rain. He needed the Land of Rain to remain in chaos. He also needed Hanzo to contain you. So he helped Hanzo set up that scheme. Conan's fingers trembled slightly. She wanted to deny it. But she knew that many details Uchiha Yu mentioned matched up. That ambush back then had indeed been too sudden. Hanzo's actions didn't seem like an impromptu decision either. And that name Danzo. She had heard it. The darkness of Konoha. A man who would sell out anyone for his own benefit. Conan's voice was hoarse. Evidence. Uchiha Yu said calmly. I killed 3 root operatives. From their minds I saw part of the old archives. In Danzo's root base there are even more complete records. If you want evidence I can take you to Konoha to get it yourself. Conan fell silent. The only sound in the room was the rain. After a long while she asked, why are you telling me all this? Uchiha Yu looked at her. Because I want to kill Danzo. And you have your own reasons to kill him. Conan's gaze was complicated. You want to use us? Uchiha Yu nodded. That's right. But I'm not lying to you. Using someone and deceiving them are 2 different things. Conan said nothing. Uchiha Yu continued. I wouldn't say these things in public. Because it would embarrass you and Nagato, and it would make Tobi wary. Hearing Tobi, Conan's brow twitched slightly. Uchiha Yu didn't go deeper, leaving it at that. In the Akatsuki, not everyone is on the same page as you two. Conan, you should know that better than I do. Conan's eyes darkened slightly. What exactly are you trying to say? Uchiha Yu stood up. Tomorrow, let me meet Nagato alone. Conan's pupils contracted. You know Nagato? Uchiha Yu looked at her, his voice calm. The 6 paths of pain are powerful. But they are not the real body. The true wielder of the Rinnegan is Nagato. The paper shards tightened abruptly. Conan's killing intent was even stronger than before. This was the Akatsuki's highest secret. Uchiha Yu actually knew this. Conan said coldly. You know too much. Uchiha Yu replied calmly. That's exactly why I must stay alive. Because what I know can help you kill the ones who truly deserve to die. Conan was silent. Kill him. Of course she had thought about it. But she wasn't confident. Earlier pains Shinra Tensei hadn't been able to push Uchiha Yu back much. Moreover, since Uchiha Yu dared to come to her alone, it meant he was confident he could escape. Most importantly, Yahiko's death. Danzo. These words were like a thorn that had lodged in her heart. She couldn't pretend she hadn't heard them. After a long moment, Conan retracted the paper shards. I will ask Pain. Uchiha Yu smiled. You will let him meet me. Conan said coldly. You're very confident. Uchiha Yu walked toward the door. It's not confidence. It's that I hit the most painful spot. The door opened. Uchiha Yu stepped into the rain. Conan stood in the room, unmoving for a long time. Under the dim light, her fingers slowly clenched. Yahiko, Danzo, Konoha. If what Uchiha Yu said was true, then perhaps from the very beginning they had missed one person in the direction of the hatred she and Nagato had carried all these years. The next day, deep within the tallest tower of Amigakure, inside a hidden chamber, Uchiha Yu finally met Nagato. He was gaunt, withered. Red hair hung down. Black rods jutted from his back. The shadow of the ghetto statue loomed in the depths of the room like a slumbering monster. Conan stood beside Nagato, her expression cold, yet complicated. Nagato raised his head, his Rinnegan resting calmly on Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu. You wish to see me? Uchiha Yu looked at the man dragged into the abyss by suffering, his expression calm. It isn't that I wish to see you. It is that you should see me. Nagato's voice was hoarse. What makes you think so? Uchiha Yu stepped forward. Conan immediately raised her hand. Paper slips materialized. But Nagato said softly, Conan. Conan stopped, yet her gaze remained wary. Uchiha Yu did not step closer. He looked at Nagato and said calmly, because I can tell you why Yahiko died. Nagato's Rinnegan abruptly narrowed. The air in the room turned heavy in an instant. A terrifying pressure of chakra descended upon Uchiha Yu. Had he been an ordinary shinobi, he would likely have fallen to his knees long ago. But Uchiha Yu simply stood there completely unaffected. He looked at Nagato and said word by word, Yahiko died because of Hanzo's betrayal. And because of Danzo's scheming. More than that, he died because you believed too much that the so-called great men would observe a bottom line. Nagato's voice was cold. Go on. Uchiha Yu said Hanzo of the Salamander feared that you would replace him. Danzo feared that the Land of Rain would give rise to a peace organization beyond Konoha's control. So they joined forces. Hanzo provided the manpower, Danzo provided intelligence and root. You were surrounded and cut down. Konan was taken hostage. Yahiko died. You fell into agony. From then on, Akatsuki became something else entirely. Every sentence landed like a knife. Konan lowered her head, her fingertips turning slightly pale. Nagato's chakra grew heavier and heavier. What evidence do you have? Uchiha, you said calmly, Root's archives. The secret's inside Danzo's mind. And what is about to happen to the Uchiha clan? Nagato watched him. The Uchiha, you sneered. If Danzo could help Hanzo kill Yahiko back then today, he can help the Third Hokage force Itachi Uchiha to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan. Konan's expression flickered. Even Nagato's Rinnegan showed a trace of disturbance. Uchiha, you continued, you think Konoha is cleaner than Hanzo. No. Konoha is simply better at packaging itself. Hanzo held his blade in plain sight. Danzo hid his blade in his sleeve. And Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by pretending he had seen nothing. Nagato fell silent. The words were harsh, but they were also true. He had seen too much hypocrisy among the great nations. He had seen too many corpses behind the so-called peace. Uchiha, you looked at him, and continued, Nagato. You want the world to feel pain. But have you ever considered that the one who truly created your pain is still alive and well? He sits beneath Konoha. He controls Root. He continues to use other people's lives to maintain his so-called dark peace. Before you unleash your pain upon the entire world, shouldn't you go see him first? The room fell into a terrible silence. Nagato said nothing, but the black rods at his back began to tremble faintly. Konan looked at Nagato, her eyes carrying suppressed grief and rage. Danzo. If all of this was true, that name had to vanish from the shinobi world. Nagato finally spoke. You want Akatsuki to help you take on Konoha? Uchiha, you nodded. Yes. Nagato asked, what can the Uchiha offer Akatsuki? Uchiha, you was already prepared. First, intelligence from inside Konoha. Second, the locations of Root's bases. Third, intelligence on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Fourth, the combat strength of the Uchiha clan. Fifth, an opportunity for Akatsuki to truly shake the shinobi world. Nagato's eyes shifted subtly. The Nine-Tails. Uchiha, you said calmly, don't misunderstand. I won't help you capture the Nine-Tails now. But I know where the Nine-Tails is, and I know how Konoha protects it. When the time is right in the future, I can let Akatsuki obtain what you want at the smallest cost. These were bargaining chips. But he would not hand over all of them. Uchiha, you knew well that in a negotiation the gravest mistake is revealing every card at the very start. Nagato asked, what do you want? Uchiha Yu's voice was calm, yet laced with a biting chill. The night of the Uchiha massacre. I want the 6 paths of pain, Konan, Sasori, Kakazu, and Kisame to enter Konoha with me. There are only 3 targets. Danzo, Root, and everyone who took part in the plan to annihilate the Uchiha. Konan's eyes jolted with shock. The night of the Uchiha massacre. Nagato also frowned slightly. You think Konoha will wipe out the Uchiha? Uchiha, you laughed coldly. It's not a belief. They have already begun preparing. This trip of mine outside the village was a killing trap set by Danzo. The 3 Anbu who followed me were all Root. They're dead. Before they died, I saw part of the plan inside their minds. Konan's voice was icy. You killed them already. Uchiha, you said flatly, of course. People who want me dead don't get to live until the new year. Nagato was silent for a moment. Then he said abruptly, you are very much like the current Akatsuki. Uchiha, you shook his head. No, I am not like Akatsuki. The current Akatsuki is still waiting for pain to descend upon the world. I, on the other hand, prefer to deliver pain precisely into the hands of those who are meant to receive it. The look Konan gave Uchiha you finally changed. Those words were even more composed than Nagato's desire to make the entire world feel pain. And even more frightening. Because Uchiha Yu's hatred was not diffuse. It was targeted. Danzo, Root, Konoha's high command. He was not a mad dog. He was a blade. A blade that knew exactly whom it should cut. Nagato looked at Uchiha Yu. If Akatsuki helps you, which side will the Uchiha take afterward? Uchiha Yu answered, the side that allows the Uchiha to survive. Nagato's eyes turned cold. That is not an answer. Uchiha Yu smiled. That is the answer. Nagato, I am not your follower. Nor will I kneel before the Rinnegan and call you a god. Akatsuki wants to unify the shinobi world and needs power. The Uchiha want to survive and also need power. For now our goals are aligned. That is enough. Konan frowned. Only for now. Uchiha Yu looked at her. Eternal loyalty is more often than not a lie. A temporary alignment of interests is, if anything, the most reliable. Because both sides know exactly what betrayal would cost. Nagato was not angered. Instead, he was silent for a long time. This Uchiha spoke harshly. But he was more genuine than most people. Over the years, Akatsuki had seen too many rogue shinobi. Greedy ones. Mad ones. Desperate ones. Escaping ones. But Uchiha Yu was different. He knew exactly what he wanted. He also knew exactly what Akatsuki wanted. He had not come to pledge allegiance. He had come to strike a deal. Nagato spoke slowly. I can consider your proposal. Uchiha Yu shook his head. You don't have much time to consider. Konan's eyes turned cold. Uchiha Yu, mind your tone. Uchiha Yu looked at Nagato. The Uchiha massacre is at most 6 months away. As for Shisui having his eyes taken by Danzo, it may be only a few months away, or even less. If Danzo obtains Koto Amatsukami, trying to kill him later will only become more troublesome. Koto Amatsukami. Konan had no idea what that was. But Nagato could feel the weight in Uchiha Yu's tone. What is it? Uchiha Yu said it is Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyoi technique. It is said to be the strongest Jinjutsu. It can permanently alter a person's will without the other party ever noticing. Conan's expression changed dramatically. Even Nagato's Rinnegan finally showed clear ripples, permanently altering a person's will. If Danzo obtained such eyes, the consequences would be unthinkable. Uchiha, you said calmly, now do you understand? Danzo is no ordinary enemy. Let him live, and he will hide in the darkness forever, paving his path with other people's lives. Yahiko was only the beginning. The Uchiha will not be the end. The atmosphere in the room became suffocating beyond measure. Nagato slowly closed his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them again. His Rinnegan was as cold as divine judgment. Danzo must die? Conan's fingers tightened slightly. The corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth finally curled upward. Step 1 was done, but he did not reveal too much excitement. In front of Nagato, showing his emotions too early would do no good. Nagato continued, however, Akatsuki will not act unconditionally for the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu nodded. Of course. I will pay you. Conan asked what payment. Uchiha Yu raised 3 fingers. First, Danzo's root files. Inside are a great number of dark files on Konoha, the land of Rain's Tsunade and Awagakure. Second, part of Konoha's post-war funds and jutsu reserves. Kakuzu will be pleased. Third, the Uchiha's intelligence support for Akatsuki's future operations. Nagato looked at him. What else? Uchiha Yu smiled. Also the heads of Konoha's high command. Wouldn't that to you be the finest declaration as well? Conan fell silent. True. If Akatsuki could slay Danzo inside Konoha and annihilate Root, its deterrence would instantly rise to an entirely new level. For the first time, the shinobi world would truly realize Akatsuki was no ordinary group of rogue shinobi. They could reach into the heart of the 5 great villages. Nagato said slowly, I will send the 6 paths of pain to participate. Conan looked at Nagato. Nagato continued, Conan, you will go as well. Conan nodded. Uchiha Yu said, I will speak to Sasori and Kakuzu myself. Nagato glanced at him. Are you confident you can persuade them? Uchiha Yu said, evenly. Sasori wants revenge. Kakuzu wants money. Those kinds of people are the easiest to persuade. Conan could not help saying, you really take a simple view of people. Uchiha Yu shook his head. It's not simplicity. As long as a person still has desires, there is a doorway into negotiation. The most troublesome are those full of high-sounding ideals, but unable to admit what they themselves truly want. Conan was taken aback. She could not shake the feeling that those words described who they used to be. Nagato did not continue the argument. You may leave. Uchiha Yu nodded. Before turning to leave, he suddenly stopped. Nagato. Nagato looked at him. Without looking back, Uchiha Yu said calmly, Yahiko's ideal was not wrong. What was wrong was your belief that kindness alone could make men like Hanzo and Danzo lay down their blades. If you want peace, you must first have the power to silence everyone. On this point, the current you understands it better than Yahiko did back then. Nagato was silent. Uchiha Yu pushed open the door and left. In the room, only Nagato and Conan remained. Conan asked in a low voice, do you trust him? Nagato looked toward the doorway, his voice hoarse. Not entirely. But much of what he said cannot be ignored. Pain flickered in Conan's eyes. If Danzo truly had a part in Yahiko's death, Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly turned cold. Then the darkness of Konoha shall feel pain. After leaving Nagato's hidden chamber, Uchiha Yu did not return to his own room. He descended along the tower and stopped outside a gloomy puppet workshop. Before he even drew close, a mingled scent of poison and metal rushed at him. This was the domain of Sasori of the Red Sand. The door was unlocked. Or rather, Sasori was not afraid of anyone coming in. Uchiha Yu pushed the door open. Puppet parts filled the room. Incomplete limb models hung on the walls. Under the dim light, Hiriko sat silently in the center of the room. A hoarse voice spoke. Newcomer, didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering someone else's room? Uchiha Yu said indifferently, I'm in a hurry. Sasori sneered. Then you'd better have something important. Otherwise I won't mind turning you into a new collectible. Uchiha Yu glanced around. Your taste in collectibles is mediocre. The room went silent for a moment. Hiriko's tail stinger rose slightly. Killing intent filled the air. Sasori's voice turned colder. Uchiha Yu, do you want to die? Uchiha Yu was unperturbed. Konoha. The 2 words landed. Hiriko's tail stinger halted. Uchiha Yu looked at Sasori and continued on, planning to move against Konoha. The targets include Danzo, Root, Konoha, Yanbu, and a number of Konoha's upper echelon. Are you interested? Sasori did not answer at once. After a moment, he said hoarsely, Konoha's White Fang is already dead. You aren't the one who killed him. Uchiha Yu replied, but Konoha is still standing. Your parents died at the hands of Konoha shinobi. The enmity between Tsunade and Konoha will not fade because the White Fang killed himself. Sasori said coldly, are you trying to convince me with that kind of talk? Uchiha Yu shook his head. I have no interest in sentimental speeches. I'm only telling you that on the night of the massacre, I will open Konoha's gates. Root Shinobi, Elite, Anbu, the Shimura clan, and a mountain of experimental materials. You can choose for yourself. Sasori fell silent. More than hatred, he cared about eternity and art. But Konoha's body materials, especially the corpses of elite shinobi, were genuinely valuable. Moreover, he was not entirely indifferent to the old grudge between Konoha and Tsunade. A hoarse laugh came from within Hiriko. Uchiha Yu, you're much more direct than Tobi. He always likes to spout boring, empty boasts. Uchiha Yu said, because empty boasts can't be traded for puppet materials. Sasori let out a laugh. I can go, but the corpses belong to me. Uchiha Yu said calmly, there are restrictions. Sasori's voice turned cold. Are you making demands of me? Uchiha, you looked at Hiriko. Uchiha clan members and civilians are off limits. Root, Anbu, and the Shimura clan are yours to do with as you please. Sasori was silent for a moment. Fine. Uchiha, you turned and left. Just before going out the door, he added, by the way, Danzo has Hashirama cell experiment data. It might be useful for your human puppet technique. Inside Hiriko, Sasori's eyes finally changed. Hashirama cells. Uchiha, you didn't look back. If you want them, come to Konoha and take them yourself. The door closed. The workshop fell quiet again. Sasori chuckled softly. Interesting. That newcomer is better at business than I imagined. The last person, Uchiha, you went to see was Kakuzu. Kakuzu's room was easy to find. No need to ask. You only had to follow the scent of money. When he pushed the door open, Kakuzu was going over his ledgers. A stack of bounty lists sat on the desk. Seeing Uchiha you enter, Kakuzu didn't even lift his head. If you've come to borrow money, you can get the hell out now. Uchiha, you sat down across from him. I've come to give you money. Kakuzu's hand turning ledger pages stopped. He raised his head, his green eyes fixed on Uchiha you with a deep, eerie gleam. Speak. Simple. Direct. Effective. Uchiha you admired that about Kakuzu. Compared with people full of grand ideals, a man who set a price on everything like Kakuzu was the easiest to work with. Uchiha you said, I'm going to strike at Konoha's route. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. Konoha. Uchiha you nodded. Danzo's route. It has an independent treasury, mission bounties, black market account books, sealed weapons, and the wealth the Shimura clan has hoarded for years. Kakuzu's eyes lit up at once. How much? Uchiha you held up one finger. Kakuzu sneered. 10 million ryo. Uchiha you shook his head. At least 10 times that. Kakuzu was silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned serious. Kakuzu slowly closed his ledger. You're sure? Uchiha you said flatly, Danzo has run route for decades. Assassinations, intelligence, human experiments, secret dealings. Do you think he'd be poor? Kakuzu began to think. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. A man like Danzo could not possibly lack his own financial pipeline. Root was not fully bound by public finances. It had to be hiding a vast amount of money. If he could plunder Root. For the first time in ages, Kakuzu's heart beat a little faster. He looked at Uchiha you. I want 30%. Uchiha you answered at once. 20%. Kakuzu sneered. You think I'm joking? Uchiha you said calmly, I'll give you the location of Root's vault, the chance to enter Konoha, and a safe escape route. You only need to get your hands on the money. 20% is already more than enough. Kakuzu's eyes were cold and sinister. 30%. Uchiha you looked at him. Apart from money, I can give you something else. Kakuzu asked what? Uchiha you said action files on Konoha shinobi with high bounties, including some Anbu rosters that should never have circulated on the black market. Kakuzu fell silent. This kind of thing was valuable to him as well. Its long-term value was even higher. After a moment, Kakuzu said 25%. Uchiha you stood up. Deal. Kakuzu looked at him. You agreed too quickly. Uchiha you said calmly, because I planned to give you 25% from the start. Kakuzu fell silent. He suddenly felt that he had been outmaneuvered by this brat. Uchiha you walked to the door, then turned back and added, Kakuzu, don't think about taking the money and not doing the job. Kakuzu sneered. No one has ever dared to threaten me. A mangekyo flickered briefly in Uchiha yu's eyes. There is now? Kakuzu's green eyes condensed slightly. They stared at each other for a moment. Finally, Kakuzu let out a low laugh. You little Uchiha brat. You'd better really let me see that much money. Uchiha you smiled. Don't worry. Danzo will foot the bill for me. When he returned to his room, Kisame was leaning against the door. He looked at Uchiha you and grinned. All done talking. Uchiha you nodded. More or less. Kisame asked what's the result. Uchiha you walked into the room and said flatly, Pain will go. Konan will go. Sasori will go. Kakuzu will go. You will go too. Kisame was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help laughing. You've only been in Akatsuki for a day, and you've already dragged half the organization into attacking Konoha. Uchiha you poured a glass of water and said calmly, let me correct that. It's not attacking Konoha. It's cleaning Konoha. Kisame looked at him, his smile growing richer. Now I finally understand why you dared to say you were going to reform this organization. You didn't come to join Akatsuki. You came to take over Akatsuki. Uchiha you took a sip of water and did not deny it. Outside the window, the rain kept falling. In the distant shadows, a white Zetsu clone silently sank into the wall. Moments later, atop another tower in Amigakure, Toby stood in the rain listening to the intelligence white Zetsu brought. His face behind the mask sank completely. Uchiha you had met Konan alone. Then he had seen Nagato. Next he had persuaded Sasori. Finally, he had reached a deal with Kakuzu. In just one day, on his first day in Akatsuki, he was already bypassing Toby and directly influencing the organization's core members. This was not a pawn. This was a man trying to seize the chessboard. Toby said in a low voice, Uchiha you. Exactly how much do you know? White Zetsu poked half of his body out of the ground. Do you want me to deal with him now? Toby was silent for a moment. Rainwater slid down his mask. No. If we kill him, now Nagato and Konan will suspect us. And Konoha still needs him to stir up chaos. White Zetsu asked, then what do we do? Toby's single eye glinted coldly. Let him return to Konoha first. Let the Uchiha and Konoha's high-ranking officials slaughter each other. When he and Konoha have both suffered heavy losses, then deal with him. White Zetsu asked with a grin, what if he wins? Toby did not answer immediately. After a long silence, he said coldly, then that proves he's more dangerous than I thought. When that time comes, he can't be treated as just a pawn anymore. The rain grew louder. On the other side, Uchiha stood at the window gazing at the darkness of Amagakure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He knew White Zetsu had come. He also knew Obito would definitely get the news. But so what? He wanted Obito to know. The game of Akatsuki was no longer something Obito alone could control. From the moment Uchiha stepped into Amagakure, Uchiha slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a wisp of black-red chakra pulsed slowly like a virus. Danzo, you sent me out of the village. I'm bringing Akatsuki back. This return gift, I hope you like it. Hidden Rain Village. Inside a black tower. Outside the window, the rain fell in an unbroken murmur. Uchiha stood by the window. In his palm, a thread of black-red chakra pulsed slowly like a breathing font of contagion. This was one of the things that let him swagger across the shinobi world these days. His left eye, black umbrella pathogen dominion. His right eye, white umbrella cellular reconstruction. The one corrupted enemies. The other strengthened himself. In single combat, he could outlast most powerhouses of the same rank. In group battles, he could turn the whole battlefield into a contamination zone. Even so, Uchiha knew it all too well. The Mangekyo Sharingan was not infinite after all. The stronger its power, the heavier the price. Sight, eye power, spirit, chakra. Every activation of the Mangekyo was a trade of the future for the present. That was why most Uchiha of every generation who awakened the Mangekyo wound up blind or dead. It was not that they were weak. It was that these eyes themselves were a curse. Uchiha closed his eyes slightly. From deep in his sockets came a faint, burning throb. Since leaving Konoha today, he had used the Mangekyo too many times in a row. First he killed 3 root operatives. Then he killed Biwa Juzo. Then he crossed blows with Kisame. And just now he had withstood Pain's Shinra Tensei head-on forcibly, proving his dominance in front of Pain, Konan, Sasori, and Kakuzu. It was satisfying, sure, but the drain was also immense. If an ordinary Uchiha Mangekyo were used this hard, not to mention half a year, the eyes would probably be destroyed in 2 or 3 months. Uchiha raised a hand and rubbed his brow, murmuring to himself, "So I still need to resolve the eye problem as quickly as possible." The instant he finished speaking, suddenly an icy mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding. Detected, the host has formally entered the Akatsuki organization's main storyline. Detected, the host has changed the pre-catastrophe plot of the original clan massacre. Detected, key story figure Hoshigaki Kisame has shifted his allegiance. The mastermind villain system is now formally activated. Uchiha's movements faltered. Finally it had come. There was little surprise in his eyes, rather he looked as if he had long anticipated this. In fact, from the first day he had transmigrated into this world, he sensed that something was hidden deep in his body. It had been waiting for him to truly step onto the road of altering the plot. Until today, when he killed Biwa Juzo, recruited Kisame, joined the Akatsuki, and successfully persuaded Nagato, Konan, Sasori, and Kakuzu. The original Naruto plot had already begun to derail completely. Only now did the system truly awaken. Uchiha's lips curved faintly. Mastermind villain system. The name fits my situation well enough. This system is designed to assist the host in becoming the ultimate behind-the-scenes controller of the Naruto world. The host can earn mastermind points by altering the plot, manipulating organizations, defeating important figures, and changing the fates of key characters. Mastermind points can be used to strengthen ocular power, restore vision, formulate plans, exchange for special abilities, and match bloodlines. Uchiha's eyes shifted slightly. Exactly as he thought. The reason he dared to use the Mangekyo so liberally was not simple recklessness. It was because he had long noticed that the sleeping power within him could slowly repair damaged ocular power. Before the system had fully activated, he could only passively enjoy part of the effect. Now that the system was formally online, many things were finally laid bare. The next moment, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Host Uchiha. Age 16. Bloodline Uchiha clan. Eyes Mangekyo Sharingan. Left eye technique black umbrella pathogen dominion. Right eye technique white umbrella cellular reconstruction. Susanoo initial stage. Current mastermind points 18000. Current main quest countdown to the clan massacre night. Uchiha studied the panel, his eyes narrowing slightly. 18,000 mastermind points. Seems what I've done these past few days is worth quite a bit. The system's voice continued. Host killed Biwa Juzo, altering the composition of the Akatsuki. Gained 3000 mastermind points. Host recruited Hoshigaki Kisame ahead of schedule, changing Kisame's factional allegiance. Gained 5000 mastermind points. Host persuaded Konan, altering the Akatsuki's internal trust structure. Gained 3000 mastermind points. Host reached a partnership with Nagato, changing the Akatsuki's trajectory. Gained 5000 mastermind points. Host influenced the subsequent choices of Sasori and Kakuzu. Gained 2000 mastermind points. Uchiha nodded. Reasonable. Though he had not yet truly attacked Konoha, the chessboard had already begun to change. The Akatsuki's original pace had been forcibly dragged forward and reversed. Kisame had not been won over by Obito first. Konan and Nagato learned ahead of time that Danzo was involved in Yahiko's death. Sasori and Kakuzu had also been stirred by interest from Konoha. These changes were enough to shift the course of the coming plot. Just then the system's voice sounded again. First stage main quest issued. Quest name: Prevent the Clan Massacre Night. Quest objective: prevent the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, preserve the Uchiha's core combat power, and settle accounts with the masterminds behind the Massacre Night. Quest goals. First, Uchiha Shisui must survive. Second, Uchiha Itachi must not carry out the clan massacre plan. Third, the Uchiha clan's mortality rate must remain below 10%. Fourth, kill or completely neutralize Shimura Danzo. Fifth, destroy Root's core system. Quest reward: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Bonus rewards will be issued based on completion. Uchiha use breath caught. Eternal Mangekyo. This reward was exactly what he needed most right now. The Mangekyo was powerful, but its side effects meant it could not be used at high intensity for long. The Eternal Mangekyo, by contrast, was a completely different story. It not only eliminated the side effects of the eye techniques, but also allowed Susanoo to truly grow into maturity. More importantly, the Eternal Mangekyo, given by the system, did not require him to take his relative's eyes. That saved him the greatest moral and practical trouble. Uchiha, you said softly. What is the Eternal Mangekyo's form? The Eternal Mangekyo will fuse the uranium core pattern provided by the system onto the basis of the host's original Umbrella Mangekyo. After fusion, the design will show an outer layer of black-red umbrella pathogen markings and an inner layer of the uranium-235 fission symbol. Symbolism: the union of biochemical calamity and the authority of nuclear fission. The Eternal Mangekyo gains a new ultimate eye technique: uranium transmutation. Uchiha Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Uranium transmutation. That name felt remarkably fitting for him. What are its specific abilities? Uranium transmutation, using the Eternal Mangekyo's ocular power to interfere with time flow at the target's cellular level, thereby changing the target's physical age. It can turn a target into a child or an old person, or briefly adjust the host and a target to a certain physical state. This ability can affect the host himself, enemies, or allies. Cost: extremely high chakra consumption. Limitations: the stronger the target, the smaller the age change, and the shorter the duration. Permanently altering a target's age requires massive chakra and mastermind points. A brilliant glint flashed deep in Uchiha Yu's pupils. Changing age. At first glance, this ability was not as straightforward as Amaterasu Tsukuyami or Kamui. But in reality, it was absurdly overpowered. A shinobi's strength was closely tied to the state of their body. Youth, peak, senescence, childhood. Each stage brought an entirely different level of combat power. If a Kage-level powerhouse were forcibly aged by decades, even for just a few minutes, it would be enough to reverse the battle. If an enemy were turned into a child, their chakra reserves, physical strength, and reaction speed would all plummet. No matter how strong they were, they would instantly lose their edge. And what about using it on one's own side? Tsunade, for example. Nagato, for example. If a weakened state could be forcibly dragged back to their prime, that would be a strategic class ability. Of course, the cost was massive chakra. That was only reasonable. Time, age, cellular flow, these concepts were already absurdly exaggerated. It would be strange if there were no price. But for Uchiha Yu, this limitation was not impossible to solve. In the future, there were Hashirama cells. There was tailed beast chakra. There was the Uzumaki bloodline. There were the Akatsuki's resources. As long as he obtained the Eternal Mangekyo, this eye technique would become the key to truly stepping into the realm beyond Kage. Uchiha Yu slowly exhaled, the excitement in his eyes vanishing as quickly as it came. System. How much longer can my Mangekyo keep going? Based on the host's current usage frequency, without the system's cushioning, your vision will noticeably decline within 3 months. Since the system has activated mastermind points, may be consumed to repair ocular damage. Currently available function: ocular power maintenance. For every 1,000 mastermind points consumed, 1 instance of moderate Mangekyo deterioration can be repaired. Uchiha Yu smiled. 18,000 mastermind points. Enough for him to spend lavishly for a while. Of course, he couldn't really spend all his mastermind points on repairing his eyes. Next, he was returning to Konoha, where an even bigger scheme had to be arranged. Activate 1 eye power maintenance. Consumed 1,000 mastermind points. Repairing eye power loss. The next moment, an ice-cold force flooded into both eyes. The scorching pain deep in his eye sockets quickly subsided. His vision grew clear. His mind relaxed a great deal as well. Uchiha Yu closed his eyes, feeling his eye power recover, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Comfortable. No wonder transmigrators all loved systems. This feeling of cheating was indeed addictive. He quickly suppressed the excitement, though. A golden finger is a tool, not something to rely on. In a world like Naruto's, what was truly terrifying was never just power. It was also intelligence, schemes, hearts. Black Zetsu had survived for 1,000 years not by relying on his fists. Obito could stir up the ninja world not because he was invincible in one-on-one combat, but because he knew how to hide, deceive, and exploit. What Uchiha Yu needed to do was hide better than them, deceive better than them, and exploit better than them. The system suddenly sounded again. Side quest activation detected. Side quest 1: rescue Uchiha Shisui. Reward 1,000 mastermind points, increased Koto Ematsukami resistance. Side quest 2: turn Uchiha Itachi. Reward 1,500 mastermind points, increased Mangekyo Genjutsu resistance. Side quest 3: seize Danzo's root core archives. Reward 1,000 mastermind points, Hashirama cell compatibility rate increased by 10. Side quest 4: have at least 4 core Akatsuki members participate in the night of the Uchiha Massacre. Current progress Pain Konin Sasori Kakuzuki-same. 5 preliminarily secured. Reward 2 mastermind points. Basic Akatsuki command ability. Uchiha you looked at these quests, his gaze gradually brightening. Excellent. These quests overlapped completely with the plans he had made for what came next. Save Shisui. Turn Itachi. Destroy Danzo. Bring Akatsuki into Konoha. The system wasn't forcing him onto another path, it was rewarding him for the path he was already going to take. This was the most comfortable system of all. Uchiha you said in a low voice. Looks like the night of the Uchiha massacre has to be carried out with style. He had to stop the Uchiha from being annihilated. He also had to keep the casualties as low as possible. And he had to take the opportunity to destroy Root, leaving Danzo with no chance to ever recover. If he could also pull the third Hokage out of the center of Hokage power while he was at it, that would be even more perfect. Just then a knock came at the door. Knock knock. Kisame's voice came from outside the door. You. That masked guy is here. The panel in Uchiha U's vision slowly disappeared. He walked to the door and opened it. Kisame stood outside with a huge sword on his shoulder, wearing the grin of someone enjoying the show. He doesn't look very happy. Uchiha Yu smiled. Normal. When a chess piece suddenly starts moving on its own, the chess player is naturally unhappy. At the end of the corridor, Toby stood there, his body slightly tilted, still wearing that flippant demeanor. Yuko in pain has agreed to let you temporarily join Akatsuki. Next we'll need to arrange your ring and partner. Uchiha Yu walked over. Partner. Toby nodded. Akatsuki usually works in pairs. Juzo is dead, Kisame just joined, and the two of you came back together from the land of water. So Pain's intention is for you to team up with Kisame for now. Kisame grinned. No objections. Uchiha Yu glanced at Kisame. This arrangement was exactly what he wanted. Kisame was strong, not stupid, and straightforward in personality. Most importantly, he hadn't yet completely fallen for Obito's Eye of the Moon plan. Keeping him close made him a good candidate to forge into his first blade in Akatsuki. Toby said with a grin. Yukuin doesn't have a problem with that either, right? Uchiha Yu said flatly. No. Toby clapped his hands. Then that's great. But Pain also gave me another instruction. Uchiha Yu asked. What is it? Toby said. Since you want Akatsuki to participate in the Konoha operation, you need to provide accurate enough intelligence. Konoha's internal situation, the Uchiha's current state, the location of Root's bases, Danzo's habits. None of this can just be empty talk. Uchiha Yu looked at Toby. You want intelligence? Toby spread his hands. It's not that I want it. The organization needs it. Alright. Uchiha Yu took a scroll from his robe and tossed it to Toby. Toby caught it. This is... Uchiha Yu said flatly. The Konoha military police forces patrol routes the Anbu surveillance posts around the Uchiha clan compound and Root's 3 possible underground entrances. Toby's eyes behind the mask shifted slightly. He actually handed it over. He had thought that Uchiha Yu would make excuses or bargain. He hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. But soon Toby sneered inwardly. Still too young after all, to hand over such critical intelligence so easily. Yet the next second Uchiha Yu added. Of course this is only the first portion. Some of it is true, some of it is false. If you want to know which parts are true, it depends on the organization's sincerity. Toby. Kisame almost burst out laughing. This Uchiha truly never accepted a loss. Toby's hand holding the scroll paused slightly, then he said with a grin. Yukuin is very cautious indeed. Uchiha Yu said. Likewise. After all, you're not someone worth trusting either. Toby said in an exaggerated tone. Oh my, now I've been disliked. Uchiha Yu ignored him. He turned and prepared to leave. Toby suddenly spoke up. Yukuin, do you really hate Konoha that much? Uchiha Yu stopped in his tracks. Toby continued. After all, Konoha is also your village. The Uchiha clan is a part of Konoha too. If you lead Akatsuki into Konoha, there will be no turning back. It sounded like advice. But in reality, it was a test. A test of Uchiha Yu's bottom line. And a test of whether he would truly go to war with Konoha's leadership for the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu looked back at Toby. You're right. Konoha is my village. That's why I need to clean out those parasites. Toby's eyes flickered. Uchiha Yu continued. I don't hate Konoha. What I hate are the people who destroyed my clan under the banner of Konoha. When a tree's roots rot, some people kneel down and beg it not to fall. I, on the other hand, will directly dig out the rotten roots. Even if the digging makes blood flow like a river. Toby fell silent for a moment. This answer was more troublesome than simply hating Konoha. If Uchiha Yu only hated Konoha, he would be easy to use. They only needed to keep amplifying that hatred until he completely broke with Konoha. But Uchiha Yu was not merely venting his anger. He had goals. Danzo. Root. The third Hokage's old power structure. He wanted to purge Konoha, not destroy it. People like this were harder to control than madmen. Toby smiled. Yukuin really does have ideals. Uchiha Yu said flatly. It's hardly an ideal. I just prefer to let those who deserve to die first. With that he left with Kisame. In the corridor, only Toby remained. White Setsu poked his head out from the wall. He's hard to deceive. Toby's voice dropped low. The smarter a person is, the more he trusts his own judgment. Show him what he wants to see and he can be led just the same. White Setsu asked. Then what do we do next? Toby looked at the scroll in his hand. Investigate this intelligence first. True or false doesn't matter. What matters is that we find out what he's really trying to hide. White Setsu laughed. What if he isn't hiding anything? Toby said coldly. Then that means he's hiding it even deeper. A few days later. In the high tower conference room of Amigakure, Pain, Konan, Sasori, Kakazu, Kisame, Tobi, and Uchiha Yu gathered once again. This time they were there to discuss their next move. Pain stood at the highest point, his voice cold. Uchiha Yu, the Akatsuki can reserve an operational slot for you. But before you officially enter Konoha, you must first return to Konoha and confirm the situation. We won't rashly attack the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages based on your one-sided account. Uchiha Yu nodded. Fine. I was supposed to go back anyway. Konan looked at him. How do you plan to explain coming back alive? Uchiha Yu said calmly. 3 Anbu were killed by rogue ninja from the land of water. I escaped with severe injuries. Kakuzu sneered. A terrible excuse. Uchiha Yu glanced at him. Whether the excuse is terrible or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether the third Hokage is willing to openly drop all pretense. As long as he isn't willing, then this becomes fact. Kakuzu was startled, then chuckled softly. Interesting. You've factored the Hokage into your calculations too. Uchiha Yu said. A man like Hiruzen Sarutobi isn't afraid of evil itself. What he fears is evil being dragged into the sunlight. As long as I don't give him evidence, he can only keep playing dumb. And someone playing dumb is the easiest to use. Konan frowned slightly. She suddenly understood why Uchiha Yu dared to return to Konoha alone. Because he understood Konoha's leadership too well. Danzo would want him dead. But the third Hokage wouldn't allow the matter to be brought into the open right away. As long as Uchiha Yu still held the label of returning from a mission, he could walk back into the Uchiha clan compound. And by then he would be bringing back far more than intelligence. There was also the Akatsuki's promise. Pain asked, how long do you need? Uchiha Yu said, within a month I'll send out the first action signal. The target is Shisui. If Danzo moves against Shisui, you don't need to enter Konoha. Just provide support from the outside. The true night of the clan massacre is still ahead. Tobi suddenly spoke up. Are you so sure Danzo will make a move on Shisui? Uchiha Yu glanced at him. A man like Danzo, once he sees Kotoame Tsukumi, won't be able to resist. He's like a starving dog. The moment he sees a bone, he'll pounce. Kisame grinned. That analogy isn't bad. Kakuzu nodded as well. Danzo's reputation on the black market isn't exactly good. Tobi said with a grin. Yukuin really holds a deep grudge against Danzo. Uchiha Yu said flatly. It's not a grudge. It's clarity. Many tragedies in the shinobi world happen because people know full well that the other party is a dog, yet still expect the dog not to bite. I won't make that mistake. Pain was silent for a moment. What's the action signal? Uchiha Yu took out 5 specially made kunai. The handles were wrapped in black and red threads marked with a tiny Uchiha fan crest and an umbrella-shaped seal. These are tokens I've marked with black umbrella chakra. They can't teleport, but they can serve as nodes for my pathogen sensing perception. Once I activate the mark, Konan's paper clone, Kisame's water clone, or Pain's animal path summon, can use it to determine an approximate location. Konan took a kunai and sensed it carefully. There was indeed an extremely faint but stable chakra inside, like a sleeping seed. Once activated, it would spread. Konan looked at Uchiha Yu. Aren't you afraid we might use these marks in reverse to monitor you? You're certainly welcome to try, but I'd advise you not to touch the core jutsu formula inside. Konan frowned. Why? Uchiha Yu said in a calm voice. It will infect you. Konan. Kisame laughed aloud. That thing of yours really fits your style. Kakuzu put away the kunai. As long as it can find Root's treasury, I don't care whether it's poisonous. Sasori then said hoarsely. I care more about Hashirama's cell data. Uchiha Yu said. You'll have both. Pain finally nodded. Then it settled. Uchiha Yu returned to Konoha. Kisame will temporarily accompany you to the land of fire border, but he won't enter Konoha. Kisame looked at Uchiha Yu. No problem. Tobi suddenly said. I can come along too, you know. Uchiha Yu refused outright. Not needed. Tobi's tone was exaggerated. So cold. Uchiha Yu looked at him and said calmly. I'm afraid you'll act so badly that you'll expose us. Tobi. In the meeting room, Kakuzu chuckled. Sasori also let out a faint laugh. Konan remained expressionless, but her eyes clearly flickered. Kisame laughed without any attempt to hide it. Tobi stood there as if he had been publicly slapped. He could play the fool, but that didn't mean he enjoyed being mocked as a fool. Especially Uchiha Yu, who clearly knew certain things yet refused to say them outright, and instead slapped him in the face with one snide remark after another. Pain ignored Tobi's awkwardness. Meeting adjourned. Everyone filed out one after another. As soon as Uchiha Yu walked out of the conference room, the system's voice rang again. Host has successfully confirmed the Akatsuki's preliminary involvement in the night of the clan massacre. Side quest 4 progress update. 5 core Akatsuki members have been confirmed to participate. Reward pre-issued 100 Puppet Master Points. Current Puppet Master Points 27000. Temporary ability acquired basic Akatsuki leadership. Effect when the host engages in interest-based negotiations, faction guidance, or mission assignments with Akatsuki members, the persuasion success rate is slightly increased. Uchiha Yu paused mid-step. Then the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The system's reward had come at just the right time. Once he returned to Konoha, he would have even more people to persuade. Fugaku, Shisui, Itachi, Mikoto, the Uchiha radicals, the Uchiha conservatives. Every single one of them was no easy pushover. Especially Itachi. This Uchiha clan's most unbelievable genius. In the original story, the higher-ups manipulated him into slaughtering his entire clan with his own hands. His way of thinking was no longer something a few simple words could set straight. A drastic remedy was needed. and the best remedy was for Danzo to make a move against Shisui. At the thought, a cold glint flashed through Uchiha U's eyes. Danzo, you'd better not disappoint me. The following day, outside the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha U and Kisame departed the tower. Konan stood at a height, quietly watching the two grow distant. Beside her, Tendo Pain appeared without warning. Do you think he will succeed? Konan fell silent for a moment. He doesn't seem like someone who would fail. Do you trust him? Konan shook her head. Not entirely, but I believe he will kill Danzo. Pain's Rinnegan gazed at the overcast sky. Then that is enough. Meanwhile, Toby stood in the shadows of a more distant tower. He looked toward the direction Uchiha U had departed and spoke softly. Uchiha U, I hope you can bring sufficient chaos to Konoha. Black Setsu asked. What if he truly prevents the Uchiha clan massacre? Toby's gaze turned cold. Then make the Uchiha the target of the ninja world once more. Konoha cannot tolerate the Uchiha. Nor can the ninja world tolerate an Uchiha wielding the power of Akatsuki. As long as hatred remains, he cannot escape this board. White Setsu chuckled. You're quite confident. Toby said nothing. Yet for some reason a faint unease stirred within his heart. Would Uchiha U truly follow his chessboard? At the border of the Fire Nation, Kisame halted his steps. One step further, and he would enter Konoha's territory. He could not press deeper. Not yet at least. Uchiha U looked at Kisame. Wait here for word. Kisame hoisted his blade, grinning. What if you die in Konoha? Uchiha U replied indifferently. Then you may consider recovering my corpse. Kisame laughed. That's not really my specialty. Uchiha U produced a black umbrella-shaped kunai and tossed it to him. If this kunai turns red, it means I need reinforcements. If it turns black, the operation has begun. If it shatters. Kisame asked. Does that mean you're dead, oi? Uchiha U shook his head. It means you should run. Kisame paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Alright, I've got it. Uchiha U said nothing more, turning and walking toward Konoha. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, settling upon him. Unlike the gray sky of the rain country, the Fire Nation was still warm. But Uchiha U understood clearly that this warmth was merely an illusion. The darkness within Konoha might not be any less than that of the Hidden Rain. It was simply that the rain at Hidden Rain fell upon the outside. The rain at Konoha fell within people's hearts. Hours later, the gates of Konoha appeared at the edge of his vision. The guard ninja at the entrance froze when they saw a figure approaching from the distance. Their expressions shifted the moment they recognized the Uchiha crest on the figure's back. Uchiha U. He's back. What happened to those 3 Anbu operatives? Uchiha U walked step by step to the village gate. His clothes were somewhat torn. His complexion appeared slightly pale. There was still blood on him from battle. Of course, most of it he had deliberately smeared upon himself. The gate Chunin hurried forward. Uchiha U, weren't you sent on a mission to the Water Nation? Where are the accompanying Anbu? Uchiha U glanced at him, his tone calm, yet carrying just the right measure of exhaustion. We were ambushed by rogue ninja from the Water Nation en route. All 3 Anbu perished. I barely broke through with grievous wounds. The gate Chunin's face contorted. All 3 Anbu died in battle. Uchiha U nodded. Report this to the Hokage immediately. I would also like to know why a routine investigation mission encountered such a precisely coordinated ambush halfway there. As he spoke, his eyes turned faintly cold. Moreover, the codes those 3 Anbu used before dying. I have never seen them in any formal Anbu system. The gate Chunin's expression darkened. What did those words mean? Anbu codes not belonging to the formal system. What else could they be? The root. Several nearby ninja exchanged glances, none daring to speak. This matter was far too weighty. Uchiha U, however, seemed to notice none of their reactions, and simply stepped into Konoha. I want an explanation from the Hokage's office. Uchiha U executed a mission for this village, and nearly died beyond its borders. 3 Anbu operatives perished, and intelligence appears to have been leaked beforehand. Surely the blame cannot fall upon the Uchiha clan alone. He spoke these words quietly, but just loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. The village entrance fell silent instantly. Several ninja preparing to enter shifted uneasily. Intelligence leaked. Anbu killed in battle. Uchiha U returned grievously wounded. This was major news. Word would inevitably spread through Konoha at the fastest possible speed. And that was precisely the effect Uchiha U desired. Since the third favored smoothing things over, he would splash mud right at the doorstep of the Hokage's office. Let us see who squirmed first. Hokage Tower. Bang. The office door was slammed open. An Anbu operative dropped to one knee. Hokage-sama. Uchiha U has returned. The third Hokage's pipe hesitated mid-draw. Returned. From the corner of the office, Danzo's single eye darkened. He returned. How is that possible? What of the 3 root members? A foreboding sense rose within Danzo. The Anbu continued. Uchiha U reports they were ambushed by rogue ninja from the Water Nation during the mission. All 3 accompanying Anbu perished in battle. He alone survived, breaking through with grievous wounds. The third's expression shifted slightly. Jaizen Koharu and Mitokado Hamura also furrowed their brows. Danzo's fingers tightened around his cane in an instant. Dead. All 3 root members were dead. Yet this Uchiha brat had returned alive. The Anbu hesitated, then added. Furthermore, Uchiha U publicly stated at the village gate that the codes used by those 3 Anbu before dying do not appear to belong to the formal Anbu system. The air in the office turned suffocating. The third slowly turned his gaze toward Danzo. Danzo's face remained expressionless, but beneath his single eye murderous intent barely contained itself. Uchiha. He actually dared to expose the root's involvement right at the village gate. He was forcing the Hokage's office to take a stand. The third spoke gravely. Where is he now? The Anbu replied. He has already returned to the Uchiha district. The third's brows drew together. Send word for him to come to the Hokage's office to report on the mission. The Anbu bowed. Yes. After the Anbu departed, silence lingered in the office. Jizen Koharu spoke first. This matter must be suppressed. If the Uchiha seize upon this, the trouble will only grow worse. Mikoto Hamura added. The Anbu deaths, the mission failure, the intelligence leak. None of these can spread through the village. The third took a drag from his pipe, his voice low. Danzo. Were those three truly Anbu? Danzo replied coldly. Hiruzen, does it serve any purpose to dwell on this now? The third's expression darkened. I am asking you, were those three from Root? Danzo fell silent for a moment, then spoke coldly. Root is also part of Konoha. The third closed his eyes. As he feared, the very thing he dreaded had come to pass. Danzo had made his move, but it had failed, and Uchiha had returned alive. Now the most troublesome aspect was that Uchiha had not attacked covertly. He had laid everything bare at the village gate. This meant that if the Hokage's office mishandled this, the Uchiha clan would seize upon it immediately. Danzo spoke coldly. Hiruzen, he cannot be allowed to live. The third's eyes snapped open. Enough. He just returned from a mission with 3 accompanying ninja killed. If something happens to him, now what do you think the Uchiha will say? Danzo growled. The Uchiha have harbored rebellious intent for years. The third retorted sternly. That does not justify escalating the conflict now. The office fell silent once more. Danzo's eyes burned with resentment. This time he had been outmaneuvered by Uchiha, publicly in front of everyone. He had orchestrated the assassination plot, hoping Uchiha would perish abroad. Yet now it was Root who had died, and the one left to bear the blame might be the Hokage's office. Most humiliating of all, he could not act immediately, because there was no evidence. No evidence proving that Uchiha had killed the 3 Root members. Instead, Uchiha had preempted him by exposing the issues of intelligence leak and abnormal Anbu identity. This feeling was like a slap across Danzo's face, and he was forced to swallow it without retaliation. Danzo spoke coldly. Uchiha, this brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. The third offered no response, but his gaze grew heavier than ever before. Uchiha was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Within the Uchiha clan compound, the moment Uchiha stepped into the compound, word had already spread. Yo is back. Wasn't he sent to the land of water on a mission? I heard all 3 Anbu accompanying him were killed. What? All the Anbu dead, and Yo came back alive. They say at the village gate, he said those Anbu's covert codes were all wrong. Could they be Root? The clansmen murmured among themselves. Uchiha Chuan was the first to sprint out. The instant he saw Uchiha, joy first leaped across his face. Then he spotted the bloodstains on his clothes, and his expression changed drastically. Yo, you're injured. Uchiha waved a hand. A scratch. In truth, he did not have a single wound. But the act had to be played to the very end. Uchiha Chuan's expression darkened, so it really was a trap. Uchiha nodded. 3 Root operatives. They intended to kill me on the way. Rage exploded in Uchiha Chuan's eyes. Bastards. I knew it. That old snake Danzo never had good intentions. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen heard this, and their faces changed one after another. Root had attempted to assassinate an Uchiha Jonin. This was no longer an ordinary grudge. This was Konoha's high command pressing a blade against the Uchiha's chest. But Uchiha raised a hand, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. Don't rush to raise a fuss. The Hokage will summon me soon enough. Uchiha Chuan gnashed his teeth. You're still going. They've already sent men to kill you. Uchiha said calmly. Of course I'll go. If I don't go, how can I slap their faces right in front of them? Everyone was stunned. Uchiha continued. Remember this. From this moment on, this is no longer a case of Uchiha being ambushed. It is a case of the Anbu dispatched by Konoha on a mission being wiped out to the last man, with the mission intelligence suspected of leaking. And I am the only one who survived to return and report. Uchiha Chuan's eyes lit up. He understood. Yo was turning the tables, seizing the initiative. If the Uchiha raised a ruckus directly, it would be the clan confronting the village. But if this were framed as mission-leaked anomalous Anbu identities and problematic mission assignment by the Hokage, then the pressure would rebound onto the high command. They could not afford not to investigate. Nor could they investigate openly. Even more so, they could not admit that those 3 were Root. Because the moment they admitted it, Danzo would never wash himself clean. Uchiha Chuan drew a deep breath, his eyes brimming with excitement. Satisfying. Far too satisfying. In the past, the Uchiha were always suppressed by the high command under the weight of rules. This time, Uchiha had turned those very rules upside down and slammed them into the high command's faces. Uchiha addressed the crowd. Notify the military police to sort out all the testimonies from today at the village gate. Who heard what and who was present. Record every detail. In addition, send someone to ask the Hokage's office. I, Uchiha, have returned from my mission with 3 Anbu dead in combat. How does the village intend to pursue this? Uchiha Chuan nodded at once. Understood. Uchiha added. No need for an aggressive tone. Ask strictly by the rules. The more we stick to the rules, the more uncomfortable they'll be. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen's eyes all brightened. The more strictly you follow the rules, the more uncomfortable they feel. These words struck directly at everyone's heart. In the past, the High Command used rules to oppress the Uchiha. Now Uchiha was going to use the rules to slap them back. Just then a figure approached from the distance. Uchiha Shisui. Upon seeing Uchiha, he let out an obvious sigh of relief. You're back. Uchiha looked at him. What surprised? Shisui gave a wry smile. I was merely worried about you. Uchiha said. Worried about me or worried about the relationship between the village and the Uchiha? Shisui was momentarily speechless. Uchiha did not press the needle in further. This was not the time to utterly shatter Shisui's illusions. As long as the blade had yet to fall on him, he would not truly awaken. Uchiha walked to Shisui and lowered his voice. Shisui, from today on don't go see Danzo alone. Shisui's face changed slightly. You're bringing up Danzo again. Uchiha looked into his eyes. He wants your eyes. Shisui's pupils contracted. You words like that cannot be said carelessly. Uchiha smiled coldly. Then just take it that I was speaking nonsense. But remember what I said. If Danzo looks for you, you must inform me. Shisui fell silent. His first instinct was to argue back. But the fact that Uchiha had returned alive was itself proof of a great many things. If this mission truly was an assassination plot arranged by Danzo, then Danzo's malice toward the Uchiha was perhaps deeper than he had ever imagined. Just as Shisui was hesitating, an Uchiha clansman ran over in a hurry. Yo, the Anbu are here. The Third Hokage is summoning you to report the mission at once. They came quickly indeed. He turned to Uchiha Chuan. Organize the testimonies. Also have a few clansmen come with me. Uchiha Chuan said right away. I'll go. Shisui also spoke up. I'll go as well. Uchiha gave him a look. Are you sure? Shisui nodded seriously. This time I want to hear with my own ears what the Lord Hokage has to say. The corners of Uchiha mouth rose slightly. Excellent. Shisui was beginning to waver. This was the first step. The Hokage's office. When Uchiha walked in with Uchiha Chuan, Shisui, and several military police members, the atmosphere inside visibly sank. The third sat behind his desk. Danzo, Uchiha Koharu, and Mikoto Hamura were all present. The instant Danzo saw Uchiha, a glint of murderous intent nearly flashed across his single eye. Uchiha naturally caught it. He sneered inwardly. Anxious. Don't be. This was only the beginning. The third spoke first. The village is gratified that you've returned alive. Uchiha answered evenly. Lord Hokage, I am equally gratified. The third was slightly startled. Uchiha went on. Gratified to be blessed with such luck to survive. Otherwise I would have died in that mission without even knowing who killed me. The office fell silent in that instant. Uchiha Koharu furrowed her brows. Uchiha, what is the meaning of this? Uchiha looked at her. The meaning is quite simple. I was ordered by the Hokage to go to the Land of Water on an investigation mission. Not long after we left Konoha, we were struck by a precise ambush. All three accompanying Anbu perished in battle. The enemy was extremely familiar with our route, our numbers, and our timing. May I ask the advisors, is this not an intelligence leak? Mikoto Hamura's expression darkened. The third knitted his brows tightly. Danzo said coldly. Rogue ninja of the Land of Water are cunning by nature. It is hardly surprising to be ambushed. Uchiha turned his head to him. Lord Danzo is quite right. Cunning rogue ninja, not surprising at all. But what is surprising is that the covert codes those three Anbu used before they died were something I have never seen in the official Anbu system. Pray Lord Danzo, is that surprising or not? Danzo's gaze turned cold. What are you trying to say? I am only asking. Were those three Anbu truly the Hokage's direct subordinates? Or members of some organization unfit to see the light? Boom. The atmosphere inside the office instantly plummeted to the freezing point. Shisui's expression shifted slightly. Rage surged in Uchiha Chuan's eyes. The third said in a deep voice. You without evidence do not utter reckless words. Uchiha nodded. The Lord Hokage is right. That is exactly why I came back to request an investigation. I asked the Lord Hokage to immediately look into the identities of those three Anbu. Investigate the source of the mission intelligence leak. Investigate why I and Uchiha Jonin, who had just clashed with the Shimura clan, was dispatched to the Land of Water on a high-risk mission. And further investigate why those three Anbu halfway there said to me. He paused, his gaze falling on Danzo. Uchiha, you should not have offended the Shimura clan. Danzo's face finally changed, though only for an instant. But in that brief instant, not only Shisui saw it, the third saw it too. The atmosphere in the office had completely frozen. Uchiha's words were equivalent to pointing the spearhead directly at Danzo. Every single question was perfectly justified. He was a survivor of the mission. He had the right to request an investigation. Three accompanying men were dead. The village must give an explanation. If they did not investigate, it meant they had a guilty conscience. And if they did investigate, they might uncover root. Danzo said in a cold voice. Uchiha, are you slandering me? Uchiha looked at him and curled a cold smile. Lord Danzo, what's the hurry? From beginning to end, did I ever say you sent people to kill me? Danzo's breath caught. In the office, Uchiha Chuan nearly could not contain his laughter. Satisfying. Far too satisfying. The words Danzo had just said were virtually a confession without being pressed. Uchiha continued. I only said that they mentioned the Shimura clan. Lord Danzo is so eager to deny it. Could you know something? Danzo's hand on his cane tightened abruptly. What a brat. He had actually been led around by the nose by this brat. The third said in a deep voice. Enough. The village will investigate this matter. Uchiha Yo looked at the third. When will there be a result? The third frowned. An investigation takes time. Uchiha Yo nodded. Fine. 3 days. Uchiha Koharu said in anger. Uchiha Yo, are you commanding the Hokage? Uchiha Yo looked at her, his eyes calm. No. I am demanding justice for the 3 Konoha Anbu who died in battle. At this, Uchiha Koharu was directly choked speechless. The third's face also turned rather ugly. Anbu died in battle. Justice. Once these words were laid out, the Hokage's office could no longer pass it off lightly. Otherwise it would chill the hearts of all Anbu. Uchiha Yo went on. Does the advisor think that the deaths of 3 Anbu in such an unclear manner can simply be muddled through? Uchiha Koharu's face was ashen. She found herself utterly unable to respond. Anything she said would be wrong. Shisui stood by watching this scene, his heart shaken profoundly. So this was how the rules could be wielded. In the past, the Uchiha were always suppressed by the high command with grand principles. But today Uchiha Yo had smashed that very grand principle directly into the Hokage's office's face. And he had smashed it so hard that they had no words left. The third was silent for a long moment before he slowly said, In 3 days the village will give you a preliminary answer. Uchiha Yo nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. With that he turned to leave. Just before stepping out he stopped, then turned his head back to look at Danzo. By the way, Lord Danzo, those 3 Anbu died in a terrible way. If you happen to know them, remember to burn some joss paper for them. Danzo's lone eye turned viciously cold. But Uchiha Yo had already left with a smile. The office door shut. Bang. The cane in Danzo's hand slammed heavily onto the floor. Hiruzen, this Uchiha cannot be kept. The third rubbed the space between his brows, his voice weary. At least not for now. Danzo gritted his teeth. He is already provoking the authority of the village. The third looked at him, his tone also cooling. Is he provoking the village, or did you first send Root to kill him? Danzo fell silent. Uchiha Koharu and Mikoto Hamura said nothing either. This time Danzo had indeed been caught by his tail, though there was no solid evidence. Yet everyone knew what had really happened. The third looked toward the doorway, his eyes complicated. Uchiha Yo, this young man was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Not only was he strong, he was even better at riding the momentum. Even better at turning the rules the Konoha High Command was most skilled in into a weapon pointed back at them. If he were allowed to keep influencing the Uchiha clan. A bad premonition suddenly rose in the third's heart. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha was perhaps truly about to be suppressed no longer. Outside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Chuan finally could not hold back a laugh. Did you see Danzo's face just now? I've never seen him look that ugly. Several Uchiha military police members beside them were also beaming with excitement. In the past, when they saw the Hokage advisors, every one of them had to hold down their temper. But today, in front of the third himself, Uchiha Yo had driven Danzo into speechlessness. This was even more satisfying than winning a battle outright, because this was a face slap aimed squarely at the Hokage High Command. Shisui meanwhile walked silently at the side. Uchiha Yo glanced at him. What? Think I went overboard? Shisui shook his head. This time he did not repeat those words again. After a long while he finally asked in a low voice. Those 3 men, were they really Root? Uchiha Yo said indifferently. You already have the answer in your heart. Shisui fell silent. Yes, he already had the answer. Danzo's reaction just now, the third, silenced the advisor's evasions. All of it proved that Uchiha Yo had not lied. For the first time, a suspicion that was difficult to smother arose in Shisui's heart toward the Konoha High Command. If Danzo could truly send Root to assassinate Uchiha Yo over a single clash, then in the future would he strike at other Uchiha as well? Would he strike at Shisui himself? The instant this thought appeared, Shisui instinctively wanted to deny it. But the words Uchiha Yo had spoken last night surfaced again in his mind. He wants your eyes. Shisui subconsciously lifted a hand and touched his own eye socket. Seeing his movement, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Uchiha Yo's eyes. The seed had been planted. Next, all that remained was to wait for Danzo to personally water it. Just at this moment, the system's voice rang out in Uchiha Yo's mind. Host has succeeded in suppressing the Konoha High Command before their very eyes and has shaken Uchiha Shisui's trust in the Konoha High Command. Shadow points acquired 3,000. Current shadow points 30000. Side quest 1, rescue Uchiha Shisui. Progress raised. The corner of Uchiha Yo's mouth lifted slightly. Excellent. One step closer to the eternal Mangekyo. He lifted his gaze toward the Uchiha clan compound in the distance. Next, it was time to consolidate the Uchiha. Otherwise, when the night of the clan massacre truly arrived, relying solely on the Akatsuki would not be enough. What he wanted was not merely a counterkill. It was 0 casualties. At least close to 0 casualties. Uchiha Yo's eyes were deep and inscrutable. Danzo, Third Hokage. The 2 of you wanted to see the Uchiha bow their heads. A pity. From today onward, the ones bowing should be you. Uchiha clan district. The news of Uchiha Yu's return to Konoha had thoroughly spread throughout the entire Uchiha clan. 3 accompanying Anbu had perished in battle. Uchiha Yu returned grievously wounded. During the mission, there appeared to be an intelligence leak. Those 3 Anbu members did not seem to be directly under the Hokage's command, but rather Root. These pieces of news stacked together caused the already long-suppressed Uchiha clan district to erupt completely. Within the police force headquarters, numerous Uchiha clan members gathered in groups, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Root? It must be Root. Danzo, that old demon, finally couldn't hold back anymore. His hands are upon us, Uchiha, at last. How can you say finally? Hasn't he made his moves enough these past years? It's just that this time you actually survived. And if he hadn't survived, would they simply declare him killed by Water Country's rogue ninja? Does the higher echelon really take us for fools? I can't bear this anymore. We must convene a clan assembly. Exactly. Demand an explanation from the clan head. If we can't even endure this next time, they'll kill us outright. The discontent, anger, and humiliation that had long been suppressed deep within the clan's heart were ignited completely that day. In the past, Uchiha clan members were no strangers to resentment. They merely lacked a person capable of galvanizing those grievances. Fugaku was clan head. But Fugaku was steady to an exhausting degree, leaving many feeling stifled. Shisui was extraordinarily powerful. Yet Shisui always positioned himself as a reconciler between the village and the Uchiha. Many radical clan members even felt that although Shisui was an Uchiha, he resembled the Hokage's man more. And Uchiha Itachi, there was no need to mention him. After joining Anbu, he grew increasingly distant from his clan. Among the younger generation, the one truly brave enough to confront the Shimura clan to their faces, to question Danzo within the Hokage tower, and to thrust the matter of Root assassinating the Uchiha into the open sunlight, was none other than Uchiha Yu. Thus, after today, many Uchiha clan members regarded Uchiha Yu with entirely new eyes. It was a kind of excitement long suppressed at last, witnessing the blade drawn from its scabbard. Within the night, Uchiha Yu stood outside the police force headquarters, gazing at the constantly gathering figures within the clan district, his expression serene. Uchiha Kawurama stood beside him and spoke softly. "You, the clan head, has agreed to convene the clan assembly. Tonight we will meet at the Naka River Shrine." Uchiha Yu nodded. "It is time." Uchiha Kawurama glanced at him and could not help but ask, "How do you intend to address them tonight?" Uchiha Yu said calmly, "It is not about what to say. It is about making them see clearly." Uchiha Kawurama hesitated. "See clearly what?" Uchiha Yu raised his gaze toward the distant Hokage rock, his voice low. "See clearly that the blade of Konoha's higher echelon is already pressed against the Uchiha's throat. And see clearly whether the Uchiha possess the strength to resist at all." Uchiha Kawurama felt a tremor in his heart. He had a vague sense that tonight's clan assembly would not be simple. It might even become the true turning point for the Uchiha clan. Just then Shisui approached from afar. His expression remained complex. Everything that had transpired at the Hokage tower that day had struck him profoundly, especially Danzo's reaction and the third silence. Previously, when Uchiha Yu had warned him that "Danzo wants your eyes," he had deemed it too extreme. But now he could no longer entirely dismiss that possibility. Shisui stopped before Uchiha Yu. "I will attend tonight's clan assembly as well." Uchiha Yu glanced at him. "Of course you should." Shisui fell silent for a moment, then said, "You, I know the clan members are furious right now, but do not push everyone beyond redemption." Shisui, you still do not understand. Hearing Uchiha Yu's words, Shisui's brows drew tight. Uchiha Yu slowly turned and gazed toward the depths of the clan district. "The point of no return was not pushed forward by me. It was forced upon us step by step by Konoha's higher echelon. What I intend to do tonight is not to incite the clan members. It is to let them know that continuing to kneel and await death, that is the true point of no return." Shisui whispered, "But if after the clan assembly the members are driven completely toward coup?" Uchiha Yu interrupted him. "Then it means the coup has already existed within their hearts long before. I am merely tearing away that fig leaf." Shisui fell silent. Uchiha Yu looked at him, his voice softening slightly. "Shisui, tonight you may voice your own thoughts. I will not stop you, but do not attempt to stop me either." Shisui looked up. Uchiha Yu's gaze remained calm. "The clan members have the right to know the truth. And they have the right to choose for themselves whether to live standing or die kneeling." Shisui felt a profound shock within his heart. These words he could not refute. Naka River Shrine, the most secretive and significant gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Beneath the night sky, the shrine was brightly illuminated. One by one, Uchiha clan members entered. Only adult ninja and important clan members were permitted to attend tonight's assembly. Police force members, clan elders, radical faction, conservative faction, neutral faction, and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had come as well. He stood in a corner, his expression calm, yet his eyes deeper than usual. Ever since Uchiha Yu returned from the Water Country mission, he had sensed that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Or rather, the contradictions that had been hidden beneath the surface of the water were forcibly dragged into the open by Uchiha Yu. Now everyone could see them. There was no longer any pretending nothing had happened. Within the shrine, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the principal seat, his expression composed. His gaze swept over the clan members below, lingering for a moment upon Uchiha Yu. This young man had been doing increasingly bold things recently. Bold enough that even a clan head like himself could no longer ignore him. Beating the Shimura clan members bloody in public on the commercial street. Questioning Danzo within the Hokage tower. Returning alive from the Water Country mission. And now his prestige within the clan was rising swiftly. Fugaku understood clearly in his heart. Tonight's clan assembly on the surface was meant to discuss the matter of Uchiha Yu being attacked by Root. But in reality, it was also a concentrated eruption of the clan's dissatisfaction with the status quo. If mishandled, the Uchiha would spiral completely out of control. After a moment, Fugaku spoke, "Everyone is present. The clan assembly will begin now." As his voice fell, the shrine instantly fell silent. Fugaku said solemnly, "Regarding the ambush you encountered during his water country mission, you should all already have heard. But there are too many rumors. Therefore you himself will provide an explanation first." All eyes instantly fell upon Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu sat to one side, his expression calm. He did not rise immediately, merely scanning the room. The clan members' gazes varied widely. Anger, suspicion, anticipation, worry. Several conservative elders in particular openly bore displeasure. The clan's heart was not yet fully united. But it did not matter. After tonight, it would be far more so. Uchiha Yu slowly rose to his feet. This mission was issued personally by the Third Hokage. The task: travel to the land of water and investigate rogue ninja activity from Kirigakure. 3A and BU were to accompany me. But in truth, all three were root ninja. Boom. Though rumors had long been circulating, when he said it outright, the shrine instantly erupted. It really was Root. That bastard Danzo. This is assassination. They've already begun moving against us, Uchiha. A clan elder frowned and asked, "Uchiha, do you have proof?" Uchiha Yu looked at him. "Proof?" The elder said in a low voice, "This is not a trivial matter. Without evidence, recklessly accusing Root would irreparably damage the relationship between the village and the Uchiha." At these words, many radical clansmen immediately flared up. "At a time like this, you're still talking about damaging relations? They've already sent people to assassinate our own. Must we wait until Uchiha dies out there to call that proof?" The elder's face turned ugly. "That's not what I meant." Uchiha Yu raised a hand, silencing everyone. Then he looked at the elder and said flatly, "Elder, you want proof? Fine." He took out a scroll and tossed it to Uchiha Chuan beside him. Uchiha Chuan immediately unrolled it. It recorded the basic information of the three root ninja, broken fragments of their recognition signals, characteristics of the jutsu. They used traces of Root's sealing formulas, and some of the equipment fragments Uchiha Yu had stripped from their bodies. The more Uchiha Chuan read, the darker his expression grew. Residual traces of Root's tongue curse seal. Kunai not of ANBU standard issue. Poison needles exclusive to Root. Secret code markings of the Shimura clan. And tactical records targeted at the Uchiha Sharingan. When he read to the very end, the shrine fell completely silent. Pair by pair, Sharingan slowly surfaced in the darkness. The Uchiha clan was proud, but that pride had been suppressed for years. But now when they heard that Root Ninja had actually carried tactical records targeting the Uchiha Sharingan, many could no longer contain themselves. This proved that Root's actions were not a spur-of-the-moment decision. They had long been studying how to deal with the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu turned toward that elder. "Enough." The elder's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Uchiha Yu continued, "If it's not enough, it doesn't matter. The Hokage's office also knows those three weren't who they claimed to be. The Third Hokage is silent. Danzo rushes to deny it. If they aren't guilty, why don't they dare launch an immediate public investigation? If it weren't Root, why would Danzo be more anxious than the Hokage?" The fury inside the shrine was thoroughly set ablaze. Exactly. They're feeling guilty. The village has always said the Uchiha are dangerous, but the ones who made the first move were them. Clanhead, we can't endure this anymore. Yes, no more endurance. Uchiha Fugaku knitted his brows. He understood his clansman's anger, but this pace was moving too fast. So fast that even he, the clan head, could barely hold things together. He said in a deep voice, "Silence." The authority of a clan head still meant something. Gradually the shrine quieted down. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Yu. "Uchiha, this matter is indeed serious. But this alone doesn't prove that the village has already decided to move against the Uchiha." Uchiha Yu met Fugaku's eyes. "Clan head, do you really believe that?" Fugaku frowned. Uchiha Yu walked step by step to the center of the shrine. After the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha were relocated to the edge of the village. The police force is resented by the villagers. ANBU surveillance around the clan compound has never ceased. Root has been secretly collecting Sharingan data. A relative of the Shimura clan dares to insult the police force in the commercial district. Right after I struck a Shimura, I was sent to the land of water on a mission. The three Root operatives escorting me attacked to kill me halfway there. At this point he looked at Fugaku. His voice was not loud, but it cut like a blade. "Clan head, tell me exactly what has to happen before you'll admit Konoha's upper echelon is already preparing to move against the Uchiha." Fugaku fell silent. The shrine too grew quiet. Many clansmen turned their eyes to Fugaku. This was a question they also wanted to ask. Exactly what would it take? The blade had already been drawn. It simply hadn't fallen yet. Must they wait until the corpses of clansmen lined the streets to acknowledge that Konoha's leadership harbored killing intent? Fugaku said in a low voice, "Uchiha, I understand your anger." Uchiha Yu cut him off directly. "No. Clan head, you do not understand." Fugaku's gaze darkened. The clansmen were also stunned. Interrupting the clan head in public was no small matter within the Uchiha. An elder immediately rebuked, "Uchiha, you mind your attitude." Uchiha Yu turned his head and glanced at him. That elder felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. But he still forced himself to say, "Fugaku is the clan head. At the clan assembly, how dare you be so rude?" Uchiha Yu answered indifferently, If the clan head can lead the Uchiha out of a dead end, I will naturally respect him. But if the clan head can only make the Uchiha keep enduring, then why can't I speak? The elder was enraged. Insolence. Do you think your slight strength allows you to challenge the clan head? Uchiha, you looked at him, his gaze calm. Slight strength. It seems many in the clan still don't know how I survived Danzo's assassination trap and returned alive. At these words, the atmosphere in the shrine changed abruptly. Shisui's expression flickered. Itachi also lifted his head. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Uchiha, you slowly raised his head. His eyes went from pitch black to scarlet. The three-tomo Sharingan surfaced. Then the three-tomo began to spin. Faster and faster. Finally, under the awed stares of all the Uchiha clansmen, the three-tomo twisted completely into a black and red pattern, like a protective umbrella. Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom. Inside the shrine, every Uchiha clansman's breath stopped in that instant. It was actually the Mangekyo. Uchiha, you had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. How can this be? Mangekyo. Aside from Shisui, the clan actually has a second Mangekyo. When did Uchiha awaken it? No wonder. No wonder he could kill 3 root ninja. One after another, the Uchiha clansmen were nearly struck speechless with shock. The Sharingan was a symbol of Uchiha power and status. Three-tomo already marked one as an elite of the clan. But the Mangekyo was a legendary eye. In the current Uchiha clan, the only person openly known to have awakened the Mangekyo was Uchiha Shisui. As for Uchiha Fugaku, that he possessed the Mangekyo was unknown within the clan. He had kept it hidden so deeply that no one else knew, except Uchiha Yu the Transmigrator. At this moment, in the eyes of the vast majority of the clan, Uchiha Yu was the second Mangekyo power within the family. This weight was heavy enough to shift the atmosphere of the entire clan assembly. The elder who had just rebuked Uchiha Yu instantly turned pale. His mouth hung open, yet he could not utter a single word. If Uchiha Yu were merely a young jonin, he could naturally use his elder status to suppress him. But the Mangekyo was different. The Uchiha were, in the end, a shinobi clan that worshipped strength. One who possessed the Mangekyo inherently had the right to contend for a voice within the clan. Uchiha Yu looked at that elder, his tone even. Now am I qualified to speak? The elder's face flushed red. But in the end he could only lower his head. Yes. That one word was spoken with unbearable difficulty. Inside the shrine, the eyes of the radical clansmen had changed completely. If earlier they had supported Uchiha Yu, it was because he dared to fight back and speak his mind, venting the clan's grievances. But now they supported Uchiha Yu because he possessed the power to truly lead the Uchiha in resistance. The Mangekyo. Uchiha Chuan was so excited that his fists were trembling. He knew Uchiha Yu was strong. But he had never imagined that Uchiha Yu had already awakened the Mangekyo. No wonder Uchiha Yu had been so composed from start to finish. No wonder he had dared to go alone to the land of water. No wonder he had dared to confront Danzo in the presence of the Hokage. Because he truly had a trump card. Shisui looked into Uchiha Yu's eyes, his emotions churning to an extreme. He had never imagined that his close friend had hidden so much. Itachi meanwhile stared fixedly at the pattern of Uchiha Yu's Mangekyo. The pattern was too bizarre. It did not look like the markings of an ordinary Mangekyo. It looked more like a mark of calamity. Dangerous. Ominous. Yet it carried an overwhelming pressure. Itachi thought to himself, so this is the confidence Uchiha Yu has to provoke the upper ranks. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the head seat, and at last his expression shifted noticeably. He was equally shocked. Although he himself possessed a Mangekyo, it was precisely because of that he understood all too well what these eyes meant. Uchiha Yu's Mangekyo had been hidden too deeply. Even he, the clan head, had not known. This meant Uchiha Yu had been concealing his strength all along. It also meant that he might have long been prepared for the Uchiha's current plight. Fugaku said in a deep voice, Uchiha Yu, when did you awaken your Mangekyo? Uchiha Yu looked at Fugaku. A long time ago. Fugaku frowned. Why didn't you report it to the clan? A cold smile flickered across Uchiha Yu's face. And what would have happened if I had reported it? Would the clan head have taken my Mangekyo and continued negotiating with the third Hokage? Fugaku's face sank. The atmosphere in the shrine tightened once again. Uchiha Yu, however, would not back down. Clan head, I am not insulting you. I am merely stating facts. The Uchiha are not without strength. Shisui has the Mangekyo. I also have the Mangekyo. The clan has no shortage of elite three-tomo Sharingan users. The military police force knows Konoha's streets and defenses even better. So why have we still been pushed to this point? Because from the top down the clan is still waiting. Waiting for the third Hokage to deliver justice. Waiting for Danzo to pull back. Waiting for the villagers to understand. Waiting for the conflict to disappear on its own. Uchiha Yu's voice abruptly turned cold. But what did your waiting bring you? It is the blade of root. Inside the shrine, the clan members fell silent once more. Those words were too piercing, too real. Uchiha Yu looked at the crowd, his Mangekyo slowly revolving. I am not here tonight to force everyone to launch a coup immediately. Nor do I need you to charge into the Hokage tower with me right now. I only want to ask you one thing. If Konoha's leadership is truly preparing to move against the Uchiha, will you keep believing that they will show mercy? Or will you believe in your own Sharingan? There was almost no hesitation. Uchiha Chuan was the first to rise. I believe in my own Sharingan. Immediately after, the second, the third, and the fourth rose as well. One military police force member after another stood up. I also believe in the Uchiha. Believe in our own strength. The upper ranks cannot be trusted. Root cannot be trusted. We cannot just wait to die passively. Inside the shrine more and more clan members rose. The anger that had once been scattered rapidly condensed into a single force under the pressure of Uchiha U's Mangekyo. The conservative elders' expressions turned grim. They wanted to stop it, but they could no longer speak. Because by now the clan's passions had been utterly ignited by Uchiha U. He had presented evidence while also displaying his own power. The evidence proved that Konoha's leadership was already moving against them. The power proved that the Uchiha had the right to resist. This was the most direct slap in the face. It slapped the face of Konoha's leadership. And it slapped the faces of those conservative elders who still wanted to keep yielding. One conservative elder could finally hold back no longer. Even so, we cannot act rashly. No matter how strong the Uchiha are, they cannot fight all of Konoha alone. The Hyuga, the Ino Shikacho, the Aburame, the Inuzuka, as well as the Anbu and ordinary ninja. If war really breaks out, the Uchiha will suffer devastating losses. Uchiha Yu looked at him. You're right. The elder froze. He had not expected Uchiha Yu to admit it. Uchiha Yu continued. So I have never said that the Uchiha should go to war with all of Konoha right now. What I intend to deal with is not all of Konoha. It is Danzo. It is Root. It is those hiding behind the Hokage tower ready to push the Uchiha toward the slaughterer's knife. The elder frowned. Easy to say, but Danzo hides within Root surrounded by countless experts. How will you deal with him? Uchiha Yu said calmly. That is exactly what I am about to say next. He raised his hand and took out several scrolls. These are Root's surveillance routes around the Uchiha clan compound. This is the Anbu rotation schedule. These are the Shimura clan's activity records for the past 3 months. This is the draft plan from Konoha's leadership to strip the military police force of its authority. And this one? Uchiha Yu threw the final scroll to the center of the shrine. It is Root's watch list targeting the core members of the Uchiha. Uchiha Chuan immediately stepped forward and unrolled it. Written there stark and clear were name after name. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Chuan, and many military police force members with 3 Tomo Sharingan. There were even records of clan children. Among them, Uchiha Sasuke's name was on it as well. At this, the entire shrine utterly erupted. They're even watching children. How old is Sasuke? Have they gone mad? What exactly does Root intend to do? Although Mikoto was not seated in the central position, she was still in the observer area. When she saw Sasuke's name, her expression changed in an instant. Itachi's eyes sank sharply as well. No matter what Uchiha Yu had said before, Itachi had been able to remain calm. But when Sasuke's name appeared on Root's watch list, his composure finally showed a crack. Sasuke. That was his younger brother. It was also the softest place in his heart. Uchiha Yu took in Itachi's reaction at a glance. Good. The first knife had already been driven in. Someone like Itachi could not be reached by rage and scolding alone. He needed to see for himself that the so-called greater justice of Konoha's leadership would ultimately fall upon Sasuke. Only then would he truly waver. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the list, and his face completely darkened as well. If it had only been surveillance of him, surveillance of Shisui, surveillance of Yu, even surveillance of Itachi, he could still understand it as the leadership guarding against an Uchiha coup. But even a child like Sasuke had been placed on the watch list. This was no longer mere precaution. It was preparing for the worst possible purge. Fugaku asked in a low voice, Uchiha Yu, where did this list come from? Uchiha Yu said calmly, from those 3 Root agents. Of course that was not entirely true. Part of the list came from the memories of Root operatives, part came from his deductions about the original story's plot, and the rest had been organized with the aid of his system. But with truth and falsehood mixed together, it was more than enough. Because Root really was watching these people. And Konoha's leadership really was preparing to move against the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu was not making baseless accusations. He was merely placing the blade of the future on the present table ahead of time. Fugaku closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had turned much colder. What do you intend to do? The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the shrine fell silent. The clan leader asked Uchiha Yu what he intended to do. That in itself was a shift in attitude. Uchiha Yu did not rush to answer. Instead, he put away the Mangekyo and let his eyes revert to 3 Tomo. First, from tonight the Uchiha compound enters a state of covert alert. No clan member may act alone. The police force will be divided into 2 lines, overt and covert. On the surface, patrols continue as usual, giving the Hokage tower no excuse. The covert line handles counter-surveillance and records all movements of the Anbu en route. Second, the clan's women, children, elderly, and youngsters begin moving in batches to secret shelters under the pretext of training, visiting relatives, or mission-related family relocation. They cannot be moved all at once, or the higher-ups will be alerted. Third, all clan members at 3 Tomo level or above are to secretly form combat squads. Each squad must have an evacuation route. No one may launch an attack without authorization. Fourth, Uchiha Yu's gaze swept across the assembled crowd. From today on, the Uchiha will not initiate a coup. But if Konoha's higher-ups dare to move first, then we will make sure they come and never leave. Inside the shrine, the clan members' breathing grew heavy. This was by no means a plan made on impulse. On the contrary, Uchiha Yu was extremely calm. Refusing to initiate a coup kept Konoha from branding them as rebels. Covert vigilance would protect the clan. Relocating the old and weakened batches would reduce casualties. Forming combat squads prepared them to fight back. This was countless times more reliable than the radicals' old shouting of charging into the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Chuan said excitedly, I support it. I support it too. This is what we should do. We can't just keep waiting to die. Clan leader give the order. A conservative elder still hesitated, but if the Hokage Tower discovers we are relocating the women and children, they will definitely become suspicious. Uchiha looked at him. Then move slowly. Move plausibly. Hasn't Konoha always thought the Uchiha were dangerous? Then let the clan members use reducing conflict as a reason to live apart, visit relatives, and carry out internal clan training. There are plenty of excuses. The elder frowned. The Anbu are not fools. Uchiha said, of course the Anbu aren't fools. But they aren't gods either. Besides, the police force is already responsible for maintaining order in the village. We control the streets, patrol routes, and changes in foot traffic. When it comes to knowing the terrain inside Konoha, the Anbu may not be better than the police force. In the past we didn't do this because we still treated them as comrades. Now that's no longer the case. When he said this, the clan members' hearts were shaken once more. Indeed, it wasn't that they had been incapable of counter-surveillance before. It was that they had never been willing to truly break with the village. But now Root's blade had already been extended toward them. Anyone who still treated the other side as comrades would be a fool. Fugaku was silent for a long time. Finally he spoke slowly, starting tonight, execute use plan. Everyone in the shrine was jolted with renewed spirit. The clan leader had agreed. Uchiha use plan had passed. But the next moment Fugaku added, but all actions must be reported to me. Uchiha, you are in charge of drafting the detailed plans. Shisui will assist you. Itachi will also take part. At the mention of Itachi's name, many clan members wore subtle expressions. Ever since Itachi joined the Anbu, his trust within the clan had been low. The radicals especially felt he sided with the village. Fugaku clearly understood that as well, so having Itachi participate was both a chance for Itachi to stand with the clan again and a way to supervise Uchiha. Uchiha did not refuse. Just right. He had wanted to pull Shisui and Itachi back anyway. Keeping them close would only make it easier to make his move. Shisui was silent for a moment, then nodded. I will assist. Itachi looked at Uchiha. Their gazes met in midair. After a moment Itachi said quietly, I understand. Uchiha smiled. Good. He looked at all the clansmen present. Everyone. After tonight the Uchiha will still be Konoha's Uchiha. The police force will still be Konoha's police force. We will not take the initiative to start a war. But you must remember from this day forward, whoever dares to point a blade at the Uchiha. He paused for a moment. We will chop off that hand. Inside the shrine, after a short silence, a suppressed, yet fervent roar burst out. Chop off his hand. Chop off his hand. Chop off his hand. One pair of Sharingan after another blazed to life in the darkness. That night the Uchiha's aura changed. Before they had been angry but chaotic, resentful but lost. They wanted to resist, but they didn't know how. But now Uchiha had given them a direction. Prepare in the shadows, wait for the higher-ups to show their fangs first, and then bite back. Fugaku watched this scene with complicated feelings. He was both gratified that the clan's spirit had condensed anew and vaguely uneasy, because he noticed that the way the clansmen looked at Uchiha was no longer just the way they looked at a young genius. It was the way they looked at a leader. Especially after Uchiha had revealed the Mangekyo, this trend could no longer be suppressed. The Uchiha clan worshipped power. And Uchiha was not only powerful, but also bold, strategic, and ruthless. A man like this was destined to gather people to his side quickly. Fugaku sighed inwardly. Perhaps. The Uchiha really do need a blade like this. But was this blade so sharp that even he, the clan leader, could not hold it? After the clan meeting, the crowd dispersed one by one. The Uchiha compound was still quiet, but this quiet was no longer the same as before. Earlier it had been oppression. Now it was readiness. Members of the police force immediately began to move. Secret sentry posts were redeployed. The surveillance points around the perimeter of the compound were quietly logged for counter-surveillance. Evacuation rosters for women and children began to be drawn up. 3 Tomo combat squads were secretly formed. Everything advanced silently beneath the night. Uchiha walked out of the Naka shrine, and the system's voice sounded at just the right moment in his mind. The host revealed the Mangekyo at the Uchiha clan meeting, establishing a core position within the clan. Uchiha clan faction cohesion increased. Uchiha Fugaku's attitude cautious support. Uchiha Shisui's attitude wavering assistance. Uchiha Itachi's attitude beginning to grow wary and reevaluate. Gain behind the scenes points 8,000. Current behind the scenes points 38,000. Phase 1 main quest prevent the night of the clan's destruction. Completion increased. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Uchiha mouth. Not bad. This step at the clan meeting had gone better than he expected. The effect of the Mangekyo was very direct. In the Uchiha clan, nothing was more persuasive than those eyes. Reasoning. Better to awaken one's eyes. Evidence. Better when paired with the Mangekyo. After tonight his authority within the clan had truly been established. Next, only 3 key points remained: Shisui, Itachi, Danzo. As long as Shisui did not die and Itachi was not turned into the executioner of the clan's annihilation, then the night of the clan's annihilation would become Konoha's higher-ups' worst nightmare. Just then footsteps sounded from behind. Uchiha did not turn around. Itachi. The footsteps stopped. Uchiha Itachi stood behind him, his expression calm. You knew it was me, eh? Uchiha, you said flatly, your footsteps are too light. In this whole clan the only ones who walk like thieves are you and Shisui. Itachi. If someone else had said that he probably would not have reacted. But coming from Uchiha you it somehow gave him a vague feeling of being mocked. Itachi was silent for a moment, then said, much of what you said tonight will make the clan even more hostile toward the village. Uchiha, you turned around and looked at Itachi. Then what do you think I should have said? Itachi said, at least you shouldn't have made the clansmen prepare for war. Uchiha, you smiled. Itachi, you seem to be missing a key point. Itachi frowned. Uchiha, you stepped forward, his gaze landing on Itachi. Preparing for war is not the same as starting a war. But if you don't prepare, then when war comes all you can do is wait to die. Itachi said in a low voice, if everyone thinks that way war will be unavoidable. Uchiha, you looked at him and suddenly asked, then if someone is already preparing to kill your whole family, would you still try to move him with love? Itachi's expression shifted slightly. Uchiha, you interrupted him, don't rush to argue. Let me ask you a very simple question. If one day the village orders you to choose between the Uchiha and Konoha, even orders you to kill your own clan members with your own hands, what would you do? Itachi's pupils contracted slightly. This question was both too sharp and cruel. Yet for some reason he could not answer immediately. In the past he would have said that day would never come. But on that route surveillance list tonight, he had clearly seen Sasuke's name. That single fact made Itachi unable to be as certain as before. Uchiha, you looked at his silence and let out a soft laugh. You see, you're just like Shisui. Neither of you can answer. Itachi's eyes grew slightly dark, because the situation you set up is an extreme scenario. Uchiha, you said indifferently, no? This is a situation that is about to happen. Itachi's heart jolted. Why are you so certain? Uchiha, you looked at him and said word by word, because someone like Danzo will definitely do it. He will tell you that an Uchiha coup will trigger a shinobi world war. He will tell you that sacrificing the clan can protect the village. He will tell you that as long as you obey Sasuke can live. Itachi's expression finally changed completely. Uchiha, you had actually mentioned Sasuke again, and his words sounded too much like something Danzo would say. Itachi said in a low voice, what exactly do you know? Uchiha, you did not answer immediately. He simply looked past Itachi toward a certain direction in the distant clan compound. That was the place where Uchiha Sasuke usually trained. Itachi, you're very intelligent. But smart people most easily make one mistake. They always think they can bear everything. They always think that as long as they sacrifice themselves they can protect the ones they hold dearest. But have you ever thought what if the other side never intended to keep their promise from the very beginning? Itachi's fingers tightened slightly. Uchiha, you continued. If Danzo could send Root to kill me, then he can send Root to control Sasuke. If he can take Shisui's eyes, he can force you to turn your blade against your own clan. You think you're making a choice. But in reality you're just being pushed step by step down that one and only road. Itachi remained silent. His heart was far from calm. Before tonight he had still believed there was room for reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village. But now Root's assassination attempt, Sasuke's name on the surveillance list, and Uchiha Yu's words were all chipping away at his convictions bit by bit. Uchiha Yu patted Itachi's shoulder. I won't force you to choose sides now. Stay in the Anbu. Keep watching. Use your eyes to see clearly. Is it the Uchiha who want to destroy Konoha, or is it someone who wants to use Konoha to destroy the Uchiha? With that, Uchiha Yu turned and left. Itachi stood in place motionless for a long time. He suddenly realized that many things he had once firmly believed in seemed to be wavering, and this wavering made him feel uneasy. On the other side beside the Nango River, Shisui stood quietly by the riverbank. He gazed at his reflection in the water, and in it a crimson light flashed through his eyes. The pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan flickered faintly within. Uchiha Ura's revelation of the Mangekyo tonight had shaken him just as deeply. There was a second pair among the clan, and Ura had hidden himself so thoroughly. Shisui had once believed himself to be the only one capable of preventing conflict between the Uchiha and the village. But after tonight he realized he had been wrong. Ura also possessed power, but unlike his own. Ura did not intend to mediate, he intended to strike back. Just then Uchiha Ura's voice came from behind him. Still thinking about Danzo? Shisui turned around. How did you know I was here? Ura replied calmly. When your mind is troubled you come to the Nango River. Shisui gave a bitter smile. You really do understand me. Ura walked to his side. It's not understanding. You're simply too easy to read. Shisui. Ura gazed at the river surface. After tonight your situation will grow far more dangerous. Shisui frowned. Because of the clan council. Ura nodded. Danzo will learn soon enough that the Uchiha are raising their guard. He will grow more desperate. And when he does he will strike at the most valuable target. Shisui fell silent. You still believe he'll go after my eyes? Ura looked at him. Not believe. I am certain. Shisui's fists clenched slightly. If that's true I will go to the third Hokage myself. Ask the third. Ask him whether he knows Danzo intends to steal your eyes. Hearing this Shisui frowned. The Hokage would never permit such a thing. Ura countered. Then did he permit Danzo to send root agents to kill me? Shisui stiffened. Ura continued. If he says he knew nothing it means he cannot control Danzo. If he says he did know then he tacitly approved. Shisui, which kind would you prefer? Shisui's face paled slightly. Neither answer was anything but brutal. Ura patted his shoulder. Do not rush. I do not need you to believe me right now. I only need you to promise me one thing. Shisui looked at him. What? Yura's tone grew serious. If Danzo summons you privately, you must tell me. Shisui fell silent. Yura pressed on. This is not a request. It is for your life. And for the Uchiha as well. Shisui met his gaze. After a long moment, he nodded gently. Very well. If Danzo seeks me out, I will let you know. A faint smile touched Yura's lips. At last he had broken through. The system voice sounded once more. Host has further shaken Uchiha Shisui's trust in Danzo. Side quest 1, save Uchiha Shisui, progress advanced. Obtain behind the scenes points 3,000. Current behind the scenes points 41,000. Yura was in good spirits. This was the joy of laying traps. Without lifting a finger to kill fate itself, could be gradually diverted. But he also knew the true trial had not yet arrived. Danzo would never sit idle while the Uchiha grew united. Nor would he ever relinquish the vision of Konoha Tsukimi. The next few days, those were what mattered. At the same time in the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage stood at the window gazing toward the distant Uchiha district. The pipe in his hand remained unlit for a long while. An Anbu agent knelt behind him. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha district held a clan council tonight. The third's voice was heavy. And oi. The Anbu lowered his head. The district has strengthened its defenses. The police force patrol patterns have changed. Certain Uchiha members are being mobilized frequently. However, there are no clear signs of a coup at present. The third's brow furrowed deeply. No clear signs of a coup. Far from reassuring him, these words only deepened his unease. If the Uchiha had openly declared a coup, he could have judged their intentions directly. But now the Uchiha had become far more disciplined. This meant someone within the clan was directing them. And that person was likely Uchiha Ura. The third asked, what did Uchiha Ura say during the council? The Anbu hesitated. We cannot confirm at present. The perimeter around the Nango shrine is tightly guarded. The Uchiha appeared to have set up counter-surveillance in advance. The third's expression darkened. The police force had begun countering Anbu surveillance. That was not a good sign. He waved his hand. Dismissed. The Anbu vanished. Moments later from the shadows in the corner of the office, Danzo emerged slowly. Hiruzen. I told you long ago, the Uchiha can no longer be left unchecked. The third did not turn around. Sending Root to assassinate Ura has pushed things into far more dangerous territory. Danzo snorted coldly. If he had died out there, none of this would be happening. The third whirled around, his eyes sharp and cold. But he did not die. And he returned alive. Now the entire Uchiha clan knows Root may be targeting them. What do you expect Shisui and Itachi to think? Danzo's gaze darkened slightly. Shisui can still be won over. The third frowned. What are you planning? Danzo spoke coldly. Shisui possesses Konoha Tsukimi. If we can compel him to use it on Fugaku, the Uchiha rebellion can be silenced without a single drop of blood. The third fell silent. He had not overlooked such a plan himself. Shisui had once hinted at something similar, using Konoha Tsukimi to prevent the coup. On the surface it seemed the best option. But for some reason the third suddenly recalled the look in Uchiha Ura's eyes earlier that day in his office. That young man had seemed to see through everything. The third spoke gravely. Danzo, Shisui is a ninja of this village. Do not do anything rash against him. Danzo's expression remained blank. Of course I know. Everything I do is for Konoha. The third regarded him, his brow deepening. He had heard those words far too many times. In the past, he had always managed to convince himself to trust Danzo. Because Konoha needed light, and it also needed shadow. But now that shadow Danzo cast seemed to grow ever more uncontrollable. Deep within the Root base. Danzo sat in the darkness, his face as cold as still water. 3 Root operatives were dead. Uchiha Ura had survived and returned. After the clan council, the Uchiha began raising their guard. All of it filled him with profound dissatisfaction. Especially Uchiha Ura. That young brat had become the greatest variable. If left unchecked, his influence over the Uchiha could cause the plan with Shisui's Konoha Tsukimi to fail entirely. Even Itachi's path might be affected. Danzo raised his single Sharingan eye and spoke in a cold tone. Send word to Shisui. I wish to see him tomorrow at dusk. A Root ninja knelt on one knee. Yes. Danzo's fingers tapped lightly against his cane. Shisui, your eyes cannot remain in Uchiha hands any longer. Such power as Konoha Tsukimi can only truly protect Konoha when it is in my hands. As for Uchiha Ura, a killing intent flashed across Danzo's single eye. Once Shisui's eyes are secured, you will be the first I deal with. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district deep into the night, Ura had just returned to his room when the system notification sounded once more, detecting a key plot node about to trigger. Event Danzo summons Uchiha Shisui. Original storyline trajectory: Shisui will have one Mangekyo stolen, then take his own life, entrusting the other eye to Uchiha Itachi. Current divergence rate 45%. Side quest 1, save Uchiha Shisui. Entering critical phase. Mission requirement: prevent Danzo from stealing Shisui's Mangekyo. Minimum completion condition: Shisui survives. Perfect completion condition: both of Shisui's eyes are preserved and his trust in the village leadership is thoroughly shattered. Reward: 100 behind the scenes points, increased resistance to Konoha Tsukimi. Ura's expression turned sharply cold. So it begins. Danzo truly could not hold back any longer. The moment Ura revealed the Mangekyo at the clan council, and the Uchiha tightened their defenses, Danzo immediately moved against Shisui. Truly a vulture that could not resist the scent of blood. Yura rose slowly and pushed open the window. Danzo, I had hoped to let you live a few more days, since you are so eager to seek death. A cold smile touched his lips. Then I will start by severing one of your arms. In the system panel, the Phase 1 main quest hung quietly. Prevent the Uchiha Massacre. Final reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yura gazed into the darkness beyond the window, his eyes profound and unreadable. The Eternal Mangekyo. The power to change age. Danzo, your life is paving the way for me. So, do not die too easily. The next day, the atmosphere in Konoha had clearly shifted. Ordinary villagers might not have noticed anything, but any ninja with slightly keen perception could sense the undercurrents accelerating near the Uchiha district. The police force continued their routine patrols. Uchiha clan members still came and went on schedule. By the Naka River, young clan members continued training with shuriken and fire techniques. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet the difference lay precisely within these seemingly unchanging appearances. Previously, the Uchiha district was the one being watched. Yambiyu perched above. Root lurked in the shadows. The Uchiha knew they were being watched, but could only pretend not to notice. But starting today, everything had shifted. The fixed surveillance points outside the district were quietly marked by the Uchiha. Anbu rotation schedules were recorded by the police force under the guise of public security patrols. Several covert passages Root had once used were quietly blocked by two men led by Uchiha Kawa. No open conflict occurred, but those from Konoha's upper echelons monitoring the Uchiha sensed an unmistakable unease, as if they had been the predators watching from the darkness. But today when they looked up, they discovered the prey was watching them back. At the edge of the Uchiha district, an ANBU member wearing a cat mask stood on the rooftop, his gaze sweeping across the distant street. He appeared to be conducting normal surveillance. But the very next moment his body tensed slightly, because at the end of the street, an Uchiha police force member was looking up at him. That Uchiha even took out a scroll and made a few notes on it. The cat-masked ANBU's brows furrowed slightly, and he vanished, relocating to a new surveillance position. However, no sooner had he landed than another Uchiha police force member nearby casually turned his head, continuing to record. The cat-masked ANBU fell silent. He finally realized they had not stumbled upon him by chance. They were watching him in return. His own kind. These ANBU operatives were being logged as suspicious targets by the Uchiha police force. It made him deeply unsettled. In the past, they were always the ones watching the Uchiha. When had it become the Uchiha's turn to watch them? Yet he could not protest. The police force possessed the authority to maintain security records. They had not made any moves, just standing on the street making a few notes on their scroll. What could he say? That he was secretly spying on them, so they were not allowed to notice him. Aren't they just exposing themselves? The cat-masked ANBU fumed with frustration, but could only withdraw silently. Meanwhile, in the distance, Uchiha Kawa watched the ANBU depart, a cold smirk curling his lips. You enjoyed watching us back, then didn't you? Now it's your turn to experience what it feels like. A young Uchiha beside him asked in a low voice. Brother Kawa, should we keep following? Uchiha Kawa shook his head. Not necessary. You said not to push too hard. Just let them know we have spotted them. The real move is not here. The young Uchiha's eyes lit up. Lord, you has backup plans. Uchiha Kawa glanced at him. Don't ask. Just remember, from today onward we Uchiha are not blind. The young Uchiha nodded firmly. Understood. Within the district, Uchiha Shisui stood in the courtyard, his brows knitted as he read the letter in his hands. It had come from Root. The content was straightforward. Shimura Danzo had requested to meet him at dusk at a remote training ground outside the village. The reason cited was to discuss the crisis between the Uchiha clan and the village. In the past, Shisui would never have hesitated. He had always believed that as long as both sides could still talk, there was a possibility of peaceful resolution. But now he hesitated. Uchiha Yu's words were like nails driven into his mind. If Danzo asks to meet with you alone, you must tell me. He wants your eyes. Shisui's hand instinctively rose to touch his own eyes. Koto Amatsukami. This was his greatest trump card. It was also the power he had long believed could save both the Uchiha and Konoha. But what if Danzo truly set his sights on these eyes? Shisui closed his eyes. He refused to believe it. Yet he could no longer fully disbelieve. Just then a voice came from behind him. He asked to meet with you? Shisui spun around sharply. Uchiha Yu had appeared at the courtyard entrance without warning. Standing with arms crossed and an unreadable expression, he seemed to have anticipated this moment all along. After a pause, Shisui handed him the letter. You scanned it, a faint smile touching his lips. Quite impatient, aren't they? Shisui asked. You already knew. You replied coldly. I told you he could not resist. Shisui frowned. Perhaps he merely wishes to discuss things. You looked at him. Shisui, you are fine in every way. But sometimes you treat others too generously. Shisui fell silent. You tucked the letter away and spoke in a calm tone. Go. Shisui was taken aback. You want me to go? You nodded. If you do not go, how will he reveal his fangs? Shisui's expression darkened. Do you plan to ambush Danzo? You countered. Why not? Shisui spoke gravely. Danzo is after all the Hokage's advisor. If we take the initiative against him, we will fully confirm the Uchiha's rebellion. Hearing this, you could not help but laugh. So we cannot strike first. We must make him move first. Doesn't he want your eyes? Then give him an opportunity. Shisui's pupils contracted. He finally understood what Uchiha Yu intended to do, using him as bait, letting Danzo voluntarily reveal his murderous intent. Once Danzo makes a move, the nature of everything changes completely. It would not be the Uchiha attacking the Hokage's advisor. It would be the Hokage's advisor attempting to seize the Manjikyu of an Uchiha clan member. The difference between the two was vast. Shisui remained silent for a long time. What if he does not make a move? You replied calmly, then that would be best. It would mean I was wrong. It would mean Danzo still retains some humanity and you can continue to trust the village. Shisui looked at him. You continued, but do you dare to gamble? Shisui did not answer. Could he dare? If it were only his own life, he would dare. But if the cost of losing was the Manjikyu falling into Danzo's hands, if the Uchiha clan lost their final bargaining chip for peace, he dared not. Shisui took a deep breath. What is your plan? A cold glint appeared in Yu's eyes. Simple. You attend the meeting as normal. I will remain in the shadows. Additionally, several clan elites will provide distant support. Shisui immediately said, we cannot bring too many people. More people would only increase the risk of exposure. You nodded. That is why there will only be 3. Uchiha Kawa will handle the perimeter. 2 Uchiha with the 3 Tomo will block the escape routes. The only one who will actually strike is me. Shisui looked at him with a complicated expression. You, if Danzo really makes a move. You interrupted him, then it is time you woke up. Shisui's heart trembled. You patted his shoulder. Shisui, you have always wanted to use Koto Amatsukami to change the Uchiha. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes who truly needs their will changed. Evening. Outside Konoha village at a secluded training ground. It was far from the main road, surrounded by dense forest and rocky cliffs. On ordinary days, few people ever came here. Uchiha Shisui walked alone to the center of the training ground. His expression was as gentle as ever. But inside he was far from as calm as he appeared. Soon several figures emerged from the forest. Shimura Danzo and 4 Root Ninja. Danzo leaned on a cane, his right eye wrapped in bandages, his face devoid of any expression. He looked at Shisui and said in a low voice, you've come. Shisui gave a slight nod. Lord Danzo. His gaze swept over the 4 Root Ninja. Is this just a conversation? Why bring so many people? Danzo said flatly, the Uchiha have been unstable lately. I have no choice but to be cautious. Shisui was silent for a moment. In the past, when he heard such words, he might have explained that the Uchiha had no hostile intentions. But now they only grated on his ears. What did the Uchiha are unstable even mean? Are the Uchiha unstable, or have you been pushing the Uchiha all along? Shisui suppressed his emotions and said, Lord Danzo, did you call for me regarding clan affairs? Danzo nodded. I already know about the Uchiha clan meeting. Shisui's eyes flickered, just as he thought. The clan meeting had barely ended, yet Danzo already knew. To what extent was the Uchiha compound being watched? Danzo continued, Uchiha Yu is pushing the Uchiha into the abyss. He is too radical, inciting the clan to oppose the village. If we let him continue, the Uchiha will inevitably mount a coup. Shisui said nothing. Danzo looked at him. Shisui, you are different from them. You carry the will of fire. You understand that the village's peace matters more than one clan's selfish desires. If it had been long ago, Shisui might have been moved by these words. But at this moment, Uchiha Yu's cold sneer surfaced in his mind. He will praise you for carrying the will of fire. Then he will make you sacrifice the Uchiha. A chill inexplicably ran through Shisui's heart. Because what Danzo was saying now matched Uchiha Yu's prediction almost exactly. Seeing Shisui silent, Danzo assumed he was wavering and continued, you possess Koto Amatsukami. It is a power capable of stopping the Uchiha's coup. Use it to alter Uchiha Fugaku's will. Make him abandon the coup. That way the Uchiha can survive and Konoha can avoid civil war. Shisui said in a low voice, I have indeed considered doing so. Danzo's single eye gleamed slightly. Shisui continued, but I will report this personally to the Lord Hokage. And I will carry it out under the Lord Hokage's supervision. Danzo's gaze turned icy in an instant. Report to Hiruzen. Carry it out under Hiruzen's supervision. Then wouldn't control of Koto Amatsukami remain in Shisui's hands? How could such power continue to be held by the Uchiha? Especially now? Uchiha Yu had already revealed his Mangekyo. The Uchiha's inner ranks had begun to unite. If Shisui were influenced by Uchiha Yu, Koto Amatsukami would become a weapon threatening the village. Danzo said coldly, that won't be necessary. Shisui frowned. Why, oi? Danzo said slowly, because you are too naive. Shisui, your hesitation will bring ruin to Konoha. Shisui's heart sank. Danzo continued, a power like Koto Amatsukami should not be in the hands of someone so emotional. It should be entrusted to one who can truly protect Konoha. Within the training ground, the wind suddenly turned cold. Shisui raised his head and finally his gaze changed. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by this? In Danzo's single eye, greed and cold intent were no longer hidden. Hand over your eyes to me. I will be the one to stop the Uchiha. At that moment, Shisui felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Even though Uchiha Yu had warned him countless times. But when Danzo actually said those words, the last trace of hope in his heart was thoroughly crushed. So it was true. Danzo really wanted his eyes. Shisui took half a step back and 3 tomos slowly emerged in his eyes. Lord Danzo, do you realize what you were saying? Danzo said coldly, I know very well. For the sake of Konoha, certain powers must be held by the right hands. Shisui's voice grew heavy. And the so-called right person is you. Danzo said flatly, everything I do is for Konoha. In the shadows, Uchiha Yu leaning behind a tree trunk nearly burst out laughing when he heard that. Classic. Absolutely classic. That old dog Danzo had only one line he kept recycling. Killing people, for Konoha. Taking eyes, for Konoha. Even wiping out a clan, for Konoha. Anyone who didn't know better would think Konoha was a garbage bin with every kind of filth stuffed into it in its name. A system notification sounded in his mind. Detected Shimura Danzo has officially revealed the intention to take the eyes. Uchiha Shirsue's trust collapse progress increased to 70. Side mission 1 key stage activated. Tip preventing Shisui from having his eyes taken grants a basic reward. If you severely injure Danzo on the spot and preserve Shirsue's eyes, you will earn extra behind-the-scenes points. Uchiha Yu curled the corner of his mouth. Was there even any question? If he didn't make Danzo leave something behind tonight, he wouldn't be doing this show justice. Back in the training ground, Shirsue's eyes had already shifted from 3 Tomo to Mangekyo. Looking at Danzo, he spoke with barely concealed disappointment. Lord Danzo, I will not hand my eyes over to you. Danzo seemed to have expected this. Then I will simply take them myself. As his words fell, the 4-root ninja instantly spread out. They sealed the 4 corners. A barrier formula expanded. A translucent barrier rapidly enclosed the training ground. Shirsue's expression turned utterly grim. You had this prepared all along. Danzo said coldly, I gave you a choice. Shisui gave a bitter smile. A choice? Hand over my eyes, or have you take them from me? Is this the choice Konoha's leadership offers the Uchiha? Danzo's face was expressionless. The Uchiha's power is too dangerous. Especially you and Uchiha Yu. Shirsue's eyes flickered with shock. Danzo continued, Uchiha Yu has already been blinded by hatred. If you keep hesitating, you will only let him lead the Uchiha to ruin. Shisui, I am trying to save you all. Uchiha Yu, hidden in the shadows, sneered at those words. Save us. Ripping out someone's eyes is what you call saving. Then I might as well save you tonight too. Inside the barrier, the root ninja made the first move. 2 attacked head-on, 1 hurled poisoned Senbon from the flank, and the other formed hand signs to unleash a sealing jutsu. Shisui truly lived up to his name, Shisui of the body flicker. His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, several afterimages appeared simultaneously across the training ground. All the root ninja's attacks missed. Shisui did not go for the kill. Even at this point, he instinctively held back. Danzo watched coldly. Still so weak. This is why you are unfit to wield Koto Amatsukami. Shisui appeared beside a tree and said in a low voice, Lord Danzo, it is still not too late to stop. Danzo sneered. The one running out of time is you. The next instant, Danzo abruptly raised his hand. A kunai concealed in his sleeve shot out. At the same time, a root ninja burst out of the earth beneath Shirsue's feet and slapped a sealing tag directly onto his calf. Shisui tried to use the body flicker only to find his leg stiffening. The sealing jutsu briefly restricted his chakra flow. Only for an instant. But for Danzo that was enough. Danzo's figure suddenly closed in. His speed did not resemble that of an old man leaning on a cane at all. The right arm hidden beneath his bandages bulged faintly, and his palm drove straight toward Shirsue's eye socket. Shirsue's pupils contracted. In this moment, he finally saw the full extent of Danzo's murderous intent. The man truly meant to seize his eyes. Shisui. From the shadows, Uchiha Chuan nearly surged forth, but was pinned down by another clansman. Wait for Urun's signal. Just as Danzo's hand closed within a foot of Shirsue's right eye, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the training ground. Danzo, don't you want this hand anymore? Danzo's pupils sharply contracted. The next instant, black-red chakra erupted from the air like a pathogen. A kunai tore through the shadows of the trees aimed straight at Danzo's wrist. Danzo reacted with incredible speed, withdrawing his hand and stepping back immediately. But the moment he retreated, a figure had already appeared before Shisui. Within those crimson eyes, the black-red parasol-patterned Mangekyo spun slowly. Shisui gazed at the back, protecting him, his heart swirling with countless emotions. If Uchiha Urun had not appeared, that brief instant could have cost him an eye. Seeing Uchiha Urun, Danzo's expression darkened to its worst. Uchiha Urun, as I expected, it's you. Uchiha Urun looked at Danzo and sneered. Surprised too. How many times did I warn Shisui that you old dog would covet his eyes? He wouldn't believe me at first. You did me a favor, proving me right yourself. Danzo's single eye flared with murderous intent. You dare ambush this old man. Ambush you? Danzo, have you gone senile? You were the one who lured Shisui here, set up the root barriers, and prepared to steal his Mangekyo. Now that you've been caught red-handed, it's me who ambushed you. What's wrong? Does the root train its people to share the same shamelessness? In the darkness, Uchiha Chuan and the others nearly boiled over with excitement. Satisfying. So satisfying. This was Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, root's leader, who dared insult him to his face. Only Uchiha Urun dared, and he made Danzo utterly unable to refute. Shisui stood behind Uchiha Urun watching Danzo, and his gaze had completely changed. Disappointment, rage, pain, and a hint of the cold clarity that comes from finally seeing reality. Lord Danzo, Shisui spoke slowly. You truly intended to take my eyes. Danzo glanced at Shisui and said coldly, Shisui, you've been bewitched by Uchiha Urun. This old man acts for Konoha. Uchiha Urun interrupted directly, save your covers. Konoha never authorized you to steal a comrade's eyes. Konoha never ordered you to send rude assassins to kill village jonin. And Konoha certainly didn't tell you to burrow like a rat in a ditch and shove all your filth into the flames well. Danzo roared insolence. The Mangekyo in Uchiha Uranium's eyes spun fiercely. Insolence. I'll show you insolence today. His words fell. His left eye's technique activated. Black Parasol Pathogen Dominion. Invisible black-red chakra spread through the air within the barrier. The four-root ninja's expressions shifted instantly. Poison. No, it's chakra erosion. Seal your breathing. It's useless. It's invading the meridians. They had hoped to maintain the barrier. But the moment the pathogen chakra entered their bodies, their chakra circulation immediately slowed. The barrier began to shake violently. Uchiha Uranium raised his hand, and a kunai flew forth. Thwack! One root ninja's shoulder was pierced. Black parasol chakra spread instantly through the wound. The root ninja screamed and dropped to his knees. The remaining three paled. They had all heard that Uchiha Uranium was powerful. They knew he possessed the Mangekyo. But they never imagined his Mangekyo would be so bizarre. As long as they shared the same space, they faced the risk of corruption. This was far too lethal for shinobi. Danzo's pupils narrowed slightly. He had finally witnessed Uchiha Uranium's Mangekyo ability with his own eyes. Truly dangerous. This kind of power must never remain in Uchiha hands. He spoke coldly, kill him. The three-root ninja immediately charged at Uchiha Uranium. Shisui moved to act, but Uchiha Uranium raised his hand to stop him. Just watch. Shisui paused. Uchiha Uranium said calmly, watch clearly how Danzo's dogs die. The next instant, Uchiha Uranium's right eye, the white parasol, began to spin. White parasol cellular reconstruction. His figure vanished instantly. Bang! The first root ninja's chest caved inward, and he was sent flying backward. Before the second could react, Uchiha Uranium had already appeared behind him, one hand gripping his neck. Black-red chakra seeped from his palm. Black parasol pathogen outbreak. The root ninja's body stiffened. The next second his meridians ruptured, his chakra backlash erupted, and blood poured from his 7 orifices as he collapsed. The third root ninja, terrified, tried to retreat. But Uchiha Uranium merely looked at him. The Mangekyo spun. Pathogen chakra exploded directly from the previously contaminated air nodes. The man's legs buckled, and he half-kneeled on the ground. Uchiha Uranium kicked. Crack. His jaw was shattered, his body slammed into the barrier wall, and he fell unconscious. In less than 10 breaths. For members of the root. 3 dead, 1 broken. Danzo's face darkened terrifyingly. Shisui stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with shock. He knew Uchiha Uranium was strong. But not this strong. These root ninja were each elites. Yet before Uchiha Uranium, they were like trash swept aside without a second thought. What complicated Shisui's feelings even more was that Uchiha Uranium showed zero hesitation. Kill when needed. Break when needed. It was so different from himself. Perhaps, when facing someone like Danzo, his own hesitation was the true mistake. Danzo gazed at the field of root corpses and spoke coldly. Uchiha Uranium, you have killed Konoha ninja. Your crime is unforgivable. Hearing this, Uchiha Uranium laughed aloud. Doing it again. Putting words in my mouth. Danzo, do you really think you're the only one here? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. From the darkness, Uchiha Chuan and 2 other Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan stepped forth. 3 pairs of Sharingan stared coldly at Danzo. Uchiha Chuan gritted his teeth. Danzo, you attempted to seize Shisui's Mangekyo, and we witnessed it with our own eyes. We will report everything to the clan head. Danzo's expression shifted. He hadn't expected Uchiha Uranium to arrange other Uchiha as witnesses. This was troublesome. If it had only been Uchiha Uranium and Shisui, he could have twisted the narrative and accused them of rebellion. But now with multiple Uchiha witnesses, the matter could not be suppressed. Shisui had always been regarded by the third as the bridge capable of reconciling the Uchiha with the village. If Shisui personally accused him of attempting to steal his eyes, the third would find it difficult to ignore entirely. Danzo's murderous intent deepened. In that case, these people could not be allowed to return alive. He abruptly tore back a corner of the bandages on his right arm. Hashirama cell energy leaked out. Uchiha Uranium's eyes narrowed. So Danzo had indeed undergone partial Hashirama cell transplantation. Just not to the extent of the original work's later stages. That he already had a portion of Hashirama cells integrated. Not yet to the point of the original story's later stages, where his entire arm was covered in Sharingan. But even so, it was more than disgusting enough. Danzo's chakra surged explosively. He formed hand seals. Wind released vacuum great sphere. A high-pressure wind bullet blasted toward Uchiha Uranium. He raised a hand and pressed it against the air. A black-crimson chakra membrane materialized. The wind bullet smashed into it, tearing it apart instantly. But at the same time, the wind bullet had also been contaminated by the Black Umbrella's chakra, its power forcibly weakened by a margin. Uchiha Uranium sidestepped the residual attack, the ground beneath his feet, erupting with a tremendous crack. He sneered, Danzo, is that all you've got? Danzo said nothing. He formed seals once more. Wind released vacuum serial waves. Several razor-sharp wind blades shot toward Uchiha Uranium, Shisui, Uchiha Chuan, and the others simultaneously. Shisui blurred and instantly carried Uchiha Chuan and the others away. Uchiha Uranium, however, charged straight at Danzo. The wind blade sliced through his sleeve, leaving several shallow bloody gashes on his arm. Yet the wounds had barely appeared before they swiftly healed under the white umbrella's power. Danzo's lone eye narrowed. Regeneration. This brat's Mangekyo possesses both erosion and recovery. Damn it. These eyes are even more suited for war than Shisui's Koto Amatsukami. Greed and wariness surged within Danzo's gaze almost simultaneously. Your eyes should also belong to Konoha. Uchiha Uranium's fist hurtled toward him. Danzo blocked with his cane. Bang. The cane shattered. Danzo was forced back several steps. Uchiha Uranium sneered, belong to Konoha. Are you worthy of representing Konoha? He closed in again. The black umbrella's ocular power eroded Danzo's chakra flow through the air. Danzo's expression darkened as he swiftly mobilized Hashirama's cells to suppress the pathogenic erosion. It did have some effect. The black umbrella's erosion slowed significantly against the Hashirama cell-modified body. But it only slowed, not neutralized. Uchiha Uranium's eyes shifted slightly. Hashirama cells can indeed resist part of the black umbrella. Not bad. It seems using you as experimental material in the future will prove quite valuable. Danzo's face turned even uglier at those words. Always it was he who treated others as tools and experimental material. Yet today someone dared say to his face they'd use him as material. This was outright humiliation. Danzo roared, Uchiha Uranium. He abruptly hurled several exploding tag kunai from his sleeve. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions engulfed Uchiha Uranium's position. Smoke and dust filled the air. Danzo didn't pause for a second. He turned and retreated toward the depths of the dense forest. The situation had spiraled out of control today. Root had suffered casualties. Multiple Uchiha had witnessed everything. Shisui's eyes remained untouched. If he kept fighting he might not gain any advantage. Most importantly, the Uchiha clan's elites could arrive at any moment. He had to return to Konoha first and seize control of the narrative. As long as he reached the Hokage building, he would still have room to maneuver. But he had barely taken a few steps when Uchiha Uranium's voice emerged from the smoke ahead. Running. Did I give you permission? Danzo's heart turned cold. The smoke was blasted apart by a surge of chakra. Uchiha Uranium walked out from the center of the explosion. His clothes were torn in several places. But the burns and scratches on his skin were repairing at a visible rate. The Mangekyo in his eyes rotated slowly, a frigid smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Danzo, did you really think you'd get away unscathed today? Danzo gritted his teeth and raised his hands to form seals. But at that instant Uchiha Uranium's left eye abruptly sharpened. Black umbrella nerve domination. The pathogenic chakra that had already invaded Danzo's body erupted without warning. Danzo's right arm seized rigid. Though it lasted less than half a second it was enough. Uchiha Uranium appeared in an instant. The kunai in his hand traced a cold arc. Flash. Blood splattered. Danzo's right arm was split open by a wound so deep the bone was visible. Had he not forced his body to shift at the critical moment the blade would have severed his entire arm. Danzo let out a muffled groan and leaped backward. But Uchiha Uranium closed in again. This hand. Didn't you want to pluck out eyes with it? Then leave it here. Uchiha Uranium's right eye, the white umbrella, was enhanced to its limit. His speed surged once more. Danzo's pupils shrank as his left hand slammed against the ground. Summoning jutsu. Bang. Smoke burst open. A colossal Baku appeared, its gaping maw unleashing a terrifying suction force. Trees, rocks, and dust were all frantically pulled into the Baku's mouth. Shisui's expression shifted. That's Danzo's summoning beast. Uchiha Chuan and the others were forced back by the suction. Danzo meanwhile used the Baku's cover to retreat rapidly. Uchiha Uranium stood still, robes flapping wildly, yet he wasn't dragged away. He stared at the enormous Baku, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A beast dares block my path. His left eye's black umbrella spun. Black crimson chakra surged against the airflow, plunging straight into the Baku's mouth. The Baku's suction had been its advantage, but now it became a channel through which it devoured the pathogen. The next instant the Baku let out a pained roar. Its massive body convulsed violently. Its chakra was contaminated, its nerves eroded, and the suction force ceased instantly. Uchiha Uranium raised his hand and formed seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. A colossal wave of fire swept forth. The Baku, no longer controlling its suction, was engulfed by the sea of flames, shrieking as it dispersed into smoke. Danzo's escape route was exposed. Uchiha Uranium blurred and gave chase. Shisui followed at once. Uranium, don't kill him. Uchiha Uranium didn't look back. Don't worry. Killing him now would be too merciful. Shisui was stunned. The next moment Uchiha Uranium had already caught up to Danzo. Hearing the sound of breaking wind behind him, Danzo's expression turned utterly grim. This brat was too fast. Moreover, that pathogenic chakra was still spreading inside his body. If not for Hashirama's cells suppressing it, he might have already been unable to circulate chakra normally. Uchiha Uranium's voice came from behind. Danzo, why are you running so fast? Aren't you doing this for Konoha? How could someone who fights for Konoha abandon route and flee alone? Murderous intent churned in Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Uranium, don't get cocky. Konoha will not tolerate the Uchiha attacking the Hokage's advisor. Uchiha Uranium mocked him. Danzo, here you go again. When you steal eyes, it's for Konoha. When you run away, you're the Hokage's advisor. Danzo, you switch identities faster than a transformation jutsu. As his words fell, Uchiha Uranium hurled a kunai. Danzo dodged aside. but a black-crimson mark on the kunai suddenly blazed. The pathogen node erupted, resonating with the suppressed black umbrella chakra inside Danzo's body. His body stiffened once more for an instant. Uchiha Uranium appeared at his side, kicking Danzo's knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking rang out. Danzo gave a muffled groan and dropped to one knee. The next moment Uchiha Uranium seized his right arm. Danzo's face twisted. You dare? Uchiha Uranium's eyes were icy. Of course I dare. Crack! The terrifying force amplified by the white umbrella exploded. The bones of Danzo's right arm were crushed into fragments. The Hashirama cell-modified flesh writhed violently, yet it could not immediately recover from such shattering destruction. Danzo's face contorted in agony. Uchiha Uranium leaned close to his ear and said softly, "This hand. I took it for Shisui." Then he drove another fist into Danzo's abdomen. Bang! Danzo flew backward, slammed into a rock wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Uranium walked over slowly. That punch was for my mission to the land of water. Another kick. Bang! Danzo's ribs snapped. That kick was for the Uchiha children. Root has been watching. Danzo lay sprawled on the ground, his lone eyes seething with venomous hatred. When Shisui arrived and witnessed this scene, his heart was deeply shaken. The Hokage advisor, the leader of Root, the Danzo who had always stood aloof in the darkness of Konoha. Yet now he was pinned under Uchiha Yu's foot, as wretched as an old dog. The image was too great a shock. Uchiha Chuan and the others were so thrilled their eyes turned red. How many years had the Uchiha swallowed their anger? Being watched, being rejected, being slandered, being suppressed by the higher-ups. And today Uchiha Yu stomped that thorn named Danzo hard into the mud before their eyes. This was no simple victory. It was a slap in the face. For the first time the Uchiha had trampled the darkness of Konoha underfoot. Danzo raised his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Uchiha Yu, you will regret this. Uchiha Yu pressed his foot onto the wound of Danzo's right arm and slowly increased the force. Danzo's face twisted again. Regret. The only thing I regret now is not having done this sooner. Shisui finally could not help blurting out, "You, that's enough." Uchiha Yu turned to look at him. Shisui took a deep breath. He must be handed over to Lord Hokage for judgment. Uchiha Yu looked at Shisui and asked, "How do you think the third Hokage will deal with him?" Shisui was silent. Uchiha Yu continued, "A scolding. House arrest. Or maybe he'll say that Danzo also did it for the sake of Konoha." Shisui's face turned pale. He could not deny those possibilities. Uchiha Yu pressed down with his foot, and Danzo let out another muffled groan. Shisui, look carefully. This is the dark side of the village you have always believed in. He wanted to dig out your eyes. And you are still worried that I am going too far. Shisui opened his mouth, but no words came out. That was right. Danzo had truly been about to take his eyes just now. If not for Uchiha Yu, he would already have lost one Mangekyo. He might even have lost his life. What right did he have to urge you to show mercy? But, Shisui looked at Danzo, his gaze pained. At least you cannot kill him. Uchiha Yu said calmly, "I told you I am not killing him for now." Hearing this, Danzo felt slightly relieved. As long as he did not die, as long as he could go back to Konoha, he would still have a chance to turn things around. But the next moment Uchiha Yu's words made his heart sink straight to the bottom. But this arm of his must be crippled. Danzo's pupils shrank. No. The black umbrella in Uchiha Yu's left eye began to spin. Black-red chakra instantly invaded Danzo's right arm. This was not simple paralysis. It was a deep pollution targeting the Hashirama cells and the chakra meridians. Black umbrella necrotic mark. The flesh on Danzo's right arm began to turn black. The Hashirama cells that had been writhing and regenerating were forcibly suppressed, and chakra pathways broke down one by one. Extreme pain nearly made Danzo pass out. Uchiha Yu withdrew his foot and said coldly, "I will seal this arm for you first. From now on, if you want to use it to dig out someone's eyes, ask it whether it will still listen to you." Danzo trembled all over, his single eye filled with venom and fear. He could feel that his right arm was useless. At least for a short time, he simply could not use it normally. Even more terrifying was that the black-red chakra lurked deep in the arm, like a stubborn bone-gnawing parasite. Even with Hashirama cells, it could not be completely removed. Uchiha Yu did not kill him, but he left him something far more troublesome than a wound. At that moment, a sharp whoosh came from the distance. Konoha's Anbu had arrived. Clearly the disturbance had already alarmed the village. Uchiha Yu looked toward the distance, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Just in time. He had never intended to hide this matter. Danzo trying to take Shisui's eyes had to be made a big scene. The bigger the better. Only this way would Shisui fully wake up. Uchiha Yu looked at Shisui. "Next it's your turn to speak." Shisui froze. Uchiha Yu said calmly, "You saw it with your own eyes. Danzo lured you out of the village. Root set the ambush. He personally said he wanted your eyes. How are you going to tell the third Hokage?" Shisui was silent. He looked at Danzo, collapsed in embarrassment on the ground. Then he looked toward the Anbu arriving. His eyes finally became firm bit by bit. This time he could no longer run away. If he had to endure even his own eyes being taken, what future did the Uchiha have? Shortly after, several Anbu landed at the edge of the training ground. The Anbu leader saw the Root corpses on the ground, the seriously wounded Danzo, and Uchiha Yu and Shisui standing in the field, and his face changed instantly. "Lord Danzo." They immediately tried to move forward. Uchiha Yu raised his hand, holding a kunai horizontally in front of him. "Stop." The Anbu captain said angrily, "Uchiha Yu, do you dare to obstruct the Anbu?" Uchiha Yu's eyes were ice cold. This is the scene of a Hokage advisor attempting to seize Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo. No one may destroy the evidence. The Anbu captain's face changed. What did you say? At that moment Shisui stepped forward. His voice was not loud yet exceptionally clear. I can testify. Lord Danzo used the pretext of discussing the relations between the Uchiha and the village to call me out of the village. He then had Root set an ambush and demanded that I hand over my Mangekyo Sharingan. When I rejected him, he made a move himself and tried to snatch my eyes. The Anbu were all stunned. If this had been said by Uchiha Yu, they could still have doubted it. But it was Uchiha Shisui who said it. The Uchiha whom Lord Hokage personally trusted. This matter was now completely huge. Danzo, lying on the ground, shouted with difficulty, Shisui. Do you know what you're saying? Shisui looked at Danzo, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes disappeared. I know. I have never been more clear-headed than I am now. Danzo's face was livid. Uchiha Yu smiled. This blade had finally been swung. Shisui personally named Danzo. That counted for more than 100 words spoken by Uchiha Yu himself. The system notification tone rang out at the same time. System notification: Uchiha Shisui has fully confirmed Danzo's malice. Shisui's trust in Konoha's leadership has dropped sharply. Side quest 1 to rescue Uchiha Shisui. Completion excellent. Shisui's eyes remain intact. Danzo's right arm has been sealed by Black Umbrella's necrotic mark. Extra completion condition triggered, severely wound Danzo. Obtained behind the scenes points 15000. Obtained reward: increased Kodoamet Tsukumi resistance. Current behind the scenes points 56000. A trace of satisfaction flickered in Uchiha Yu's eyes. Not bad. This trip had been a huge success. Shisui's eyes were preserved. Danzo's right arm was ruined. Shisui's illusions about the village leadership had been shattered. Furthermore, the Anbu had witnessed the scene with their own eyes. Next it would depend on how the third Hokage muddled things together. But this time the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth lifted slightly. The third Hokage would not have it so easy to weasel his way out. Hokage Tower. Dead of night. The third Hokage sat in his office, his expression uglier than ever before. Before him Shisui recounted the entire affair from beginning to end. Uchiha Yu stood to one side, his expression calm. Uchiha Chuan and a few other witnesses were also present. Danzo meanwhile was having his injuries urgently treated by 2 medical ninja. His right arm was wrapped in bandages, yet an eerie black-red chakra kept seeping out. Cold sweat covered the medical ninja's forehead. Lord Hokage, this corrosive chakra is very strange. We cannot completely remove it. Lord Danzo's right arm has suffered severe damage to its chakra pathways and likely will not recover within a short time. Uchiha Yu said calmly, a short time. You're too optimistic. Danzo suddenly raised his head, his single eye locked fiercely on him. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, You. Uchiha Yu looked at the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, the focal point right now isn't his arm. The focal point is that he wanted to take Shisui's eyes. The office fell into dead silence. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mikoto had also been summoned. Both wore extremely grim expressions. Koharu frowned. There may be a misunderstanding about this. Uchiha Yu flashed a mocking smile. A misunderstanding. Root setting up a barrier was a misunderstanding. Danzo personally demanding that Shisui hand over his eyes was a misunderstanding. His attempt to gouge out the eye was also a misunderstanding. Then advisor, what is not a misunderstanding? He looked at Koharu, his tone biting. Would it only count as conclusive proof if Shisui had actually had an eye gouged out? Koharu's face turned iron blue. Uchiha Yu, don't be so overbearing. Uchiha Yu said coldly, overbearing. The one whose eyes were nearly gouged out was Uchiha Shisui. The ones ambushed were us. The dead were from Root. The injured was Danzo. The witnesses are standing right here. Tell me, where exactly am I overbearing? Or is it that in your eyes Danzo may kill Uchiha, but the Uchiha may not fight back? Hamura Mikoto said in a deep voice. No one said that. Uchiha Yu immediately followed up, then punished Danzo. Hamura Mikoto. The office fell quiet again. Uchiha Yu's words were too direct. So direct that they left no room to evade. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, his voice weary. Danzo. You've gone too far. Danzo said coldly. Hiruzen, I did it for the village. Uchiha Yu scoffed. Here we go again. The third Hokage's brow twitched. Danzo glared at Uchiha Yu in fury. Uchiha Yu met his glare without the slightest concession. Lord Hokage. If a single phrase like for the village is enough to seize a comrade's eyes, then tomorrow can I also do it for the village, and take a few Sharingan from Root? Danzo's expression changed abruptly. You dare? What are you in such a hurry about? I'm only giving an example. This familiar tactic of Uchiha Yu's nearly made Danzo vomit blood in rage. There it was again. What are you in such a hurry about? Danzo realized that the most nauseating thing about the little brat Uchiha Yu was not his strength. It was his ability to use rules and rhetoric to push people to the edge of losing control while leaving them unable to mount a direct rebuttal. The third Hokage rubbed his brow. He knew he had to give the Uchiha clan an explanation for this. Otherwise Shisui would fall in completely with the Uchiha, and Itachi's resolve would waver as well. The Uchiha clan would only become more convinced that the village's high echelon was ready to take their eyes and annihilate the clan. Then the situation would only worsen. The third Hokage said gravely, from today onward Danzo is suspended from his post as Hokage advisor. Danzo's head snapped toward the third Hokage. Hiruzen. The third Hokage continued all route surveillance operations targeting the Uchiha shall be halted for now. Those involved shall be investigated by the Anbu. Danzo, you shall not contact Uchiha Shisui privately again. The moment this punishment was announced, Uchiha Chuan and the others showed dissatisfaction. Suspension only. Halting surveillance. What kind of punishment was that? Even Uchiha Yu laughed in anger at Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. Lord Hokage, let me ask one question. If Uchiha Yu had led people into an ambush today planning to gouge out Lord Danzo's eyes, would the punishment also have been suspension? The third Hokage stiffened. Danzo roared Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu ignored him outright and only looked at the third Hokage. Everyone in the office fell silent. Because the answer was self-evident. If the Uchiha dared to do such a thing, forget suspension. They would have been branded traitors on the spot. The Anbu root and even ninja of every clan would have been mobilized. Yet when Danzo did it, the result was only a suspension. This was barefaced double standards. Shisui looked at the third Hokage as well. In that moment, the last trace of warmth in his eyes turned another degree colder. The third Hokage noticed Shisui's gaze and knew in his heart that this was not good. He understood that he had to yield one more step. Danzo, hand over all root files related to the Uchiha. They will be sealed and jointly reviewed by the Anbu and the military police force. Danzo's face changed drastically. Hiruzen, no. There were too many things in Root's files that could never see the light of day. Once handed over, even the Uchiha-related portion alone could expose far more. The corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Here it comes. This was what he had really been after. Danzo's root files. They contained not only Uchiha surveillance material, but also would release experiments, Sharingan research, and leads on operations in the land of Rain. If he could obtain even a portion, he could continue stripping away Danzo's facade. Uchiha Yu looked at the third Hokage. The Hokage is wise. In that case, the military police force is willing to cooperate with the Anbu in a joint review. The third Hokage glanced at Uchiha Yu. He knew he had been pushed another step. But at this point, refusing was impossible. The third Hokage said in a low voice, Shisui Yu. The village will give the Uchiha an explanation. Uchiha Yu said calmly, I hope so. Shisui also murmured, Lord Hokage, I hope so as well. The third Hokage's heart sank. Shisui's words pained him more than Uchiha Yu's sarcasm, because they meant Shisui no longer placed unconditional trust in him as he used to. Danzo saw it as well. He stared fixedly at Uchiha Yu. That brat had not only destroyed his plan to take Shisui's eyes, he had also caused Shisui to begin slipping out of his control. And he had even seized the opportunity to force Hiruzen to hand over a portion of Root's files. This round Danzo had lost in the ugliest way possible. And as he was leaving, Uchiha Yu still remembered to twist the knife one last time. He looked at Danzo with a gentle smile. Lord Danzo, after tonight, remember not to go out too often. After all, your right hand isn't in very good shape right now. If you trip while walking at night, the village would lose yet another elder who has labored so hard for it. Danzo was so angry that his single eye filled with blood. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu turned and walked away. Don't get so worked up. Your right arm is already crippled. Ruining your health in a fit of anger would be even worse. The office door closed. Uchiha Chuan and the others followed behind Uchiha Yu, their shoulders shaking. It was from suppressing laughter. Shisui also followed out. Yet he was not laughing. His expression was unprecedentedly heavy. In the corridor, Uchiha Yu stopped and looked at Shisui. Now do you believe me? Shisui was silent for a long time. At last he said quietly, I believe you. Only 2 words. But those 2 words represented a fate line that had once led to the night of annihilation forcibly snapped in 2. Good. Then, next we need to talk about Itachi. Shisui raised his head. Itachi. Uchiha Yu looked out at the night, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Danzo's attempt to move against you failed. His next step will certainly be to pile more pressure onto Itachi. Shisui, if you don't want Itachi to become the next one used, you had better join me in pulling him back. Shisui's fist slowly clenched. This time he did not run away. Alright. In Uchiha Yu's mind, the system notification rang out again. Uchiha Shisui has officially turned to the host side. Side quest win over Uchiha Itachi. Key prerequisite unlocked. Main quest completion increased. One step closer to the reward, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth. Shisui was saved. Danzo was wounded. The root files were on the verge of falling into his hands. Next was Itachi. The blade meant for the night of annihilation was about to change direction. Outside the Hokage Tower, the night wind was cold and biting. Uchiha Shisui stood at the end of the corridor, his expression heavier than it had ever been. He had once believed that with Koto Amatsukami in his possession, he could smooth over the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. But tonight Danzo had taught him through action that some men's greed does not stop because of your goodwill. If not for the ambush Uchiha Yu had prepared in advance, his eyes would already have been taken by Danzo. And the third Hokage's way of handling it made Shisui see one thing clearly. The Hokage might not be Danzo, but even the Hokage could not restrain Danzo. To put it more precisely, the third Hokage was not unaware of Danzo's darkness. He had simply kept tolerating it. And to the Uchiha, that tolerance was a blade hanging over their heads. Shisui was silent for a long time, then said in a low voice, I can persuade Itachi. Uchiha Yu looked at him. Persuade him? Shisui nodded. Itachi has always trusted me. If I tell him what happened tonight, he will surely reconsider his relationship with the village. Uchiha Chuan immediately said from the side. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Itachi now. Let Itachi stand on the clan's side too. He's an Anbu genius. If Itachi also comes back, we Uchiha would have far less to fear from the Leaf higher-ups. Several nearby Uchiha police force members nodded in succession. That's right. Shisui is safe. Uchiha Yu has the Mangekyo. If Itachi also returns to the clan, the Uchiha clan's strength would instantly soar. Would Danzo still dare to make a move then? If he dares to come, the Uchiha will tear his root apart. Uchiha Yu, however, shook his head. No. Uchiha Chuan was stunned. Why? Shisui also looked at him. Uchiha Yu gazed in the direction of the Hokage tower, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Itachi cannot openly come back to the clan. The moment these words were spoken, everyone froze. Uchiha Chuan asked with a frown. Why? If Itachi returns to the clan, won't we be stronger? Uchiha Yu said coolly. Precisely because we would be stronger, the Leaf higher-ups cannot know. Everyone fell silent. Uchiha Yu continued. After tonight, how do you think Danzo and the third Hokage will perceive the Uchiha? Shisui has already been forced by Danzo into wavering. And I revealed my Mangekyo at the clan gathering. The clan is now on alert. Root's attempt to steal the eyes failed. If at such a moment Itachi also openly defected to the Uchiha, what do you think the Leaf higher-ups would think? Uchiha Chuan opened his mouth. Shisui, however, reacted a step faster, his expression changing. They would think the Uchiha had completely lost control. Uchiha Yu nodded. Exactly. They might make their move ahead of schedule. Or they might temporarily pull back and secretly ally with more of the Leaf's ninja clans. They might even brand the Uchiha as a rebellion in waiting once and for all. By then the situation would be beyond control. Uchiha Chuan's expression gradually darkened. He finally understood. Having Itachi openly return to the Uchiha would indeed boost the clan's momentum. But it would also make the Leaf higher-ups fully vigilant. The reason the Leaf higher-ups still dared to scheme against the Uchiha was that they believed the Uchiha were not united internally. Shisui leaned toward the village. Itachi was in the Anbu. Fugaka hesitated. The Uchiha hardliners were in disarray. And Uchiha Yu, though dangerous, was still only a variable. But if Shisui, Itachi, and Uchiha Yu all stood together openly, everything would be completely different. The Leaf higher-ups would immediately realize the Uchiha had completed their internal unification. In that case, the night of annihilation might never come. And if it did come, it would definitely not be a repeat of the original story, with only the Anbu and Root taking part. Far more people might join in the extermination of the Uchiha. So what Uchiha Yu truly needed to do was make the higher-ups believe the Uchiha could still be annihilated. Let Danzo and the third Hokage continue with their plan, sending Root, the Anbu, and every participant into the Uchiha compound. And then close the door and beat the dog. Uchiha Chuan couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Uchiha Yu, are you planning to? Uchiha Yu looked at him, his tone calm. What I want is for them to strike first. That way when we counterattack, it won't be rebellion. It will be self-defense. It will be a reckoning. It will be dragging all the filth hidden in Konoha's darkness into the sunlight at once. Shisui's heart shook violently. At this moment he finally understood how terrifying Uchiha Yu's plan was. He was not simply trying to protect the Uchiha. He was weaving a scheme that would let the Leaf higher-ups keep believing they controlled the situation while in reality, they were walking step by step into a trap. Danzo thought he was the hunter. The third Hokage thought he could still control the situation. The Anbu thought the Uchiha were still under surveillance. But in reality, Uchiha Yu was already preparing to hunt them in reverse. The excitement in Uchiha Chuan's eyes was almost impossible to contain. So Itachi cannot openly return. Uchiha Yu nodded. Itachi must remain in the Anbu. And on the surface, he must continue to distance himself from the clan. Even more distant than before. Make Danzo and the third Hokage believe that he remains the very blade they can use to stab the Uchiha. Shisui said in a low voice. But that is too dangerous for Itachi. Uchiha Yu looked at him. So above all, we must let him know the truth. But the Leaf must not know that he knows the truth. Shisui was silent for a moment. Turn him in secret. Uchiha Yu's lips curved slightly upward. Yes. Turn him in secret. Let the Leaf higher-ups believe Itachi is still standing with them. Let Danzo believe the night of the massacre can still be carried out. Let them continue to gather strength and sharpen their blades. And when they truly make their move, a murderous glint flashed through Uchiha Yu's eyes. Then Itachi, that blade should turn back and plunge straight into their hearts. Uchiha Chuan's scalp tightened. Now that was true ruthlessness. Letting Itachi return openly would at best scare the Leaf higher-ups. But turning Itachi in secret would make the Leaf higher-ups misread the entire situation. They would believe they still held the trump card. In reality, that trump card had long since changed masters. When the night of the massacre arrives and Danzo leads Root into the compound, Itachi will suddenly turn his coat. That scene, just thinking about it, made Uchiha Chuan's blood run hot. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This was not just a slap in the face. This was getting Danzo to shove his own face forward, then slap it back down with the blade he was most proud of. Shisui took a deep breath. I understand. We'll talk to Itachi privately. No Anbu member can find out. Uchiha Yu nodded. The fewer people who know about this, the better. He turned his gaze to Uchiha Chuan and the other clansmen. You may report tonight's events truthfully to the clan head. But the plan concerning Itachi must not be disclosed. Uchiha Chuan immediately became serious. Understood. On the surface, Itachi is still the village's Anbu. In private, he is one of us. Uchiha Yu corrected him. Not one of us. Uchiha Chuan was startled. Uchiha, you said calmly. He is the Uchihas. Uchiha Chuan's heart gave a jolt, and he nodded gravely. Yes. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it almost suffocated those within. Danzo sat in a chair, his right arm temporarily sealed by a medical ninja. That arm was still wrapped in bizarre black-red chakra, like some kind of rotting poisonous stain. Every time the chakra surged, Danzo's face twitched uncontrollably. It hurt. But what truly tormented him was not the physical pain. It was humiliation. He was the darkness of Konoha, the Hokage's counselor, the leader of Root. And this man had been gravely wounded by Uchiha Yo in front of Shisui and the other Uchiha, then coerced into handing over Root's files related to the Uchiha. This was no simple failure. This felt like being skinned alive in public. Koharu Uchiha frowned. Hiruzen, things cannot be allowed to develop any further. Shisui is clearly beginning to side with the Uchiha. Hamura Mikoto added in a grave voice after Uchiha Yo revealed his Mangekyo. The Uchiha clan's morale surged. And now there is the matter of Danzo trying to take Shisui's eyes. If this is not checked, the Uchiha may very well stage a coup ahead of schedule. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, the glow of his pipe flickering uncertainly. His face seemed to have aged far more than before. I know, Danzo said coldly. Hiruzen, it is not too late yet. Shisui is already beyond trust. Uchiha Yo must be eliminated. But Itachi is still in the Anbu. As long as we can control Itachi, the Uchiha can still be stopped. At the mention of Itachi's name, the third's expression stirred slightly. Uchiha Itachi. He was one of the last hopes the third still held for the Uchiha. Unlike Shisui's idealism, Itachi was calmer and more clear-headed. Moreover, Itachi understood the village more deeply than most Uchiha. If the situation truly came to a worst case, and Itachi might still choose to stand with the greater good of the village. The third said solemnly, do not use Root's methods on Itachi again. Danzo gave a cold snort. I will certainly not be as careless as I was tonight. The third frowned. Danzo closed his lone eye, his voice icy. Hiruzen, do you still not understand? The Uchiha can no longer be handled by appeasement alone. Shisui is wavering. Yo is out of control. Fugaku remains silent. The clan's radicals are stirring. At this point, the only one who can resolve the Uchiha from within is Itachi. The third fell silent. He had to admit that Danzo was right. If Itachi also sided with the Uchiha, there would truly be no buffer left between Konoha and the clan. So Itachi had to be kept steady. The third said slowly, I will talk to Itachi myself. Danzo's lone eye narrowed. Not enough. The third looked up. Danzo said coldly, doesn't Itachi have a younger brother? The third's expression changed at once. Danzo, what are you planning? Danzo said indifferently, just a reminder. A man with something he wants to protect will always have a weakness. The third's voice sank. Sasuke is still a child. Danzo's face was expressionless. Precisely because he is a child, he will make Itachi understand which choice can protect the ones most important to him. The third said nothing. Inside the office, the smoke thickened. After a long moment, he spoke wearily, don't touch Sasuke for now. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corner of Danzo's mouth. Hiruzen, you are still too soft. The third said coldly, Danzo, I have already told you, do not act on your own again. Danzo did not refute him. But his silence did not in itself mean obedience. Night deepened. Itachi had just returned home. Mikoto Uchiha was clearing the dishes from the table. Sasuke had already gone to bed. The house was still. Yet that stillness weighed heavily on Itachi. He had heard about tonight's events. Danzo had called Shisui out intending to seize Shisui's Mangekyo. Uchiha Yo had stopped him on the spot. Danzo was gravely wounded and his right arm was ruined. The Hokage's office was forced to suspend him from duty and hand over part of Root's archives. This affair struck Itachi with tremendous force. He knew how extreme Danzo was. He also knew the darkness of Root. But he had never expected Danzo to truly move against Shisui. Who was Shisui? The one who had always worked to reconcile the Uchiha and the village. The one who least wanted war between the Uchiha and Konoha. If even an Uchiha like Shisui could be targeted by Danzo for his eyes, then what of the other clan members? What of himself? What of Sasuke? At the thought of Sasuke, Itachi's gaze darkened. The Root surveillance list from the clan meeting resurfaced in his mind. Sasuke's name was on it. That fact was like a needle stabbing into him, leaving him unable to find peace. Just then Mikoto said gently, Itachi. Mother. Mikoto looked at him, her eyes gentle, yet shadowed by a worry she could hardly conceal. You must already know what has been happening in the village and the clan lately. Itachi nodded in silence. Mikoto said in a low voice, I don't understand many of the decisions you ninja make. But I know Sasuke has been missing you terribly. Itachi was slightly taken aback. Mikoto continued, when he was practicing shuriken today, he kept asking me when his big brother would have time to train with him. For an instant Itachi's eyes grew tender. Sasuke, the softest place in his heart. Mikoto looked at him and said quietly, no matter what happens to the village or the clan, I only hope you two brothers can live. Itachi did not answer, because he did not know what to say. Just then a soft sound came from outside the window. Itachi's expression changed in an instant. He instinctively reached for a kunai, but a familiar voice came through the window. It's me, Uchiha Shisui. Itachi's expression shifted slightly. Mikoto glanced at him and asked nothing, only saying softly, go. Itachi nodded. The next moment his figure vanished from the room. At the edge of the Naka River. The night was deep. Shisui stood by the water and Itachi landed behind him. Shisui, How are your injuries? Shisui turned around. I'm fine. Itachi looked into his eyes. Both eyes were intact. He felt a surge of relief. Danzo truly made a move against you. Shisui was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Itachi's fingers tightened slightly. Why? Shisui gave a bitter smile. He said a power like Konoha Akatsuki should not be held by someone swayed by emotion. For the sake of Konoha, I should give up my eyes. Itachi's pupils constricted. Those words blew into his heart like a frost-laden wind. For the sake of Konoha. Always for the sake of Konoha. Shisui looked at Itachi and said softly, Itachi, Yo warned me before that Danzo wanted my eyes. I didn't believe it. I thought Yo was too extreme. But tonight, I nearly lost an eye. Itachi was silent. Shisui went on, if not for Yo, I might be dead already. Itachi raised his head, his expression complicated. Yo was there too. Shisui nodded. He had long since guessed that Danzo would act. And every word he predicted Danzo nearly said exactly. Itachi's heart shook. Uchiha Yo. Just how far ahead could he see? At that moment another voice came from behind the tree. It's not that I can see far. It's that people like Danzo are too easy to predict. Itachi whirled around. Uchiha Yu stepped out of the shadows. He looked at Itachi with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as you know he's a dog, it isn't hard to guess when he'll bite. Itachi frowned. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu raised a hand to interrupt him. I know what you want to say. You want to say that although Danzo is extreme, he still does it for the village. Or do you want to say that Konoha and the Uchiha haven't reached the point of no return? Or perhaps if the Uchiha continue to be stubborn, the village will fall into civil war. Itachi was silent because those words truly were words he had once wanted to say. Uchiha Yu stepped closer and fixed his gaze on Itachi. But after tonight, can you still say them out loud? Itachi did not answer. Shisui also said nothing. Uchiha Yu continued, why did Danzo move against Shisui? For Konoha Akatsuki. If he obtained Konoha Akatsuki, what would he do next? Itachi frowned. Uchiha Yu said calmly, take control of the clan head. Or even control the Hokage. Itachi's expression shifted slightly. Shisui's heart also jolted. They knew best what Konoha Akatsuki could do. If it truly fell into Danzo's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Uchiha Yu looked at Itachi. You think Danzo wants to stop the war? No. He wants to hold the switch of war. He is not afraid of people dying. He is only afraid that those who die won't do so according to his arrangements. Itachi's gaze darkened. Did you come to find me tonight, just to say all this? Uchiha Yu shook his head. Of course not. I came to tell you one thing. Itachi looked at him. Uchiha Yu's voice was calm. Konoha's higher-ups will soon come to you. They will tell you that the Uchiha are out of control. They will have you keep monitoring the clan. Danzo might even use Sasuke to threaten you. Itachi's face suddenly changed. Sasuke. Shisui looked at Uchiha Yu as well. Uchiha Yu did not keep them guessing. You saw that list at the clan meeting. Root is already watching Sasuke. That's no coincidence. Men like Danzo are most skilled at seizing other people's weaknesses. Who do you care about most? Itachi was silent. Uchiha Yu answered in his place, Sasuke. So once the situation gets out of control, he will definitely tell you. As long as you follow the village's orders, Sasuke will live. If you don't, Sasuke will be purged as one of the Uchiha rebels. Boom. Itachi's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Those words were too jarring. And too real. Because they truly sounded like something Danzo would say. Itachi stared hard at Uchiha Yu. What makes you so sure? Uchiha Yu sneered. Because tonight he wanted to gouge out Shisui's eyes. Because he sent Root to kill me. Because he put Sasuke's name on the surveillance list. Because he is Danzo. That line, because he is Danzo, was more powerful than any evidence. Because Danzo had already proven with his actions that he was capable of doing it. Itachi's breathing grew heavy. Shisui said in a low voice, Itachi. I can confirm it. Uchiha Yu is not exaggerating. Danzo truly no longer has any bottom line. Itachi looked at Shisui. If those words had come only from Uchiha Yu, he might have suspected that you was trying to incite him. But Shisui had said it too. That changed everything. Shisui had once believed in the village even more than he did. If even Shisui was shaken, it meant the problem had become extremely serious. Uchiha Yu looked at Itachi and suddenly asked, Itachi, I ask you. If Konoha's higher-ups give you an order to kill your parents and your clansmen in exchange for Sasuke's survival, what would you choose? Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted. There will never be such an order. Uchiha Yu stepped forward. What if there is? Itachi's fingers tightened. Uchiha Yu, your question is too extreme. Uchiha Yu said coldly, no it isn't. This is the choice Danzo will give you. He will place the Uchiha and Konoha on opposite ends of a scale. Then he will place Sasuke on the blade's tip. Then he will tell you that only if you slaughter the clan with your own hands will Sasuke live. Itachi's face slowly turned pale. Shisui was silent as well. Because he realized that this was exactly in line with Danzo's logic. Uchiha Yu went on, Itachi, you always think you can carry the darkness. But have you ever considered that the moment you take up the blade you are no longer protecting Sasuke? You are personally cutting away everything Sasuke has. His parents, his clan, his childhood, his brother. Itachi's body trembled. Uchiha Yu's voice grew colder. You think sparing his life is protection. But if he wakes up to find the entire clan slaughtered, his parents dead, and the only surviving brother is the murderer, do you think he will thank you or hate you for the rest of his life? Itachi's gaze finally wavered. Those words struck the deepest fear in his heart. Sasuke. If one day Sasuke looked at him with eyes full of hatred. If one day Sasuke learned that he had killed their parents with his own hands. A future like that. Itachi did not even dare to imagine it. Uchiha, you did not stop. What's even more laughable is this: do you truly believe Danzo will keep his promise? After you slaughter the Uchiha, will Sasuke be safe? A living Uchiha orphan a child who can awaken the Sharingan, a person who might learn the truth in the future. Would Danzo rest easy letting him grow up? Itachi suddenly raised his head. He wouldn't dare? Uchiha, you sneered. Whether he dares or not, didn't you already hear about that tonight? Itachi was speechless. Yes, Danzo dared to seize even Shisui's eyes, dared to have even Uchiha you assassinated, and had already put even Sasuke on a surveillance list. What else would he not dare to do? Shisui looked at Itachi and said in a low voice, Itachi, we can no longer place our hopes on the promises of Danzo and the higher-ups. Itachi was silent for a long time. After who knows how long, he finally said in a low voice, then what do you want me to do? As soon as the words left his mouth, a system prompt sounded in Uchiha Yu's mind. Uchiha Itachi's conviction defense line has developed a crack. Side mission 2, turn Uchiha Itachi, progress raised to 40%. Behind the scenes value gained 5000. Current behind the scenes value 61000. A faint smile lifted the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth. Finally, he had relented. But it was not enough. Someone like Itachi would not completely side with the clan over just a few words. He was too complicated. And too used to self-sacrifice. To completely turn him, he needed to see a clearer way forward. It wasn't enough to tell him Konoha's higher-ups will harm you. He also had to tell him this is how you can strike back. Uchiha Yu looked at Itachi and said slowly, I want you to stay in the Anbu. Itachi froze. Shisui also turned to look at Uchiha Yu. Although Uchiha Yu had already mentioned this before, saying it now in front of Itachi carried a completely different weight. Itachi frowned. Continue to remain in the Anbu. Uchiha Yu nodded. Exactly. You must not only stay in the Anbu. You must make yourself look even more aligned with the village than before. Itachi's gaze sharpened slightly. Why? Uchiha Yu said calmly, because Konoha's leadership still believes you are the blade they can use against the Uchiha. If you suddenly side with the clan, they will become alert at once. The extermination plan could be moved up, abandoned, or turned into an even larger scale purge. Then we will never gain the leverage we need. Itachi's eyes trembled. In that instant he understood Uchiha Yu's meaning. Uchiha Yu continued, so you must keep on being that blade. But the edge must lie in Uchiha hands. Shisui said in a low voice, make Itachi a double agent. Uchiha Yu nodded. Yes. When the leadership orders you to watch the Uchiha, you watch the Uchiha. When they order you to report on clan matters, you report. But what you report to them must be exactly what we want them to know. Interweave truth with falsehood. Let false messages carry our real intentions. Let them believe the Uchiha are still in chaos. The clan head is still hesitating. Shisui is wavering, but has not fully chosen a side. I am dangerous, but the clan does not entirely listen to me. Itachi fell silent. Uchiha Yu looked at him, his tone frighteningly calm. We need Danzo and the Third Hokage to believe they still have a chance. Only if they believe there is still a chance will they keep advancing the extermination plan. Only if they advance it can we, on the night they make their move, sweep every participant into the trap. Itachi's heart shook. Extermination plan. Those words sounded too harsh coming from Uchiha Yu's mouth. But now he could no longer wholly deny them. Danzo's conduct tonight had already shown how deep the village leadership's malice toward the Uchiha ran. If the situation continued to deteriorate, a clan extermination plan was not impossible. Itachi asked quietly, and if they truly order me to raise my hand against my own clansmen? Uchiha Yu's gaze turned icy. Agree. Itachi's pupils contracted. Shisui's expression shifted slightly. Uchiha Yu went on, agree on the surface. Make them believe you have been cornered into following orders. Put Danzo at ease. Silence the third. Let Root and the Anbu enter the Uchiha compound exactly as planned. And once they are inside, his voice paused briefly and a grim smile crept to the corner of his mouth. Then you tell them. The blade changed hands long ago. Itachi's heart jolted violently. At last he understood. Uchiha Yu was not simply trying to win him over. He was trying to turn Itachi into a reverse detonation piece. The leadership thought Itachi would be the executioner on the night of the massacre. In truth, Itachi would become the linchpin of the counter-kill plan. When the time came, Root would believe Itachi was opening the gates of the Uchiha compound for them. But once they stepped inside, they would not find a defenseless Uchiha clan. They would find a killing formation prepared long in advance. The move was ruthless, and it was perfect for dealing with Danzo. Shisui took a deep breath. Itachi, this is dangerous. Itachi said quietly, I know. Uchiha Yu looked at him. So you may refuse. You can keep trusting the Third Hokage. Keep believing Danzo will never use Sasuke to threaten you. Keep believing Konoha's leadership will have a sudden change of conscience at the last moment. Itachi raised his head. Uchiha Yu's voice turned cold. But if you lose that gamble, you won't be the only one who dies. The whole Uchiha clan will die with you. Your parents. Sasuke. Itachi's fist finally clenched. The name Sasuke was his last and final line. He could sacrifice himself. He could endure any disgrace. But he could not accept Danzo turning Sasuke into a hostage. Still less could he accept becoming the one who destroyed everything Sasuke had. After a long silence, Itachi slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had changed. It was no longer lost. It held a cold, new clarity. I can remain in the Anbu. Shisui's heart shook. Uchiha Yu's lips curved slightly. The first step was done. Itachi went on, but I have conditions. Uchiha Yu asked, speak. Itachi said solemnly, no innocent villagers may be harmed. Sasuke must not know any of this. No clan member may be allowed to provoke a war on his own. Uchiha nodded. Agreed. My target was never ordinary villagers. Nor the whole of Konoha. Only Danzo rude, and everyone truly involved in the extermination plan. Itachi looked at him. Including the third Hokage. Shisui also looked at Uchiha. This was the key question. Uchiha was silent for a moment, then said flatly, if the third merely acquiesces he may live. But he must pay a price. If he personally gives the order, then there is no Hokage, only an enemy. Itachi did not argue. Once he would have considered those words treasonous. But after tonight, he could no longer look at Konoha's leadership with his old eyes. Shisui murmured, for now, only the three of us know about this. Uchiha nodded. The clan head may know part of it as circumstances allow. Itachi frowned. Father. Uchiha, you said the clan head must know that you have not truly betrayed the Uchiha. Otherwise the hostility against you within the clan will spiral out of control. But he cannot know every detail. The more he knows, the less natural his reactions will be. Itachi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Uchiha, you continued, from tomorrow on you must act even colder. Keep your distance from the clan assembly's arrangements. When necessary, you may even challenge me openly. Shisui was startled. Openly challenge you? Of course. If Itachi suddenly says nothing at all, that will only seem strange. He has always been Anbu. He has always stood between the village and the clan. Now Shisui is wavering, I am rising, and the clan is on guard. If Itachi shows no reaction whatsoever, Konoha's leadership will grow suspicious. Itachi understood at once. So I must keep playing the Anbu who is not trusted by the clan. Uchiha nodded. Not only that, you must also make Danzo believe that you and I are at odds. Itachi looked at him. A smile lifted the corner of Uchiha's mouth. Better yet, make him think you would stand against me for Sasuke's sake. Itachi's gaze darkened slightly. You want me to use Sasuke? Uchiha looked at him. Not use Sasuke. Use Danzo's belief that he can use Sasuke. Itachi was silent. The words were a little convoluted, but the meaning was clear. Danzo would threaten him with Sasuke eventually. Since that was so, it was better to make Danzo believe the threat was working. As long as Danzo believed Itachi was shackled by Sasuke, he would feel even more confident in trusting the extermination plan to Itachi. That was espionage in reverse. That was luring the enemy in. Itachi took a deep breath. I understand. Uchiha, you said one more thing. If the Anbu calls you in for a talk, do not look too agitated. You may show shock over Danzo taking the eye, but you must not show utter revulsion. Toward the third, you must still maintain respect. Toward the Uchiha clan, you must show worry, even disappointment. When necessary, submit reports on the clan's radical faction to the Hokage building. Shisui frowned. Wouldn't that harm our clansmen? Uchiha shook his head. We feed them the intelligence we have prepared. For example, a few radicals who are already on the Anbu's radar. Let them think Itachi is still earnestly carrying out his duties as an Anbu. But not one word about the true combat squads, the evacuation routes for women and children, or the secret shelters. Itachi nodded. I'll handle it. Uchiha looked at him, his gaze calm. Itachi, from this moment onward, every word you speak and every expression on your face will decide the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. You are not acting. You are wresting the blade away from Danzo. Itachi said in a low voice, I know. Uchiha suddenly smiled. Good. Then the first performance starts tomorrow. Itachi asked, what performance? Uchiha said calmly, you will have a public quarrel with me in the clan compound. Itachi, Shisui, Uchiha looked at their faces, and his smile grew broader. What? Don't know how to quarrel? Shisui gave a wry smile. Itachi probably really isn't good at that. Itachi stared at Uchiha with an expressionless face. Uchiha waved a hand. No matter. Just act true to yourself. With a cold face, say I'm too radical and that I'll destroy the Uchiha. Then I'll call you a blade raised by the Hokage building. Then you turn and leave. Remember to make your expression unpleasant. Itachi. Somehow he suddenly felt this plan was absurd. Uchiha, you continued, the Anbu will definitely report it up the chain. When that happens, the third Hokage will breathe easier. Danzo will think there is still a chance to win you over. The clan will keep believing you and I are not on good terms. And the night of the extermination will keep advancing in the direction we need. Shisui looked at Uchiha and could not help murmuring, You truly have planned for everyone. Uchiha said calmly, not everyone. At least on one front the calculation is not yet finished. Shisui was taken aback. What? Uchiha did not explain. Some things were not yet the time to tell them. He merely looked at Itachi. Remember, now you do not need to make Konoha believe the Uchiha are harmless. You need to make Konoha believe they still have a chance to destroy the Uchiha. Itachi's eyes darkened slightly. The words were cruel, but he knew it was the most effective way. If the enemy believes you cannot be defeated, they will hide. If the enemy believes you can be killed, they will walk into the trap on their own. Danzo was best at schemes. Then let him die inside his own scheme. Itachi nodded slowly. I will do it. The system notification sounded again. Uchiha Itachi has accepted the covert infiltration plan. Side mission 2, turn Uchiha Itachi. Progress increased to 65%. Gained 8000 behind-the-scenes points. Current behind-the-scenes points 69000. Tip, if Uchiha Itachi successfully misleads Konoha's higher-ups and turns against them on the night of the clan massacre, a perfect defection can be achieved. Uchiha U's eyes flickered with satisfaction. 65%. Not enough. Although Itachi had agreed to cooperate, a final push was still needed to make him fully commit to one side. That was Danzo personally using Sasuke to threaten him. Only when the blade really was pressed against Sasuke's neck would Itachi finally understand. The Konoha higher-ups didn't want him to protect Sasuke. They wanted to use Sasuke to keep him tied down. Uchiha Yu looked toward the Hokage, building a cold smile, curling at the corner of his mouth. Danzo, you'd better make your move soon. I'm waiting for you to push Itachi over to my side with your own hands. The next day, Uchiha clan compound. Training grounds of the military police force. Many Uchiha clan members were training. Since the clan meeting, their attitude had clearly changed. They used to train for missions. Now they trained to survive. Uchiha Yu stood in the center of the training ground, assigning covert patrol duties to several clansmen with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Just then Itachi walked in. His arrival instantly made the atmosphere on the training ground tense. Many clan members stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Ever since joining the Anbu, Itachi's relationship with the clan had already been delicate. After last night's attempt by Danzo to seize Shisui's eyes, Shisui had clearly sided with the clan, while Itachi's stance remained unclear. Many clan members secretly wondered, which side was Itachi on? Uchiha Yu saw him and remained calm. You're here. Itachi looked at him, his voice cold. I heard you're arranging covert operations within the clan. Uchiha Yu nodded. That's right. Itachi frowned. If you do this, you'll only provoke the village further. The training ground fell silent. Uchiha Chuan's brows furrowed. What do you mean, Itachi? Itachi didn't look at him. He only looked at Uchiha Yu. What the Uchiha need most right now is calm, not continuing to deepen the confrontation with the village. Uchiha Yu's eyes turned cold. Calm. Danzo nearly gouged out Shisui's eyes last night, and today you tell me to be calm. Itachi said in a low voice. Danzo has been suspended from his post, and the Hokage has promised to investigate. Uchiha Chuan said angrily. What kind of punishment is a suspension? He wanted to gouge out Shisui's eyes. Itachi said flatly. If the clan keeps expanding its operations now, it will only make things worse. The Uchiha clansmen's faces turned grim. Itachi is really still on the village's side. Even after all this, he's still speaking for the Hokage building. After spending so long in the Anbu, he really thinks he's one of the Hokage's men. Murmurs arose. Itachi remained expressionless as if he hadn't heard. Uchiha Yu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Itachi, are you speaking now as a member of the Uchiha clan? Or as an Anbu? Itachi looked at him. I just don't want the Uchiha to head toward destruction. Uchiha Yu stepped forward. What truly drives the Uchiha to destruction isn't resistance. It's your kind of naivety, still placing hope in the conscience of the higher-ups. Itachi's eyes darkened. You're too radical. 3 Tomo appeared in Uchiha Yu's eyes. And you're too much like a blade raised by the Hokage building. Boom. The atmosphere on the training ground instantly exploded. Those words were too harsh. Many clan members looked at Itachi with even more anger. Itachi's expression also turned cold. The two stared at each other. The air seemed to be crackling with sparks. On a distant rooftop, an Anbu was hiding in the shadows, taking in the entire scene. His gaze lingered especially on Itachi and Uchiha Yu. After a moment, Itachi looked away. If that's what you think, I have nothing more to say. With that, he turned and left the training ground. Uchiha Chuan gnashed his teeth in rage. That Itachi. At a time like this, he's still like this. Uchiha Yu watched Itachi's retreating back, his face cold. Only after the Anbu hidden in the shadows had quietly left did a barely visible smile flicker in his eyes. Nice acting. Though Itachi really wasn't good at arguing. But that cold face of his was deceptive enough on its own. Next, the Hokage building should be receiving word. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Yu were at odds over their ideals. Itachi still opposed the clan's radical actions. That was exactly what Uchiha Yu wanted them to see. Hokage building. Not long after the Anbu's report arrived. After hearing the report, the third Hokage finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Itachi, and you had a conflict. The Anbu lowered his head. Yes. Itachi believes Uchiha Yu is too radical and will worsen the conflict between the village and the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu then publicly scolded Itachi as a blade raised by the Hokage building. The third Hokage was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice. Itachi is still clear-headed. Kohyudatane also spoke. It seems the Uchiha clan is not completely under Uchiha Yu's control. Hamura Mitokado nodded. Itachi is still the key. In the corner, Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. Itachi and Uchiha Yu were at odds. Good. This meant Itachi was still useful. Shisui had already wavered. Uchiha Yu was uncontrollable and Fugaku was indecisive. But Itachi was different. Itachi had reason, pain, and a younger brother. That kind of person was the easiest to control. Danzo said in a low voice. Hiruzen, it's time to let Itachi become more deeply involved. The third Hokage frowned. I'll talk to Itachi. Danzo did not argue, but in his heart he had already begun working out another plan. Uchiha Itachi, you will understand. If you want to protect Sasuke, you must obey the village's orders. At the same time, outside the Uchiha clan compound, Itachi walked into an empty alley. The coldness on his face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of complex emotion. The next moment, a voice came from behind the wall. Not a bad performance. Itachi turned around. Uchiha Yu was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Itachi was silent for a moment. The clan will hate me even more. Uchiha Yu said lightly. Better to hate you than to suspect you. Itachi didn't argue. Uchiha Yu continued. The Anbu has already left. The Hokage building will soon know we're at odds. Itachi asked. What comes next? Uchiha Yu looked at him. Next, wait for them to come to you. Itachi's eyes darkened. What if Danzo uses Sasuke to threaten me? Uchiha Yu's tone was icy. Then remember every single word he says. On the night of the clan massacre, I want you to return those words to him, right in front of Danzo. Itachi slowly clenched his fist. I understand. Uchiha Yu patted his shoulder. Itachi, from now on the more you look like an enemy, the harder it will hurt when we slap their faces later. Itachi. He realized that Uchiha Yu really did love the phrase slap their faces. But he had to admit, if that night truly came, if Danzo thought Itachi would raise his blade against his own clan, and instead Itachi turned and cut down Root, that face really would be quite a sight. A system notification sounded. Host has successfully guided Uchiha Itachi through his first covert infiltration disguise. The misjudgment rate of Konoha's higher-ups increased. Danzo's intention to exploit Uchiha Itachi strengthened. Gained 5000 behind-the-scenes points. Current behind-the-scenes points 74000. Uchiha Yu looked toward the Hokage building with a cold smile. Good. The fish had already taken the bait. Next, all that remained was to keep making Danzo believe. Itachi was still his blade. The Uchiha were still his prey. As for the real night of the clan massacre, a Mangekyo flickered through Uchiha Yu's eyes and vanished. That would not be the Uchiha's funeral. It would be Root's graveyard. The Hokage's tower. Smoke hung heavy in the office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, the exhaustion on his face more pronounced than usual. These past few days the Uchiha matter had nearly suffocated him. First the clash between Uchiha Yuzu and the Shimura clan. Then 3 escort Anbu perished during the Land of Water mission. Soon after came the Uchiha clan meeting, where Uchiha Yuzu unveiled his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the clan began secret preparations. Then Danzo attacked Shisui, attempting to seize his Koto Tsukumi. One incident after another, all piling upon each other. The already fragile trust between the Uchiha and Konoha's high command was nearly torn apart completely. And what troubled the third most of all was Uchiha Yuzu. This young Uchiha was like a blade. Sharp, calm, and very skilled at finding the right angle to strike. Each move he made pierced precisely at the most painful spot for Konoha's high command. He never directly called for a coup. Instead, he used Konoha's own rules to force the village to answer to the Uchiha. That was the most troublesome part. If Uchiha Yuzu had been like typical radicals storming into the Hokage tower with shouting and rage, the third could have handled him easily. But he did not. He possessed evidence. He held the moral high ground. He even possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. A person like this remaining within the Uchiha clan was simply a detonation tag waiting to go off at any moment. The third exhaled a plume of smoke and spoke in a deep voice. Has Itachi arrived? An Anbu operative knelt on one knee. He is awaiting outside. The third fell silent for a moment. Let him in. Yes. Shortly after the office door was pushed open, Uchiha Itachi stepped inside. He stood at the center of the office, bowing his head slightly. Hokage-sama. The third looked at the young man before him and felt a slight sense of calm in his heart. Compared to Shisui's current wavering, Itachi at least still appeared to maintain his reason. Itachi. The third's voice softened somewhat. You should be aware of the situation within the clan recently, correct? Itachi nodded. I am aware. The third studied him. What is your assessment? Itachi paused briefly, then spoke along the lines Uchiha Yuzu had taught him. The mood within the clan is extremely unstable. After Lord Danzo's attack on Shisui, the clan members' distrust of the high command has reached its peak. Uchiha Yuzu has seized the opportunity to consolidate support among many clan members. The third's brows furrowed slightly. Do you believe Yuzu is inciting the clan members? Itachi lowered his voice. I cannot confirm whether he is inciting them, but his actions have undoubtedly made the clan members more vigilant toward the village. Many people now prefer to listen to him rather than to the clan head. These words made the third's expression grow even graver. Even Itachi said such a thing, which meant Uchiha Yuzu's influence within the clan had indeed become tremendous. The third asked, what about Fugaku? Itachi replied, Father remains cautious. But the pressure within the clan is immense. The radical faction hopes to take stronger action. The conservative faction is also beginning to waver due to Root's actions. If this continues, the clan head may no longer be able to keep everyone in line. The pipe in the third's hand paused. This was precisely the outcome he feared most. Uchiha Fugaku may have had coup tendencies, but at least he was steady and mindful of the bigger picture. But Uchiha Yuzu was different. He was far too young, far too sharp, far too uncontrollable. If the true voice of authority within the Uchiha clan shifted from Fugaku to Uchiha Yuzu, the consequences would be unimaginable. The third sighed lightly. Itachi, what is your relationship with Yuzu? Itachi's eyes lowered slightly. Our ideals do not align. The third's gaze shifted. I've heard that you two had an argument at the clan training ground. Itachi fell silent for a moment, then said, yes. I believe he is too radical. He called me a blade forged by the Hokage tower. The third's brows furrowed. That remark was jarring. But from another angle, the fact that Itachi was willing to say it meant he had not yet sided with Uchiha Yuzu. The third felt slightly relieved. Do not take it too seriously. Yuzu is currently influenced by hatred and clan emotions. His words are inevitably extreme. Itachi spoke softly. I understand. The third looked at Itachi, his tone becoming solemn. Itachi, the village needs you now. Itachi's heart stirred. Here it comes. The true test was finally here. His expression remained calm on the surface. Please speak, Hokage-sama. The third spoke slowly. The Uchiha clan cannot be allowed to head toward a coup. Once a coup erupts, Konoha will surely descend into chaos. Other ninja villages will seize the opportunity to strike. By then it will not be just the Uchiha, the entire village of Konoha will be dragged into war. Itachi did not respond. These were words he had once wholeheartedly agreed with, because he truly did not wish to see war. But now hearing them, a layer of coldness settled in his heart. Because Uchiha Yuzu had said it so. They would first place war before you, then tell you that only by sacrificing the Uchiha can war be averted. The third continued. I hope you will continue to keep watch over the clan's situation, especially Uchiha Yuzu. If he shows signs of further provoking the clan, or pushing toward a coup, you must inform me immediately. Itachi spoke softly. Yes. The third looked at him, his voice gentle. Itachi, I know this is painful for you. You are both Uchiha and a Konoha ninja. But precisely because of that you are better able to understand both sides. I hope you can serve as the final bridge between the village and the Uchiha. Bridge. Itachi lowered his eyelids. Shisui had once thought the same way. And what had become of it? He had nearly lost his eyes to Danzo. Bridge. In the eyes of the high command, a bridge that could not pave the path they desired would simply be torn down. Itachi sneered inwardly, but outwardly, he merely said softly, I will do my best. The third nodded. You may leave. Itachi turned and departed. However, not long after he had walked out of the office, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. His right arm was wrapped in thick bandages, his expression grim. That right arm still faintly emanated black-red corrupting chakra. Upon seeing Itachi, Danzo's lone eye narrowed slightly. Itachi. Itachi paused. Lord Danzo. Danzo stared at him. Have you finished speaking with Hiruzen? Itachi nodded. Danzo said coldly. Hiruzen is far too naive. He always believes that appeasement alone can solve everything. But the Uchiha have already reached the edge of a cliff. You should understand this better than he does. Itachi did not respond. Danzo continued. Uchiha Yuzu is pushing your clan toward destruction. He is dangerous. More dangerous than Fugaku. And more dangerous than Shisui. Itachi sneered inwardly. Of course he was dangerous. Because he could truly shatter your plans. But on the surface, Itachi merely said calmly. Yuzu is indeed overly radical. A flash of satisfaction flickered in Danzo's eyes. As expected, the conflict between Itachi and Uchiha Yuzu was genuine. At least on the surface, Itachi still did not agree with Uchiha Yuzu. That was sufficient. Danzo lowered his voice. Itachi, you wish to protect Sasuke, do you not? Boom. Killing intent surged through Itachi's heart in an instant. But he forcibly suppressed it. Uchiha Yuzu had said it. Danzo would definitely bring up Sasuke. And now he truly had. Itachi slowly raised his head, his expression showing a noticeable change for the first time. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by that? Observing Itachi's expression, Danzo grew even more certain. Sasuke was indeed Itachi's greatest weakness. His voice dropped low. If the Uchiha launch a coup, all Uchiha will be regarded as missing Nin. No one will be able to remain uninvolved, including Sasuke. Itachi's fingers tightened slightly. Sasuke is only a child. Danzo said flatly. Children of the Uchiha will also awaken the Sharingan in the future. The children of today may become tomorrow's enemies. Itachi's eyes turned sharply cold. At that moment he nearly wanted to activate his Sharingan and drive a kunai into Danzo's throat. But he restrained himself, because the time was not yet right. He had to let Danzo believe he had been brought under control. Itachi's voice dropped. The Hokage would not allow such a thing. Danzo sneered. Hiruzen naturally would not wish to. But if the Uchiha truly launch a coup, who can guarantee Sasuke's safety? In war, children and ninja are indistinguishable. Itachi fell silent. Danzo continued. But if you can stop the Uchiha, if you can make the village see your worth, Sasuke can live. Finally, those words had come. Itachi's last shred of illusion regarding Danzo's bottom line vanished completely. Uchiha Yuzu had been correct. Danzo would never genuinely protect Sasuke. He would only use Sasuke as a chain to bind Itachi himself. Itachi lowered his head, letting shadows conceal the chill in his eyes. What do you need me to do? Danzo's mouth curled slightly. Very good. He had known that someone like Itachi would be the easiest to control. Calm. Rational. Possessing a sense of the greater picture. Most importantly, having a weakness. Continue monitoring the Uchiha. Especially Uchiha Yuzu. Investigate the nature of his Mangekyo abilities. Uncover the secret arrangements within the clan. Determine whether Fugaku has already decided upon a coup. Itachi spoke softly. What if the Uchiha truly prepare to launch a coup? Danzo's voice was cold as a blade. Then handle it in advance. Itachi's body stiffened imperceptibly. Handle it. Danzo stared at him, speaking word by word. When necessary, sacrifice the clan to preserve the village. And to preserve Sasuke as well. The air fell still. Itachi slowly raised his head, his face slightly pale. Lord Danzo, are you suggesting that I? Danzo did not answer directly, merely saying flatly. We are not yet at that stage. But you must prepare yourself. A true ninja must be capable of bearing darkness. Itachi remained silent for a long while. Finally he spoke softly. I understand. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Remember, Sasuke's future depends on your choices. With that, Danzo turned and departed. Itachi stood still motionless. Only after Danzo's silhouette had completely vanished did the hand concealed in his sleeve slowly relax. His palm was already marked with bloody scratches where his nails had dug in. Deep in his eyes a flicker of scarlet came and went. Danzo, just as I suspected, you're using Sasuke as a bargaining chip. The Uchiha clan compound. Late at night. Inside the underground chamber of the Naka Shrine. This was one of the Uchiha clan's most secret places. The stone tablet stood silently in the darkness. Torchlight blazed, throwing several figures into relief. Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku. The four had gathered. This was a secret meeting deliberately arranged by Uchiha Yu. Only the four of them knew about it. Even Uchiha Chuan had no idea what was going to be discussed. Because what they were about to discuss was the most important piece of the entire counteroffensive plan for the night of the massacre. Standing in the firelight, Itachi recounted exactly what had happened in the Hokage building without leaving out a single word. Especially the part where Danzo had threatened him with Sasuke. When he finished, a deathly silence fell over the chamber. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened until it looked as though it might drip water. Danzo, how dare he use Sasuke to threaten you? His voice was very low, but anyone who knew him well could tell that Fugaku was genuinely enraged. Sasuke was not only Itachi's younger brother, but also his son. By using Sasuke as a bargaining chip, Danzo had crossed Fugaku's bottom line. Shisui's expression turned grim as well. He had long known that Danzo had no principles. But hearing with his own ears how Danzo used Sasuke to threaten Itachi still left his heart cold. What Uchiha Yu said is all true, Shisui said in a low voice. Danzo's next move really is Itachi. Itachi said nothing. His expression remained calm, but the chill deep in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Leaning against the stone wall, Uchiha Yu said flatly, "Congratulations, Itachi. You've finally taken the knife handle that Danzo personally handed to you." Itachi looked at him. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Yu said. "His using Sasuke to threaten you means he believes you can be controlled. He has you watching me, investigating my Mangekyo, checking the clan's internal arrangements, and gauging the clan head's attitude." "What does that tell you?" Fugaku said in a low voice. "It tells you he is already preparing to take the next step against the Uchiha." Uchiha Yu nodded. "Exactly. Danzo hasn't issued the final order yet. Not because he is merciful. It's because he still thinks the timing isn't ripe. He still needs more intelligence. And Itachi is the source of intelligence he considers most suitable." A subtle gleam flickered in Itachi's eyes. "So I'll give him intelligence." Uchiha Yu smiled. "Right. Give it to him. Give him enough intelligence to make him feel confident about pushing the plan forward." Shisui frowned. "False intelligence," Uchiha Yu said. "Half true, half fabricated. If it's all fake, he won't believe it. If it's all real, we die. The best lie is 9 parts true and 1 part critically false." Fugaku looked at Uchiha Yu. "What do you intend to have Itachi report?" Uchiha Yu raised a finger and enumerated. "First, the Uchiha clan is indeed secretly on guard. That can't be hidden, and there's no need to hide it. Second, the clan's radical faction is indeed extremely dissatisfied with the higher-ups. That is also true. Third, clan head Fugaku is still hesitating and has not yet made up his mind to stage a coup." Fugaku was silent for a moment. In a sense, this was also true. But the hesitation now was no longer over whether to resist, it was over how to resist. Uchiha Yu continued. "Fourth, though Shisui is disappointed in Danzo, he still doesn't want the Uchiha and the village to go to war." Shisui nodded. This was true as well. He truly did not want the conflict to spread across all of Konoha. "Fifth, my influence within the clan is rising, but I do not have control over every clan member. There are still many in the clan who do not trust me." Fugaku frowned. "That is false." Uchiha Yu smiled. "But Danzo will be willing to believe it. Because he needs to believe that I have not fully taken control of the Uchiha. Otherwise he won't dare to keep moving." Itachi said slowly. "What is the key false intelligence?" Uchiha Yu looked at him. "Tell Danzo. The Uchiha's secret plan to move the women and children out is progressing slowly. The clan's escape routes are not yet complete. The military police forces combat squads have started to form, but their coordination is a mess. If he wants to strike, he has to do it before the Uchiha are fully prepared." Itachi's gaze hardened. Shisui understood as well. This was meant to lure Danzo into speeding up. Make him think the Uchiha weren't ready. Create in him the urgency of, if I don't act now it will be too late. Fugaku said in a low voice. "This is very dangerous. If Danzo makes his move early and the clan is not fully prepared, there will be casualties." Uchiha Yu looked at Fugaku. "Then our preparations must be faster than the progress in the intelligence. On the surface slow, in the shadows fast. Have Itachi report that the clan is in chaos. In reality, we must complete the evacuation and defense dispositions in the shortest possible time." Fugaku fell silent. This was a high-stakes gamble. A gamble that Danzo would act according to the rhythm they had designed. A gamble that Konoha's higher-ups would believe the intelligence Itachi passed out. A gamble that no one within the Uchiha would leak the secret. But there was no denying it. This was far more proactive than simply waiting for the higher-ups to act. Uchiha Yu went on. "We also need Danzo to believe one more thing." Itachi asked. "What?" Uchiha Yu looked at him, coldness curling at the corner of his mouth. "Believe that you are slowly being crushed by Sasuke, your one weak point. Believe that for Sasuke's sake you might really take a blade to the Uchiha with your own hands." Inside the chamber the atmosphere weighed down. Fugaku's expression was complicated. As a father, hearing someone ask his eldest son to disguise himself as a potential clan butcher was hard to stomach. Itachi, however, was silent for only a moment before nodding. I can. Uchiha, you looked at him. Are you sure? Itachi said quietly. As long as I can protect Sasuke and protect the clan, I can bear my clansman's misunderstanding. Shisui frowned. Itachi. But Uchiha, you gave a cold laugh. Here we go again. Itachi looked at him. Uchiha, you said bluntly. Don't put on that self-sacrificing face. I'm telling you to act, not to wallow in your own suffering and be moved by yourself. Remember this. This time you are not carrying everything alone. The entire Uchiha clan is striking back together. You are not the culprit. You are the bait. Itachi. Shisui. Fugaku. The heavy atmosphere in the chamber was shattered by Uchiha Yu's blunt phrase, you are the bait. Itachi was silent for quite a while before he said, your way of comforting people is very unique. Uchiha Yu said calmly, I wasn't comforting you. I was just reminding you not to go off course. People like you are the most likely to turn a plan into a tragic suicide mission. I don't need tragedy. I need you alive, to lure Danzo in and personally cut down his root. At last a ripple of emotion appeared in Itachi's eyes. After a moment he nodded. I understand. A system chime rang out. Uchiha Itachi's perception of the self-sacrifice path has shifted. Conversion progress increased. Current side quest 2 progress 75. Mastermind points gained 6000. Current mastermind points 8000. Uchiha Yu felt a faint stir in his heart. 80,000 mastermind points. There was still some distance before the main quest reward of the Eternal Mangekyo, but what he had amassed so far was already considerable. More importantly, Itachi's threat of fate had already shifted noticeably. As long as he kept pushing, the slaughterer's blade of that clan annihilation knight could be turned around completely. Fugaku finally spoke. Uchiha Yu, how do you plan to arrange the defenses within the clan? Uchiha Yu walked to the center of the secret chamber and spread out a map of the clan grounds. First, the evacuation of women and children must be completed within 10 days. The apparent progress should be controlled at 30%. The actual progress must be at least 70%. Second, the police force will continue their public patrols as usual, while combat squads rotate and hide in secret. Third, the Naka Shrine, the entrance to the clan grounds, the police force warehouse, and Fugaku's residence as clan leader. These 4 locations are key bait points to lure the enemy. Fourth, all children within the clan, including Sasuke, must have backup evacuation routes arranged. Upon hearing Sasuke, Itachi's eyes shifted slightly. Fugaku nodded as well. Agreed. Uchiha Yu continued. Fifth, if Root moves first, they will inevitably attempt to seal off the outer perimeter of the clan grounds to cut off the police force's support. Therefore, anti-blockade traps must be set up on the outer perimeter. Sixth, Anbu won't launch a large-scale entry right away. The third Hokage will hesitate. Danzo will let Root strike first. The first wave we need to eliminate is Root itself. Shisui asked, what if the third Hokage personally intervenes? Uchiha Yu's gaze turned cold. Then it depends on whether he comes to stop Danzo, or to help him. If the former, spare his life. If the latter. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone in the secret chamber understood what he meant. Fugaku studied Uchiha Yu with a deep gaze. Do you really have the confidence to confront the Hokage? Uchiha Yu replied calmly, clan leader. The question isn't whether I can face the third Hokage. It's whether the third has the courage to publicly stand up and admit he wants to exterminate the Uchiha. Fugaku paused. Uchiha Yu continued. A man like Hiruzen Sarutobi values his reputation above all else. Without absolute necessity, he won't intervene personally. He's more likely to tacitly allow Danzo to act. Let Danzo be the one to strike. If he succeeds, the village remains stable. If he fails, Danzo takes the blame. That's the most likely choice. Both Shisui and Itachi fell silent. In the past, they would have certainly argued against this. But now they couldn't refute it, because this truly was something the third Hokage would do. Gentle, hesitant, yet always turning a blind eye to darkness at critical moments. Fugaku spoke grimly. Then we'll make sure Danzo can't escape the blame for this. Exactly. On the night of the massacre, all evidence, all Root members, all operational orders must be left behind. We don't just need to win. We need to win so completely that they can't deny it. Itachi suddenly asked, do you have outside reinforcements? In the secret chamber, both Shisui and Fugaku turned to look at Uchiha Yu. They had actually wanted to ask this question for some time. Since returning from the land of water, Uchiha Yu clearly had more confidence. And his confidence in counterattacking on the night of the massacre seemed to come from more than just the clan's internal strength. Uchiha Yu didn't answer immediately. After a moment he said calmly yes. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is it? Uchiha Yu looked at the 3 of them. I can't say yet. Shisui frowned. We can't even know. Uchiha Yu shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that the fewer people who know now, the safer it is. You just need to know that when Danzo sees them on the night of the massacre, he'll be very surprised. Itachi was silent for a moment before asking, won't the external reinforcements harm ordinary villagers? No. The targets are only Root, Danzo, and those involved in the massacre plan. Itachi nodded. Then I won't ask further. Fugaku, however, gave Uchiha Yu a long, searching look. He knew Uchiha Yu still had trump cards up his sleeve. And quite significant ones at that. So grand that even he as clan leader couldn't know about them yet. The feeling was unsettling. But Fugaku also understood that the Uchiha clan now needed someone like Uchiha Yu who could completely shift the balance of power. He knew his own weaknesses all too well. He was too steady, too mindful of the bigger picture. But the Uchiha had already been pushed to the brink of a cliff. Continuing to deliberate would only invite the butcher's blade. Fugaku spoke slowly. Within the clan, I will cooperate with your plan. But there's one condition. Minimize casualties among our people as much as possible. Uchiha Yu nodded. That is the primary objective. I don't intend for the Uchiha to perish alongside Konoha. My goal is to ensure the Uchiha survive. In the secret chamber, everyone finally reached an agreement. At this moment, the previously separate threads were completely intertwined. Fugaku was responsible for the clan leader's authority and internal coordination. Shisui would handle the Mangekyo Sharingan deterrent and maintain stability among the clan's moderate faction. Itachi would manage the Anbu infiltration and mislead the higher-ups. Uchiha Yu would oversee the overall strategy and deploy the external contingency plans. The fate of the Massacre night had already been largely rewritten. 3 days later, Root's base. Danzo sat in the shadows examining the intelligence scroll in his hands. This was the first intelligence report Itachi had sent from within the clan. The content wasn't extensive, but it was crucial. The Uchiha clan had indeed begun preparing in secret. Uchiha Yu's influence was growing. Fugaku's stance remained hesitant. Shisui was disappointed with the higher-ups, but still refused to go to war with the village. The plan to evacuate women and children within the clan was progressing slowly. The radical and conservative factions still held differing views. Although Uchiha Yu was dominant, he had not yet fully consolidated control over the clan. After reading through it, Danzo's single eye flashed with cold light. As expected, the Uchiha were not yet fully prepared. Uchiha Yu was a variable, but he hadn't truly unified the entire clan yet. This was an opportunity. If they dragged things out further once Uchiha Yu fully consolidated power within the clan, once Shisui completely aligned with the Uchiha, and once Fugaku stopped hesitating, it would become a much more difficult situation. They had to act now. And Itachi. Danzo's gaze fell on the final line of the scroll. Itachi requested the village guarantee Sasuke's safety. A slow smile curled Danzo's lips. As expected, Sasuke was Itachi's weak point. As long as Sasuke remained, Itachi would never escape his control. Danzo addressed the root ninja before him. Keep a close watch on Itachi. Meanwhile, accelerate the final resolution for the Uchiha. The root ninja bowed his head. Yes. Danzo looked at his ruined right arm, resentment swirling in his eyes. Uchiha Yu, did you think you'd won a round? No. This old man will show you. The fate of the Uchiha clan was never something that could be altered by a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan district. Under the night sky, Uchiha Yu stood at a vantage point, observing the methodical covert movements within the clan. The system notification chimed once more. Uchiha Itachi successfully misled the Konoha higher-ups. Danzo misjudged the Uchiha's preparation progress. Trust in Itachi among Konoha's leadership has increased. Side quest progress 85. Obtain behind-the-scenes value 1000. Current behind-the-scenes value 9000. Main quest prevent the Massacre night. Completion rate significantly increased. Uchiha Yu's lips curved slightly. Excellent. Danzo had taken the bait. He believed Itachi was a blade restrained by Sasuke. Thought the Uchiha weren't ready yet. Believed he still had time and opportunity. Little did he know from the moment he placed his faith in Itachi, the night of the massacre had already slipped beyond his grasp. Uchiha Yu looked up toward the Hokage tower in the distance, a flash of the Mangekyo Sharingan flickering in his eyes. Danzo, continue your preparations. Bring forth your root, your plans, your murderous intent. All of it. Wait until the night of the massacre. His smile grew ever colder. I'll make you understand. The blade you forged with your own hands will sever someone else's throat. At the Hokage building, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk with a weary expression. A stack of scrolls lay on the desk. All of those scrolls had come from Root. On the surface, they were the Uchiha-related archives. Danzo had surrendered on the Hokage's orders. But in truth, the third Hokage knew better. These archives could never be Root's true core intelligence. A man like Danzo would never lay every hidden card on the table. At most, what he handed over were the parts he could afford to show. They might even be riddled with a flood of deliberately misleading content. Even so, these archives had to be presented to the Uchiha as some form of explanation. After all, Danzo's seizure of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo had thoroughly enraged the clan. If the Hokage's office could not even offer a superficial account, the emotions inside the Uchiha clan would spiral out of control at once. Inside the office, Uchiha Kohara frowned. Hiruzen, these archives have been collated. They do include Root's surveillance records of the Uchiha clan, but there is no plan directly aimed at the Uchiha's annihilation or the seizure of the Sharingan. Mikoto Hamura also adjusted his glasses. Danzo's methods may be excessive, but the evidence he can produce at the moment only proves that Root once subjected the Uchiha to high-intensity surveillance. As for the Shisui matter, he paused for a moment. The third Hokage's expression darkened further. That Shisui matter could never be whitewashed. Danzo had lured Shisui out of the village, set up a barrier with Root, and personally demanded Shisui hand over his Mangekyo. Shisui himself could testify. Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Chuan, and others could also bear witness. Even if the Hokage's office wanted to suppress it, it could not be fully buried. The problem was that they could not actually hand Danzo over. Danzo knew too many of Konoha's dark secrets. Nor could Root be uprooted overnight. So the third Hokage could only choose a compromise to suspend Danzo from his post as the Hokage's assistant. Have Root hand over a portion of its archives. Nominally accept review. At the same time pacify the Uchiha. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen knew full well. Such handling would never fool Uchiha. That young Uchiha was far too troublesome. Sure enough, before long footsteps sounded outside the office door. An Anbu operative entered to report. Lord Hokage, members of the Uchiha police force have arrived. The third Hokage rubbed his brow. Let them in. Soon the office door was pushed open. Uchiha walked in at the front, followed by Uchiha Chuan and 2 police force members. Neither Uchiha Shisui nor Uchiha Itachi had come. That allowed the third Hokage to breathe a slight sigh of relief. At least things had not yet reached the point of the entire Uchiha clan pressing for a showdown. Uchiha stepped into the office, swept his gaze over the dossier scrolls on the desk, and the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Lord Hokage. So these are the archives Root has handed over. Correct, the third Hokage said in a low voice. As for Root's surveillance of the Uchiha, the village will conduct a review. At the same time, Root is forbidden from carrying out any unauthorized monitoring operations against the Uchiha clan compound from now on. Uchiha Chuan's face turned grim. Forbidden from now on. Then what about what happened before? Danzo nearly stole Shisui's eyes, and you want us to just let it go? Uchiha Koharu frowned. Uchiha Chuan, mind your attitude. Uchiha raised a hand to restrain Chuan. He was not angry. A faint smile even lingered on his face, but no matter how one looked at it, that smile did not look like acceptance. He casually picked up a scroll and unrolled it. After a few glances, he laughed out loud. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Uchiha, what are you laughing at? Uchiha rolled the scroll shut and tossed it back onto the desk. Lord Hokage. Lord Danzo really went to a lot of trouble, compiling a pile of long outdated surveillance records to prove that Root did once keep watch on the Uchiha. But the most critical pieces are missing. Not one of them is there. Uchiha Koharu's face darkened. Uchiha, you don't make reckless conjectures. Root has already handed over the relevant archives on the Hokage's orders. Uchiha looked at her. Lady Advisor, do you believe that yourself? Uchiha Koharu choked on her reply. Uchiha went on. Danzo dared to steal Shisui's Mangekyo. He even dared to send Root to assassinate me. Yet his archives contain only a few patrol observation records. What? Does Lord Danzo, before doing something evil, burn all the evidence and leave behind scrap paper, just so you can close the case? Inside the office, the atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Uchiha Chuan barely suppressed a laugh. The words were one step short of pointing straight at the high-ranking officials and saying, who are you trying to fool with fake archives? Ghosts. Mikoto Hamura said in a deep voice, Uchiha, a review takes time. Uchiha nodded. I know. I didn't expect to strip Root bare today either. The third Hokage's eyes flickered. That sentence sounded deeply wrong. Sure enough, Uchiha's next words came. So our police force will cooperate with the village and review this slowly. But before the review is finished, please have all ANBU and Root personnel withdraw from outside the Uchiha clan compound. After all, Root itself is the one under investigation now. It doesn't seem appropriate to let suspects keep monitoring the victims, does it? The third Hokage's expression shifted. Uchiha Koharu said at once, absolutely not. The Uchiha have been unstable lately. The village must maintain necessary surveillance. Uchiha looked at her. Necessary surveillance. So Lady Advisor, after Danzo stole Shisui's eyes, the Uchiha are still the suspects and Root remains the supervisor. Uchiha Koharu's expression soured. She realized that every word from Uchiha was like a blade. If he tried to parry, he would slice straight down along it. The third Hokage spoke in a low voice. Uchiha, the village will no longer allow Root to monitor the Uchiha, but the Anbu's routine patrols will not be cancelled. Uchiha smiled. Fine. If the Anbu are conducting normal patrols, our police force will naturally cooperate. I simply asked the Lord Hokage to issue a formal order. The Anbu must not enter the interior of the Uchiha clan compound. They must not contact Uchiha clan members without authorization. They must not trail Uchiha children. 3 conditions. That's not excessive, is it? The third Hokage fell silent. Was it excessive? On the surface, no. But if he agreed, Konoha's high command would lose a large measure of its monitoring power over the Uchiha compound. Refusing, however, would make the Hokage's office look as if it were still shielding Root. Uchiha had seized exactly on that. Danzo used Root's archives to stall the Uchiha. Uchiha in turn used the archive review to shrink Konoha's space for surveillance. You play your stalling game, I'll make my own moves. Who was afraid of whom? The third Hokage slowly let out a puff of smoke. Fine. Uchiha Koharu's face changed. Hiruzen. He raised a hand to stop her. This is a reasonable request. Uchiha smiled faintly. The Lord Hokage is wise. Those words brought the third Hokage no comfort whatsoever. Because he knew that Uchiha was not praising him at all. This was the courtesy of a victor, like slapping someone across the face and then casually wiping away the blood. Before leaving, Uchiha Uranium glanced once more at the files on the desk. Oh, by the way, he said, the police force will keep a copy of these archives for future review. Kowa Uchiha was about to refuse when Uchiha Uranium calmly added, After all, this case involves Uchiha victims, so the police force has the right to retain copies. Kohara Udatain. Rules again. Always these damned rules. In the past they had used rules to suppress the Uchiha. Now Uchiha Uranium used rules to push back every single day. The most infuriating part was that he was actually justified. The third Hokage wearily nodded. Approved. Uchiha Uranium picked up several scrolls and handed them to Uchiha Kawa. Let's go. The group left the Hokage's office. The moment the door closed, Uchiha Kawa could not help but whisper, "Uranium, they're fobbing us off with useless files, aren't they?" Uchiha Uranium replied calmly, "Of course. Danzo is no fool. There's no way he would hand over the real evidence of Root's crimes." Uchiha Kawa frowned. "Then why did we still accept it? Why not? These files are incomplete. But as long as they contain records of Root surveilling the Uchiha, that's enough for us to continue proving the high-ranking official's malice to the clan. Besides, the Hokage has already agreed to restrict Anbu and Root from entering the clan grounds. This buys us time to set up our defenses." Uchiha Kawa's eyes lit up. He understood now. Danzo thought he was stalling the Uchiha with useless files, but Uchiha Uranium had turned the situation into a reason for the Uchiha to gain more time. The higher-ups want an investigation. Fine. Then during the investigation, they would have to pull back their surveillance. Otherwise, suspects would keep coming into contact with victims. This move was vicious. Uchiha Kawa whispered, "They think they're stalling us." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Uchiha Uranium's mouth. "Then let them stall. The longer they delay, the more thoroughly we prepare. By the time they realize something is wrong, it will be too late." Meanwhile, deep beneath the Root base, the air reeked of disinfectant, blood, and medicinal agents mixed into a pungent stench. Danzo lay on the operating table, his face pale. His right arm had been completely severed. That arm, eroded by the black umbrella necrotic seal, was sealed inside a special container. Inside the container, black-red chakra still writhed slowly like a virus. Several Root medical ninja stood nearby, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Danzo-sama, that chakra's erosion is too severe. Although Hashirama cells can suppress part of it, they cannot completely eliminate it. If we kept the original right arm, the necrosis would spread along the chakra pathways and could even affect the heart and the chakra core. Danzo's expression darkened. This was exactly why he had decisively abandoned the right arm. He was not the kind of man to cling to a limb. As long as he lived, as long as he could continue controlling Root. What was one arm compared to that? Moreover, Root had long prepared a backup plan. Transplantation experiments, Hashirama cells, even prosthetic materials that were not yet fully stabilized. Danzo asked in a cold voice, "How is the new arm adapting?" The medical ninja answered immediately, "The initial transplant is complete. This arm incorporates tissue cultivated from Hashirama cells, but the Sharingan implant slots are not yet fully activated. In the short term, it cannot bear too many Sharingan. Otherwise, the rejection reaction would be extremely severe." Danzo's gaze turned sinister. "It doesn't matter. Restore mobility first. There will be plenty of Sharingan in the future." As he spoke the word Sharingan, Uchiha Uranium's bizarre Mangekyo flashed through his mind. A pattern like a protective umbrella. Those eyes were far more dangerous than ordinary Sharingan, and far more valuable, if he could obtain them. Greed flickered in Danzo's gaze, but he quickly forced the emotion down. Uchiha Uranium was not Shisui. Shisui would hesitate. Shisui would trust the village. Shisui would give him a chance. But Uchiha Uranium would not. That brat was vicious like a beast wrapped in human skin. To take his eyes, he could not use the same approach as he had with Shisui. He would have to strike with a single fatal blow. Better yet, wait until Uranium had overused his Mangekyo, then launch a coordinated ambush. With that thought, Danzo turned to the Root ninja standing nearby. "Any word from Itachi?" The Root ninja immediately handed over a scroll. "This is the latest intelligence from Uchiha Itachi." Danzo took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. The more he read, the colder his single eye became. The scroll's content was not extensive, but it was exactly what he most wanted to know. Uchiha Uranium's left eye is suspected to possess the ability to erode chakra, contaminate chakra pathways, and create virus-like chakra. His right eye is suspected to possess cell enhancement and self-regeneration abilities. However, according to Uchiha clan records, the Mangekyo Sharingan does not come without a price. The more frequently it is used, the greater the drain on eye power, and eyesight gradually declines. After recently using the Mangekyo consecutively, Uchiha Uranium's eye strain should be extremely severe. Some of the clan elders have expressed concerns about this. At this point, Danzo's gaze finally brightened. Mangekyo side effects. That was more like it. Such overwhelming ocular power could not possibly come without a price. Uchiha Uranium had been using those eyes far too frequently lately. The mission in the Land of Water. Killing the Root operatives. Stopping the eye theft. Severely wounding himself. After several consecutive high-intensity uses, the drain on his eye power must be immense. The reason he still acted so domineering was likely just to intimidate the Uchiha and the village leadership. His actual condition was probably not as composed as it appeared on the surface. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. "Uchiha Uranium. So even you have weaknesses after all." The medical ninja was fixing the new right arm in place. Danzo endured the searing pain, but his single eye grew ever more sinister. The stronger the Mangekyo, the greater the cost. Then he could not afford to give Uchiha Uranium more time. If he kept delaying, once Uranium truly unified the Uchiha, recovered his eye power, and joined forces with Shisui, the village leadership would completely lose the initiative. He had to strike first. While Uranium had not yet fully taken control of the clan. While the side effects of his Mangekyo were still accumulating. While Itachi could still be used. While the Uchiha had not yet completed their defenses. Eliminate them in one stroke. Danzo asked in a cold voice, how much longer before the new right arm fully fuses? The medical ninja lowered his head. At the earliest 7 days. Danzo's gaze darkened. Too slow. Sweat formed on the medical ninja's forehead. Danzo-sama, the fusion of Hashirama's cells cannot be rushed, or there will be backlash. Danzo said coldly, 5 days. The medical ninja's face turned pale. But, Danzo's single eye stared at him. This old man said 5 days. The medical ninja immediately bowed his head. Yes. Danzo closed his eye once more. 5 days. 5 days at most. Once this right arm initially recovered, he would pressure Hiruzen. The Uchiha could not be allowed to exist any longer. Especially Uchiha Uranium. That brat's existence would turn the entire Uchiha clan into a blade aimed at the heart of Konoha. The sword had to be snapped before it was fully drawn from its sheath. Uchiha clan compound. Itachi Uchiha stood at a high vantage point, gazing toward the Hokage tower in the distance. He had already sent the intelligence to Danzo. Of course that intelligence had been carefully designed by Uchiha Yu himself. 9 parts true, 1 part false. Even the part about the Mangekyo side effects was true. The Mangekyo did indeed have side effects. The more frequently it was used, the greater the ocular power consumed. One's vision would also decline. This was not entirely undocumented within the Uchiha clan. If Danzo investigated, he would find similar clues. So when Itachi delivered this intelligence, Danzo would certainly believe it. But the key issue was that Uchiha Yu was different from ordinary Mangekyo wielders. He had a system. He could expend behind-the-scenes value to repair ocular damage. This was something Danzo could never know. Thus in Danzo's eyes, Uchiha Yu's recent frantic use of the Mangekyo was simply walking straight to his doom. In Uchiha Yu's eyes, Danzo, believing this meant Danzo was offering himself up. Itachi sighed inwardly. When it came to scheming against human hearts, Danzo was indeed sinister. But Uchiha Yu was even more terrifying. Because you didn't just know his enemy's weaknesses. He would also hand his enemy a seemingly real weakness. He made his enemies believe they held the upper hand. Then step by step they walked into the trap. Footsteps sounded from behind. Uchiha Yu approached. Was the intelligence sent out? Itachi nodded. It was sent. Uchiha Yu asked what was Danzo's reaction. Itachi said there was no direct response from Root. But I can tell that Danzo believed it. Of course he would. The Mangekyo side effects are real. It's also true that I've been using the Mangekyo frequently lately. It would be strange if he didn't believe it. Itachi looked at him. Are your eyes really fine? Uchiha Yu said flatly, there is a problem. Itachi frowned. Uchiha Yu continued, but it's not a big problem. Itachi fell silent. That didn't sound like an explanation. It sounded more like perfunctory evasion. Uchiha Yu glanced at him and smiled. Don't worry. I haven't gone blind yet. At least not until Danzo is dead. Itachi didn't press the matter further. Everyone had secrets. He had known long ago that Uchiha Yu had his own. What he truly cared about was whether this plan would succeed. If Danzo is truly provoked, he may push forward the final plan ahead of time. Uchiha Yu nodded. What I want is for him to act early. Itachi frowned. If it's too early, the clan's preparations may not be complete. Uchiha Yu said, so we need to speed things up over the next few days. How is the evacuation of the women and children progressing? Itachi answered officially 30%. In reality, it's close to 80%. Uchiha Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good. The combat squads. Itachi said Uchiha Chuan is handling the outer counter blockade. Shisui is providing Jinjutsu support. Father is secretly consolidating the clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan users. But there are still some conservative clan members who don't know. Uchiha Yu said keep them in the dark. The more people who know, the more flaws there are. Itachi nodded. Just then the system's voice sounded in Uchiha Yu's mind. Uchiha Itachi successfully delivered misleading intelligence to Danzo. Danzo has confirmed the information about the Mangekyo side effects and judged the host to be in a state of high consumption. Danzo's assessment of the host's strength has been skewed. The probability of Konoha's top brass acting early has increased. Side quest 2 turn Uchiha Itachi. Progress increased to 85. Gain behind the scenes value 10000. Current behind the scenes value 90000. Uchiha Yu's eyes brightened slightly. 90,000 behind the scenes value. Very good. That old dog Danzo had begun walking into the cage. Itachi noticed the smile at the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth, and suddenly asked, what are you smiling about? Uchiha Yu said calmly, I was thinking that Danzo should be very pleased right now. Itachi frowned. Pleased? Uchiha Yu smiled. Yes. He thinks he's discovered my weakness. He thinks my Mangekyo is almost worn out. He thinks the Uchiha clan hasn't been fully united yet. He thinks you're still under Sasuke's thumb. He thinks that once his right arm recovers, he can immediately pressure the third Hokage to eliminate the Uchiha as an unstable factor. Itachi was silent for a moment. You even calculated that? Uchiha Yu shook his head. It's not calculation. It's that Danzo will definitely act this way. Men like him become more eager to prove themselves right the more they are thwarted. This time I ruined one of his arms and forced him to hand over the files. He won't think he's wrong. He'll only think that he didn't act fast enough or ruthlessly enough. Itachi said in a low voice, so he'll become even more radical. Uchiha Yu nodded. Exactly. He'll force the third to make a decision. And the third? Uchiha, you looked up at the distant Hokage rock. The third will hesitate. He'll struggle. He'll say they can't easily lay hands on their comrades. But in the end he'll acquiesce. Itachi clenched his fists slightly. Even though he had already accepted Uchiha Yu's plan, hearing those words still made him uncomfortable. The third Hokage. That was after all a man he had once respected. Uchiha Yu glanced at Itachi. Do you think what I said is too cold-blooded? Itachi didn't answer. Uchiha Yu said flatly, then keep watching. Watch what the third ultimately chooses. 5 days later. The root headquarters. The door of the operating room slowly opened. Danzo walked out. His right arm was bound in heavy bandages once more. Unlike the previous arm which had been eroded by the black umbrella, this newly transplanted right arm was filled with the vitality of Hashirama cells. Though not yet fully stabilized, it was enough to restore his mobility. With every step Danzo could feel the searing heat and rejection from his new right arm. The Hashirama cells were struggling. They were trying to devour his body. But Danzo didn't care. Power always required a price. As long as he could eliminate the Uchiha, seize the Sharingan, and let Konoha continue in the darkness of his own, making what was a little pain. Root Shinobi knelt on both sides. Lord Danzo. Danzo slowly raised his new right arm and clenched his fingers slightly. Crack. The sound of knuckles rang out. It was still a little stiff, but usable. That was enough. He said coldly, gather the Root Jonin. Prepare the final plan for dealing with the Uchiha. A Root Shinobi bowed his head. What about the Hokage? Danzo's single eye was cold. I will go see Hiruzen myself. The Hokage Tower. Night. The third Hokage was dealing with documents. The moonlight outside the window was cold and clear. Danzo pushed the door open and entered. The third looked up, saw Danzo's newly bandaged right arm, and frowned slightly. Your arm. Danzo said calmly. The old arm could no longer purge the erosion from Uchiha Yu's ocular power. I had it removed. The third's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Uchiha Yu's ocular power to be so troublesome. Even Hashirama cells couldn't fully suppress it. Danzo walked up to the desk, his voice grim. Hiruzen, we can't wait any longer. The third said in a deep voice. The Uchiha again. Danzo said coldly, you have already seen Uchiha Yu's Mangekyo ability. It erodes chakra, contaminates the chakra meridians, and regenerates itself. If this power continues to grow, all of Konoha will lose the ability to keep him in check. The third Hokage frowned. The Mangekyo has side effects. Uchiha Yu uses it so frequently that he may not hold out much longer. A cold light flickered through Danzo's single eye. That is precisely why we have to act now. The third Hokage was taken aback. Danzo went on. He has not yet fully unified the Uchiha. There are still divisions within the Uchiha clan. Shisui is wavering, but he has not completely abandoned the village. Itachi can still be used. Uchiha Yu's ocular power consumption is escalating. This is our best chance. The third Hokage fell silent. Every word Danzo spoke struck his heart like a nail. He did not want to move against the Uchiha. At least not in the worst way. But the reality was that the Uchiha clan truly was becoming more dangerous. Uchiha Yu's emergence had shattered every balance. An Uchiha who possessed the Mangekyo could suppress Danzo, rally the whole clan, and use the rules to counter the Hokage's office. This was far too dangerous. If they waited until he had fully taken control of the Uchiha, the cost of dealing with him would be even greater. Danzo saw the third Hokage's silence and pressed on. Hiruzen, what are you still waiting for? Are you waiting for Uchiha Yu to turn the clan compound into a fortress? Are you waiting for Shisui to side with him completely? Are you waiting for Itachi to be won over as well? Or are you waiting for the Uchiha to launch a coup and set the land of fire's borders ablaze with war? The third Hokage's brows were tightly knit. The Uchiha are after all a part of Konoha. Danzo said coldly, precisely because they are a part of Konoha, they must not be allowed to tear Konoha apart. Konoha can do without the Uchiha. But it cannot have an Uchiha clan that may stage a coup at any moment. The third Hokage raised his head, his voice low. What do you want to do? A cold, sinister glint flickered in Danzo's eye. Finally, Hiruzen had asked that question. That meant he had already begun to waver. Use Itachi, Danzo said slowly. Let Itachi continue to infiltrate the Uchiha from within. Confirm the exact state of Fugaku, Uchiha Yu, and Shisui. If an Uchiha coup has become unavoidable, Itachi will cooperate with Root and eliminate the Uchiha's core members first. The third Hokage's expression changed. Eliminate the core members. Danzo did not mince words. Fugaku, Uchiha Yu, Shisui, the hardliners in the military police force. Once these people die, the Uchiha will be leaderless. The remaining ones can be controlled. The third Hokage said in a grave voice, what about the ordinary clansmen? Danzo said coldly, the Uchiha's hatred will go on. Leaving too many of them behind will only leave hidden dangers. The third Hokage abruptly rose to his feet. Danzo stared back at him without yielding. Hiruzen, how much longer will you deceive yourself? The relationship between the Uchiha and the village can no longer be restored. If you spare them today, the ones who die tomorrow will be Konoha shinobi. When that happens, how will you face the dead villagers? How will you face the Konoha built by the first and second Hokage? The third Hokage's body trembled slightly. In the office, the smoke hung heavy like a weight pressing on one's heart. After a long silence, the third Hokage slowly sat back down. His voice was weary and hoarse. Do not carry out a large-scale massacre short of the final step. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. Those words appeared to be a refusal. In reality, they were tacit consent. The last step. Who was to judge when the last step had been reached? The one who carried it out, of course. Danzo said in a low voice, I understand. The third Hokage closed his eyes. I want to talk to Itachi one more time. Danzo did not object. Fine. But Hiruzen, you had better be quick. Uchiha, you will not give us much time. The third Hokage gave no answer. Danzo turned and left the office. The moment the door closed, a cold smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha, your Mangekyo is certainly troublesome. But no matter how strong the eyes are, they cannot block the will of all Konoha. Wait for the night of the clan's extermination to come. I will personally gouge out your eyes. The Uchiha clan compound. At the same moment, Uchiha stood on a rooftop, gazing toward the Hokage building. The night wind stirred his black hair. The sound of a system notification echoed in his mind. Danzo has completed the replacement of his right arm. Danzo has confirmed the intelligence about the Mangekyo's side effects and determined that the host is in a phase of heavy ocular power consumption. Danzo has pressured Hiruzen Sarutobi. The final Uchiha disposal plan among Konoha's higher-ups is accelerating. The countdown to the night of the clan's extermination has moved up. Main quest stopped the night of the clan's extermination. Entering accelerated phase. Uchiha's gaze hardened slightly. It had come earlier. Good. Danzo had finally lost his composure. He thought that replacing an arm would let him return to the chessboard. He thought that seeing through the Mangekyo's side effects meant he had seized Uchiha's vital weakness. He thought Itachi was still being manipulated by Sasuke. He thought the third Hokage would ultimately acquiesce. He thought the Uchiha were not ready. Uchiha's lips slowly curled upward. Too bad. Everything he believed was exactly what Uchiha had made him believe. Danzo, you replaced an arm. I've prepared a grave for you. In his eyes, the black-red umbrella-patterned Mangekyo flashed and vanished. The next second, the system panel unfolded. Current mastermind points, 90000. Consume mastermind points for ocular power maintenance. Uchiha said calmly, spend 10,000. 1000 mastermind points consumed. Repairing Mangekyo ocular power loss. Current ocular power status full. A wave of icy power surged into his eyes. The faint burning pain that had remained vanished completely. Uchiha's field of vision became incomparably clear once more. Danzo thought his ocular power was severely drained, but he did not know. The system had already polished this pair of Mangekyo eyes anew for Uchiha. This was the information gap. It was also the deadliest trap. Uchiha looked into the depths of the clan compound. The evacuation of women and children was nearly 90% complete. 70% of the combat squads were in position. Shisui's Jinjutsu barrier was beginning to take shape. Itachi's false information was continuously misleading the higher-ups. Fugaku too had finally stopped hesitating and had begun secretly mobilizing the clan's elite. Everything was accelerating. Everything was moving toward that night. And the Akatsuki far away in the Hidden Rain village were still waiting for his final signal. They had to appear only on the night of the clan's extermination, because appearing at that precise moment would maximize the effect. Danzo would lead route into the Uchiha compound, expecting to be met by Itachi, his inside man, and a clan wholly unprepared. What awaited him, however, was an Uchiha ambush, Itachi's betrayal, Shisui's Koto Amatsukami, and Fugaku's Mangekyo. And the arrival of Akatsuki. Uchiha chuckled softly. The night of the clan's extermination. No, that will be the longest night of Danzo's life. Under the night sky, Konoha was still quiet. But behind that stillness, every piece on the board had already begun to move. The hunter sharpens his blade. The prey digs a pit. Only Danzo did not know. From the moment he decided to strike first, he had already stepped into the grave Uchiha had prepared for him. Root-based deep underground. Under dim lamplight, Danzo sat in the shadows with the latest intelligence report spread before him. The source of the intelligence was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha has recently used the Mangekyo frequently, and it is suspected that his eye power has already begun to wane. Although the Uchiha clan has begun to be on guard, their integration is not proceeding quickly. Fugaku is still hesitating. Shisui, though wavering, still holds concerns for the village. The transfer of the clan's women and children has not yet been completed. There are still some conservative factions within the Uchiha police department. Danzo stared at the last line, his eyes growing colder. Indeed. He opened his mouth slowly, his voice hoarse. No matter how powerful Uchiha is, there is a price to pay. The root ninja beside him lowered his head and asked, Danzo-sama, shall we act immediately? Not yet. Danzo cut him off. A sinister light flickered in his single eye. He hasn't fully united the Uchiha yet. We cannot move directly now. But the stronger he behaves, the more it proves he is draining himself. The Mangekyo is not a perpetual motion machine. The more frequently it is used, the more eye power is consumed. Just push him once more, and he will show a flaw. The root ninja asked, and Uchiha Shisui. Danzo sneered. Shisui has already lost their trust. Uchiha is dangerous, but he has not yet had time to bind everyone together into a single rope. The best course now is not to deal with you alone. It is to force Hiruzen to make the decision alongside us. He slowly rose to his feet. The newly transplanted Hashirama cells on his right arm were still writhing slowly, carrying a scorching breath of life. Though unstable, at least this new arm was already usable. Danzo flexed his fingers, his gaze growing even colder. Uchiha thinks he can buy time. Unfortunately, he has overestimated himself. I will strike first before he is fully prepared. Konoha Hokage's office. Early morning. The third Hokage had just taken his seat, when hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Lord Hokage. Lord Danzo is here. The third Hokage frowned. Let him in. Soon Danzo entered the office leaning on his cane. He had just received a new arm transplant. His face was still somewhat pale, but his gaze was colder than before, like a venomous snake that had just crawled out of the mud. The third Hokage raised his eyes and said in a deep voice, "How is your arm recovering?" Danzo said coldly, "Still alive." "That is enough." The third Hokage frowned. "You came to see me about the Uchiha." Without wasting a word, Danzo placed a scroll on the desk. "This is the latest intelligence from Itachi." The third Hokage unrolled the scroll, and his gaze soon darkened. Danzo's voice was low. Uchiha U's Mangekyo has already shown obvious signs of depletion. His recent frequent actions show that he is forcing himself. The Uchiha clan is integrating slowly. Fugaku is still hesitant, and Shisui has not yet completely sided with the clan. This is an opportunity. The third Hokage put down the scroll and said slowly, "What are you trying to say?" Danzo stared at him. "We cannot delay any longer. If we keep waiting, once Uchiha U recovers, the Uchiha will truly unite as one. By then the cost of acting will be far greater." The third Hokage was silent for a moment. He naturally understood Danzo's meaning. But the problem was that the matter of Shisui had only just been suppressed. If they were to make a move against the Uchiha at this time, the situation might spiral completely out of control. The third Hokage said in a grave voice, "This is not yet the most suitable moment." Danzo sneered. "The most suitable moment? Hiruzen, how much longer are you going to wait? Until Uchiha U's Mangekyo recovers? Until Shisui completely defected to the Uchiha? Until Itachi is pulled back as well? Or until the Uchiha compound becomes an impregnable fortress?" The third Hokage's brow furrowed even more deeply. "I have said it before, we must not make rash moves." Danzo stared at him, his tone icy. "Then how long do you intend to stall? Uchiha U has already begun integrating the clan, and the police department is also repositioning its defenses. Give them a few more days, and the entire compound will bristle like a hedgehog. By then whoever moves will die." The third Hokage's face was grim. Danzo continued to press. "Moreover, Uchiha U has been deliberately showing weakness lately. The intel Itachi sent explicitly states that he has used the Mangekyo frequently, and the drain on his eye power is worsening. What does that tell us? It tells us he can no longer hold on. It also tells us he is bluffing." The third Hokage was silent. Danzo let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with undisguised pressure. "Hiruzen Uchiha U is not Shisui. Shisui would hesitate and consider the greater good. But Uchiha U is different. He is too sharp and too dangerous. If we do not act now before he has truly united the Uchiha, once he recovers, it will be too late for regret." The third Hokage closed his eyes for a moment. He knew very well that Danzo's words were not entirely without reason. Uchiha U was indeed too formidable. So formidable that he had already begun to change the atmosphere inside the Uchiha clan. If left unchecked, the consequences would be unpredictable. Yet on the other hand, the third Hokage also feared that if they truly struck, the Uchiha would launch an all-out counterattack. Especially Shisui's side. Shisui was no longer as easy to control as before. Though Itachi was still in the Anbu, his stance had also grown delicate. Once they fully joined hands, the balance between Konoha and the Uchiha would be shattered at once. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, "Wait 2 more days." Danzo's face darkened. "Hiruzen." The third Hokage looked up at him. "I said wait 2 more days. At least we need to confirm whether Uchiha U has truly reached his limit." Danzo stared at him, a cold glint flashing through his single eye. 2 days. That was enough. In just 2 more days he could force the Uchiha to the table. And this time there would be no chance for them to catch their breath. Uchiha clan compound. Training ground outside the Naka shrine. Uchiha U sat on a high branch idly playing with a kunai. Below, Uchiha Chuan was leading several clansmen in continuing to set up the covert network of the police department. Shisui stood at the other side using Jinjutsu to adjust the chakra fluctuations of the outer barrier. Itachi was also present. He still wore a cold expression on the surface, talking with several Uchiha police officers. Everything seemed perfectly normal. But Uchiha U knew. At the Hokage's office, Danzo was already losing his patience. A system notification sounded in his mind. Danzo has confirmed the host's eye power depletion. Danzo has pressured Sarutobi Hiruzen. The plan among Konoha's higher-ups to purge the Uchiha has accelerated. The corners of Uchiha U's mouth rose slightly. They're finally getting anxious. He murmured to himself. Shisui, who was nearby, heard him and looked up. Anxious about what? Uchiha U did not answer directly. He simply jumped down from the tree. Over at the Hokage's office, they should be making a move soon. Shisui's expression turned serious. So soon? Uchiha U nodded. That old dog Danzo is best at taking your life when you're down. Right now he thinks my eye power is severely drained, and that the Uchiha haven't finished consolidating. In his eyes, this is the best moment to strike. Hearing this, Uchiha Chuan's face darkened. Then should we make a preemptive move? Uchiha U shook his head. No. The time is not yet right. Itachi, standing not far away, cast a cold glance at him. What are you waiting for this time? Uchiha U glanced back at him. For Danzo to deliver the blade into our hands himself. Itachi frowned slightly. Uchiha U offered no further explanation. This was not the moment to make everything clear. He had to make Danzo believe that he was truly weakening, truly stalling. Only then would the other side accelerate on its own. and to deepen Danzo's conviction this act had to be performed once more. Uchiha Yu raised a hand and pressed his brow. Let's end today's training here. Shisui asked, you don't look well. Uchiha Yu coughed lightly. A little tired. At these words Shisui and Uchiha Chuan's expressions changed simultaneously. Itachi's gaze also narrowed slightly. Uchiha Yu slowly raised his head, though there was still a lively gleam in his eyes. He was clearly carrying a trace of exhaustion. He did not overdo the act, because if it were too fake Danzo would not believe it. It was enough to show just a little of the feeling of forcing himself to hold on. Uchiha Chuan hastily said, you go rest first. Uchiha Yu waved his hand. It's nothing. I've just been using my eyes too much lately. As he spoke he even deliberately rubbed the corner of his eye. That gesture fell into Itachi's sight and made his heart sink a little. He knew Uchiha Yu was acting, but the act was too convincing. If he hadn't known the truth in advance, he would have almost believed it himself. Shisui said quietly, do you want me to continue the defenses for you? Uchiha Yu nodded. Alright. Also starting tonight expand the outer barrier by 2 more layers. Shisui was startled. Why? Uchiha Yu said calmly, because Danzo will think I can't hold on. Once he thinks that he'll grow even more anxious. Then let him be anxious. Shisui quickly understood. Uchiha Yu was deliberately creating the illusion that his eye power was strained. He wanted Danzo to believe that he could still wear down Uchiha Yu by prolonging the delay. In reality, the longer the time stretched, the more secure the Uchiha side became. Uchiha Chuan immediately said, I'll arrange it. Itachi looked at Uchiha Yu and suddenly spoke. Are you really alright? Uchiha Yu turned to him. What? Afraid I'll die too soon. Itachi. He had only asked reflexively. After being rebutted like that he was somewhat at a loss for words. Uchiha Yu said indifferently, don't worry. I won't fall before Danzo dies. With that he turned and left the training ground. But after only a few steps his pace paused slightly. Then he braced himself against a tree trunk and let out a soft breath. That subtle pause was seen clearly by Itachi who was not far away. A flicker passed through Itachi's eyes. Was he truly tired? Or was he still acting? He could not tell. But if Danzo received similar information, he would likely become even more certain that Uchiha Yu had begun to weaken. That was enough. Root base. Danzo received new intelligence. Uchiha Yu has used the Mangekyo many times recently, showing signs of fatigue after battles. The clan's barrier has been further expanded. The Uchiha Police Department has begun reinforcing its covert patrols. Uchiha Yu appears to have started reducing his public activities. After reading it, a cold sneer slowly crept across Danzo's lips. As expected, that brat could no longer hold on. He had known it. No matter how formidable the Mangekyo, it could not be used carelessly. Especially that bizarre ability. Corroding chakra, polluting the chakra network, and enhancing one's own recovery. Every one of these consumed an enormous amount of eye power. Given Uchiha Yu's recent continuous high-intensity use of the Mangekyo, it was impossible for him to be completely unaffected. Very good, Danzo muttered. It seems the time is nearly ripe. A root ninja next to him asked, Danzo-sama, shall we notify the Hokage now? Danzo pondered for a moment. No, wait a bit longer. I want Hiruzen to see with his own eyes that Uchiha Yu no longer has the capital to drag things out. I want him to understand that this threat of the Uchiha must be dealt with. The root ninja bowed his head. Yes. Danzo slowly leaned back in his chair, his single eye filled with cold calculation. The more he looked, the clearer it became. No matter how strong Uchiha Yu was, he was nothing more than a young man. A young man's greatest weakness was his eagerness to hold on. The more he tried, the easier it was to reveal a flaw. And a flaw was a fatal weak spot. The next evening, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Koharu Hamura Mikoto and Danzo held another small closed-door meeting. On the table lay the latest Uchiha intelligence compiled by Root. Danzo pushed the scroll to the center and said in a low voice, Hiruzen, we can't delay any longer. The third Hokage picked up the scroll and glanced over it, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. The contents matched almost exactly what Danzo had said before. Uchiha Yu was suspected of having expended too much eye power. The Uchiha clan was still not fully unified. Shisui and Itachi had not completely sided with the Uchiha for the time being. Fugaku was still wavering. This was an opportunity. The third Hokage was silent for a long time, then finally said, if we are to act, we must ensure that the core of the Uchiha is completely eliminated. A cold gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes. Of course. Fugaku, Uchiha Yu, and Shisui. These 3 must be dealt with first. The third Hokage asked, what about Itachi? Danzo said in a low voice, Itachi can continue to be used. He is the last key we have to enter the Uchiha clan. Koharu frowned. But the relationship between Itachi and Uchiha Yu has recently become delicate again. Danzo sneered, that is only on the surface. Itachi is still transmitting intelligence according to plan. And more than anyone he knows the importance of Sasuke. As long as Sasuke is there he won't run away. The third Hokage closed his eyes and said slowly, let me confirm one final time. If the Uchiha do not make any move toward a coup, large-scale action is forbidden. Danzo did not refute. But his silence already said it all. As long as he judged that the Uchiha were going to rebel, he could act first. Who would make the judgment? Of course it was him. The third Hokage knew this perfectly well, but did not press further. Because he too had already been swayed by Danzo. Uchiha Yu's existence was indeed too dangerous. If he were allowed to keep uniting the Uchiha, the situation would only become even harder to handle. The third Hokage said in a low voice, then prepare. First complete the evidence. Then have Itachi confirm the situation inside the clan once more. If everything is as you say. He opened his eyes, his expression complicated. Then a decision must be made. Danzo nodded. I understand. The meeting ended. When Danzo walked out of the Hokage's office, the night wind struck his face. He looked in the direction of the Uchiha clan compound, his single eye radiating a murderous chill. Uchiha, you acted quite well. Unfortunately, this old man has already seen through your weakness. Now let's see how much longer you can keep up the pretense. Uchiha clan compound. On the rooftop, Uchiha, you stood in the wind as the system notifications sounded again. The Konoha higher-ups have entered the final evaluation stage. Danzo is convinced that the host's eye power has been severely depleted. Sarutobi Hiruzen has begun to waver. The Uchiha elimination plan has entered formal preparation. Main quest: prevent the night of the clan's annihilation. Progress increased. A cold glint flashed in Uchiha Yu's eyes. So they finally made up their minds. He said softly, very well. The more anxious you are, the closer you get to your graves. The wind blew across the clan compound. The patrol lights of the police department came on one after another. Uchiha Shisui was setting up Jinjutsu nodes at the edge of the barrier. Uchiha Chuan was checking the evacuation list. Itachi, still indifferent on the surface, secretly continued sending false intelligence to Danzo. Fugaku, deep within the clan, began to mobilize the last of his elite forces in earnest. Everything was tightening, like a net that had long since been spread, and Danzo was walking step by step toward its center. Uchiha, you looked toward the Hokage's office, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Danzo, you think you've seen through the weakness of the Mangekyo. In truth, you saw only the flaw I allowed you to see. On the day you truly make your move. His eyes were deep, and the black-red Mangekyo slowly revolved in his pupils. I will make you understand what it means to lift a rock and smash your own head. Night fell. Konoha's surface remained calm. Along the streets, lights flickered on one by one. Patrolling shinobi moved as usual across the rooftops and through the alleys. Everything seemed just as ordinary as ever. But only those who truly stood upon the chessboard knew that tonight Konoha was already shrouded in an invisible layer of killing intent. The Uchiha compound. Beneath the Naka shrine. Uchiha, you stood at the center of the stone chamber. Before him lay an unfolded map of Konoha. On the map, the outer perimeter of the Uchiha compound, the police headquarters, the Naka shrine, Fugaku's residence, the clan's evacuation shelters, and the routes Root might take to enter, had all been circled in different colors. Uchiha Fugaku stood to one side, his expression heavier than it had ever been. Shisui, meanwhile, was inspecting the nodes of the Jinjutsu barrier. Itachi had just returned from the Anbu. His Anbu uniform was still on, and though his face remained calm, a trace of coldness could be seen buried deep in his eyes. Uchiha Chuan pushed the door open and said in a low voice, the evacuation of the clan's women and children is already 95% complete. The rest are deliberately left visible as bait so that outsiders won't sense anything unusual. But at each of their locations, evacuation routes have already been prepared. Uchiha nodded. What about the combat squads? Uchiha Chuan answered at once. Clan members with 3 Tomo Sharingan or above have been divided into 6 teams. The first team guards the Naka shrine. The second team guards the eastern entrance of the compound. The third team guards the police headquarters storehouse. The fourth team secretly protects the evacuation points for the women and children. The fifth team is responsible for cutting off Root's escape routes. The sixth team stands by for support at any moment. Uchiha, you look toward Shisui. Jinjutsu barrier. Shisui said in a grave voice, the outer perimeter has already been set up. For a short time it can create the illusion that life in the compound is completely normal. If Root observes from outside, they will only think the clan members are still in their homes. But the real clan members have already been hidden and relocated. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shisui with complicated eyes. Shisui had not even used Koto Amatsukami yet, but his Jinjutsu mastery alone was already enough to turn the entire Uchiha compound into a place of false appearances. This was the strategic value of a powerhouse at the Mangekyo level. Fugaku then looked at Itachi. Itachi, what about the Hokage tower? Itachi replied calmly, Danzo has already finished assembling his forces. Root will move tonight. At those words, the atmosphere in the stone chamber instantly sank. So Danzo had finally been unable to restrain himself. Itachi continued, the third Hokage hasn't explicitly ordered the annihilation of the Uchiha, but he has dispatched some of the Anbu. Uchiha Chuan sneered, surveillance. Itachi nodded. Openly, it's to supervise Root's operation and keep the situation from spiraling out of control. In reality, he did not finish the sentence. But everyone understood. In truth, it was to keep a controlling hand on the board. Danzo was after all the Hokage's advisor. Root was after all the darkness of Konoha. The third didn't openly approve, but by dispatching the Anbu he had already made his position clear. If Danzo succeeded, the Anbu could help suppress the news. If Danzo failed, the Anbu could claim they were merely supervising. If things spiraled out of control, Danzo would take the fall. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still the third Hokage, who painstakingly balanced everything for the sake of the village. Uchiha laughed. The laugh was soft. Yet in that suffocating stone chamber, it sounded especially piercing. Uchiha Chuan couldn't help asking, what are you laughing at? Uchiha said evenly, I'm laughing that the third is still the same old man. He never lets blood touch his hands. But the blade must always be at his side. Fugaku was silent. Shisui lowered his gaze. Itachi's fist tightened slightly. In the past they might have made excuses for the third. But now there was no longer any need. The operation was imminent. What difference was there between a man who stood by while others slaughtered comrades and a man who did the slaughter himself? Uchiha raised his hand and folded the map. Since Danzo is already prepared, then it's time for us to bring in the final chess piece. Fugaku's gaze hardened slightly. Your outside reinforcements. Uchiha nodded. Shisui asked, have they already reached Konoha's outskirts? Close enough. Uchiha took out a black and red kunai. On the hilt of the kunai was carved a tiny umbrella-shaped mark. That was the sensory beacon he had left for the Akatsuki. It was also the true key to opening this counter-ambush. Uchiha Chuan said in a low voice, can they be trusted? Uchiha glanced at him. In this world no one is absolutely reliable. But as long as our goals align, that's enough. Tonight, they want to kill Danzo. We want to kill Danzo too. That's reliable enough. Uchiha Chuan nodded. That reasoning was very Uchiha. Realistic. Cold. But effective. Uchiha turned and walked outside. I'm going to meet them. Fugaku frowned. Leaving the compound now is too dangerous. Uchiha said calmly, the ones in danger are the people who will enter the Uchiha compound tonight. Not me. With those words his figure vanished through the exit of the stone chamber. Konoha's outskirts. Inside a dark dense forest. The night wind rustled through the leaves. Several figures stood silently beneath the shadows of the trees. Black robes with red clouds. The 6 paths of pain. Sasori of the red sand. Kakuzu. Kisame Hashigaki. When Uchiha appeared on a tree branch his first glance swept across them all. Then his brow arched slightly. Conan didn't come. Tendo Pain lifted his head, his Rinnegan glinting coldly in the night. She has something more important to do. Uchiha understood quickly. Conan's absence was most likely to protect Nagato's real body. With all 6 paths of pain deployed, Nagato's real body was bound to be in a relatively vulnerable state. Leaving Conan behind to guard him was the most rational arrangement. Uchiha nodded. A wise choice. Kisame grinned. Long time no see. Konoha is quite lively after all. We had only just reached the outskirts when we sensed quite a few Anbu moving around. Kakuzu said coldly. I only care about the location of Root's treasury. Sasori said hoarsely. I care about the Hashirama cell data. Uchiha glanced at the two of them. Everything is prepared. After tonight, Root's treasury goes to Kaku. The human experimentation data and some cadaver material go to Sasori. But remember, don't touch ordinary villagers. Don't touch the Uchiha clan members. As for the other shinobi clans of Konoha, if they don't attack first, you are not allowed to kill wantonly. Kakuzu gave a cold snort. Are you giving us orders? Uchiha said flatly. It's not an order. It's a reminder. If you kill unrelated shinobi out of greed and draw the entire village of Konoha into an all-out attack, you won't have time to take the money. Kakuzu fell silent. The reasoning was practical. He accepted it. Sasori also let out a hoarse laugh. I'm only interested in the materials of Root and Konoha's Anbu. Civilians are too crude to be worth collecting. Kisame laughed. I have no complaints. Anyway, tonight I'm here to watch Konoha's higher-ups embarrass themselves. Uchiha looked at Pain. What about you? Pain did not answer immediately. He simply stared quietly at Uchiha with those Rinnegan eyes. Beneath the night, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. The first words from Tendo Pain were not about the operation route nor about the Uchiha's preparations. Instead, is the evidence from back then really in Root's archives? Uchiha looked at him, just as he had expected. This was the true reason Nagato had set out. Danzo's involvement in Yahiko's death. That piece of news had lodged like a thorn in the hearts of Nagato and Conan. Tonight Pain was willing to come not merely to cooperate with the Uchiha, nor simply for the expansion of the Akatsuki. He had come to personally confirm whether the ambush that changed the fate of the Akatsuki back then truly bore the shadow of Konoha's Root behind it. Uchiha did not avoid Pain's gaze. It does. Pain's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. Are you certain? Uchiha said calmly. I am certain. In Root's archives there are the records of the Rain Country operation from back then. The leads of contact between Danzo and Hanzo. The traces of Root personnel movements. There is also a partial list of those involved in the ambush on the old Akatsuki. Once you enter Root's base tonight you can check for yourself. The aura around Pain turned cold. It was not ordinary killing intent. It was the chill that came when years of suppressed anguish finally found a clear target. If you are lying to me. Tendo Pain said slowly, you will feel the pain of a god. If I'm lying to you, you don't need to lift a finger. I'll give you Danzo's head myself as compensation. Kisame grinned. That's a fairly generous way to pay. Kakuzu said coldly, Danzo's head should be worth a fair amount on the black market. Sasori said hoarsely, just don't damage the corpse. The atmosphere had been murderous. But those words forcibly twisted it aside for a moment. Pain did not laugh. He simply looked in the direction of Konoha. Lead the way. Uchiha nodded. Stay close to me. Konoha's barrier is not a decoration. Without my route you will trip the alarms soon enough. Kakuzu sneered. For an Uchiha you're quite familiar with Konoha's barrier. Uchiha said calmly. Konoha has been keeping the Uchiha under surveillance for years. I can't just let them watch me all the time. It's only courtesy to return the favor. Kakuzu glanced at him. This brat really held grudges. But he liked it. Uchiha Yu raised his hand and formed hand seals. His black umbrella chakra spread silently, connecting several nodes seated in advance within the forest into a hidden route. This route did not forcibly break through Konoha's barrier. Instead, it exploited gaps in the police patrol's holes in the Anbu shift changes blind spots in the registration around the Uchiha compound's perimeter and the black umbrella markers he had arranged in advance. The seams squeezed out through sheer design. Under normal circumstances, outsiders could not enter silently. But tonight was different. The Uchiha were, after all, part of Konoha. The police force had always possessed partial access privileges to the barrier. Add to that the Jinjutsu interference Shisui had laid around the compound, and the shift change schedule Itachi provided from inside the Anbu. Together, all of this gave the Akatsuki the possibility of slipping into the Uchiha compound without a sound. Tendo Pain watched Uchiha use back a strange glint flashing through his Rinnegan. This Uchiha was truly fearsome. It wasn't just that he had power. He understood even better how to deploy every resource at his command to the most lethal point. Konoha's barrier, police authority, Uchiha terrain, Anbu shift changes, Akatsuki combat power. Every single element had been strung together into a net. And tonight Danzo was the prey about to slam into that net. Inside Konoha, several dark figures slipped silently through the streets. They did not alert the patrolling shinobi. They did not trigger the barrier alarms. Even the sensory squad on the village's perimeter sensed nothing unusual. Because in their perception, the chakra fluctuations from the Uchiha compound remained perfectly normal. The clan was still there. The lights were still burning. The police force patrolled as usual. Nothing was out of place. But they did not know that half of that normality was a Jinjutsu illusion woven by Shisui. Another half was the chakra diversion Uchiha Yu had arranged in advance. And part of it was the Uchiha chaos that Itachi deliberately let the Anbu see. Truth and falsehood layered together. That was the perfect disguise. At the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Chuan was already waiting. When he saw the black-robed figures behind Uchiha Yu, his pupils constricted slightly. He had known you had outside reinforcements. But actually seeing these people still sent a wave of pressure through him. Especially the orange-haired man with the Rinnegan. Standing there alone, he looked like a cold, impassive deity. And the shark-faced man bearing the massive blade on his back. And that strange man with the green eyes. And the one hidden inside a puppet. Who were these people? Uchiha Chuan's heart churned with shock. What kind of monsters had you brought in from outside? Still he did not ask. Tonight was not the time for questions. Uchiha Chuan said in a low voice, the route has been cleared. Our people have taken control of the eastern entrance to the compound. The Anbu haven't noticed anything for now. Uchiha Yu nodded. Good. He looked back at Pain and the others. Once we're inside, hold back your attacks. Wait until Danzo brings Root in. Let the Uchiha fight the first wave. Wait until Root's main force is exposed, then cut off their escape. Kisame grinned. You're planning to trap Root in and slaughter them. Uchiha Yu said coolly, no. It's to show them what it means to walk right into a trap. Kakuzu asked, where is Root's treasury? Uchiha Yu pointed at a mark on the map. Underground, third level. But the entrance is not inside the compound. Once Danzo's main force enters the compound, I'll give you the signal. Kakuzu nodded. Don't forget my 25%. Don't worry. Danzo is paying tonight. Sasori asked, what about my files? Root's archive room. Pain will go there too. Uchiha Yu turned to Pain. Once Danzo's main force enters the compound, part of Root's base defense will be empty. That will be the best time to enter the archive room. Pain said coldly, I will confirm it myself. Uchiha Yu nodded. After you confirm it, you may deal with Root as you wish. Pain's Rinnegan turned even colder. Yahiko's death. Danzo. Root's archives. Tonight he would have his answers, and he would make the darkness of Konoha taste agony. Uchiha Yu led the group through the compound's hidden passage. Along the way, the Akatsuki members saw the Uchiha's preparations. On the surface, the compound still showed many lights. But inside the actual homes, many were already empty. The elderly, the weak, women, and children had been evacuated. Combatants were hidden in the shadows. Rooftops, alleys, walls, and underground passages. All were rigged with traps and escape routes. Kisame couldn't help laughing. This doesn't look like a clan about to be annihilated. This is clearly preparing an ambush. Kakuzu said coldly, if the Konoha higher-ups knew, they would probably regret this. Sasori rasped, it's too late for regret. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth. They won't regret. A man like Danzo will only think he hadn't struck soon enough. So tonight he will definitely come. Meanwhile, at the Root base, Danzo stood in the underground hall. One Root shinobi after another stood in silent formation. Black garments. Masks. Danzo stood above them, his single eye sweeping over the ranks. Tonight's mission. Eliminate the unstable core of the Uchiha. Primary targets. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Shisui. The radical faction of the Uchiha police force. Uchiha Itachi will cooperate with the operation. The Root shinobi below remained silent. Danzo continued, if you meet resistance, kill without mercy. If any clan member attempts to flee, they will be treated as a rebel. If Uchiha Yu awakens his Mangekyo, do not fight him at length. Wear him down with sealing jutsu, poison, explosive tags, and long-range ninjutsu. His Mangekyo drains him heavily. Stall until his ocular power is exhausted, then seize his eyes immediately. As he spoke those last two words, a blazing greedy light flickered deep in Danzo's gaze. Seize the eyes. Uchiha Yu's Mangekyo. Shisui's Kotoamatsukami. If Fugaku had hidden ocular powers, take those two. After tonight, the power of the Uchiha would become the power of Root, become the power of Konoha, become the power of him, Danzo Shimura. A Root shinobi whispered. Danzo-sama, the Hokage's direct Anbu, are already on standby outside. Danzo sneered. So Hiruzen did send people after all. On the surface it was oversight. In reality, everyone knew. If Root succeeded, the Anbu would seal off the compound and prevent any Uchiha from escaping. If Root fell into a stalemate, the Anbu would provide support. If the affair was exposed, the Anbu would cut away all responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi had not given his explicit approval, but his Anbu had come. That was enough. Danzo leaned on his cane and slowly stepped forward. Move out. The Root shinobi vanished as one. In the darkness, a butcher's blade belonging to the darkness of Konoha finally stretched toward the Uchiha compound. The Hokage's office. The third stood by the window gazing toward the Uchiha compound. The night was deep, but the village was so silent it made his heart uneasy. Behind him, an Anbu said in a low voice, Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama has departed. The third was silent for a long time. And the Anbu. They are on the perimeter, overseeing as you ordered. Overseeing. That word weighed inexplicably on the third's heart. He knew he had not formally ordered the annihilation of the Uchiha, but he also knew what sending the Anbu meant. If everything went smoothly, the Uchiha crisis might be suppressed. If not, the third closed his eyes briefly. Do not widen the casualties. The Anbu lowered his head. Yes, the Anbu vanished. In the office, only the third remained. The ember in his pipe flickered unsteadily. He muttered to himself, Fugaku, you, don't force my hand. But once he said it, even he found the words hollow. Who in the end was forcing whom? He did not wish to think further. The Uchiha compound. The night was heavy. The streets were empty. Yet the lights were still on, as if the clan members were still sleeping inside. Danzo led the Root shinobi as they silently closed in on the outskirts of the compound. Several Anbu hidden in the heights around did not make a sound. They were only responsible for oversight. But everyone knew that after tonight, Konoha might never again have an intact Uchiha police force. Danzo raised his hand. The Root shinobi stopped advancing. He stared at the Uchiha compound ahead, his single eye narrowing. Quiet. Too quiet. But that was only natural. Uchiha U's ocular power was severely drained. The Uchiha had not yet fully consolidated internally. Itachi had also confirmed that the clan's defenses were still incomplete. Tonight was the perfect opportunity. Danzo said quietly, execute the plan. Team 1 seal the exits. Team 2 head to Fugaku's residence. Team 3 go to the police force warehouse. Team 4 search for Uchiha U. If you find Shisui, report immediately. The Root shinobi dispersed in silence. Danzo stood in the shadows, a cold smile curling at his lips. Uchiha U. The old man is coming. How much longer can your Mangekyo hold out? At the same time, deep within the Uchiha compound atop a tall building, Uchiha Yu stood in the night wind, silently watching Root enter the compound. Behind him, Tendo Pain, Kisame Kakazu, and Sasori were hidden in the shadows. Shisui stood to the other side, the Mangekyo slowly emerging in his eyes. Itachi, wearing his Anbu uniform, stood on a rooftop farther away. At this moment he still looked like Konoha's Anbu, a blade set among the Uchiha by the higher-ups. But the edge of his blade had long since turned. Fugaku Uchiha stood at the center of the compound, his expression calm, the 3 tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. No one knew that beneath those 3 tomo lay another pair of Mangekyo. This night the Uchiha's true cards were finally being laid on the table one by one. Uchiha Yu watched in Danzo's direction as a system chime sounded in his mind. Detected critical plot node, night of the clan massacre. Root of Konoha has entered the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen Sarutobi's Anbu have deployed on the perimeter. Core members of the Akatsuki have successfully infiltrated the Uchiha territory. Main quest: prevent the night of the clan massacre. Entering final stage. Quest objective updated. 1. Protect the Uchiha clan members. 2. Crush Root's main force. 3. Preserve the core combat strength of Shisui, Itachi, and Fugaku. 4. Bring Danzo Shimura to account. 5. Seize Root's archives. A slow smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth. It's here. Finally here. Danzo thought he was the hunter. The third Hokage thought he could still stand outside the game. The Anbu thought they were merely overseeing. Root thought tonight would be the Uchiha's funeral. Unfortunately for them, Uchiha Yu raised his hand. A black-red kunai spun lightly between his fingertips. The next instant, dozens of hidden nodes deep within the compound lit up at once. Shisui's Jinjutsu barrier activated. Inside the hollow houses, illusory Uchiha figures silently emerged. The Root shinobi had no idea they had already stepped into a double-killing field of Jinjutsu and traps. Uchiha Yu said in a low voice, Danzo, welcome to the graveyard the Uchiha prepared for you. Tendo Pain's Rinnegan glowed in the darkness. Root archives. Don't forget your promise. Uchiha Yu smiled faintly. Don't worry. After tonight, Danzo will personally prove how many debts he truly owes. Kisame grinned, Samahata quivering slightly. So can I start now? Uchiha Yu watched the first Root team step into the predetermined area, his eyes turning abruptly cold. Not yet. Let the Uchiha collect the first debt first. As his words fell, in a distant alley, a Root shinobi pushed open a door to a brightly lit room. Inside sat an Uchiha clansman, back turned to him. The Root shinobi's gaze turned cold, and a kunai shot out instantly. Thud. The kunai passed through the figure. No blood. No scream. Only an apparition slowly breaking apart. The root shinobi's pupils shrank. Not good. Boom. The explosive tag array beneath his feet flared. Flames roared into the sky. Almost simultaneously, dozens of traps across the outskirts of the Uchiha compound erupted. Explosions tore the night apart. Screams from root shinobi rose one after another. Danzo snapped his head up, his single eye contracting sharply. What's going on? The next moment, pairs of scarlet Sharingan lit up in the darkness on the rooftops. Uchiha Chuan appeared with his combat squad, his voice as cold as a blade. Root. You thought you came to wipe out a clan tonight. Wrong. Tonight you came to die. Danzo's face instantly turned as dark as it could go. And on a distant high building, Uchiha you overlooked the scene, his smile icy. The first slap had already struck Danzo's face. Next. It was time for the second slap. The explosion tore through the night. Dozens of blasts erupted simultaneously around the outer perimeter of the Uchiha clan compound. The root ninja who had silently infiltrated the compound were caught completely off guard by explosive seal arrays, Jinjutsu traps, and kunai mechanisms. One root ninja stepped into a Jinjutsu node, and the Uchiha clan members before him dissolved into phantom illusions. In the next moment, an explosion erupted beneath his feet. Another pushed open a door to find what appeared to be an entire family sitting inside. Just as he prepared to strike, he realized it was merely Shisui's illusion. When he turned back, the wall behind him had cracked open, and Uchiha police force kunai emerged from the darkness. Some attempted to use sensory techniques to locate the clan members, only to discover the entire compound's chakra fluctuations were as chaotic as a crumpled web. Reality and illusion intertwined. Even root ninja, trained in brutal discipline, fell into disarray in this moment. They had come to exterminate the clan. But upon entering the compound, they realized this was no undefended hunting ground. It was a cage with fangs already bared. Ambush. The Uchiha were prepared. It's a trap. Jinjutsu. Don't trust what you see. The root commander's screams echoed through the night. But it was too late. Above on the rooftops, pairs of crimson Sharingan began to glow. Uchiha Chuan led the first battle squad into view. His eyes held three tomos, spinning slowly, his face stripped of its usual suppressed frustration, revealing only the cold, killing intent he'd long restrained. Root. You've enjoyed watching us these past years, haven't you? Tonight it's our turn. As the words fell, the Uchiha battle squads formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix, serendipity fire. Fire release, majestic dragon fire. Boom boom boom. Flames erupted simultaneously from rooftops, alleys, and hidden passages. The root ninja, already scattered by explosive seals, now faced overwhelming fire release attacks and suffered heavy casualties. A root ninja charged through the inferno and began forming hand seals for a counterattack. In the next instant, a flash of crimson crossed his vision. Jinjutsu. His body froze in place. Uchiha Chuan appeared in a flash and slashed the ninja's throat. Blood sprayed across the street as he wiped his blade clean. First squad, clear the left flank. Second squad, seal the exits. Third squad, don't linger in combat. Drive them toward the compound's center. Remember Yuru's words. Let them in. Then close the door. The Uchiha clan members responded in unison. Yes. In that moment, every Uchiha harbored a single word in their hearts. Satisfying. So incredibly satisfying. For years they've been watched by Anbu and Root. Despite being the Konoha police force, they lived like prisoners. Every clan member leaving home was followed. Children training were watched. Police patrols were monitored. Even the lights in the compound at night were likely recorded in Root files. But tonight those dogs hiding in the shadows finally emerged into the open and walked straight into the Uchiha's trap. They'd suppressed this for far too long. Now each hand seal and sword swing felt like cutting away past humiliations. On the compound's outskirts, Danzo stood in the shadows, dark and terrifying. Flames raged ahead, while root communications brought constant reports of chaos. First squad ambushed. The eastern exit is a facade. Uchiha battle squad detected. Target residences appear empty inside. Repeat, residences are empty. Mass Uchiha movement detected. Danzo's single eye contracted sharply. Movement? How is this possible? Itachi's intelligence clearly indicated the Uchiha women and children were moving slowly with the clan's defenses still incomplete. Uchiha Yuru's ocular power was reportedly depleted and struggling to hold on. Yet what confronted him now looked anything but unprepared. This was a trap they'd been waiting for all along. Cold dread surged through Danzo's heart. Had it been false intelligence? Was Itachi deceiving him? No, that couldn't be. Itachi had Sasuke as his weakness. He wouldn't dare betray the village. Unless... Was this Uchiha Yuru? Had Yuru deliberately orchestrated Itachi to spread misleading intelligence? Danzo's expression flickered between shadows and light. At that moment, a root ninja descended beside him. Danzo-sama, the outer first squad has suffered over half casualties. Most targets within the compound are Jinjutsu illusions. We cannot confirm the positions of the core Uchiha members. Danzo snarled in fury. Shisui. It must be Shisui's Jinjutsu. Find Shisui first. The root ninja was about to receive orders. Suddenly a calm voice drifted down from the rooftop. Looking for me. Danzo looked up sharply. There on the rooftop stood Uchiha Shisui, motionless. His black hair stirred gently in the wind. The mandala pattern in his eyes rotated slowly. His expression had lost its former warmth. In this moment Shisui's eyes held only coldness. Danzo, last night you tried to seize my eyes. Tonight you brought Root into the Uchiha compound. Is this what you call serving Konoha? Danzo's face darkened. Shisui, you've fallen under Uchiha Yuru's influence after all. Shisui shook his head. No, I simply awakened. The words barely left his lips when Shisui vanished. Instant transmission Shisui. In the next moment, 2 Root ninja beside Danzo were sent flying backward. They hadn't even registered Shisui's movements before Jinjutsu paralyzed them and Kunai pierced their vital points. Danzo retreated swiftly, his expression grim. Shisui's combination of instant transmission and Mangekyo Jinjutsu proved far more formidable than a typical Uchiha. If not for yesterday's failed eye theft, he wouldn't be in such a desperate position now. At this thought, Danzo's desire to kill Uchiha Yuru deepened. It was all because of that brat. If not for him, Shisui's eyes would already be in his possession, and the Uchiha would never have reached this point. Danzo spoke coldly. Shisui, I'll give you one final chance. Help the village eliminate Uchiha Yuru. You can still save some of your clansmen. Shisui regarded him with a smile, though it carried nothing but disappointment. Save some of your clansmen. Danzo, you still believe you have the power to decide who lives and dies among the Uchiha. He slowly raised his kunai. Tonight you don't grant the Uchiha mercy. The Uchiha deliver judgment upon you. Danzo's expression darkened completely. So stubborn. He gestured with his hand. The surrounding Root ninja closed in on Shisui simultaneously. The Mangekyo in Shisui's eyes spun and illusory clones dispersed in an instant. The Root ninja charged forward but fell prey to Jinjutsu that clouded their judgment. Some attacked their own allies. Others thrust at empty space. Some were slain by Shisui's true form appearing and striking without warning. Danzo watched the scene unfold, rage building within him. Shisui, Uchiha Yuru. Those 2 pairs of Mangekyo belonged to the village. Belonged to him, Danzo. On the other side of the clan compound, the police force warehouse, Root's second squad slipped in according to plan. Their mission was to seize the Uchiha's stockpiled ninja tools and cripple the police force's ability to resist. However, when they broke open the warehouse door, it was completely empty. Only a piece of paper hung on the wall. On it was a single line of writing. You're late, you fools. The Root captain's pupils contracted. The next second, ceiling formulas blazed to life on the walls around the warehouse. Damn. Boom. The cluster of explosive tags detonated. In an instant, the entire warehouse became a sea of fire. On a distant rooftop, Uchiha Chuan watched and couldn't help grinning. That you guy is a real piece of work. He even left a note on purpose. An Uchiha clansman beside him asked excitedly. Brother Chuan, did Root's second squad get completely wiped out? Uchiha Chuan shook his head. Not that easy. Root isn't exactly made up of ordinary shinobi, but it should still be enough to give them a rough time. Sure enough, several Root shinobi stumbled out of the sea of fire, their clothes torn and their bodies covered in burns. But the moment they burst out of the warehouse, they were met by fire-release jutsu and a barrage of shuriken from the Uchiha combat squads. The Root captain roared through gritted teeth. The Uchiha cleared this place out long ago. This is a trap. Uchiha Chuan sneered. Obviously, you bring knives into someone's house in the middle of the night, and you still expect us to serve you tea. The Root captain, maddened with rage, raised his blade and charged. The 3 Tomo in Uchiha Chuan's eyes spun as he precisely sidestepped the incoming slash. The next instant, he suppressed his opponent with Jinjutsu. A kunai counter-thrust followed. Squelch. The Root captain collapsed, clutching his throat. Uchiha Chuan kicked him aside. Next squad. Don't let them get away. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the clan compound, Uchiha Yu stood on a rooftop overseeing the entire battlefield. In his system interface, notifications kept flashing one after another. Uchiha combat squad defeated Root's first squad. Uchiha casualty rate less than 1%. Root's casualty rate continues to climb. Main quest progress increased. The corners of Uchiha Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Good. The first phase of his preparations was working even better than expected. Root's strengths lay in assassination, sealing techniques, intelligence, and surprise raids. But tonight their raid had been doomed from the very beginning. The intelligence was false. The target was false. The route was false. They thought they had grasped the Uchiha compound's defensive layout. In truth, they had grasped only the defense plan Uchiha Yu wanted them to know. From the moment they stepped through the gate, they had already lost. Deva Path stood beside him, his Rinnegan sweeping coldly across the entire clan compound. You've prepared quite thoroughly. Uchiha Yu said flatly. When dealing with an old dog like Danzo, of course you prepare a few extra dog-beating sticks. Kisame stood on the other side, Samahata, already trembling with excitement. Is it not our turn yet? Uchiha Yu looked into the distance. There, where Root's third squad was heading toward the center of the compound. Soon. Danzo hasn't committed all his main forces yet. Kakuzu said coldly. Don't forget about Root's treasury. Uchiha Yu replied. What's the rush? Once Danzo is pinned down, the treasury will be yours. Sasori rasped. As for me, I'm quite interested in the bodies of these Root shinobi. No names. No emotions. They only follow orders. They should make excellent puppets. Uchiha Yu glanced at him. Root corpses are yours to take. But don't touch any Uchiha. Sasori sneered. I remember. Just then a dark figure landed not far away. Itachi Uchiha. He was still wearing his Anbu uniform, his expression calm. Uchiha Yu looked at him. Has Danzo contacted you? Itachi nodded. He told me to confirm your location. Kisame grinned. And how did you answer? Itachi said calmly. I told him you were at the center of the clan compound in poor condition from exhausted ocular power. Kakuzu glanced at Itachi. You look more cunning than someone I know. Itachi. Uchiha smiled. Not bad. Then Danzo will soon come looking for me. Shisui's effort to hold Danzo back was only temporary. The one Danzo truly wanted to kill most was Uchiha. As long as Itachi sent back word that Uchiha was in poor condition, Danzo would try everything to break through to the center of the compound. Because in Danzo's eyes, killing Uchiha would make the Uchiha resistance collapse in an instant. Too bad for Danzo. Uchiha wanted exactly that, for him to come. On the outskirts of the clan compound, several Anbu hidden on the rooftops wore increasingly grim expressions. They had been sent by the Third Hokage to supervise. Officially they were there to keep Danzo's operation from spiraling out of control. But in truth they all knew that if Root gained the upper hand, they were to help seal off the Uchiha clan compound. Now however the situation had completely exceeded their expectations. Root was not eliminating the Uchiha. Root was being ambushed by the Uchiha. In a short span Root had already lost several squads. The fighting inside the Uchiha compound was orderly and methodical. The Uchiha clansmen did not look like a spontaneous resistance. It looked more like something rehearsed countless times. The Anbu captain's expression turned grave. Something is wrong. The Uchiha knew about tonight's operation long ago. An Anbu beside him whispered, should we notify the Hokage? The captain gritted his teeth. Already sent someone. Another Anbu asked. Then what do we do now? The Anbu captain watched the Sharingan flaring to life throughout the compound and said in a low voice, don't intervene for now. This situation is no longer something ordinary supervision can handle. The moment he finished speaking his body stiffened. Because on a rooftop not far away a figure in a black robe with red clouds had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. A shark face. Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame gave a toothy grin. Gentlemen, watching the show is fine, but joining in would be impolite. The Anbu captain's pupils shrank. Who are you? Kisame smiled. Just passing by, watching the door for someone on the side. With that he drew Samahata. A terrifying burst of chakra instantly made the Anbu's faces change drastically. Who the hell is this guy? When did a monster like this appear in Konoha? The pressure radiating from Kisame was absurdly overwhelming. The Anbu captain immediately realized they could not afford to act rashly. Kisame stood on the rooftop, Samahata slung over his shoulder, beaming. Don't be nervous. As long as you don't go in, I can't be bothered to cut you down. The Anbu's faces turned ugly. They had come to supervise. Yet now some unknown shinobi had pinned them down outside instead. This was utterly humiliating. But they dared not move. Because Kisame's aura told them that if they made a move they would likely be the ones to die. At the root base, Kakuzu had already slipped out of the Uchiha clan compound without a sound. The signal from Uchiha had lit up. Danzo's main forces had entered the compound. Root's base defenses had weakened. Now was the time for him to collect his money. Kakuzu stood before an underground entrance, his green eyes glowing eerily. Root's treasury. I hope you don't disappoint me. Two Root shinobi left on guard had barely appeared before Kakuzu's black threads pierced through them in an instant. He didn't even bother with words and stepped straight into the underground passage. Money. That was the only reason worth moving for tonight. Meanwhile elsewhere, Sasori of the Red Sand was also on the move. He entered another of Root's underground passages. Hiriko's tail stinger swayed gently as a poisonous mist spread without a sound. A few Root guards had barely sensed something wrong before their bodies stiffened and collapsed. Sasori's raspy voice echoed through the passage. Danzo's experimental data. Hashirama's cells. Sharingan research. Konoha really has hidden quite a few interesting things. He walked step by step toward the depths of the archive room. Along the way the bodies of Root shinobi were dragged into the darkness by puppet threads. At Root's archive room, the 6 paths of pain were also in motion. Deva path did not act too much personally. Azura path blasted open the passage. Preta path absorbed the sealing jutsu. Human path grabbed a Root shinobi and read his soul's memories directly. That Root shinobi didn't even have time to scream before his consciousness was drained. The coldness and pain's Rinnegan deepened. The Land of Rain operation files. Where are they? After Human path extracted the location, Deva path slowly turned around. Found it. His voice was ice cold. It sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. Yahiko, tonight I will learn the truth. At the center of the Uchiha clan compound, Danzo had finally received Itachi's intelligence. Uchiha was at the center of the compound, reportedly suffering from severe ocular power exhaustion. Few guards stood beside him. Killing intent exploded in Danzo's lone eye. Concentrate squads 3 and 4. Follow me into the center. A nearby Root shinobi hesitated. Lord Danzo, we've taken heavy losses on the outer perimeter. Should we retreat and regroup first? Danzo snapped. Fool. Uchiha is the heart of it all. Kill him, and the Uchiha's plans will fall apart on their own. His ocular power is impaired right now. This is the perfect chance. The Root shinobi bowed his head. Yes. Leaning on his cane, Danzo led the remaining main forces charging toward the center of the compound. Traps still lay along the way. Uchiha still blocked their path. But this time Danzo acted personally. Wind release tore through fire release. Sealing jutsu suppressed the genjutsu nodes. Though the newly transplanted Hashirama right arm was still unstable, it had greatly boosted his chakra recovery. Before long, he fought his way straight to the center of the compound. Here the space was wide open. Moonlight poured down. Uchiha Yu stood in the middle of the open ground, his expression calm. It looked as if he had truly been waiting for him. Danzo halted, his single eye fixed intently on Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu, so you really are here. Uchiha Yu looked at him, the corner of his mouth lifting. Danzo, is the new arm to your liking? Danzo's face suddenly turned grim. This was the very thing he hated most. His old right arm had been cast aside because Uchiha Yu forced him to. It was pure humiliation. Uchiha Yu continued. I thought you'd hide for a few more days. I didn't expect you to switch in a new arm so quickly just to deliver yourself. Root's medical skills are decent. Too bad they didn't replace your brain as well. The Root shinobi's faces darkened. The killing intent in Danzo's lone eye nearly materialized. At death's door you still waste breath on sharp talk. Uchiha Yu lightly pressed the corner of his eye, looking somewhat weary. Is that so? Didn't you think my Mangekyo was about to give out? Danzo's eye narrowed slightly. So Itachi was right. Your eyes have reached their limit. Uchiha Yu suddenly smiled. Danzo, have you ever considered one question? Danzo frowned. Uchiha Yu slowly raised his head. Those eyes shifted from 3 tomo into a Mangekyo shaped, like a black and red protective umbrella. Clear, cold, utterly devoid of fatigue. The intel you received, was it really what Itachi wanted you to see? Or was it what I wanted you to see? Danzo's pupils abruptly shrank. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared on the rooftop beside them. Itachi Uchiha. He was still wearing his Anbu uniform, but he was not standing at Danzo's side. He was standing behind Uchiha Yu. Danzo's expression changed in an instant. Itachi. Itachi looked at Danzo and said calmly, Lord Danzo, you said that Sasuke's future depends on my choice. A sense of dread rose in Danzo's heart. Itachi slowly drew a short blade. Its edge glinted coldly in the moonlight. Now I've made my choice. Danzo gritted his teeth. Would you betray the village? Itachi's gaze was cold. No, I'm only betraying the one who tried to threaten me with my brother. The corners of Uchiha Yu's mouth curved upward. This was the slap that had finally landed on Danzo's face. Loud and vicious. Danzo had once believed that Itachi was a blade firmly in his grasp. But now that blade was turned against his own throat. The Root shinobi began to grow restless. None of them had ever imagined that Itachi Uchiha, the one Lord Danzo had placed such high hopes on, would side with Uchiha Yu at a moment like this. Danzo's face darkened beyond measure. Itachi Uchiha, do you have any idea what you're doing? Itachi gave no answer. Uchiha Yu answered for him. Of course he knows. He's watching you lose. As the words fell, Uchiha Yu raised his hand. On the surrounding rooftops, pairs of Sharingan blazed to life all at once. Fugaku Uchiha Shisui Uchiha Chuan, and a host of Uchiha elites all fully revealed themselves. Danzo whipped around. His heart finally sank. An ambush. Every last bit of it was an ambush. It began with Itachi's intelligence. It began with Uchiha Yu feigning weakness. It began with Root entering the compound. Everything was a setup. And Danzo, he had actually led Root's main forces straight into the very heart of the trap. Uchiha Yu looked at Danzo with an icy smile. Welcome to the center of the Uchiha clan compound. Also the center of Root's graveyard tonight. Danzo roared through clenched teeth. Attack! The Root shinobi burst forward instantly. The Mangekyo in Uchiha Yu's eyes began to spin abruptly. Now! In that instant, fire release blazed into the sky. Jinjutsu erupted. Blade light tore through the night. Itachi's short blade was the first to cut into Root. Shisui moved through the dark like a phantom. Fugaku led the Uchiha elites, surging forward. On a high rooftop, Deva Path watched the battlefield with cold detachment. He was in no hurry to intervene. Because this first counterkill belonged to the Uchiha. It belonged to the clan that was supposed to be wiped out tonight. Now they would personally show Root who the true prey was. Standing amid the firelight, Danzo watched Root shinobi fall one after another, and in his lone eye there finally appeared a barely concealed blend of shock and fury. The night of clan extermination. No, this was not a night of extermination at all. This was a Root slaughter night that the Uchiha had prepared long ago. In the distance, Uchiha Yu slowly walked toward Danzo, his voice calm, yet murderous. Danzo, didn't you want to kill me while my ocular power was exhausted? Come. The Mangekyo in his eyes shone bright as blood. I'll give you that chance. Let's see what runs out tonight, my ocular power. Or your life. At the center of the Uchiha clan grounds. The firelight dyed the night sky crimson. Blade flashes, fire released Jinjutsu, and explosive tags burst out all at once. The Root ninja had barely rushed in when they slammed head first into the counter-ambush formation the Uchiha had laid out in advance. Uchiha Itachi struck first. His figure flickered, a cold gleam swept across his short blade, and 2 Root ninja had their throats slit before they could even form hand seals. Shisui followed close behind. He activated the body flicker technique. His figure moved like a gust of wind weaving through the Root formation. Jinjutsu, first kunai to finish, his movements so fast they were almost impossible to see. Don't fight them head on. Their goal is to stall for time. Itachi warned in a cold voice. Uchiha Chuan let out a loud laugh, his long blade viciously cutting down a Root ninja. Stall for time. Do they even have any time left? If even one Root ninja makes it out alive tonight, I'll cut my head off and kick it around for them. Boom. Another great fireball slammed into the root crowd. Flames swept through and screams rose in a connected chorus. At this moment the Uchiha clansmen completely went berserk. They had been suppressed for too many years. They had felt too much humiliation. Today it was finally their turn to strike back hard. What was Root skilled at? Assassination, surprise attacks, cutting off information. But today all those advantages were gone. They had charged headlong into the Uchiha clan grounds only to find that the intelligence was false, the target was false, the retreat route was false, and the space to even catch a breath was nearly gone. The Root squad leader's face was ashen. He viciously swung his blade to cleave through the flames and roared. Hold the formation. Don't panic. The Uchiha are just bluffing. They don't outnumber us. Bang. Before he could finish, a figure slammed in hard from the side. Uchiha Chuan kicked him square in the chest, sending him flying backward and breaking apart the offensive of the two Root ninja behind. Not as many as you. Uchiha Chuan sneered. Then look at how many of you have fallen now. Root's strength isn't in numbers. It's in dying fast. The Root squad leader spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted almost grotesquely. Only then did he realize. Tonight was never about them wiping out the Uchiha. Instead, the Uchiha were using this very night to settle the score with them cleanly and ruthlessly. The high rise at the center of the clan grounds. Uchiha, you stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the battlefield below. His expression was very calm. Danzo, by contrast, had a face that was extremely grim. He stood in the middle of the clearing, Root ninja falling around him one after another. Uchiha Itachi, Shisui, Fugaku, and even those Akatsuki figures had formed an almost unbreakable encirclement. What he couldn't accept even more was that Uchiha Itachi had actually defected. Itachi. Danzo stared hard at the young man in the Anbu uniform, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Do you know what you're doing? Itachi gripped his short blade, his face showing little emotion. I know exactly what I'm doing. Danzo laughed in fury. No. You betray Konoha and side with the Uchiha, and you call that knowing. Itachi said calmly. Lord Danzo, I have never betrayed Konoha. I merely betrayed a man who wanted to use my younger brother as a bargaining chip. Danzo's single eye abruptly narrowed. Sasuke. Sasuke again. That name like a nail was driven hard into his heart, and into Itachi's heart as well. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a burst of laughter came from above. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp enough to grate. Danzo, weren't you so confident just now? Weren't you counting on Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha core? Why is your face so dark now? Danzo looked up at him, his murderous intent nearly materialized. Uchiha, you said indifferently. Don't rush. You'll have plenty of time tonight to call my name. After all, from now on fewer and fewer people will be able to call your name. A vein bulged on Danzo's temple. He finally understood that he had been played from the start. Itachi's intelligence was false. At least part of it was false. Uchiha appeared to have exhausted much of his ocular power, but in reality, he was nowhere near his limits. The clan ground's weak defenses were also false. The clan members' slow evacuation was also false. Even the hesitation of Shisui and Fugaku was probably suspect. This was a trap designed for him from start to finish. Danzo's face darkened to the extreme. He shouted sharply. Root, withdraw from the center and break through on both flanks. Kill Uchiha first. If he dies, everything can still be saved. The Root ninja immediately shifted their direction. After all, they were death-sworn soldiers raised by Danzo. Even when the situation was unfavorable, orders still came first. In that instant, a dozen or so Root ninja charged toward the high rise where Uchiha stood. But they had barely taken 2 steps when an ice-cold voice sounded from above. Are you overestimating yourselves, The Deva path of the 6 paths of pain slowly descended from above. His black robe with red clouds was gently lifted by the night wind. His Rinnegan was cold and devoid of mercy. The Akatsuki will not allow you to cross this line. The Root ninja froze. Who are you? The very next second, the Azura path struck. His mechanical arms suddenly unfolded, and several rocket-like chakra projectiles blasted directly into the Root ranks. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions shook the very ground. Several Root ninja were blasted away on the spot. The survivors tried to form hand seals, but the Preta path had already charged forward, absorbing an entire expanse of wind release, fire release, and raw chakra cleanly away. What kind of monster is this? Our ninjutsu was eaten. Fall back. The Root formation instantly fell into chaos. Pain's face was entirely expressionless. Danzo, we'll collect a small part of the debt you owe today. When Danzo saw Pain, his pupils abruptly shrank. The black robe with red clouds. A somewhat familiar face. But that aura was too cold. So cold it didn't seem human. He could sense that these were not ordinary ninja. They were true powerhouses. What troubled him even more was that they seemed to have been invited by Uchiha. Uchiha. Danzo's voice was pressed extremely low. You actually colluded with ninja from other villages. Uchiha sneered. When you led Root to slaughter your way into the Uchiha clan grounds, why didn't you mention that you yourself were colluding with Konoha's Anbu? Oh, almost forgot. You've always been the one among Konoha's higher-ups best at colluding. Danzo's eyes turned sinister. Everything I do is for Konoha. Uchiha laughed out loud. Is that the only line you know? Do you think that as long as you use for Konoha as a shield you can whitewash murder and arson? Then you'd better say it a few more times tonight. Because soon you won't even have the chance to speak. Danzo's breath hitched slightly. He knew that Uchiha Yu's words were not empty talk, because the situation had already tilted completely. Inside the clan grounds, Uchiha combat squads pressed forward layer by layer. Shisui locked down the Genjutsu nodes. Itachi from within was disrupting Root's communications in reverse. Fugaku led the elite clansmen to hold the front line, and the Akatsuki on the perimeter were like an unbreachable black line cutting off every single escape route of Root. There was simply no retreat. Damn it. Rage surged in Danzo's heart. Where are the Anbu Hiruzen sent? He barked toward the perimeter. At that moment, several masked Anbu figures finally appeared in the shadows of a distant tower. But they were not there to reinforce the Uchiha, nor were they there to help Root. They simply stood there coldly observing the entire scene. Oversight. But everyone knew that if Root truly forced Uchiha Yu or Shisui to death tonight, these Anbu would as a matter of course suppress the news. If Root failed, the Anbu would also sever the chain of responsibility at the first opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still the same Sarutobi Hiruzen. He would not nod, nor would he shoulder the blame. But the blade had to be kept at hand. Uchiha Yu glanced up at those Anbu, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. See that, Danzo? This is exactly what your Hokage High Command excels at. One pretends to supervise. One pretends to keep balance. One pretends to act for the village. But the only one who actually walked into the Uchiha clan grounds to die is you. Danzo's face darkened to black. He knew of course that the Anbu were watching. He also knew the third Hokage had not truly supported him. But there was no turning back now. Because if he retreated tonight, the Uchiha would seize the opening and tear Root apart. If he advanced, at least he still had a chance to kill Uchiha Yu and seize back control. Danzo took a deep breath and suddenly made his decision. Uchiha Yu, you think you've already won? Uchiha Yu raised an eyebrow. Danzo slowly raised his newly transplanted right arm, his voice ice cold. Do you think this old man doesn't know that your Mangekyo has a price? You think the intelligence Itachi sent was just nonsense? You think this old man like Shisui would be spun around by a few of your words? Uchiha Yu looked at him, his expression unchanged. So what? A grim light flickered through Danzo's single eye. So this old man will not give you a chance to use your dojutsu a second time. All units hear my command. Deploy the ceiling formations. Wind release cover. Detonating tag formation, long-range suppression. Wear him to death. The Root ninja immediately burst into action. Dozens of detonating tags flew out at the same time. At once over a dozen Root ninja formed hand seals, unleashing wind release poison needles, sealing arts, and hidden weapons almost simultaneously at Uchiha Yu. This wave was Danzo's way of forcibly draining his eye power. As long as Uchiha Yu kept activating the Mangekyo, his eye power would be rapidly sucked dry. This was the judgment he had obtained from Itachi. It was also his final source of confidence tonight. Uchiha Yu watched the incoming storm of attacks as the Mangekyo in his eyes turned slowly. Danzo, do you know why I have dared to keep using these eyes? Danzo's gaze narrowed slightly. Uchiha Yu raised his hand. Black-red chakra swirled before him, condensing into an almost invisible membrane. Because I have never been afraid of you knowing. Boom. The first wave of wind release struck the black umbrella's chakra membrane and was instantly weakened by more than half. The second wave of detonating tags crashed down. The white umbrella in Uchiha Yu's right eye erupted. His figure flickered, and he actually passed straight through the center of the explosion. Danzo's pupils shrank. Impossible. Uchiha Yu lightly raised a hand, and a kunai shot through the air, stabbing straight into a Root ninja's shoulder. Immediately, the umbrella-shaped mark on the kunai flared. The black umbrella pathogen spread in an instant. The Root ninja's chakra flow hitched, and he dropped to his knees as if all his bones had been removed. Uchiha Yu shifted his footing and appeared behind another man. Your sealing art is too slow. Crack. The neck bone snapped. Before that Root ninja could react, his throat was twisted and crushed. Danzo roared. Don't let him get close. Create distance. But Uchiha Yu gave them no chance to separate. The pathogenic chakra emanating from the black umbrella in his left eye continued to spread through Root's ranks via the air wounds and contact with weapons. Some coughed blood. Some moved sluggishly. Some had their chakra circuits so polluted that they began to malfunction. What kind of dojutsu is this? A Root ninja shouted in terror. It's not ordinary genjutsu. It's erosion. Fall back. Uchiha Yu said calmly. Too late. Black umbrella pathogen burst. Boom. The three already contaminated Root ninja collapsed simultaneously. Meridians burst. Internal organs convulsed. They died before they could even scream. Danzo watched, his eyelid twitching. His judgment had been right. Uchiha Yu's dojutsu did consume a great deal of power. But the problem was that this man was not gritting his teeth at the cost of his own life. He was fighting with a complete integrated system. Left eye contamination. Right eye enhancement. Add those unfathomable black-red chakra nodes. You think he is draining himself? In truth, he is harvesting. Damn it. Rage churned inside Danzo. He could not let this continue. He suddenly raised his hand. His right arm bulged violently, Hashirama's cells throbbing wildly as the entire limb swelled with eerie living veins. Would release. Enough. Uchiha Yu's voice suddenly came from the side. Danzo whipped his head around. Uchiha Yu had somehow already closed in on his left side. The speed was absurd. Bursting under white umbrella enhancement, he nearly transcended ordinary visual tracking. You think I'd give you a chance to form hand seals? Bang. A kick landed on Danzo's ribs. Danzo was sent flying sideways, crashing through 2 root ninja behind him. Uchiha, you landed, his expression indifferent. That new arm of yours was just attached. And you're already so eager to sacrifice it. Danzo scrambled to his feet, pain blazing in his chest and murderous intent surging in his eyes. Uchiha, you're courting death. Courting death. Danzo, have you gotten the order wrong? You are the one who brought people in to die. I'm not the one courting death. Just then Pain's figure appeared on a distant rooftop. He looked at Uchiha, his Rinnegan, utterly cold. The files. I want to verify. Uchiha nodded. Right away. Then he looked at Danzo, his smile growing colder. You like to drag things out, don't you? Then I'll drag things out for you too. Pain Sasori Kakuzaki-same. You may begin dismantling root now. At the command, the Akatsuki officially entered the battlefield. Kisame grinned, and Samahata slammed into a root ninja, trying to flee. Finally, it's my turn. Boom. Samahata struck the ground, chakra splashing, and several root ninja were knocked flying. Kakuzu's black threads lashed out and instantly coiled around a root squad leader's neck. Tell me where Root's vault is, and I'll let you die a little faster, he said coldly. Sasori's Hiriko tail needle pierced the entrance of the underground passage. A root ninja who was about to activate a sealing technique was nailed directly to the wall. Where's the records room? I don't have time to play with you. Pain was the most direct. The Deva Path raised his hand. Shinra-tensei. Boom. An entire row of root ninja was sent flying, crashing into the ruins of the clan compound. The root battle line finally collapsed completely. Danzo stood in the middle of the battlefield, his face darker than ever. He had never expected these unknown powerhouses to be so troublesome. Where on earth had Uchiha found these people? But now he had no time to think about it. Because Uchiha was walking toward him step by step. Danzo, didn't you say you would wear me to death tonight, while my eye power was being drained, eh? Now it seems you're the one about to break first. Danzo stared at him fixedly, breathing heavily. He truly had not expected Uchiha to still be in such a state. Even more, he had not expected the Akatsuki to suddenly appear at the critical moment like a blade driven into Root's back. Uchiha, stopped not far in front of him. Come, let me see whether that new right arm of yours is worth all the boasting. Danzo's heart jolted violently. He had indeed been ready to unleash his final trump card. But Uchiha would not give him that chance. Just as Danzo was about to form hand seals, a dark silhouette suddenly tore through the night from the side. It was Itachi. Itachi's short blade cut straight toward Danzo's right shoulder. Danzo's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, but the blade still gouged out a large piece of flesh. Blood sprayed. Itachi stood before him expressionless, his tone terrifyingly calm. Lord Danzo, you said that Sasuke's future depends on my choice. Then I have already shown you my choice. Danzo clutched the wound on his right shoulder, his whole face twisting in rage. Itachi. Traitor. Itachi raised his eyes. Traitor. When you sent Root to seize Shisui's eyes, why didn't you call yourself a traitor? When you used Sasuke to threaten me, why didn't you call yourself a traitor? When you brought Root to wipe out the Uchiha, why didn't you call yourself a traitor? Every word was like a slap to the face. The fig leaf for Konoha on Danzo's face was torn to shreds by Itachi's words. The Anbu in the distance felt their hearts pound. This was no longer a simple conflict. It was Danzo and Uchiha tearing each other down, while also stomping the faces of Konoha's high command into the dirt. Uchiha looked at Danzo and said calmly, do you hear that? Even Itachi is more clear-headed than you. You used him as a blade. Now he has turned that blade on you. Danzo's chest heaved violently. He knew that if he dragged things out any longer, he would completely lose his standing. He had to leave. As long as he lived, as long as he returned to the root base, as long as his new right arm and remaining strength were still there, he still had a chance to turn the tables. A vicious glint flashed through Danzo's eyes. Retreat. The root shinobi immediately tried to break out. But the Uchiha compound had long been completely sealed off. Shisui's Jinjutsu wall held the outer perimeter in place. Uchiha Chuan led a squad to block the eastern exit. Pain, Kisame, Kakuzu, and Sasori each guarded one of the 4 escape routes. Danzo's escape routes had been cut to pieces. Uchiha looked at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You want to run? Fine. But first you have to ask this graveyard tonight if it agrees. As his voice fell, Uchiha Fugaka finally took action personally. He stood on the ruins at the center of the compound, his low voice like muffled thunder. Danzo, the moment you stepped into the Uchiha compound, there was already no way back. Boom. In Fugaku's eyes, the 3 tomos spun in an instant, and then transformed into a deeper black red. A terrifying pressure far beyond an ordinary Sharingan pressed down on the entire field. Danzo's pupils abruptly shrank. You, Fugaku said calmly. Did you think the Uchiha had only Shisui and you? You've underestimated the Uchiha. At this moment, Danzo felt a true chill rise from the bottom of his heart for the first time. Shisui, you, Itachi, Fugaku, and outside the Uchiha combat squads that had long since been lying in wait. This was not a clan on the defensive. It was a clan waiting for him to walk in and then kill him thoroughly. And Uchiha stood beside Fugaku, his smile calm. Danzo, didn't you just say you would kill me while my dojutsu power was depleted? Do you want to try again now? Danzo gritted his teeth and forced down the coppery sweetness in his throat. The Hashirama cells in his new right arm churned wildly. But he knew that if he did not leave now, he would truly die here. Yet just as he was about to use his final trump card, Pain's voice came coldly. The root archives have been found. Danzo whipped his head around. In the distance, Kakazu was dragging a chest of scrolls out of the underground entrance, his face full of satisfaction. Sasori also walked out slowly from the direction of the archives, a root corpse in his hand, his voice hoarse. Hashirama cell data. More interesting than I imagined. Kisame laughed heartily. These rats really are poor, but there is quite a lot of good stuff in the vault. Danzo's face went completely dark. The archives were gone. The vault was gone. His men were nearly gone. His reputation was gone. Tonight Root had not only failed to destroy the Uchiha, but had instead been wiped out by the Uchiha and Akatsuki. This was more humiliating than defeat. This was being pinned to the ground and slapped over and over. Uchiha Yu walked closer, his voice low. Danzo, do you still think this is the Uchiha's night of extermination? This is just the appetizer before Root is destroyed. Danzo stared at him, his fists clenched until they cracked. Uchiha Yu said calmly. What is it? Aren't you the darkness of Konoha? Why do you look like a stray dog now? Danzo's fury reached its peak, his chest heaving. But he knew that there was truly no room to keep fighting tonight. If they fought any longer, Root would be annihilated. He would die too. Finally Danzo cast a cold look toward the Anbu, sent by the Third Hokage. Those Anbu remained on the outer edge, not truly intervening. Oversight, always oversight. But everyone knew what that oversight would eventually become. Danzo gritted his teeth and finally made his decision. Retreat. The remnants of Root began to fall back in a panic. Inside the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Chuan laughed as he gave chase. Trying to leave. Who said you could leave tonight? Shisui's figure flickered and immediately sealed off Danzo's left side. Itachi closed in from the other side, his short blade aimed directly at Danzo's throat. Danzo's expression had never been uglier. For the first time he realized that he had become the true prey, and he was being hunted by the Uchiha and Akatsuki together. Uchiha Yu watched this scene, system notifications flashing in his mind. Root's main force has begun to collapse. Uchiha clan casualties have been kept to an extremely low level. Danzo's prestige has plunged. Main quest progress has risen dramatically. Uchiha Yu curled his lips. Excellent. Next only the final kick remained. And that kick would be delivered by him personally. He slowly raised his hand. The black-red Mangekyo blazed so brightly in the night that it was dazzling. Danzo, didn't you want my eyes? Come. I'm standing right here. If you can come and take them. Danzo stared at him, the hatred in his eyes nearly solidifying. But just as he took a step forward, the black umbrella in Uchiha Yu's left eye spun, and the black-red pathogen nodes detonated instantly. Danzo's right arm suddenly went stiff. Uchiha Yu's figure flickered, and he was already in front of him. A fist. It slammed hard into Danzo's face. Boom. Danzo was sent flying sideways and crashed heavily into the ruins. Uchiha Yu stood in the firelight looking down at him coldly. This punch is for Shisui's eyes. For the assassination you sent after me. And for all the grievances the Uchiha clan has suffered over the years. From the ruins Danzo raised his head in ragged defeat, blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face twisted. He stared hard at Uchiha Yu. Tonight, he had lost too miserably. Uchiha Yu stood on the ruins looking at him like that, his voice icy. Danzo, if you can walk out of the Uchiha compound alive tonight, then I, Uchiha Yu, will have my name written backwards. The flames crackled in the night wind. And farther away the Anbu finally began to stir. The Third Hokage's oversight finally ceased to be mere oversight. But it was already too late. Because this night, from the moment Root stepped into the Uchiha compound, the ending had already been rewritten. And Danzo still did not know it. The earth over his true grave was only just beginning to be piled on. The Uchiha clan compound. Flames reflected against the sky. The once orderly and quiet streets had already been torn into a ragged, battle-scarred ruin. The ground was covered with charred explosive tags and the marks left by ninjutsu. In the center of the compound, Root shinobi lay scattered in chaotic heaps. Root, the organization that had once hidden in the shadows beneath Konoha, instilling fear in countless people. Now like a nest of rats whose burrow had been torn open, they were exposed beneath the firelight and moonlight. And its master Shimura Danzo lay sprawled in the ruins, battered and pathetic. Blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. His newly transplanted right arm trembled without cease. His single eye was full of venom, resentment, and a trace of fear he could not conceal. Uchiha Yu walked toward him step by step. The Uchiha fan-shaped crest on his back seemed like the only banner of judgment tonight. Danzo forced himself upright from the wreckage and ground out Uchiha Yu. You cannot kill this old man. Uchiha Yu laughed out loud at Danzo's words. Cannot? Then tell me, why not? Danzo panted heavily, his single eye fixed on him. I am the Hokage's advisor. I am an elder of Konoha. I am the leader of Root. Kill me, and that is open betrayal of Konoha. Uchiha Yu stopped, and the smile on his face grew even more contemptuous. Hokage's advisor. A Konoha elder. Root leader. Danzo, are you afraid your death won't be humiliating enough, so you're listing all your titles before you die? Around them, the Uchiha clansmen listened with shining eyes. Uchiha Chuan let out a cold laugh. Now you remember you're a Konoha elder. When you led your men into the Uchiha compound to wipe out the clan, why didn't you remember that? Danzo's face turned livid. Uchiha, you kept advancing. You sent Root to assassinate me. You tried to steal Shisui's eyes. You used Sasuke to threaten Itachi. Tonight you brought Root into the Uchiha compound with blades drawn. So why didn't you call yourself a Konoha elder then? Now that you've lost, you claim to be a Konoha high-ranking official. His Mangekyo slowly revolved in his eyes. Too late. Unless the first Hokage crawls out of his coffin tonight, no one can save you. Danzo's heart sank. He could see that Uchiha genuinely intended to kill him. There was no negotiation, no trace of hesitation. The young Uchiha's killing intent was too pure. Pure enough that even Danzo, who had seen more than his share of darkness, felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Not far away, Tendo Pain watched the scene coldly. He did not intervene. Danzo owed him a debt as well. The root records concerning Yahiko's death had already been found. He had not yet gone through every page, but from the root memories extracted by the human path, he had confirmed that Danzo had indeed taken part in the Land of Rain operation back then. Danzo must die? For the Uchiha, for the Akatsuki, Danzo deserved death. Uchiha slowly raised his hand. Black-red chakra coalesced in the center of his palm. Danzo, it's time to end this. Danzo's pupils abruptly shrank. But at that very moment, from far away an old low voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Boom. Several Anbu landed at the edge of the compound. Then an old man dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robes appeared on the rooftop. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had come after all. After learning that the situation in the Uchiha compound had completely spiraled out of control and Root had suffered devastating losses, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain in the Hokage tower supervising. Especially as he hurried over past fallen Root shinobi along the way past the soaring flames of the Uchiha compound, his steps grew faster and faster. Now standing on the rooftop, Hiruzen looked at the tragic field of Root shinobi, and his expression darkened to its limit. He had known something would happen tonight, but he had not expected it to become this. Root had been nearly broken. The Uchiha had not been purged, instead they seemed to have long since prepared a counterstrike. What made his heart even more uneasy were those unfamiliar figures in black robes with red clouds. He did not know them, but each one radiated an indescribably dangerous aura, especially the orange-haired man at the lead. Those eyes made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart jolt. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Why were they in the Uchiha compound? Hiruzen had no time to think it over, because Uchiha Yu's hand was still aimed at Danzo. You. The third Hokage spoke in a low, solemn voice. Stop. Uchiha Yu looked up at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Lord Hokage. So you finally decided to show yourself? At those words, Hiruzen's face sank even more. Around them, Uchiha clansmen raised their heads, their eyes filled with sarcasm and anger. Finally deciding to show up. Yes. When Root entered the Uchiha compound, the third Hokage did not come. When Danzo brought his men to exterminate the clan, the third Hokage did not come. When the Uchiha and Root were locked in battle, the third Hokage was still supervising. Now that Danzo was about to die, the third Hokage came. What was this supposed to be? To rescue the Uchiha? Or to rescue Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally heard the sharp barb in those words, but he could only suppress his feelings. You, the village, will handle Danzo's matter. He is after all a Konoha elder. He cannot die here. Uchiha Yu looked as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. The village will handle it. Lord Hokage, do you even believe those words yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. You, now is not the time for impulsive emotion. Uchiha Yu's gaze turned icy. Acting on impulse. He suddenly pointed at the Root corpses on the ground. These men sneaked into the Uchiha compound with blades in the dead of night. Was that acting on impulse? Danzo trying to take Shisui's eyes. Was that acting on impulse? Danzo using Sasuke to threaten Itachi. Was that acting on impulse? Danzo leading Root into the Uchiha compound to wipe out the clan. Was that acting on impulse? Now that he has lost, and I want to kill him, you call that acting on impulse? Uchiha Yu's voice grew colder and colder. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you the Hokage of Konoha or Danzo's protective umbrella? The words struck like a thunderclap, and the entire Uchiha compound fell silent in an instant. Countless gazes fell on the third Hokage. Shisui watched him in silence. Itachi looked at him. Fugaka looked at him. The Uchiha clansmen looked at him. Even the Anbu instinctively held their breath. Those words were too heavy. The Hokage of Konoha had become Danzo's protective umbrella. It was equivalent to tearing to shreds in front of everyone the paper-thin veil the third Hokage had always tried to maintain. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became infinitely grim. You. Mind your words. Uchiha Yu sneered. I have minded them long enough. The Uchiha have minded them long enough. And what did it get us? You moved the clan compound to the edge of the village. You sent Anbu to spy on us. You indulged Root in studying the Sharingan. You silently allowed Danzo to make a move against Shisui. Tonight you even had Anbu standing on the outskirts to supervise Root's massacre of the clan. He stepped forward, his Mangekyo slowly revolving. Lord Hokage, now tell me, if Danzo cannot die, then must the Uchiha die? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He could not answer. Because no matter what he answered, he would be wrong. If he said the Uchiha deserved to die, his position as Hokage would collapse completely. If he said the Uchiha did not deserve to die, then Danzo's actions tonight would lose all justification. But he could not let Danzo die either. Danzo knew too many secrets. Root was entangled too deeply as well. If Danzo died, an enormous gap would inevitably be torn open in Konoha's old order. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood. There was no room for negotiation tonight. Uchiha Yu would not back down, and Danzo could not be handed over to the Uchiha for execution. This was a deadlock. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled, and the sharp edge belonging to the hero of shinobi gradually resurfaced in his eyes. You. If you insist on killing Danzo, then this old man can only stop you. Uchiha smiled. Then come. I'd like to see exactly how far the third Hokage will go to protect Danzo. Hiruzen did not waste another word. His hands moved swiftly through hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Poof. White smoke burst open and a white ape dressed in a tiger-striped loincloth appeared beside him. Enma. The third Hokage's summoning beast. The instant Enma appeared, he swept his eyes across the battlefield, and his expression changed. Hiruzen. What is going on here? Help me, Hiruzen said in a low voice. Enma looked at Uchiha, then at the root corpses, and the Uchiha clansman, his brow furrowed deeply. Looks like you've gotten yourself into a real mess. Hiruzen did not explain. Transform. Enma sighed. Adamantine staff. Poof. Enma transformed into a huge black adamantine staff, and landed in the third Hokage's hand. In that moment Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura changed completely. He was no longer the tired old man. He was the third Hokage, the true hero of shinobi who had weathered the great ninja wars. He stamped the ground, and his figure shot straight toward Uchiha. Attack. Seeing this, a flash of wild joy crossed Danzo's single eye. Hiruzen had finally made his move. As long as the third Hokage held Uchiha back, he had a chance to escape. As long as he made it back to root, and could regroup his remaining forces, there was still a chance to turn the tables. However, Uchiha had no intention of dueling the third Hokage, or observing any shinobi code of honor. He said coldly, Shisui, Itachi clan head. Stop the third Hokage. Pain. If he takes one more step, don't hold back. As soon as the words were spoken, Shisui flashed forward. Itachi closed in from the side. Fugaku pressed in from the front. Tendo Pain slowly raised his hand, his Rinnegan cold and merciless. Facing the encirclement, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unruffled. The adamantine staff swung in a wide arc. Clang. Shisui's short sword was knocked away. Itachi's weapons were shattered by a single swing of the staff. Fugaku's fire release was cancelled out by Hiruzen's water release. Then the third Hokage wove hand signs and unleashed a barrage of nature transformations one after another. Fire release, earth release, water release, wind release, lightning release. With the adamantine staff shifting seamlessly between offense and defense, the 5 releases erupted in rapid succession, actually suppressing the 3 Uchiha powerhouses for a short time. Uchiha Chuan's expression changed. As expected of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed old. But a Hokage was still a Hokage. His ninjutsu experience, battle sense, and on-the-spot judgment could not be matched by an ordinary Kage-level shinobi. Shisui was swift. Itachi was precise. Fugaku's pressure was overwhelming. Yet the third, relying on his adamantine staff and the 5 elemental natures, managed to handle the 3-pronged assault with ease. Hiruzen forced Fugaku back with a single sweep of his staff and said in a low voice, Fugaku, do you really want the Uchiha to turn against the village? Fugaku's face was cold and grim. Lord Hokage, it was not the Uchiha who brought Root into the clan compound. It was not the Uchiha who sought to annihilate the clan. The word rebellion should not be pinned on us tonight. Hiruzen's movements paused slightly. Itachi seized the opening and drove a short blade toward his flank. The third immediately turned to defend, blocking the blade with his adamantine staff. Itachi, even you. Itachi's voice was icy. Lord Hokage, when Danzo used Sasuke to threaten me. Did you know? Hiruzen's expression flickered. That instant of hesitation was immediately seized by Shisui. His body flicker technique erupted. A kunai slashed across the third's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. The third retreated several steps, his face finally turning grave. These 3 were no longer the Uchiha of the past. Shisui no longer hesitated. Itachi no longer sided with the village. Fugaku no longer remained silent. The most troublesome part was that Uchiha had yet to truly enter the fight. And Pain still stood on high, watching him coldly. Just as the third drove the 3 back, once more Tendo Pain finally raised his hand. Almighty push. Boom. The invisible repulsive force erupted in an instant. Hiruzen's expression changed. He held the adamantine staff across his body and took the blow head on. Crash. The ground split open. The third was blasted back more than 10 meters, his feet plowing deep furrows into the earth. He looked up at Pain, his eyes filled with shock. The Rinnegan. What exactly are you? Pain looked down at him coldly. I am the one who will make the world know pain. Uchiha said calmly. Third, you'd better worry about yourself. As his voice fell, Uchiha finally moved. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun. The black umbrella pathogen spread silently through the air. The third immediately sensed something wrong. He retreated swiftly and shouted, don't breathe it in. Uchiha smiled. Good reaction. But too late. The black-red pathogenic chakra had already attached itself to the surrounding moisture, dust, and shattered weapons. Although the third was strong enough to rely on his chakra defenses to temporarily stave off erosion, this dojutsu placed enormous pressure on him amid the chaotic melee. He had to divert chakra to guard against the pathogen. At the same time, he had to deal with Shisui, Itachi, Fugaku, and Pain. The situation reversed in an instant. Only moments ago the third had been moving with ease. Now he had been pushed utterly onto the defensive. Seeing this, Danzo's heart finally sank into utter panic. Even Hiruzen was being suppressed. How was this possible? No, he could not wait any longer. He had to leave. While everyone's attention was fixed on the third, Danzo quietly slipped backward. He knew very well that if he stayed, he would only become Uchiha U's target. If only he could escape. If only he could reach the Anbu. If only he could make it back to Root's remaining stronghold. There was still a chance. His steps were featherlight. He suppressed his chakra to the absolute minimum. By the light of the flames and the chaos of battle, he retreated little by little. But he had gone fewer than 10 steps when a voice sounded from behind him. Danzo, where are you going? Danzo's body stiffened sharply. He turned his head slowly. Uchiha Yu had somehow appeared behind him. Those black-red Mangekyo eyes were blindingly bright in the firelight. Danzo's pupils constricted. Impossible. You were just over there with the third. Uchiha Yu said flatly, Shadow Clone. As the words fell, the Uchiha Yu in the distance who had been releasing the black umbrella pathogen vanished in a puff of smoke. Danzo's face instantly turned livid. He had been tricked. Tricked again. Uchiha Yu had known from the very beginning that he intended to run. So he had deliberately used a shadow clone to hold the battlefield, while his true body had been waiting for him all along. Danzo ground his teeth. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu looked at him and slowly raised his right hand. Don't shout. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will save you. Enraged, Danzo violently raised his new right arm. Hashirama cells surged wildly. Would release. Uchiha Yu's Mangekyo Sharingan abruptly shifted. His left eye's black umbrella asserted dominion over pathogens. Just as Danzo's new right arm was about to erupt, the chakra flow inside it suddenly stalled. This thing again. Danzo's face twisted savagely. Hashirama cells forcibly suppressed the pathogen. His right arm regained some mobility. But that momentary lag was enough for Uchiha Yu to close in. I've taken a dislike to that arm of yours for a long time. Thud. Uchiha Yu kicked Danzo's right arm. The sound of bone breaking rang out. Danzo let out a muffled groan and staggered back. After all, this new arm had only recently been transplanted, its integration was unstable. Against Uchiha Yu's black umbrella erosion and white umbrella enhanced taijutsu, it simply could not unleash its full power. Gritting his teeth, Danzo quickly retreated. But this time Uchiha Yu did not use an ordinary attack. He slowly raised his head. The Mangekyo pattern spun to its limit. Black-red chakra exploded from his body. Cold, heavy, terrifying. It was as if some enormous thing was awakening behind him. Danzo's expression finally changed. Not good. In the distance, Hiruzen also sensed this chakra and whipped his head around. That's... Shisui's pupils narrowed. Itachi also looked up. Fugaku's gaze hardened. Tendo Pain's Rinnegan rippled faintly. Kisame grinned, his eyes filled with excitement. Here it comes. Uchiha Yu stood in the firelight, his voice cold and calm. Danzo, haven't you always wanted my Mangekyo Sharingan? Then open your single eye wide and see clearly. Black-red chakra soared into the sky. Bones appeared. Ribs took shape. Arms condensed. A colossal half-body skeleton enveloped Uchiha Yu. Then flesh-like chakra covered the bones. The black-red Susanoo slowly took form. Its appearance was utterly different from an ordinary Susanoo. 3 umbrella-shaped bone wings faintly spread open behind it. Black-red patterns like a protective umbrella emerged on its chest. Its face resembled a cold bioorganic mask. In its hand, a massive black-red bone blade condensed. Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. At last, Danzo's single eye revealed shock he could not conceal. Susanoo, you can already use it to this extent. Uchiha Yu stood within Susanoo's chest looking down at Danzo. Surprised. This is the gift I truly prepared for you. Danzo turned and fled. He did not hesitate in the least. He knew that in his current state, he could not possibly withstand Susanoo head-on. But Uchiha Yu simply raised Susanoo's bone blade. Run. Can you run away? Boom. The blade slashed down. In an instant, a huge chasm split the ground. Danzo scrambled and rolled, narrowly dodging by a hair's breadth. But the next second, Susanoo's other hand swept across. Bang. Danzo was sent flying, crashing into a stretch of ruins. Blood sprayed. His new right arm was nearly twisted out of shape. Uchiha Yu controlled Susanoo and walked toward him step by step. With every step, the ground trembled. Across the entire Uchiha clan grounds, everyone watched this scene. The eyes of the Uchiha clan members held shock, fervor, and excitement. The eyes of Root's remnants held fear. The eyes of the Anbu held horror. In Hiruzen's eyes was deep solemnity. Susanoo. Uchiha Yu had already grown to this level. He finally understood why Danzo had to eliminate him. He also finally understood why the Uchiha clan members had begun to follow his commands. With such power and such a scheming mind, Uchiha Yu was no ordinary Uchiha prodigy. He was a presence capable of reshaping the very structure of Konoha. Danzo climbed out of the ruins with difficulty, his face covered in blood and grime, his single eye fixed on the black-red Susanoo. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu looked down from above, his voice like a verdict. Danzo. The life of this old dog of yours. I'll take it. The Susanoo raised its bone blade high. Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Uchiha Yu. Stop. He wanted to rush over. But Tendo Pain blocked his path. Shisui, Itachi, and Fugaku surrounded him at once. Uchiha Yu did not turn back. Lord Hokage, you cannot save him. Tonight no one can save him. The bone blade fell. The wind pressure tore through the ruins. Danzo looked up, and true fear finally appeared in his single eye. Death. For the first time it pressed in on him with such clarity. And Uchiha Yu's voice resounded across the entire clan grounds amid the firelight and thunderous roar. Danzo, this is the debt you owe the Uchiha. Now it is time to repay it. The instant the bone blade fell, the air at the center of the entire clan compound seemed to split open. Boom. The Susanu's black crimson bone blade shattered the ground, sending gravel flying and dust surging in rolling clouds. Danzo's pupils shrank sharply, and he threw himself backward almost on pure instinct. But no matter how fast he could not outrun the colossal bone blade that filled his entire field of vision. Danzo! A furious shout exploded from midair. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally moved. The golden staff in his hand swept out sideways, forcibly blocking the path in front of Danzo. Clang! A metallic clash rang out, deafening enough to numb the eardrums. The golden staff and the Susanu's bone blade slammed into each other, sending sparks flying in every direction. With the two of them as the epicenter, a terrifying shockwave blasted outward, and several nearby root shinobi and Uchiha combat squad members were driven back several steps. The ground beneath Hiruzen Sarutobi split open, and he slid backward more than 10 meters, his face sinking. He looked up at Uchiha inside the Susanu, and for the first time his eyes revealed true gravity. Susanu, he murmured. Uchiha, you really are no ordinary Uchiha. Uchiha stood within the Susanu's chest cavity, his black hair swaying slightly in the wind, his gaze cold as a blade. Now you realize. Lord Hokage, you certainly took your time. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the golden staff tightly, and said in a low voice, stand down. Danzo cannot die here. Uchiha looked at him as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Can't die? Give me a reason. Because he's a Konoha elder. Because he knows too many secrets. Or because he's your most obedient black glove, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows knitted sharply. You mind your words. Uchiha sneered. I've already been minding them quite well. I even gave you many chances. You didn't stop Danzo from sending Root to kill me. You didn't stop Danzo from taking Shisui's eyes. You didn't stop Danzo from using Sasuke to threaten Itachi. You didn't stop Danzo from leading men into the Uchiha compound. And now you say Danzo can't die? His voice suddenly rose. Then tell me, are Uchiha supposed to die? Did we deserve it when our clan was wiped out? Danzo gouging out other people's eyes is Konoha's order. Me killing him is betraying Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth. But not a single word came out. Because every question Uchiha asked was one he could not truly answer head-on. One wrong sentence would be tacitly admitting Danzo deserved to die. But if he admitted Danzo deserved to die, then tonight's operation would lose all justification. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. And that silence was the most glaring answer of all. The faces of the Uchiha clansmen grew darker with rage. Shisui tightened his grip on his kunai, his gaze turning thoroughly cold. Itachi stood on the rooftop on the opposite side, the short blade in his hand, trembling slightly. He had still reserved a trace of hesitation for the third Hokage. But now even that trace had been severed by Hiruzen Sarutobi's own hand. The third Hokage wasn't ignorant. He simply chose not to involve himself. And choosing not to involve himself was itself tacit approval. Seizing the opening in the standoff between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Danzo abruptly turned and bolted. Stop him! Uchiha Chuan roared, and with two clansmen, he used the body flicker technique and lunged forward. But Danzo was after all an old fox. His newly transplanted right arm suddenly lashed out, and several kunai charged with sealing jutsu shot through the air, forcibly driving back Uchiha Chuan and his two companions. You want to catch this old man? Danzo's eyes were overflowing with venom. Dream on. He knew all too well that if he did not flee now, he would truly die here tonight. As long as he could get out of this clearing. As long as he could find the Yanbu support waiting on the perimeter. As long as he could return to Root's remaining stronghold. There would still be a chance. But he had barely retreated 2 steps when Uchiha's ice-cold voice sounded behind him. What are you running from? Danzo's body stiffened. Because that voice was not ahead of him. It was behind him. He whirled around. The Uchiha who had been standing inside the Susanoo had somehow already appeared at his rear flank. And that colossal Susanoo from before was no more than a shadow clone-style chakra projection already slowly dissolving. Danzo's expression changed in an instant. A shadow clone again. When did you? Uchiha said casually, take a guess. Burning with fury, Danzo immediately raised his new right arm. Wind release. The black crimson Mangekyo in Uchiha's eyes spun violently. Too late. Black umbrella pathogen dominion. The black crimson pathogenic chakra instantly poured through the air into Danzo's body. The chakra Danzo had just begun forming in his right arm faltered, and the entire arm seemed to have its channels severed, briefly going out of control. This damn chakra again. Danzo gnashed his teeth and roared. His Hashirama cells were frantically repairing the damage. But Uchiha gave him no chance to catch his breath. A fierce kick slammed into Danzo's chest. Thud. Danzo crashed through a ruined wall, collapsed to the ground in disarray, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uchiha walked over slowly, his eyes as cold as ice, devoid of the slightest warmth. Did you think that by replacing your arm, you could keep gouging out other people's eyes? Danzo, don't you think a little too highly of yourself? Danzo clutched his chest, the venom in his eyes nearly becoming solid. Uchiha, this old man will not die here. Is that so? Then ask Lord Hokage whether he agrees. Boom. Hiruzen Sarutobi struck again. His golden staff swept horizontally, driving back the Uchiha clansmen and several Akatsuki members who were trying to encircle them. He stood in front of Danzo, his expression more complicated than it had ever been. Yo, don't push me any further. Uchiha stared at him, slowly raising his hand. Push you? Hiruzen Sarutobi, have you misread the situation? I'm not the one pushing you. Danzo is pushing me to kill him. It's the two of you who are forcing the Uchiha and Konoha into a complete rupture. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice turned low. Danzo can be handed over to the village for trial. Uchiha Yu let out a derisive laugh. Trial? Is a Konoha trial just suspending him from his post as Hokage's aide? Just putting him in a few days' detention? Or letting him stay en route and keep serving as your black glove? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. Uchiha Yu said word by word, Lord Hokage. Tell me yourself, after Danzo walks out of the Uchiha compound alive today, who will be the next one he sets his sights on? Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, or me? Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze trembled. Uchiha Yu pressed on. Do you dare guarantee he won't make a move again? Do you dare guarantee he won't send Root to assassinate again? Do you dare guarantee that the Uchiha clan won't be ripped out by the Roots one night? You don't dare? So you came here. You didn't come to stop Danzo. You came to stop me from collecting what the Uchiha are owed. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression finally sank completely. Because he knew Uchiha Yu was right. He truly did not dare guarantee that Danzo would not act again. More than merely not daring to guarantee it. He had already tacitly accepted that Danzo would keep doing such things. He had only kept telling himself that as long as the Uchiha had yet to rise up, there was still room to salvage the situation. But now that room to salvage had been trampled away by Danzo himself. The air turned utterly frozen. Danzo, clutching his wound, slowly backed away. He knew that the few seconds of the Third Hokage's brief standoff with Uchiha Yu were his only escape window. Just a little farther back. Just slip into the shadows behind that broken wall. Just, where do you think you're going? Uchiha Yu suddenly spoke. Danzo felt a chill run through his body. Because this time the voice still came from ahead. Yet behind him, a huge black-crimson shadow had already appeared. Danzo spun around. There Uchiha Yu's true body was already standing again on the ruins. And this time it was no illusion of a shadow clone. Black-crimson chakra surged out of his body like a tide. Bones. Chakra pathways. A chakra carapace. Layer after layer rapidly took shape. Then the real Susanoo descended. A gigantic half-formed skeleton rose from behind Uchiha Yu. Its ribs crossed like black-crimson blades. An ominous pattern like a protective canopy emerged across its chest. Both arms transformed into enormous war blades. A pair of translucent bone wings slowly spread behind it like the wings of calamity. The center of the entire Uchiha compound fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked up at that enormous black-crimson Susanoo. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils shrank. This is a complete body Susanoo. No, not yet, but close. In all his long years he had seen many Uchiha. But an Uchiha like you who had stained Susanoo with eerie bioorganic patterns was something he had never seen before. This was not ordinary Uchiha power. This was an ultimate weapon that could change the shape of the battlefield. Danzo's face turned utterly pale. Impossible. Just now you clearly. Uchiha Yu stood within Susanoo's chest looking down at him like an insect with no path of escape. Clearly what? Clearly looked exhausted. Clearly seemed to be barely holding on. Danzo, have you forgotten? My specialty is showing people exactly what I want them to see. Danzo's heart clenched violently. So, it had all been fake from the very beginning. Uchiha Yu's fatigue was fake. The drain on his ocular power was fake. He had thought he saw through Uchiha Yu's weakness. In reality, Uchiha Yu had only let him think so. At that moment, genuine fear finally took root in Danzo's heart. Uchiha Yu gave him no chance to catch his breath. Susanoo. He slowly raised his hand. The enormous black-crimson bone blade rose high with the motion. The entire center of the clan grounds was crushed under a pressure that barely allowed breathing. This blade. I'll settle the debt for Shisui first. Danzo stumbled backward. Hiruzen's expression changed, and he formed hand seals in an instant. Fire release. But just as his hand rose, Devapath Pain had already stepped forward to block him. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An invisible repulsive force burst outward. Hiruzen blocked in haste, and was blasted back several steps. Fugaku Shisui and Itachi also closed in almost simultaneously, forcing him unable to truly save Danzo. For the first time, the Third Hokage's expression turned extremely grim. Uchiha Yu. Stop. Uchiha Yu looked at him and said coldly. Lord Hokage. You came too late. The bone blade fell. Danzo's face drastically changed. He did not dare to block it and frantically rolled sideways. Boom. The ground was split open with a bottomless fissure. Dust burst into the air. Broken stones flew like a torrential downpour. Danzo barely dodged the blade, but half his body was still numbed by the shockwave, and he could barely keep his footing. Uchiha Yu drove Susanoo closer. With every step the ground shook. You thought you could still run. Danzo's face was ashen. His new right arm had already been fractured by the shockwave in that moment. Hashirama's cells writhed madly, but they could not suppress that destructive pressure. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched this and finally understood completely. Tonight was no longer a question of whether he wanted to save Danzo. It was a question of whether Danzo could live. Uchiha Yu's killing intent was too pure. So pure that any attempt to dissuade him seemed like a joke. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he had made his decision. Hiruzen. Danzo shouted hoarsely. What are you still waiting for? Kill him. Hiruzen's expression was complicated. He knew that if he did not act now, Danzo would truly die. But once he acted, it would mean an outright rupture with the Uchiha. Now, however, there seemed to be little room left. He gripped the adamantine staff and said in a low voice, You. This old man will ask you one last time. Do you truly refuse to stop? Uchiha Yu looked at him, eyes indifferent. Stop. Fine. First settle the account for the assassination attempt on me. Hand over Root's complete surveillance list on the Uchiha. Then tie him up and hand him over to the Uchiha for judgment. Then you'll see if I stop. Hiruzen fell silent. Because he knew it was utterly impossible. Danzo could not do it. Nor could he let Danzo do it. Uchiha Yu sneered. See, you never intended to negotiate. Hiruzen slowly let out a breath. At last he said no more. In that case, this old man can only stop you. He flicked his wrist, and the adamantine staff was raised before him once more. The next instant the adamantine staff transformed into Enma's true form. A colossal ape silhouette appeared behind Hiruzen, making the ground tremble. Hiruzen, Enma said in a low voice. That kid's power is very dangerous. You had better be serious. Hiruzen nodded. I know. In the next instant the third Hokage truly struck with full force. The adamantine staff swept. Fire release blanketed the sky. Earth release sealed. Water release suppressed. Wind release slashed. Lightning release pierced. The 5 elemental techniques linked almost seamlessly like a mobile artillery platform bearing down on Uchiha Yu and Susanoo in an instant. Uchiha Yu's expression remained unchanged. Susanoo's bone wings beat once as he charged head-on. Rumble. The entire center of the clan grounds exploded. On one side was the third Hokage's valiant shinobi combat style. On the other side was Uchiha Yu's Black Crimson Susanoo. The center of the battlefield was completely torn apart, and Danzo finally found a crack of opportunity. Gritting his teeth and clutching his wound, he slipped back toward the shadows behind him as the two sides fought. Fall back to Root. He knew. He had to escape now. As long as he lived. As long as he left the Uchiha compound alive, there would still be a chance. But just as he took 2 steps, the air beside him suddenly grew heavy. An icy voice sounded almost directly into his ear. I told you. Can you get away? Danzo's entire body stiffened. He turned his head slowly. Uchiha Yu's true body had somehow already circled around to his side and rear. And that towering Susanoo was merely a frontal decoy meant to restrain the third Hokage. The real killing move was Uchiha Yu himself. Danzo's face instantly turned ashen. Why you? How? Uchiha Yu looked at him and slowly raised his right hand. In those black crimson Mangekyo eyes was a coldness that sent a chill down one's spine. Danzo, don't you love escaping while everyone else is in a melee? Too bad. Tonight the first to die in that melee is you. Danzo's Adam's apple rolled as he tried to use his new right arm again. But the moment his right arm lifted, the black umbrella pathogen burst violently from the wound and his chakra pathways. His entire right arm went numb instantly. Hashirama's cells repaired frantically, but it was already too late. Uchiha Yu raised his hand. Susanoo's black crimson bone wings abruptly spread from behind like 2 enormous blades of judgment. Uchiha Yu said softly, next, let me show you what a true ultimate dojutsu is. The black crimson patterns in his eyes spun to their absolute limit. A massive surge of chakra exploded outward. Susanoo rose even higher. Bones grew. Flesh wrapped around them. Black crimson patterns lit up. A more complete, more oppressive, more savage shadow of a war god stood atop the ruins. At that moment Hiruzen Sarutobi's face truly changed at last. That is, Uchiha Yu stood within Susanoo's chest, his gaze falling coldly on Danzo. Susanoo. Danzo. You're deaf. The bone blade was raised high. The air in the center of the entire Uchiha clan grounds seemed crushed by that blade. Danzo finally felt the full taste of death. The Susanoo's bone blade loomed overhead. The center of the Uchiha clan grounds seemed to bow beneath an invisible titanic force. Danzo stood amid the ruins, his lone eye betraying for the first time a fear he could not conceal. He wanted to flee, but his right arm had been corroded by the black umbrella pathogen, leaving his chakra flow sluggish. The ground beneath his feet had also been sealed by pathogen nodes Uchiha Yu had planted in advance. With every step, he took the eerie black-red chakra writhed through his meridians like a venomous serpent. Even the vitality of his Hashirama cells was being polluted bit by that pathogen-infused chakra. Danzo finally understood. Uchiha Yu had never intended merely to kill him. This brat was peeling away his trump cards one by one. Root. Anbu reinforcements. Itachi. The newly transplanted Hashirama right arm. The position of Hokage's advisor. Now all of it was gone. Uchiha Yu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's furious roar split the night sky. He knew that if he did not produce his true final trump card now, Danzo would surely die tonight. No matter how many faults Danzo had, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not stand by and watch him die in the Uchiha clan grounds. At the very least, not at the hands of Uchiha Yu. Otherwise the authority of Konoha's high command would collapse entirely. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands slammed together in a blur of seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. White smoke burst apart. 4 shadow clones materialized at Hiruzen Sarutobi's side. The original and 4 clones. 5 figures stood atop the ruins at once. At that moment the third Hokage's chakra erupted without reserve. From his aged body exploded a pressure far beyond that of an ordinary Kage-level shinobi. Enma transformed into the adamantine staff and planted himself at the front, his voice low. Hiruzen, you're going to use that move. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer. His gaze was sharper than it had ever been. All 5 figures formed hand seals at once. 5 chakra natures of completely different qualities exploded simultaneously at the center of the Uchiha clan grounds. Shisui's face changed. Fall back. Itachi realized it in an instant. It's the third Hokage's 5 great release combo. Fugaku's eyes darkened, and he immediately led the nearby Uchiha clansmen in retreat. Tendo Pain looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi, a flicker of surprise crossing his Rinnegan. To be able to combine 5 elemental ninjutsu to such a degree, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly deserved the name Hero of Shinobi. The next instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his 4 shadow clones struck at the same time. Fire release Great Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Water release Water Dragon Bullet. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning release Lightning Dragon Bullet. Wind release Wind Cutter Great Breakthrough. The 5 elemental ninjutsu wove together in midair, converging into a terrifying combined barrage that blanketed the whole battlefield. The 5 forces propelled and reinforced one another, finally condensing into a devastating monumental explosion that blasted straight at Uchiha Yu's Susanoo. Uchiha Yu's gaze hardened slightly. Third Hokage still has some tricks after all. He did not retreat, for Danzo was not far behind him. If he retreated, Danzo would seize the opening left by the explosion to escape. The Mangekyo in Uchiha Yu's eyes spun to their absolute limit. The black-red Susanoo crossed its arms, shielding its front. Boom! The 5 great release combo slammed into the Susanoo head-on. The terrifying explosion instantly devoured the center of the clan grounds. The entire Uchiha clan grounds seemed to have been struck by a colossal-tailed beast ball. The shockwave sent the surrounding ruined buildings flying into the air. Many Uchiha clansmen, even those who had already pulled back, felt their chi and blood churn violently from the aftershock. Kisame Samahata propped on his shoulder, grinned, and said, "This old man really has some moves." Kakuzu stood in the distance, green eyes narrowed. Hiruzen Sarutobi's head is worth a handsome sum on the black market. Sasori rasped at his age to still possess such chakra control. The title of Hokage is no hollow boast after all. Pain said nothing. His Rinnegan only watched the center of the explosion with cold indifference. Smoke rolled in dense billows. Flames still burned. And at the heart of the blast, the black-red Susanoo yet stood. Only, the once rigid ribs and armor of the Susanoo were now laced with cracks. Fine cracks crept across the Susanoo's breastplate. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned heavy at the sight. It had blocked it. The 5 great release combo had only managed to crack Uchiha Yu's Susanoo. This was not even the Susanoo's complete form. If he were permitted to keep growing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank. The degree of danger that Uchiha Yu represented had already far exceeded his expectations. Inside the Susanoo's chest, Uchiha Yu wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. He had to admit it. The third Hokage was genuinely strong. If the Susanoo had not taken the brunt of this 5 great release combo, an ordinary Kage-level shinobi hit squarely by, it would at minimum be blasted into severe injury. His second stage Susanoo was not yet fully mature. Withstanding a combination ninjutsu of this level was indeed a strain. But that was all. A cold light glinted in Uchiha Yu's eyes. The cracks of the Susanoo were rapidly filled by black-red chakra. At the same moment, a system alert echoed in his mind. Host Mangekyo I power depletion detected. Consume behind-the-scenes value to perform immediate repair. Uchiha Yu did not hesitate. Repair. 5,000 behind-the-scenes value consumed. Current behind-the-scenes value 85,000. I power maintenance in progress. A surge of icy power poured into his eyes. The burning ache in his eyes, brought on by enduring the 5 great release combo moments ago, quickly subsided. Uchiha Yu raised his head again, the corners of his mouth slowly curling upward. Danzo thought he was on the verge of collapse. The third Hokage thought this attack would force him to retreat. Yet they would never know that what he feared least was the so-called toll of the Mangekyo. Unless they killed him outright in a single strike. Otherwise he could always stand up again. And there in the drifting smoke of the explosion, Danzo proved himself as ever an old fox who had dwelt in darkness for decades. Almost at the very instant the 5 great release combo exploded, he exploited the smoke, the firelight, and the chakra chaos whirling around and fleeing desperately toward the outside of the clan grounds. His right arm was crippled. Root was in collapse. His archives and vault were lost. Danzo understood with absolute clarity that tonight's game could not be won. But as long as he lived, there was still a chance. He could shift the blame onto the Uchiha for colluding with foreign enemies. He could use the third Hokage and the Anbu to suppress the truth. He could reassemble the remnants of Root. He could wait for the next opportunity. As long as he lived, Danzo gritted his teeth and sprinted. Behind him, the aftershocks of the explosion had yet to settle, briefly obscuring everyone's view. This was his only chance to flee for his life. Yet the next instant an icy voice drifted out of the smoke. Danzo, did you truly believe I would let you escape a second time? Danzo's whole body stiffened. The smoke ripped apart. Uchiha Yu shot forth from the Susanoo's fading afterimage, his speed so fierce that he nearly transformed into a bolt of black-red lightning. At the same moment, Tendo Pain moved as well. 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, closed in on Danzo almost simultaneously. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically. Danzo. He immediately tried to charge over. But the Azura path, the Preta path, and the animal path of the 6 paths of pain all blocked his way at once. Tendo Pain's main body had already rushed toward Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi bellowed, "Move." The adamantine staff swept across, and the Azura path was sent reeling by a single blow. Yet the Preta path absorbed the ninjutsu Hiruzen Sarutobi released head-on, while the animal path summoned a giant summoning beast forcibly cutting off Hiruzen Sarutobi's advance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned extremely ugly. Rinnegan. Who exactly are you people? Pain did not turn around, only leaving a single cold remark, debt collectors. Danzo was still fleeing, but his right arm had been corrupted by the black umbrella pathogen, and his speed was far from its prime. Uchiha Yu appeared in front of him in an instant. Tendo Pain landed behind him. One ahead, one behind. His escape route was completely sealed off. Danzo came to a sudden halt, his single eye filled with shock and fury. Uchiha Yu, are you really determined to leave no survivors? Uchiha Yu smiled. Those words from your mouth make me want to vomit. Danzo, when you wiped out other clans, did you ever consider what leaving no survivors meant? When you stole Shisui's eyes, did you ever consider leaving no survivors? When you held Sasuke hostage to threaten Itachi, did you ever consider leaving no survivors? Now it's your turn, and you're afraid. Danzo's expression darkened, his breathing heavy. He looked at Uchiha Yu, then turned his gaze toward the 6 paths of pain behind him. Rinnegan. Those eyes were dazzling. Too familiar. At last, amid the chaos, he grasped a fragment of memory. The land of rain. Hanzo. That red-haired brat. The remnant of Akatsuki, who should have long since fallen into darkness. And that youth who had died beneath Kanai. Yahiko. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. You are. Pain slowly approached. His Rinnegan regarded him like divine judgment. Shimura Danzo. Back then in the land of rain, when you and Jiraiya's Hanzo conspired against Akatsuki. Did you ever imagine there would be such a day, eh? Danzo's face instantly shifted. Those words struck like a blade, piercing straight through his long-concealed secret. From afar, Sarutobi Hiruzen also heard them. His expression darkened immediately. The land of rain. Danzo. Akatsuki. Frame them. Sarutobi Hiruzen sharply turned toward Danzo. Danzo. Is he telling the truth? Danzo offered no reply. Or rather, the momentary expression on his face had already answered. Heavenly Path Pain continued forward. Yahiko died from Hanzo's betrayal. And he died by your schemes as well. You hid in the underground of Konoha believing everything was past. But suffering does not simply vanish. It only waits for the day of reckoning. Danzo stared fixedly at Pain, his tone finally betraying a trace of unease. Impossible. You should have long ago. He cut himself off abruptly. He remembered. Back then that red-haired brat named Nagato had not died. He possessed the Rinnegan. This man before him possessed the Rinnegan. Could it be? No. Danzo's face underwent a dramatic change. You are Nagato. Pain did not respond. Nor did Uchiha Yu offer any explanation. Explanation. Unnecessary. Danzo no longer deserved to hear the complete story. Uchiha Yu slowly drew his short blade. The moonlight cast a chilling gleam upon its edge. Pain. Have you finished your questioning? Heavenly Path Pain gazed at Danzo. His Rinnegan held not a trace of mercy. The questioning is complete. He remembers. That is enough. Uchiha Yu nodded. Very well. Danzo finally realized. They truly intended to execute him here. No negotiation. No trial. No intervention from the Hokage. Not even the slightest room for maneuver. He suddenly pivoted, attempting to charge towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's position. Hiruzen. Save me. That cry was nearly a shriek. Stripped of the dignity befitting the Hokage's confidant. Stripped of the cold authority of the root commander. Only the wretched desperation of a man begging for survival remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression violently shifted as he roared. Uchiha Yu. You dare. He summoned all his strength to break through the barriers erected by Pain's 6 paths. His golden headband swept horizontally, forcibly repelling Azura Path and Preta Path. But Heavenly Path Pain merely raised his hand. Chibaku Tensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was instantly pulled off course, his charge disrupted. Then Shinra Tensei exploded. Boom. He was knocked back several steps. He attempted to charge again, but it was already too late. Uchiha Yu had already stood before Danzo. Danzo's single eye reflected those black-red Mangekyo eyes. In that instant, he seemed to see the accumulated resentment of the Uchiha clan over all these years. He saw Shisui's eyes nearly stolen from him. He saw Itachi's silence when Sasuke was held hostage. He saw the unspoken sins buried within Root's files. He also saw the darkness he had built throughout his lifetime collapsing amid flames. No. Danzo spoke in a hoarse voice. Everything this old man did was for Konoha. Slish. A flash of cold light. The sound was abruptly silenced. Uchiha Yu did not listen to another word of his excuses. The short blade swept horizontally. Blood erupted. Danzo's head soared high into the air. In that single eye, resentment, venom, and disbelief still lingered. He seemed unable to comprehend until his final breath. How could he lose? How could he be driven to such a corner by Uchiha Yu? How could he die within the Uchiha district? Thud. His head struck the ground. It rolled several times, finally coming to rest amid scorched black ruins. Shimura Danzo. The darkness beneath Konoha. Commander of Root. The Hokage's confidant. Dead. The entire battlefield fell silent in that instant. The surviving Root operatives froze in shock. The ANBU members stood paralyzed. Even the Uchiha clan members held their breath. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen remained frozen in place. His eyes fixed tightly upon Danzo's severed head. his complexion gradually turning iron gray. Uchiha Yu. That roar nearly tore through the night sky. Within it lay anger, shock, helplessness, and some pain that could no longer be concealed. Uchiha Yu flicked the blood from his blade and looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expression was utterly calm as though he had merely dispatched a contemptible rat. Lord Hokage, why do you shout? Danzo led route in slaughtering the Uchiha. After the attempt failed, he sought to flee. Uchiha Yu executed the ringleader of rebellion in accordance with the law. Is there any issue with that? Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage. He is a Konoha elder. Uchiha Yu sneered. He is also the mastermind behind tonight's extermination operation. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out. He should face the village's judgment. Uchiha Yu countered. The village? By your judgment? Or by letting the dead Danzo judge himself? Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless. Uchiha Yu stepped forward, pressing his foot upon Danzo's severed head, and kicked it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's position. The kick was not heavy, but it carried maximum humiliation. Lord Hokage, the man is dead. If you wish to retrieve his body, be my guest. But before you do, I suggest you reflect upon this. Uchiha Yu's gaze turned suddenly cold. Tonight, who allowed route operatives into the Uchiha district? And who dispatched those outer perimeter NBU members? Danzo is dead. But this matter is not yet concluded. Boom. With those words, the fury in the Uchiha clan members' eyes ignited once more. Indeed, Danzo was dead, but the third Hokage still lived. The NBU still stood. The corpses of route remained within the district. The events of tonight could not be settled with a single severed head. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Yu, his chest rising and falling violently. Before him lay Danzo's corpse. Behind him stood silent NBU operatives. On both sides were Shisui, Itachi, Fugakapane, and the Uchiha clan members whose eyes had turned completely crimson. For the first time he discovered that this Hokage of his stood squarely against the entire Uchiha clan. And in the most humiliating posture possible. Heavenly Path Pain slowly spoke. Danzo is dead, but his debts extend beyond the Uchiha alone. Akatsuki will take a portion of the root archives. Sarutobi Hiruzen sharply turned toward Pain. You will not succeed. Pain's Rinnegan was cold as ice. You cannot stop us. Uchiha Yu stated flatly. Lord Hokage, I suggest you cease your resistance. You have already tried. The third Hokage is indeed formidable. But tonight you cannot save Danzo. You cannot protect root. Nor can you suppress the Uchiha. Each sentence landed like a slap. Slap, slap, slap. Striking across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Striking across the faces of Konoha's upper echelons. Striking across every face of those who had assumed the Uchiha would merely endure in silence. The system notification finally echoed loudly within Uchiha Yu's mind. Side quest: eliminate or completely neutralize Shimura Danzo. Complete. Completion perfect. Background points obtained 30000. Current background points 115000. Phase 1 main quest: prevent the Uchiha clan annihilation night. Core objective completed. Quest progress significantly increased. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan reward unlock progress. Final settlement in progress. A suppressed thrill flashed across Uchiha Yu's eyes. Danzo was dead. That most critical head had finally fallen. The Eternal Mangekyo was within reach. And this was only the beginning. He slowly raised his head and looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo is dead. Root will fall. Next it is time to make the third Hokage pay for his complicity. Danzo was dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood amid the ruins, staring fixedly at the headless corpse on the ground. It was Danzo. He had been his companion since boyhood. He had been the most complicated old friend of his life. Of course Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that Danzo had done many wrong things. He knew that root had gone too far. He knew that Danzo had long coveted the Hokage's seat. And he knew that for the sake of the so-called Konoha, Danzo had crossed far too many lines long ago. But knowing was one thing. When he truly saw Danzo's severed head rolling to a stop before him, a grief he could hardly suppress surged through Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the single eye that Danzo still had open. In that eye there seemed to remain venom, resentment, and a stubborn obsession that refused to admit defeat, even in death. Hiruzen clenched his fist. Uchiha Yu. His voice dropped to an extreme low. Do you know what you have done? Uchiha Yu stood not far away, the blood on his short blade already flicked clean. His expression was calm. Of course I know. I executed the ringleader of a rebellion who led route into a night raid on the Uchiha clan's compound. Hiruzen could no longer suppress his anger. He was a Konoha elder. Uchiha Yu sneered. Elder. Does being a Konoha elder give one the right to massacre an entire clan? Does being a Konoha elder allow one to steal the eyes of fellow Konoha shinobi? Does being a Konoha elder allow one to threaten Anbu with children? Does being a Konoha elder allow one to manipulate root into producing one dark, unseemly blood crime after another? He stepped forward, his gaze icy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, don't try to frighten me with status. Tonight Danzo was not an elder. He was a murderer. At that moment rapid sounds of movement tore through the air in the distance. Two aged figures arrived swiftly under Anbu escort. Koharu Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado. The two had been waiting in the Hokage Tower for news. But once they heard that the battle inside the Uchiha compound had fallen completely out of control, that Root's main force had collapsed, and that Danzo was in mortal danger, they could no longer sit still. Yet when they actually reached the scene, saw Root corpses lying everywhere, and then saw Danzo's headless body, the blood drained from their faces in an instant. Koharu cried out in shock. Danzo. Hamura Mitokato's pupils shrank violently. How can this be possible? They had never imagined that Danzo was really dead. A dignified Konoha elder and advisor to the Hokage, the leader of Root. And yet he had died in the Uchiha clan's compound at the hands of a young Uchiha. Koharu jerked her head up and fixed her gaze on Uchiha Yu. Her voice was shrill, almost cracking. Uchiha Yu. How dare you kill a Konoha elder? This is rebellion. At those words, the Uchiha clansman's eyes turned cold in an instant. Uchiha Chuan tightened his grip on his sword hilt and laughed in furious disbelief. Rebellion? You truly pull accusations out of thin air. When Danzo led Root into our compound to kill you, didn't call it rebellion. Now that he's dead, you call us rebels. Koharu snapped. You have no right to speak here. Uchiha Chuan was about to curse back, but Uchiha Yu raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Koharu and said calmly, honored advisor. You're in such a hurry to put a rebel label on me. Are you afraid I'll keep investigating? Koharu's expression changed. What do you mean? At her words, Uchiha Yu revealed a mocking smile. What do I mean? We have obtained Root's archives. Guess how many things inside them the high command of Konoha would never dare to have known. Koharu and Hamura's expressions both sank at once. Hiruzen's heart also gave a sudden jolt. Root's archives. This was one of the greatest troubles of the night. Danzo's death was serious enough. But if the Root archives were fully made public, everything Konoha had hidden in the darkness for years would be dragged out completely. When that happened, the authority of Konoha's high command would collapse completely. Just then, an Uchiha clansman hurried over from the direction of the Root archives. He held a scroll in his hand, and his face was extremely grim. Lord Yu, we found a file. It records. He glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, then at the two advisors, seeming hesitant. Uchiha Yu said calmly, speak. The Uchiha clansman gritted his teeth. It is recorded that Danzo secretly pushed the spread of rumors about the failed mission of Konoha's White Fang. He also directed villagers and some shinobi to launch a campaign of public condemnation against Tsukumo Hitaki. In the end, he drove Konoha's White Fang to suicide. The words struck like a thunderbolt. At these words, the whole scene fell into dead silence. Tsukumo Hitaki. That name was far too significant to the shinobi of Konoha. He had once been a hero of the village. His strength had even overshadowed the Sannin. But later, because he chose to save his comrades on a mission and gave up the mission itself, he was hounded by the village's rumors into taking his own life. That matter had long been a thorn in the hearts of Konoha's shinobi. Many had believed it was just anger from villagers and shinobi over a mission's failure. But now the Root archives actually recorded that Danzo had fanned those rumors behind the scenes. In other words, Konoha's White Fang had not died because of ordinary public opinion. He had died because of the dark schemes of Konoha's high command. The Anbu standing at the outer edge all changed color. A hero like that, hounded to death from behind by his own village's elder. Kisame hoisted Samahata onto his shoulder and could not help grinning coldly. Konoha really is fascinating. It hounds its own hero to death, then wants to wipe out its own great clan. Your village is certainly good at turning on its own people. Kakuzu said coldly. The head of Konoha's White Fang once commanded an astronomical price on the black market. In the end, he was not killed by an enemy. He was hounded to death by his own people. Sasori gave a hoarse laugh. Konoha's White Fang. The man who killed my parents. So in the end he died in such a ridiculous manner. He was speaking of his enemy, yet there was little satisfaction in his voice. There was even a trace of contempt. Even an enemy did not deserve to die in such a filthy way. Pain's Rinnegan swept coldly over Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. So this is how the so-called will of fire burns. Hiruzen's expression turned extremely grim. This file. Uchiha Yu interrupted directly. Lord Hokage, means to say that this file might be forged. Hiruzen was silent. Uchiha Yu took the scroll, unfolded it, and swept a look over it. Then he raised it high above his head. Root file number. Mission authorization. Intelligence dissemination route. List of participants. Records of public opinion pressure points. There is even a sentence annotated by Danzo in his own hand. Uchiha Yu read it aloud in an icy voice. Tsukumo Hitaki's prestige is too high. If left unchecked, he may threaten the stability of the Hokage system in the future. Those words landed like a detonation. Hiruzen's expression finally changed. Koharu and Hamura both stiffened at once. They had known that the White Fang affair was not clean. But they had not expected Danzo to record such a thing in the Root archives. Uchiha Yu stared at Hiruzen and said word by word, Lord Hokage. Konoha's White Fang saved his comrades, but was hounded to death by rumors. Danzo fanned the flames from behind the scenes. As the third Hokage, did you know? Hiruzen remained silent. Uchiha Yu pressed on. If you knew, why didn't you stop it? If you didn't know, then you are a Hokage who didn't even know that a hero of the village had been driven to death by Root. Are you incompetent, or were you complicit? The entire scene fell silent again. These two questions like two knives stabbed straight into Hiruzen's chest. Incompetence. Complicity. Whichever he chose, the Hokage's prestige would collapse. Hiruzen's lips moved, but no words came out. It was not that he could not defend himself. It was that defending himself no longer had any meaning. Danzo's corpse lay on the ground. The Root archives were in the Uchiha's hands. The fact that Root had raided the Uchiha compound tonight had been witnessed by everyone. But Koharu paid none of this any mind. She said sharply, Uchiha, don't confuse the issue. The problem now is that you killed a Konoha elder and you colluded with these unidentified shinobi to invade Konoha. If you continue any further, we will declare the Uchiha clan traitors to the village. Hamura Mikoto also said in a deep voice, that's right. The Uchiha will lay down their weapons, immediately hand over Danzo's corpse, and surrender the Root archives. Otherwise, Konoha will regard the Uchiha as a rebel force. At this, the Uchiha clansmen completely exploded. Lay down our weapons. Hand over the archives. In your dreams. Danzo led Root here to kill us, and now you still want us to hand over evidence. Absolutely shameless. Uchiha Chuan laughed even harder in his rage. Traitors to the village. You are really too comfortable throwing that label around. Is it rebellion just because the Uchiha refused to kneel and wait for death? Shisui looked at Koharu and Hamura, the last trace of gentleness in his eyes disappearing. Itachi gripped his short blade, his face cold. Fugaku stood at the front of the clan and said in a deep voice, honored advisors. Tonight Root invaded the Uchiha compound first. Everyone saw this. Koharu sneered Fugaku, as the clan head, you not only failed to restrain your clansmen, you even indulged Uchiha in killing a Konoha elder. You are equally guilty of that. Fugaku's eyes darkened. Ha ha ha. You Uchiha laughed coldly. He stepped forward step by step, standing before all the Uchiha clan members, declaring the Uchiha as traitors to the village. Fine, then let's keep fighting. Koharu Udatane's expression changed. Hamura Mikoto's pupils also constricted slightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi sharply turned to look at Uchiha. The Mangekyo slowly emerged in Uchiha's eyes. The black-red pattern of the protective umbrella spun eerily in the night. If tonight you still want to fight, then from now on, you are the enemy. Boom. Black-red chakra erupted from Uchiha's body. The afterimage of Susanoo emerged behind him once again. At the same time, Shisui's Mangekyo lit up. Itachi's three tomo spun with a faint, deeper fluctuation of dojutsu power. Fugaku slowly lifted his head, his three tomo eyes staring coldly at Konoha's high-ranking officials. The Uchiha clan members drew their blades one after another. Pairs of crimson Sharingan lit up in the night. Meanwhile, the six paths of pain advanced slowly. Kisame hoisted Samahata onto his shoulder. The black threads behind Kakazu began to writhe. The tail stinger of Sasori's Hiriko swayed, gently, poison mist faintly visible. At this moment, the three finally felt true pressure. Behind them were the Anbu. But the Anbu were too few, and the Uchiha before them were at the height of their momentum. Root had just been crippled. Danzo was dead. The Uchiha's morale was terrifyingly high. Add to that these mysterious, terrifyingly powerful ninja in black robes with red clouds. If it truly came to a fight, the Hokage's side might not win. More importantly, this was the Uchiha clan grounds. If a bloody battle really broke out, the entire Konoha would be dragged into it. When that time came, how would the other ninja clans view it? How would the villagers view it? How would the Land of Fire's daimyo view it? Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank. He knew they could not fight anymore. If they fought on, Konoha would truly split apart. But retreat? How could he retreat? Danzo was dead. Root was finished. The Uchiha still held Root's archives. This was not a simple military defeat. This was a political disaster. Koharu Udatane was still unwilling to accept it. Hiruzen, we cannot retreat. The Uchiha have become utterly lawless. You Uchiha sneered. Then fight. Then let me see how many more people in Konoha must die tonight to preserve the faces of you old bastards. Hamura Mikoto's face turned livid. You Uchiha, you are going too far. A cold gleam flashed in Uchiha's eyes. The skeletal arm of Susanoo abruptly raised. Boom. A blade of black-red chakra slashed down, grazing past Hamura Mikoto's side. The ground split open in an instant. Hamura Mikoto froze in place, his face deathly pale. Uchiha's voice was icy cold. The next blade won't just be a scare. The whole scene fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. His voice sounded as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. All Anbu. Stand down. The Anbu were taken aback. Then they all lowered their heads in unison. Yes. Koharu Udatane's expression drastically changed. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes briefly. Enough. We cannot fight any longer tonight. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan grounds did not ease. Because everyone knew that stopping was only the first step. The true reckoning was not over. Uchiha looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said calmly, Lord Hokage, I appreciate your order to cease fire, but that is not enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes, his voice low. What else do you want? Uchiha smiled. Very simple. First, Root is to be completely disbanded from this night onward. All remaining personnel are to be jointly investigated by the military police force and the Anbu. Second, all of Danzo's archives are to be publicly reviewed. The parts concerning the Uchiha Konoha's White Fang, the land of rain and human experimentation, must not be destroyed. Third, all Root ninja who participated in tonight's annihilation operation are to be treated as traitors. Koharu Udatane shouted furiously. You're dreaming. Without even looking at her, Uchiha stared straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fourth, Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Step down. Boom. These words exploded in everyone's hearts like a real bomb. The Third Hokage stepping down. Yu Uchiha was actually forcing the third to abdicate in front of everyone. Konoha Uchiha shrieked. You're insane. What right do you have to force the Hokage to abdicate? Yu Uchiha said coldly. Qualification. He raised the root archives in his hand. Is this enough? Is Danzo's night raid on the Uchiha clan grounds enough? Is the White Fang of Konoha being driven to death enough? Is Root's human experimentation enough? Is the failed attempt to steal Shisui's eyes enough? Is Itachi being threatened by Sasuke enough? If that still isn't enough, Yu Uchiha's gaze turned icy to the extreme. I can copy all these archives 100 times. By tomorrow morning, I'll paste them all over the streets and alleys of Konoha. Let every ninja, every villager, and every clan in Konoha see what kind of mad dog their respected Lord Hokage has been indulging. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body swayed slightly. This was the true killing move. Once the root archives were made public, the image that Konoha's leadership had crafted over the years would collapse completely. The White Fang incident would detonate anew. The Uchiha incident would shake the entire village. Human experimentation assassination records. Any one of these would be enough to plunge the Hokage's office into a tremendous crisis, let alone if everything were made public. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally realized. Yu Uchiha was not simply trying to kill Danzo. He wanted to sever the roots of Konoha's old leadership. Konoha Uchiha said angrily. How dare you? Go ahead and try. Keep stalling tonight. Tomorrow I'll let the whole of Konoha read the archives. By then there's no need for the Uchiha to betray the village. I'd like to see if the ninja of Konoha will still recognize you few advisors. Hamura Mikoto's face turned pale. He finally dared not speak another word. Because Yu Uchiha truly dared. From the moment he publicly attacked the Shimura clan, from the moment he killed Danzo, everyone should have understood. This young Uchiha had not been raised on threats. If he said he would do something, he would truly do it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a long time. Wind blew across the ruins. Danzo's corpse still lay on the ground. The blood of Root had not yet dried. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan members still gleamed. Pain and the others still stood in the shadows. That night the balance of power in Konoha had finally been tilted completely. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Yu Uchiha, his voice hoarse. Who do you want to succeed as Hokage? Yu Uchiha said calmly. This is not something to discuss tonight. Tonight there is only one thing to discuss. Will you step down or not? Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes. After a long while he seemed to have suddenly aged greatly. I will convene a Jonin meeting. Yu Uchiha sneered. Not enough. I want you to issue orders now in the name of the Third Hokage. Cease all hostile actions against the Uchiha. Disband Root. Suspend the authority of the two advisors. And announce that you will submit your abdication decision within 3 days. Konoha Uchiha shouted angrily. Hiruzen, you cannot agree. Hamura Mikoto also urged anxiously. This is coercion of the Hokage. A cold glint flickered in Yu Uchiha's eyes. Coercion. It's far cleaner than your clan annihilation. Hiruzen Sarutobi's fists trembled, but in the end he slowly unclenched them. Fine. As that single word fell, Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mikoto turned deathly pale. The Anbu also lowered their heads one after another. The Uchiha clan members were silent at first, then burst into uncontrollable fervent roars. They had won. The Uchiha had not been annihilated. Danzo was dead. Root was defeated. The third had stepped down. That night, which was supposed to be the Uchiha's night of annihilation, had completely become the night of Konoha's old leadership's collapse. A system notification blared in Yu Uchiha's mind. Main quest stage 1: prevent the night of clan annihilation, complete. Uchiha Shisui survives, both eyes intact. Uchiha Itachi did not execute the clan annihilation plan and successfully turned against it. Uchiha clan mortality rate below 10%. Shimura Danzo dead. Root's core structure collapsed. Quest completion perfect. Reward issued, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A flash of fervor suddenly crossed Yu Uchiha's eyes. Eternal Mangekyo. At last. Beneath the firelight he looked at the aged bowed Hiruzen Sarutobi, then cast a glance at Danzo's corpse. The corner of his mouth slowly curved upward. Danzo, you did not die in vain. At least you paved for me a path to eternity. Phase 1 main quest: prevent the night of clan extermination, complete. Quest completion perfect. Reward issued, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The system's icy notification kept echoing through Uchiha Yo's mind. The next instant, an unprecedented power erupted from the depths of his eyes. It was not the searing pain of ordinary Mangekyo use, nor was it the soreness and stabbing ache of overexerted ocular power. Instead it was a cold, immense force, as if something had awakened from the depths of his bloodline. Standing amid the ruins, Uchiha Yo paused for a heartbeat. His eyes began to transform. The original black and crimson umbrella-shaped Mangekyo pattern revolved slowly in the depths of his pupils. Then the inner pattern began to reconstruct. A new mark emerged from the center of the umbrella design. A pattern resembling uranium nuclear fission. 3 fission arcs revolved slowly around the pupil. The outer layer was the black-crimson umbrella pathogen pattern. The inner layer was a uranium 235 motif symbolizing nuclear fission. The two patterns merged and interlocked. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Complete. Boom. A wave of ocular pressure far greater than before radiated outward from Uchiha Yo. Flames wavered. Smoke swirled back. Every Uchiha nearby felt a jolt in their hearts. Shisui snapped his head up. Itachi's pupils constricted. Fugaka's expression changed drastically. This is... All three were Uchiha who had genuinely come into contact with the Mangekyo's power. They could clearly sense that Uchiha Yo's eyes had changed. The feeling those eyes gave off was no longer that of an ordinary Mangekyo. Deeper and more dangerous. It was as if the flame that had once blazed had now become an eternal, never-dying black-crimson stellar core. Uchiha Kawa stood not far away, unable to help swallowing. Lord Yo's eyes. Have they grown stronger again? Beside him, an Uchiha clansman's voice trembled. I don't know. Just one glance, and it feels hard to breathe. Meanwhile, on the Konoha Anbu side, the atmosphere grew even more suffocating. Moments ago, Uchiha Yu with his Mangekyo and Susanoo had already displayed enough power to slay Danzo and threaten the third Hokage head-on. But now he seemed to have grown even stronger. What kind of monster was this? A teenager of the Uchiha clan had already reached such a level. If he were given a few more years, who in Konoha could still suppress him? Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikoto turned pale. They finally realized that tonight's situation had spiraled completely out of control. Danzo was dead. Root had been crippled. The third Hokage had been forced to step down. Yet at this very moment, Uchiha Yo had advanced even further. This meant that using the old authority of the High Council to suppress the Uchiha was now utterly impossible. Uchiha Yo slowly raised his head. Those eternal Mangekyo Sharingan were blinding in the night. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked into those eyes, his heart sinking to the very bottom. Your eyes? Uchiha Yo smiled faintly. Lord Hokage, thanks to Danzo, they have evolved. As those words fell, everyone's expression turned complicated. If Danzo were still alive, hearing that would probably have made him spit out another mouthful of blood on the spot. All his life he had coveted the Sharingan. He had studied the Sharingan. He had schemed against the Uchiha. He had taken Shisui's eye. He had wanted to kill Uchiha Yo and seize the Mangekyo. In the end, not only had he died at Uchiha Yo's hands, he had also become the stepping stone for Yo to awaken even stronger eyes. This was perhaps the greatest mockery of Danzo. Uchiha Yo lowered his head and glanced at his own hands. His vision was clearer than ever. His ocular power was terrifyingly stable. The searing pain hidden behind his eyes every time he used the Mangekyo had vanished completely. The perception range governed by the black umbrella pathogen stretched even farther. White umbrella cellular remodeling became more efficient. Susanoo, supported by these eyes, grew more solid and substantial. More importantly, the new dojutsu mentioned in the system notification had finally truly appeared within his perception. Eternal Mangekyo New Dojutsu Uranium Core Temporal Shift. Ability uses ocular power to interfere with the flow of time at the target's cellular level, altering the target's physical age. It can make a target younger, older, or adjust the target to a particular age. Cost extremely high chakra consumption. Note against Kaga level powerhouses, the effect is influenced by their resistance. The degree and duration of change depend on chakra invested. A sharp glint flashed through Uchiha Yo's eyes. Changing age. This ability was truly absurdly powerful. If used on an enemy, it could age or de-age them, forcibly reducing their combat strength. If used on an ally, it could allow the weakened to briefly return to their prime. Even at the cost of enormous chakra, it would be entirely worth it. After all, the future shinobi world would not lack sources of chakra. Hashirama's cells. Tailed beasts. The demonic statue of the outer path. Uzumaki bloodline. With enough resources, this dojutsu would become a true strategic level power. Uchiha Yo slowly drew back his gaze and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, you remember what you said earlier, don't you? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. He had agreed earlier. Cease all hostile actions against the Uchiha. Disband Root. Suspend the authority of the two advisors. And submit his decision to abdicate within 3 days. At that moment, he had been forced to bow his head by circumstances. But now, with Uchiha Yo's eyes evolving, his strength had advanced yet another step. This concession was no longer merely a stopgap measure. It was the reality Konoha's leadership had to face. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was hoarse. This old man remembers. Koharu Uchiha grew anxious. Hiruzen, this doesn't count. You were coerced by the Uchiha. Hamura Mikoto immediately spoke up. Indeed. Uchiha Yo colluded with outside shinobi, killed a Konoha elder, and coerced the Hokage. This promise has no validity. Uchiha Yo glanced at the two of them. He didn't even get angry. He merely smiled faintly. It seems the two advisors still don't understand the situation. He slowly raised his hand. The next instant, the black-crimson skeletal arm of Susanoo emerged behind him once more. Boom. The colossal bony hand slammed into the ground beside the two advisors. The ground split open instantly. Stone fragments flew. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikoto turned pale with fright and instinctively stepped back. Uchiha Yo's voice was calm. I just said, if you continue fighting, you become my enemies. And since you be enemies, I'll have no qualms killing you. The eternal Mangekyo in his eyes rotated slowly. Koharu Uchiha, Hamura Mikoto, would you like to test whether you can last a few more moves than Danzo? The two instantly froze. Their lips moved, but they didn't dare say another word. Danzo's severed head was still on the ground. They didn't dare take that gamble. Even Danzo had been killed. Would Uchiha Yo hesitate to kill them? This young Uchiha had already proven through his actions that he simply did not play by the Konoha High Council's rules. Status. Seniority. Hokage advisor. In his eyes, none of that worked. Bringing out something that didn't work was only asking for death. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt even heavier at heart. He knew that from this moment on the advisory authority of Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mikoto had also collapsed. They could continue to live, but it would be almost impossible for them to manipulate Konoha's decisions as they had in the past. Uchiha Yo paid them no further attention. He turned to Uchiha Kawa. Seal all of Root's archives. Make 3 copies. The first will be kept by the Uchiha. The second goes to the Hokage's office. The third. He glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, the corners of his lips curling upward. If the third Hokage hasn't submitted his abdication decision within 3 days, plaster it all over Konoha. Uchiha Kawa's eyes lit up. Understood. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression stiffened slightly. This was a naked threat, and yet he had no way to refute it. If all of this were made public, not to mention the Uchiha, the entire Konoha shinobi system would be shaken. Especially the affair of Konoha's White Fang. That was a wound that many jonin had never truly healed. When Tsukumo Hitaki took his own life back, then many had found it a pity, felt deep regret, and grieved. But if they knew that Root and Danzo had deliberately orchestrated it behind the scenes, and that it even involved the balance of power at the top, what would happen? What would Kakashi Hitaki think? What would the shinobi of the White Fang's era think? What would the ordinary Anbu think? Would they begin to wonder if their own futures might mirror the White Fang's, raised up when the village needed them and hounded to death when it no longer did? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't dare take that gamble, so he could only endure. Uchiha Yo continued. Shisui immediately stepped forward. I'm here. Starting tonight, you are responsible for supervising all Anbu as they withdraw from the Uchiha clan grounds. Without Uchiha permission, no Anbu may enter the clan grounds. Shisui nodded. Understood. Uchiha Yo then looked at Itachi. Itachi walked over. Yes. Tonight you will return to the Anbu. Itachi was briefly taken aback. The Uchiha clansmen were also surprised. Tonight Itachi had completely turned against the village leadership, even personally confronting Danzo. By all logic, returning to the Anbu would put him in an extremely awkward position. Yet Uchiha Yo said calmly, go back and tell every Anbu member. Tell them what happened tonight. Tell them that Danzo used Sasuke to threaten you. Tell them that Root launched a night raid on the Uchiha clan grounds. Tell them that the third Hokage sent Anbu to supervise. I'd like to see how many in the Anbu are still willing to keep turning a blind eye. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. This was a knife aimed straight at the Anbu system. The Anbu had always been directly under the Hokage. If Itachi returned and spread these matters, the Anbu would inevitably shake from within. Especially the Anbu who had partaken in supervision tonight. They had personally witnessed far too much. Uchiha Yo was systematically severing Hiruzen Sarutobi's absolute control over the Anbu. Itachi glanced at Uchiha Yo and nodded. I understand. Uchiha Yo turned to look at Fugaku once more. Clan head. Fugaku stepped forward, his expression complicated. After tonight, his control over the Uchiha as clan head could never be what it once was. Because everyone had seen it. The man who truly led the Uchiha through the annihilation crisis was Uchiha Yo. But Fugaku felt no jealousy. More than anything, he felt relief. If not for Uchiha Yo, what would have become of the Uchiha tonight? He did not dare to think about it. Fugaku said in a low voice. Speak. Uchiha Yo said. Immediately count the clan's casualties. Comfort the clansmen. Gather and dispose of all Root corpses. Take all surviving prisoners into custody. Also, the police force will take over every route outside the compound. After tonight, the Uchiha compound will no longer be a place where outsiders can come and go as they please. Fugaku nodded firmly. Good. Uchiha Chuan and the other clansmen felt their blood surge. No longer a place where outsiders could come and go as they pleased. That sentence struck straight into their hearts. In the past, the ENBU could watch them whenever they liked. Root could investigate whenever it wished. If a single word of suspicion came from the high command, the Uchiha had to prove their innocence. But starting tonight, everything was different. They had won. With low casualties, they had shattered Root's main force. Killed Danzo. Forced the third Hokage into a corner. Protected the entire clan. That was enough for the Uchiha to raise their heads again. Uchiha Chuan could not help but shout. Did you hear that? Starting tonight, no one is allowed to invade the Uchiha compound without permission. The clansmen around him answered with a low roar. Yes. The sound shook the night sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to that sound, his heart full of indescribable complexity. This was the Uchiha's victory. It was also the defeat of the Hokage's authority. Pain stood to one side, watching it all with cold eyes. He had little interest in the power struggles inside Konoha. But tonight he had witnessed Uchiha use methods. First, he used the Root archives to tear away the third Hokage's mask. Then he used Danzo's corpse to strike fear into Konoha's high command. Then he arranged for Shisui, Itachi, and Fugaku to infiltrate the Anbu, the clan compound, and public opinion respectively. This Uchiha was not merely strong. He was even better at using the situation after a victory to keep expanding his gains. That made him terrifying. Kisame grinned and said, that guy Uchiha Yo, even after a fight, he can't stop carving off more meat. Kakuzu said coldly, that's the correct approach. Killing people isn't worth money. Spoils are what matter. Sasori said hoarsely, what Konoha lost tonight isn't just Root, but their face as well. Uchiha Yo heard what they said, but did not turn around. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, the Akatsuki will leave Konoha tonight. They will not harm ordinary villagers, nor will they attack any other shinobi clan in Konoha. But the root archives concerning them will be taken away, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice. Those are Konoha's secrets. Uchiha smiled. Lord Hokage, do you still believe you're in a position to talk about secrets with them? Pain said coldly. Root participated in the operation in the Land of Rain. It caused Yahiko's death. This is a debt Konoha must settle with the Akatsuki. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Pain with an extremely grim expression. Who is Yahiko? Pain's gaze turned cold in an instant. You don't even know who he is. Yet you indulged Danzo and let him be killed. That is the arrogance of a great nation. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. He truly did not know who Yahiko was. Or rather he knew that the Land of Rain had produced many victims. But in the political games between the great nations the names of small country shinobi were rarely written into the Hokage's reports. That was reality. Yet in Pain's eyes that reality only made it more ironic. Uchiha said calmly. Pain, take the files. Danzo is dead, but Root has not yet been fully settled. As for Konoha, I will continue to handle it. Pain glanced at him. I hope you haven't forgotten our deal. Uchiha smiled. I don't like owing debts. Kakazu said coldly from the side. It's best if that's really the case. I've already taken 25% of Root's treasury. Uchiha shot him a glance. You move fast. Kakuzu replied calmly. Money doesn't wait for people. Kisame burst out laughing. Kakuzu's line is more real than the will of fire. Quite a few Uchiha heard it and found themselves nodding in agreement. However ridiculous it felt. The will of fire. Tonight they had been sickened enough by those words. Money was real. Blades were real. The Uchiha's own eyes were real. Pain prepared to leave with several Akatsuki members. Just before leaving the Deva path, suddenly paused, turned, and looked back at Uchiha. You changed Konoha tonight. Uchiha said calmly. This is only the beginning. Pain's rinnegan shifted slightly. Then let me see how far you can go. Uchiha smiled. You will see. The Akatsuki disappeared into the night. But after tonight, the name Akatsuki would for the first time truly enter the sight of Konoha's leadership. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched them go, but did not stop them. It was not that he did not want to stop them. It was that he could not. Konoha could not afford to keep fighting now. Danzo was dead. Root was crippled. The entire Uchiha clan stood on guard. The Anbu were restless. If he started another battle with these mysterious powerhouses, Konoha might truly be torn open tonight with a wound that could never close. He could only endure. Uchiha looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi again. Lord Hokage, 3 days. I await your decision to abdicate. Hiruzen clenched his fists. He wished he could say no. But looking at Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at the pairs of Sharingan around him at the root corpses and the sealed archives, he could not get the word no out of his mouth. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi said hoarsely, I will give Konoha an explanation. No. You will give the Uchiha an explanation. You will also give an explanation to those who were murdered by Root. Konoha's white fang. The nameless shinobi devoured by Root's human experimentation. And the Uchiha who were nearly annihilated tonight. Hiruzen's body trembled slightly. Uchiha continued. Lord Hokage, you always used to stand high and speak of the will of fire. Now it's time for you to lower your head and see who the flames have caught. That one sentence was like a final slap. It struck Hiruzen Sarutobi's face hard. He said nothing more. He simply turned and slowly left the Uchiha compound with the Anbu. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado shot Uchiha a resentful glare. But when they met that eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, every harsh word they had was swallowed back down. They could only follow Hiruzen Sarutobi away. In the night the figure of the Hokage robe looked especially old. The Uchiha clansmen watched them go in silence. There was no cheering, because they all knew that although this night had been won, the true new order was only just beginning. Only after the third Hokage and the Anbu had completely left did Uchiha Chuan whisper. Did we really win? A clansman beside him murmured. Danzo is dead. Root is gone. The third Hokage is going to step down. We were not wiped out. The next moment the long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. We won. The Uchiha won. We survive. Lord you. Lord you. Shout after shout sounded through the clan compound. At first only a few people, then more and more. In the end the entire Uchiha compound was shouting Uchiha-U's name. Fugaka looked at the scene, his eyes complicated, yet he did not try to stop it. Shisui let out a quiet breath. Itachi looked at the clansmen who were still alive, at the children protected in the distance, and for a moment his eyes finally softened. Sasuke was alive. His parents were alive. His clansmen were alive. He had not become the blade of clan annihilation. All of this had been changed. Uchiha stood in the firelight listening to the shouts of his clan as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded. The system notification sounded again. Host successfully prevented the night of annihilation. Uchiha clan prestige has reached its peak. Title acquired savior of the Uchiha. Effect trust from members of the Uchiha faction toward the host is greatly increased. The second stage main quest is about to begin. Main quest name the new order of Konoha. Objective purge Konoha's old high command, restructure Konoha's power system, and make the Uchiha one of Konoha's core powers. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha-U's mouth. The new order of Konoha. Good. Danzo's death was only the first step. The third Hokage's abdication was only the second. Next it was Konoha's turn to be reshuffled. He looked up at the Hokage rock in the distance. The third Hokage's face still looked down over the village. But after tonight the authority behind that stone statue was already shattered. Uchiha Yu murmured to himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi. 3 days. I hope you won't make me go personally to ask you to abdicate. The next day, the Uchiha compound. The streets stained red by firelight and blood the night before had already been cleaned by the Uchiha. Damaged houses were being repaired. The scorch marks from the battle remained. But on the Uchiha's faces the old oppression and gloom were gone. What replaced them was a long-missed high-spiritedness. Before last night the Uchiha clan had stood on the edge of annihilation. After last night all of Konoha would have to see the Uchiha in a new light. Inside the compound many young Uchiha were still buzzing with excited talk. Last night Captain Uchiha Chuan slew 3 root agents with a single slash. Lord Shisui's Genjutsu was too strong. He had all those root agents completely turned around. Itachi made his move too. He really is still one of the Uchiha. The strongest was Lord Yu, right? The moment Lord Yu unleashed Susanoo that old bastard Danzo's face went white. Huh. Did you see the face of advisor Hamura Mikoto? His legs went weak with fright. After this who will still dare to say the Uchiha only know how to endure? Amid the waves of voices the Uchiha wore an unprecedented pride in their brows. By the Naka River, Sasuke had run out early in the morning chasing Itachi to ask what had happened last night. Itachi simply ruffled his hair. It was nothing. Just dealt with some trouble. Sasuke was unconvinced. You're treating me like a kid again, big brother. Itachi looked at Sasuke, his eyes softer than usual. Indeed, he was still a child. And last night this child had nearly lost his entire clan. At that Itachi's heart only became quieter. He looked into the distance. Uchiha Yu was already standing at the compound's entrance. Shisui was at his side. Itachi, Uchiha Yu called. Let's go. Itachi walked over. Shisui glanced at the clansmen still basking in victory within the compound, then asked in a low voice. We're going to the Hokage Tower today. Uchiha Yu said calmly. Naturally. Last night was only about taking down Danzo. Today is when we claim the fruits of victory. Shisui was momentarily startled. Claim the fruits of victory. The words were blunt, but they were also accurate. If they did nothing after winning last night the victory would at most allow the Uchiha to survive. But what Uchiha Yu wanted was clearly more than survival. He wanted to rewrite the power structure of Konoha. Itachi looked at him. You're not bringing the clan head. Uchiha Yu said. The clan head needs to stay inside the compound to steady things. Besides, clan head Fugaku isn't fit to attend today's meeting. Shisui asked. Why? Uchiha Yu smiled. Because if clan head Fugaku went everyone would think the Uchiha intended to push the clan head into the Hokage position. If I go they'll only be more on edge. Shisui. Itachi. It had to be said, he had a point. What the Konoha clans feared most right now was that the Uchiha would use last night's overwhelming victory to force their way into the Hokage seat. If Uchiha Fugaku went in person it could easily be read as the Uchiha trying to seize the Hokage's position. But Uchiha Yu was a different case. He was not the clan head, yet he was the true victor of last night. When he appeared, everyone would be wary first. Then they would wait for him to speak. That was how he could control the pace. The three left the Uchiha compound. Along the way quite a few Konoha shinobi watched them from afar. Shock, apprehension, dread, and a renewed appraisal. Last night's disturbance had been too great. Even if the Hokage Tower had yet to release an official statement, the major Konoha clans were not blind. Root forces had mobilized on a massive scale. Explosions had shot into the sky from the Uchiha compound. The third Hokage had rushed over in the middle of the night. Danzo had never returned. Root strongholds had been sealed off. Stacked one on another, these matters were enough for anyone with a little sense to know that something capable of changing Konoha's landscape had occurred last night. Now Uchiha Yu was leading Shisui and Itachi toward the Hokage Tower. That in itself was a signal. The sky over Konoha was about to change. The Hokage Tower. Meeting room. The heads of Konoha's major clans had gathered one after another. Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hayashi, Aburame Shibi, Inazukitsum, a representative of the Sarutobi clan, as well as those in charge of other minor and mid-sized ninja clans. Inside the meeting room the air was heavy. Everyone was a smart person. To one degree or another they had all managed to investigate what happened last night. Root had made a move against the Uchiha. The Uchiha had been prepared in advance. Danzo was dead. Root had collapsed. The third Hokage had gone to the Uchiha compound in person, yet failed to suppress them. Even if only half of these pieces of news were verified it was enough to shock every clan head. Hyuga Hayashi sat to one side, his gaze solemn. As the head of another great clan in Konoha, he understood the Uchiha's ordeal last night better than most. Today it was the Uchiha. Whose turn would it be tomorrow? The Hyuga? Narashikaku gently rubbed the space between his brows. What a headache. After last night Konoha's power structure was sure to be realigned. And today's meeting was the first step of that new alignment. Just then the meeting room door was opened. Everyone looked up reflexively. Then all of them started at the same moment. The one who walked in was not Uchiha Fugaku. It was Uchiha Yu. Behind him were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. That sight changed the expression on more than one clan head's face. Meetings of this level were normally attended by clan heads. Uchiha Fugaku had not come. Instead Uchiha Yu had come. What did that say? It said that after last night Uchiha Yu had gained the standing to speak for the Uchiha. In fact, his true say inside the clan might already be no less than Fugaku's. Nara Shikaku sighed secretly. As I suspected, he was the one who truly won the game last night. Hyuga Hayashi took a long deep look at Uchiha Yu. Young. Too young. Yet this youth had forced Danzo to his death and made the third Hokage back down. With this generation, the Uchiha had produced someone extraordinary. Several of the clan heads in the meeting room frowned slightly. It was obvious they were dissatisfied at Uchiha Yu attending such a meeting, but they quickly turned their eyes to Hiruzen Sarutobi at the head of the table. The third Hokage held his pipe, his expression aged and weary. Yet he did not speak against it. Since the third had no objection, the others naturally refrained from making a fuss. Uchiha Yu did not stand on ceremony, and took the Uchiha seat directly. Shisui and Itachi stood behind him. The sight sent another chill through the room. Shisui, Itachi, both of these Uchiha geniuses were standing behind Uchiha Yu. That carried more meaning than Uchiha Yu's arrival itself. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Uchiha Yu a complicated look. Then he slowly began. Everyone is here. I have gathered you today to announce several matters. The meeting room instantly fell silent. The third said in a low voice. First, starting today, Root is officially disbanded. Boom. Even though everyone had been prepared, they still could not help changing their expressions when they heard it. Root. That was the dark organization Danzo had run for so many years. Although none of the major clans liked Root, everyone understood that Root had always been a dark blade in the hands of Konoha's leadership. Now it was dissolved just like that. It seemed that last night Danzo had truly lost completely. Yamanaka and Oichi frowned and asked, Lord Hokage, how will the original Root members be handled after the disbandment? The third answered in a deep voice. They will be taken over by the Anbu. Those involved in illegal missions or private actions will be investigated by a review team. Uchiha Yu added lightly. The military police force will also take part in the review. Everyone's eyes fell on him at once. The third fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. The military police force will participate. At this, the major clans were even more shocked. The third Hokage had actually conceded. An audit of Root with the Uchiha military police force participating. That was utterly unimaginable before. What did this mean? It meant the Uchiha held something powerful enough to force the Hokage's office to yield. For instance, the Root archives. Shikaku Nara quickly assessed the situation. It seemed Uchiha Yu had already found the third Hokage's vital weakness. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. The second matter. He paused. Everyone in the meeting room instinctively sat up straight. For some reason, they all had a premonition. The next matter would be even greater than the dissolution of Root. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. In 3 days I will formally step down from the position of third Hokage. Boom. The entire meeting room instantly fell into dead silence. All the clan heads were stunned. Even the perpetually calm Shikaku Nara felt his pupils shrink slightly. Step down as Hokage. The third Hokage was going to abdicate. This was no ordinary adjustment. This was a transfer of Konoha's supreme power. Hayashi Hyuga knitted his brows. Sum Inuzuka wore a look of outright shock. Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Even if they had guessed the third Hokage had suffered a major setback last night, they never imagined it would be severe enough to force abdication. Almost as if by unspoken agreement, everyone's gaze fell on Uchiha Yu. What exactly had happened last night? This Uchiha youth had actually driven the third Hokage to abdication. Were the Uchiha trying to rise to power? Could the Uchiha be seizing this opportunity to push Fugaku Uchiha into the seat of fifth Hokage? The moment that thought appeared, many clan heads felt their hearts sink. Fugaku Uchiha as Hokage. Given the dominance the Uchiha had displayed last night, and with someone like Uchiha Yu in play, wouldn't Konoha's other shinobi clans be suppressed? Undercurrents immediately surged through the meeting room. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have anticipated their reaction and said in a deep voice, I am advanced in years. A major upheaval has also occurred in the village recently. Konoha needs a new Hokage to stabilize the situation. You may all nominate anyone you believe is worthy of becoming the fifth Hokage. The words faded. The meeting room remained silent. No one spoke. All eyes still rested on Uchiha Yu. Obviously, whoever spoke first now could not speak carelessly, because everyone knew that behind this abdication Uchiha Yu was the greatest variable. Shisui stood behind Uchiha Yu, his expression calm, but in his heart he was also curious. He thought Yu might nominate himself. After all, since last night, Yu's prestige, power, and strategic skill had all reached an extraordinary height. Itachi thought the same. From a rational perspective, Uchiha Yu truly had the qualifications to contend for the position now. His age was far too young, but the Hokage's seat was in essence a combination of strength, prestige, vested interests, and compromise. Yu had the achievements of slaying Danzo, preventing the annihilation of his clan, suppressing Root, and forcing the third Hokage to retreat. Within the Uchiha, his prestige had reached its peak. If he openly nominated himself, the Uchiha would certainly support him with everything they had. Konoha's other clans might not agree, but at the very least it would push the negotiations to an extremely high level. However, Uchiha Yu merely tapped the table lightly. Since no one is speaking, I'll name a candidate first. Everyone in the meeting room tensed. Here it came. The Uchiha's recommendation. Hiruzen Sarutobi also looked at him. He too had assumed Uchiha Yu would nominate himself or Fugaku Uchiha. If that were the case, the situation would become very troublesome. Although he had agreed to abdicate, he could never simply sit back and allow the Uchiha to take direct control of the Hokage's seat. That would only send Konoha from one crisis into another. Uchiha Yo swept his gaze across the room and said coolly, "I nominate Tsunade Senju." Clatter. The pipe in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth fell straight onto the table. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Tsunade Senju. Not Uchiha Yo himself. Not Fugaku Uchiha either. Not even Shisui Uchiha. Instead Tsunade, who had left the village years ago. Shisui's eyes widened slightly. Itachi was clearly caught off guard as well. Neither of them had ever imagined Uchiha Yo would nominate Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi was frozen for several long breaths. Then the look he gave Uchiha Yo became extremely complex. Tsunade, his own disciple. The first Hokage's granddaughter. The princess of the Senju clan. One of the Sannin. The founder of Konoha's medical system. If there was anyone in Konoha now qualified to take over as 5th Hokage, Tsunade was unquestionably one of the most legitimate choices. Even more crucial, Tsunade was a Senju, not an Uchiha. That meant Uchiha Yo had no intention of directly seizing the Hokage's seat. At that moment Hiruzen Sarutobi inexplicably felt a weight lift from his heart. He even felt a strange sensation. If the successor were Tsunade, then stepping down would not feel so painful after all. At least the Hokage's seat would remain in the hands of a disciple from his own line. Shikaku Nara quickly grasped it as well. Brilliant. This move was simply too brilliant. If Uchiha Yo had nominated himself, the other clans would inevitably have grown wary. If he had nominated Fugaku, an anti-Uchiha alliance would surely have formed within Konoha. But by nominating Tsunade, he left virtually no room for objection on grounds of legitimacy. Tsunade was the first Hokage's granddaughter. She was the third Hokage's disciple. She was one of the Sannin. Her strength, prestige, and status were all sufficient. Moreover, Tsunade had been away from the village for years and did not belong to Konoha's current old high command. Once she returned, she could not only inherit the Hokage's orthodox legitimacy, but also break the control of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the counselor system. Most importantly, the grievances between Tsunade and the Uchiha had never reached an irreconcilable degree. On the contrary, Tsunade was unlikely to have any fondness for the darkness of Danzo and Konoha's old leadership. Having someone like that rise to power would be most advantageous for the Uchiha. Shikaku Nara looked at Uchiha Yo and sighed inwardly. This Uchiha youth is not merely a formidable fighter. He truly knows how to play chess. Hayashi Hyuga also nodded slowly. Lady Tsunade is indeed suitable. With the Hyuga having spoken, the other clans also began weighing the matter quickly. Inoichi Yamanaka said, Lady Tsunade's strength and prestige are more than sufficient for her to serve as the 5th Hokage. Choza Akimichi nodded. I agree as well. Sum Inazuka said in a low voice. Compared with the current chaos inside the village, Lady Tsunade's return truly can steady people's hearts. Shibi Aburame also said calmly. The Senju name will be accepted by the villagers. Soon the candidates the major clans had quietly prepared were set aside. Jiraiya, suitable. But he was far too carefree and he might not be willing to return. Shikaku Nara, clever, but his strength and prestige were not enough to suppress Konoha's turmoil. Hayashi Hyuga, his status was fitting, but the Hyuga clan's internal issues were too sensitive. Fugaku Uchiha, bringing him up now would simply be asking for a beating. By comparison, Tsunade was simply the optimal choice. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe again and gave a soft cough. Tsunade is indeed the right choice. However, she has been away from the village for years. As for her exact whereabouts, now the village has no reliable intelligence. Hamura Mitokado frowned and said, to bring Tsunade back, we need to send reliable personnel. Kohara Yutane, whose authority had just been suspended, looked extremely grim, but could not help saying, Tsunade has always been headstrong. Ordinary shinobi may not be able to persuade her to return. In the meeting room, everyone fell silent once more. True, Tsunade was a fine choice. But the question was, where was she? Even if they found her, would she be willing to come back? At that moment, Uchiha Yo tapped the table lightly. I'll go find her. Everyone looked at him again. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. You? Uchiha Yo nodded. Since she was my recommendation, it falls to me to invite her back. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him. Tsunade is no ordinary ninja. Uchiha Yo said flatly. And I am no ordinary Uchiha. In the meeting room, quite a few clan heads twitched at the corners of their mouths. Those words were arrogant. But no one could refute them. After all, this man had cut down Danzo last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice, with your strength, finding Tsunade is indeed more than enough. However, he glanced at Shisui and Itachi behind Uchiha Yo. You're bringing them as well. Uchiha Yo nodded. Shisui and Itachi will accompany me. Shisui was taken aback. Itachi also looked at him. Clearly neither had known about this arrangement beforehand. A flicker of doubt passed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Uchiha Yo going after Tsunade alone would already be enough. Even if he did encounter Tsunade refusing to return with Uchiha Yo's current strength, he was fully capable of handling it. There was no need to take Shisui and Itachi away as well. After all, the two of them were now important combat power for the Uchiha. They were also among the most sensitive figures in Konoha right now. What did Uchiha Yo really intend to do by taking them out of the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked reason. Uchiha Yo replied calmly. First, Shisui is skilled in the body flicker and Jinjutsu, which makes it easier to find traces. Second, Itachi is familiar with Anbu intelligence routes, which helps track down Lady Tsunade's whereabouts. Third, He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha has just gone through last night's chaos. I don't feel at ease leaving the two of them in the village where some remnant forces might target them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened slightly. These words were almost like pointing at him and saying, I don't trust your Hokage tower. In the meeting room, many clan heads lowered their heads to drink tea, pretending they had heard nothing. Narashikako laughed inwardly. Uchiha Yo's tongue truly never let anyone get the better of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Fine. By now he no longer had much reason to force Shisui and Itachi to remain. Danzo was dead. Root had been disbanded. If he still showed a strong desire to control Shisui and Itachi, it would only make the Uchiha more vigilant. Uchiha Yo nodded. Then it settled. I'll leave within 3 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, as soon as possible. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage successor for long. Uchiha Yo smiled. Don't worry. I want Tsunade to come back even more than you do. The others couldn't glean much from this sentence. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart inexplicably gave a jolt. He suddenly felt that Uchiha Yo's recommendation of Tsunade was by no means merely because she was suitable. This young Uchiha surely had deeper calculations in mind. He just couldn't see them yet. The meeting continued for a while longer. The discussion centered on the dissolution of Root, the composition of the review panel, the abdication process of the Third Hokage, and the arrangements for the mission to search for Tsunade. Throughout the entire process, Uchiha Yo said very little. But whenever he said one sentence, everyone in the meeting room listened carefully. That was the deterrence brought by last night's battle. In the past, the Uchiha always had their words suppressed by the higher-ups at Konoha meetings. But today no one dared to casually suppress Uchiha Yo. Because he held dossiers in his hands. He had the Uchiha behind him. And in his eyes was the eternal Mangekyo. And he had just slain Danzo. After the meeting, the heads of the major clans left one by one. Many of them cast a deep look at Uchiha Yo before leaving. They knew that a new era for Konoha had already begun. And this new era could not bypass Uchiha Yo. In the corridor of the Hokage building, Shisui finally couldn't hold back and asked, why are you taking Itachi and me to find Tsunade? Itachi was also looking at him. Uchiha Yo did not answer at once. Only when the three of them reached an empty corner did he say calmly, because the one we're going to see is not just Tsunade. Shisui was stunned. Who else? Uchiha Yo said Jiraiya. Itachi's brow moved slightly. Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin. Uchiha Yo nodded. Right? The 2 of them are very useful for our subsequent plans. Shisui asked, subsequent plans. Uchiha Yo looked at Konoha outside the window. I'll tell you both together when we meet Tsunade and Jiraiya. But the most important thing right now is to stabilize the Uchiha. Disband Root. Reorganize Anbu. And above all, face the probing of other ninja villages during Konoha's period of weakness. Relying on Tsunade alone won't be enough for all this. Jiraiya must know the truth. Itachi said in a low voice, you want Jiraiya to stand on our side. Uchiha Yo shook his head. No, I want him to stand on the side of Konoha's future. Shisui was silent for a moment, then suddenly understood. Tsunade returning to the village was to be the new Hokage. Jiraiya returning to the village was deterrence. With 2 of the 3 Sannin stepping forward, the shock, caused by the Third Hokage's abdication, would be greatly weakened. At the same time, it would also keep Sarutobi's old subordinates and the advisory system from continuing to drag things down. More importantly, with Tsunade and Jiraiya around, the other ninja villages would not dare to test Konoha rashly. Itachi looked at Uchiha Yo with a complicated expression. So you were thinking about this step as early as last night? Uchiha Yo said calmly, even earlier. Shisui couldn't help a wry smile. Exactly how far ahead have you calculated? Uchiha Yo glanced at him. Not enough. The trouble that comes later is far more difficult to handle than Danzo. Shisui and Itachi fell silent at the same time. If it had been before, they might have thought Uchiha Yo was thinking too far ahead. But after the night of the clan's annihilation, they already knew that Yo never made a move without purpose. Uchiha Yo continued, on this trip you two have one more task. Itachi asked what? Uchiha Yo looked at them, the corners of his mouth lifting. See the shinobi world outside Konoha with your own eyes. Don't keep staring at the village and the clan compound. One of you used to trust Konoha too much. And the other used to want to sacrifice himself too much. You both need to go out and clear your heads. Shisui, Itachi. Those words were hard to hear. But they were very Uchiha Yo. Shisui sighed softly. You really have become more and more unsparing with your words. Uchiha Yo said flatly, back when I was polite, the Uchiha nearly went extinct. Shisui had nothing to say to that. Itachi meanwhile looked out the window, leaving the village, finding Tsunade, meeting Jiraiya, explaining what had changed in Konoha. This mission would probably not be simple. And in Uchiha Yo's eyes a trace of profound meaning flickered. Tsunade, Jiraiya. These 2 were the keys to whether Konoha's new order could stabilize. Moreover, there was another point about Tsunade that interested him greatly. The Senju bloodline, medical ninjutsu, the 100 healing jutsu, and the medical system that would allow his future eternal Mangekyo technique, uranium core temporal shift, to truly exert its strategic role. The corners of Uchiha Yo's mouth lifted slightly. Lady Tsunade, I hope you won't be too hard to invite. Otherwise I might have to be a little more forceful. After the Hokage meeting ended, Uchiha Yo did not linger in the Hokage tower. He knew very well that Konoha was now in its most sensitive phase. Danzo was dead. Root had been disbanded. The Third Hokage was about to step down. Tsunade had not yet returned to the village. At this moment the old order of Konoha was outwardly collapsing, but in truth, it was also the critical juncture when every faction was placing new bets. The more critical this moment, the less they could afford to delay. Whoever determined the candidate for the 5th Hokage first would seize the initiative in the coming reform of Konoha. Uchiha compound. Uchiha Fugaku was already waiting at the clan head's residence. When Uchiha Yu returned with Shisui and Itachi, Fugaku did not look too surprised. He cast a glance at the three of them and asked in a low voice, "How did the meeting go?" Uchiha Yu said directly, "Root is formally disbanded. The military police department will take part in the review. The 3rd Hokage will abdicate in 3 days. The candidate for Hokage is tentatively Tsunade." Fugaku's eyes flickered. Tsunade's. He had originally thought that Uchiha Yu might take the opportunity to put forward himself, or at least Shisui. He never expected it to be Tsunade. But Fugaku was after all the clan head, and he quickly understood Uchiha Yu's intention. Tsunade was the Senju princess, one of the 3 Sannin, and a student of the 3rd Hokage. Her assumption of the Hokage position would stabilize Konoha to the greatest extent. More importantly, Tsunade did not belong to the core interest block of the old system built around Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo. Once she returned to the village, she would have enough legitimacy to purge Root and reform Konoha. Fugaku nodded slowly. "This candidate is excellent." Uchiha Yu said, "I will take Shisui and Itachi out of the village to find Tsunade. As for the clan, we will leave that to the clan head." Fugaku said in a low voice, "Rest assured, the Uchiha have just gone through a great upheaval. I will steady the clan." As he said this, he looked at Itachi. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. After last night, Itachi's standing within the clan had completely changed. In the past, clan members had suspected that he was the village's blade. But now on the night when the clan was nearly wiped out, Itachi had turned his blade against Root, personally slain Root agents, and exposed to their faces how Danzo had used Sasuke to threaten him. The clan's hostility toward him had already greatly diminished. Itachi looked at Fugaku as well, and bowed his head slightly. "Father." Fugaku was silent for a moment, then said, "Take care of yourself." Itachi's eyes flickered. "Yes." Fugaku looked at Uchiha Yu again. Tsunade is not an easy person to convince. She has been away from the village for years, and may not have much attachment to Konoha left." Uchiha Yu smiled. "I know, that is precisely why I have to go in person." Fugaku did not say anything more. He had already seen Uchiha Yu's methods. Since you said he could bring Tsunade back, it meant there was already a plan in his mind. After briefly settling clan affairs, Uchiha Yu, Shisui, and Itachi did not remain. That very day the 3 of them left Konoha directly. Outside Konoha, 3 silhouettes moved swiftly through the forest. Shisui glanced at Uchiha Yu ahead of him, and could not help asking, "You, where should we go now to find Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya?" Itachi also looked at him. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both Sannin. But the Sannin had spent years traveling outside, and their whereabouts were uncertain. Finding them in a short time would not be easy. Uchiha Yu did not slow his pace, and said with a faint smile, "The 3 Sannin are also known as the Lecher, the Gambler, and the Poisoner." Shisui was startled. "The Lecher, the Gambler, and the Poisoner?" Itachi's eyes also stirred slightly. Uchiha Yu said, "Jiraiya is the Lecher. Tsunade is the Gambler. Orochimaru is the Poisoner. So finding them does not require overthinking. To find Jiraiya, go to pleasure quarters, hot spring inns, and lively towns. To find Tsunade, go to casinos, gambling dens, and the places where the most gambling debts are owed. To find Orochimaru, go to mass graves, laboratories, and gutters." Shisui. Itachi. A corner of Shisui's mouth twitched. "Is it really okay to talk about the 3 Sannin like that?" Uchiha Yu said calmly. "The truth usually does not sound pleasant." Itachi was silent for a moment, and could not help feeling that this made sense. Uchiha Yu continued, "We will split into shadow clones. Go to the major towns, casinos, hot spring streets, and pleasure quarters to gather information. As soon as we find the target, dispel the shadow clone. The original body will go straight there." Shisui nodded. "Good plan." Itachi also said, "It is the most efficient way." The 3 of them formed hand seals at the same time. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Dozens of shadow clones scattered and set off in different directions. The 3 original bodies continued heading toward Tanzaka Town. Tanzaka Town. In Uchiha Yu's memory, it was an important location in the original story where Naruto found Tsunade. Tsunade loved to gamble. Tanzaka Town was also a famous entertainment town in the Land of Fire. The probability of her appearing nearby was extremely high. One day later. Dusk. Outside a pleasure quarter. Uchiha Yu's shadow clone stood by the roadside watching a tall white-haired man not far away. The man was sprawled at a second-floor window holding a telescope and grinning lecherously. That smile. That posture. That white hair. No need to confirm any further. Jiraiya. The shadow clone's mouth twitched. One of the 3, Sannin Jiraiya. He truly lives up to his reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow clone dispersed. Bang. The memory was transmitted back to the original body. Uchiha Yu, who was hurrying along, stopped in his tracks. Shisui asked, "Found him?" Uchiha Yu nodded. "We found Jiraiya first." Itachi asked, "Where?" Uchiha Yu glanced at the 2 of them. "A pleasure quarter." Shisui. Itachi. Although they had already prepared themselves mentally, hearing the actual answer still silenced both of them. Uchiha Yu said calmly, "Let's go. Among the 3 Sannins, Lecher, Gambler, and Poisoner, we go bring back the Lecher first." Half an hour later. Pleasure Street. Jiraiya was immersed in the joy of gathering material. Telescope in hand, he muttered softly. This pose isn't bad. This material works too. Truly real art comes from life. Just as he was enjoying the view, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya's body stiffened. He turned around slowly. 3 young people dressed in Uchiha clothing were standing quietly behind him. Especially the black-haired youth at the lead. His calm gaze gave Jiraiya a very bad feeling. Jiraiya coughed dryly, put away his telescope at once, and said with a serious face. Ahem. Who are you? What business do you have with this sage? Uchiha Yu looked at him. Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi. By order of the meeting to select the next Hokage, we have come to find Tsunade and ask her to succeed as the 5th Hokage. The frivolity on Jiraiya's face vanished in an instant. The Uchiha. He looked the 3 of them over. Doubt and wariness crept into his eyes. Though he had traveled outside Konoha for years, that did not mean he knew nothing about what was happening inside the village. He had heard a little about the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Under normal circumstances, a mission to look for Tsunade should have been carried out by Anbu. Why was it the Uchiha? And why the most brilliant members of the younger Uchiha generation? Jiraiya frowned and asked, Where's the old man? Why didn't Anbu come to find me and Tsunade? Uchiha Yu said evenly. Once we find Tsunade, we will explain everything. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeper. It sounds like no small matter. Shisui said seriously. It truly is not a small matter. Itachi also said calmly. Great changes have taken place in Konoha. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Yu. If you want Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage, why do you need me? Uchiha Yu said. Because Tsunade may not be willing to return to the village. And you are the most suitable person to persuade her. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Where is she? Uchiha Yu looked in the direction of Tanzaku town. If I am not mistaken, she will be found soon. That night, near Tanzaku Street, outside a casino, another shadow clone of Uchiha Yu finally found its target. However, the one found was not the blonde older woman everyone had pictured. Instead, she was a little girl who looked only 13 or 14. Blonde hair, brown eyes, a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Beside her followed a black-haired girl holding a small pig, Hiruzen, and a small pig named Taunton. The shadow clone stood at the alley entrance watching that little girl with a strange expression. Tsunade. She had actually turned herself into this. The next moment the shadow clone was dispelled. Its memories returned to the main body. Uchiha Yu's footsteps halted. Jiraiya asked, Found her? Uchiha Yu nodded. Found her. Jiraiya's face lit up. Where? Uchiha Yu was silent for a moment. Near the casino. Jiraiya was not surprised at all. That figures. Uchiha Yu added, but she's currently in the form of a little girl in her teens. Jiraiya what? Shisui huh? Itachi. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. A woman who's decades old still pulling tricks like that. Uchiha Yu said calmly, there may be a reason. Soon the group arrived near the casino. Sure enough, at a street corner, they saw the blonde little girl. She was pulling Hiruzen about to turn and leave. But before she had taken more than a few steps, a roar suddenly came from behind. Don't let the big fat sheep get away. She owes us 3 million Rio. Grab her. She shrank again. Don't be fooled by her. A crowd of casino thugs came charging over. Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately covered his face. Tsunade, you really haven't changed at all. The blonde little girl stiffened at the familiar voice. She slowly turned her head. The moment she saw Jiraiya, her face darkened. Jiraiya? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Tsunade, you're decades old, and yet you turn into a kid to dodge debts. A vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead. Shut up. The moment the words left her mouth, the debt collectors charged over. Uchiha Yu glanced at Itachi. Itachi understood at once. His 3-tomo Sharingan flickered. The debt collectors all froze in place. The next moment each of them turned and walked away with a bewildered expression. Huh, where are they? Looks like we chased the wrong way. Let's go look over there. Tsunade glanced at Itachi. Uchiha. Then she looked at Jiraiya. You brought an Uchiha to see me. Jiraiya shrugged. I didn't bring them. They found me first, then they found you. Tsunade frowned. What do you want with me? Uchiha Yu looked at her and said calmly, Lady Tsunade. Konoha needs you to return to the village and take over as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade. Hiruzen. Even though Jiraiya had known the purpose all along, his expression still sank at these words. Tsunade was silent for a few seconds. Then she gave a scornful laugh. Hokage. Who died? She looked at Jiraiya. Did the old man die? Jiraiya frowned. That's an awful thing to say. Tsunade sneered. Knowing Master Sarutobi's personality, if he were still alive, how could he willingly step down? At that, Jiraiya fell silent too. He knew the 3rd Hokage too well. Tsunade was right. If there hadn't been a major upheaval, the 3rd would never have abdicated so easily. Uchiha Yu looked at Shisui and Itachi. You two tell her. Shisui nodded. Then he and Itachi recounted everything around the night of the massacre in full detail. From Danzo moving against Uchiha Yu, to Danzo seizing Shisui's Mangekyo, to Itachi being threatened by Sasuke, to Root's night raid on the Uchiha compound, to the Uchiha fighting back, to Danzo being beheaded by Uchiha Yu, and to the 3rd Hokage being forced to abdicate in 3 days. As the two spoke, the faces of Tsunade and Jiraiya grew more and more solemn. Especially when he heard that Danzo had used Sasuke to threaten Itachi. Jiraiya's face darkened completely. Danzo. He actually went that far. Tsunade laughed even more coldly. Root. Human experiments. The massacre. driving Konoha's white fang to his death. Huh. Her fist slowly clenched. The Konoha my grandfather built, they really have made a terrible mess of it. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha. So you killed Danzo right in front of the old man. Uchiha nodded. Yes. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew the third Hokage's strength all too well. Even in old age he was beyond what an ordinary Kage-level ninja could match. For Uchiha to cut down Danzo right in front of the third Hokage showed that both his strength and his planning far exceeded his age. Tsunade also looked at Uchiha. She gave him a once-over. Uchiha brat, you've got some nerve. Uchiha said calmly, if I didn't have nerve the Uchiha would already have been wiped out. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. She couldn't refute that. The group moved to a private room in a nearby tavern. Tsunade released her transformation and returned to the familiar adult form everyone knew. She picked up a sake cup and downed it in one gulp. So you came looking for me to be the fifth Hokage? Uchiha nodded. Yes. Tsunade answered without hesitation no. Shisui's expression changed slightly. Itachi frowned too. Jiraiya seemed to have expected this and sighed. Tsunade, Konoha really needs you right now. Tsunade said coldly, Konoha needs me. Konoha needed Nawaki too. It needed Dan. It needed the White Fang too. And in the end, this Hokage thing. Only a fool would be willing to take it. She slammed her cup heavily onto the table. I have no interest in going back to clean up that mess. Shisui couldn't help saying Lady Tsunade, Konoha needs a new Hokage to stabilize the situation. Tsunade glanced at him. Then let someone else go. Itachi said quietly, you are the most suitable person. Tsunade sneered. Suitable? Just because I'm suitable I have to go. Do I owe Konoha anything? Shisui and Itachi were at a loss for words. Tsunade was no ordinary kunoichi. She was one of the Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and someone who had endured countless losses. Simply urging her to return for Konoha's sake was useless. Her feelings for Konoha were too complicated. That was why she was the hardest to persuade. Seeing that Tsunade was immune to both soft words and hard pressure, Shisui and Itachi were growing anxious. But Uchiha remained calm throughout. Instead of continuing to urge Tsunade, he suddenly looked at Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, let me ask you a question. Jiraiya was taken aback. Ask me. Uchiha nodded. What conditions do you think are needed for people to truly understand one another? The private room suddenly fell quiet. Jiraiya's eyes changed in an instant. This question was too important to him. He had traveled the shinobi world for years, writing books, observing and searching for the so-called child of prophecy, all in search of an answer that could bring peace to the world and let people understand one another. Shisui and Itachi also looked at Uchiha at the same time. They longed for such a world too. On the surface, Tsunade showed contempt, but a faint flicker passed through her eyes. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. He wanted to say love. He wanted to say conviction. He wanted to say legacy. He wanted to say the future of children. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say them. Because he knew that these answers were too hollow. After a long time, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. If I knew the answer, I wouldn't have kept wandering outside. Uchiha nodded. Then let me ask it differently. Why, after the shinobi village system was established, did several great ninja wars still break out within decades? The moment this question was asked, everyone in the room fell silent. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said conflicts of interest between the great nations. Shisui said the accumulation of hatred. Itachi said shinobi are treated as tools of war by nations, and villages must obey the daimyo and the mission system. Tsunade said coldly, an ambition. The ambition of Kage, the ambition of daimyo, the ambition of ninja clans. Each of them gave their own view. Uchiha did not interrupt. It was not until everyone had stopped that he shook his head. What you've said are all objective causes. The real root is survival. Everyone looked at him at once. Uchiha picked up his sake cup, but did not drink. He merely swirled it gently. Let me give an example. The land of fire has fertile land and abundant resources. The land of wind is filled with sandstorms and barren earth. If this year the land of wind suffers severe sandstorm disasters, grain production falls sharply and famine breaks out in the country. While the neighboring land of fire, though also affected by disaster, still has surplus grain. Then if you were the daimyo of the land of wind, what would you do? No one in the room answered immediately, but in truth everyone knew the answer. Take it. If you can't buy it, take it. If negotiation fails, fight. If you don't fight, your people will starve. If you do fight, there is still a chance to live. Uchiha continued, this is not a question of good and evil. It is a question of survival. If the land of wind does not fight, its own people die. If the land of fire does not defend, its own people die. Both nations believe they are not in the wrong. That is how war begins. Jiraiya's expression became more serious than ever before. So you believe hatred is only the result. The unequal distribution of survival resources is the fundamental cause. Uchiha nodded. Shinobi are merely the blades of war. Why does the blade swing? Because behind it someone is hungry, someone fears death, someone wants to live better. As long as the 5 great nations remain divided, as long as resources are held by different interest groups, as long as daimyo and shinobi villages each govern separately, war will never truly end. Tsunade looked at Uchiha and her eyes turned serious as well. She had originally thought he was just an overly aggressive Uchiha brat. But now she suddenly realized that this brat viewed the shinobi world with a cooler head than many Kage. Jiraiya asked in a low voice, then do you have a solution? At that the eyes of Shisui, Itachi, Tsunade, and Shizun all fell on Uchiha. Uchiha smiled faintly. I do. Jiraiya's breath caught. What is it? Uchiha Yu did not answer immediately. He looked at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, if you want to hear the answer that's fine. But there's a condition. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You dare to bargain with me? Uchiha Yu said calmly, I dare to kill Danzo. Bargaining with you is already being courteous. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. This brat truly had no fear of death. Tsunade sneered. Speak. Uchiha Yu said you agree to return to Konoha and take over as the 5th Hokage. Then I will tell you the answer. Tsunade scoffed. One answer, and you want me to go back and be Hokage. Uchiha Yu looked at her. It is not only an answer. It is a path that can truly change the shinobi world. Tsunade fell silent. Jiraiya also looked at her. He was eager to know the answer, as were Sasuke and Itachi. Tsunade stared at Uchiha Yu for a long while. At last she uttered a cold snort. Fine. If your answer amounts to nothing but a child's whimsy, I shall depart without another word. Agreed. Yet should you find merit in it, return to Konoha. Tsunade spoke with icy precision. Proceed. Uchiha Yu set down his wine glass. His voice was level, yet it struck the ears of all present like a peal of thunder. Unification of the shinobi world. An absolute silence descended upon the private room. Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply. Sasuke and Itachi were likewise struck dumb. Shizune nearly let Tonton tumble from her embrace. Tsunade's expression darkened. Pray tell, what have you just said? Uchiha Yu met her gaze and spoke with deliberate clarity. Only through the unification of the shinobi world can the scourge of war be addressed at its core. Konoha today resembles a microcosm of the shinobi world. Among the Uchiha Hyuga Ino Shikacho Aburame Nara, each clan bears its grievances. Yet why has no great war erupted? Because there is the Hokage. Within Konoha resides a singular, overriding order. Should friction arise between clans, it must still be adjudicated beneath that very order. Jiraiya spoke in a grave tone. You would make the entirety of the shinobi world into a single enlarged village. Uchiha Yu gave a nod. Precisely so. Unified resource allocation. Consolidated military authority. Standardized educational framework. Uniform mission protocols. Diminish the daimyo's grip upon matters of war. Let the shinobi cease to be mere weapons wielded by feudal lords. Rather become the stewards of a unified shinobi order. Tsunade offered no reply. Uchiha Yu pressed on. Should the land of wind suffer grain shortages, the land of fire shall provide. Should civil unrest plague the land of water, the collective framework shall intervene. When the land of lightning seeks to swell its ranks, uniform military codes shall impose limits. When the land of earth erects trade barriers, the unified council shall impose sanctions. Shinobi villages shall cease to settle disputes through mutual slaughter. Instead, they would navigate their differences within a higher order. Itachi murmured. And what of hatred? Each village harbors depths of grievance against the others. Uchiha Yu regarded him. Hence patience is required. Even after unification, we must foster intermarriage between villages, blended educational systems, and joint mission deployments. Let the youth of every nation come of age within a single shared framework. Let a shinobi of Tsunade wed one from Konoha. Let a warrior of Kimogakure pair with one from Kirigakure on joint squads. Let the Uchiha and Hyuga clash within a common council chamber rather than exchange blows upon the battlefield. Within a generation or two, the poison of hatred shall be gradually washed away by kinship, shared interest, and a common order. A flicker of turmoil surfaced within Sasuke's eyes. This course appeared far more brutal than mere words of mutual understanding. Yet it rang truer to reality. Jiraiya spoke gravely. The unification of the shinobi world will necessarily birth wars. Uchiha Yu offered no denial. Indeed, I have never claimed this to be a pristine road. Yet if we persist in allowing the 5 great shinobi villages to sunder one another, do you imagine war shall not follow? The first shinobi war. The second. The third. Think you the dead were few? Perchance a 4th war, a 5th lie ahead, should this continue. He turned his gaze to Jiraiya. You seek the child of prophecy, hoping he shall bring mutual understanding to this fractured world. Yet I say unto you, understanding is not conjured by empty rhetoric. It is forged generation by generation through shared interest, shared order, and shared life. Without a unifying order, understanding is but a hollow platitude. Jiraiya fell silent. He wished to counter, yet found no argument potent enough to wield. Tsunade cradled her wine cup, neither setting it down nor raising it to her lips. Her gaze upon Uchiha Yu grew intricate. You would aspire to be the Hokage of the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Yu smiled. No. The title of Hokage is far too narrow. Tsunade fell speechless. Jiraiya could only stare. Sasuke and Itachi exchanged a glance. The audacity of the statement was staggering. Yet spoken by Uchiha Yu, it felt altogether unsurprising. He pressed on. I shall not cry out for the unification of the shinobi world from the outset. Such bluster would merely drive every village to unite against me. The first step, secure Konoha. The second, restore Konoha as the preeminent power in the shinobi world. The third step, convene the Chunin examinations anew. Extend invitations to the 4 great villages. Let them witness the strength of our renewed Konoha. Let them also perceive that the contradictions of the old order have reached a breaking point. Tsunade's eyes shifted subtly. You have planned this far ahead. Uchiha Yu replied with quiet calm. Had I been concerned only with the immediate, I would have slain Danzo last night, and no more. I would not have compelled the third to relinquish his seat. Tsunade kept silence. Jiraiya too remained quiet. Sasuke's gaze grew troubled. Itachi's conviction deepened. Uchiha U's ambitions had never been confined to his own clan, nor merely to Konoha. From the night of the clan's destruction, you had already been fixing his sights upon the entire shinobi world. Tsunade emptied her cup in a single draught. The cup crashed against the table. She fixed her gaze upon Uchiha U. Unify the shinobi world. Do you comprehend the sheer madness of those words? Uchiha U smiled. I am aware. Tsunade pressed. Have you no fear of becoming another Uchiha Madara? Uchiha U responded with quiet certainty. Madara's downfall lay in his solitary belief. My path differs. I shall wield Konoha the Uchiha the Senju. All who can be brought to bear. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. You would count me among your instruments. Uchiha U offered no artifice. Naturally, you stand as the fifth Hokage. You are the linchpin in stabilizing Konoha for my designs. Tsunade's lips curled in a cold smile. You possess considerable boldness. Uchiha U met her gaze. Then will you return? Silence reclaimed the private room. Jiraiya's eyes turned to Tsunade. Sasuke and Itachi followed suit. Shizune clutched Taunton closer in nervous apprehension. Tsunade remained still for a long span. At last she rose to her feet. I shall return to Konoha. A spark of hope lit within Sasuke's eyes. Itachi's shoulders relaxed fractionally. Jiraiya offered a complicated smile. Yet Tsunade's next words came forth. Nevertheless, young Uchiha, my return is not for your sake. Uchiha U smiled. It matters not. Tsunade fixed him with an unblinking stare. I return merely to observe. To witness the state of decay into which Konoha founded by my grandfather has fallen. And to discern whether your grand design for shinobi unification is the rambling of a madman. Uchiha U nodded. Understood. Tsunade continued. Should I discern you to be but another Danzo? I shall shatter your skull with my own hands. Uchiha U's smile did not waver. By all means attempt it. A vein pulsed upon Tsunade's brow. Insolent whelp. Jiraiya hurried to intervene. Now. Since Tsunade consents to return, let us first secure her return to Konoha. As for the matter of shinobi unification. He turned to Uchiha U, his countenance bearing an uncharacteristic gravity. I shall watch you closely. Uchiha U replied. You are welcome. Jiraiya spoke in a low tone. I pray you do not forge a new cycle born of fear. Uchiha U met his gaze. Then let us witness together. Let us see whether this shinobi world shall be redeemed by ideals, or by order. A system prompt resonated within Uchiha U's mind. Uchiha U's lips curved upward. Excellent. Tsunade would return. Jiraiya had entered the game. Now the new order of Konoha could truly begin. And upon the chessboard of shinobi unification the first piece had been placed. 3 days later, news had already spread throughout Konoha. Tsunade was coming back. One of the legendary Sannin. Also the candidate about to succeed as the fifth Hokage. Villagers of Konoha gathered on both sides of the street, voices rising and falling in clamor. Is Lady Tsunade really coming back? I heard Uchiha Uranium personally went to invite her back. Uchiha Uranium, the one who killed Danzo. Should keep your voice down. You can't say that so casually now. But Lord Danzo. Know what exactly happened with Danzo's side anyway. I heard Root has been disbanded. I also heard Lord Danzo led men to the Uchiha clan grounds, and was killed by the Uchiha instead. Serves him right, doesn't it? If there was nothing wrong, why would the Hokage step down? These voices were not loud, but they were enough to show that the tide of public opinion in Konoha had been shifting since last night. Root's archives had not yet been fully disclosed, but part of the news had already leaked out. Konoha's White Fang, Uchiha surveillance, Root's human experimentation, Danzo's night raid on the Uchiha clan grounds. These matters weighed on the villagers' hearts, making them question for the first time. Were the things the higher-ups had told them in the past really the whole truth? At the end of the street, several figures slowly approached. At the lead was Tsunade. Golden hair, a purple diamond mark on her forehead, tall and poised with a sharp and imposing aura. Shizune followed beside her holding Taunton. Jiraiya walked with his hands clasped behind his head, looking languid, yet for once, without his usual grin. Uchiha Uranium, Shisui, and Itachi followed behind. The moment the crowd caught sight of Tsunade, the street fell silent. Then cheers erupted. Lady Tsunade. It really is Lady Tsunade. Welcome back to the village. Is Lady Tsunade going to become the fifth Hokage? Tsunade looked at the villagers on both sides, her eyes complex. She had left Konoha many years ago. She had thought she no longer held much attachment to this village. Yet when she stepped back through Konoha's gates and saw these familiar, yet unfamiliar faces, something deep inside her was stirred. This was the village her grandfather had built. It was also a place that had buried too much of her pain. Nawaki, and the gradually fading traces of the Senju clan. Tsunade clenched her fist and murmured, Konoha. It's been a long time. Uchiha Uranium stood behind her and said coolly, done being moved? A vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead. You little brat, can't you just stay quiet for a moment? Uchiha Uranium replied calmly, no. There's still a bunch of old fossils at the Hokage Tower waiting for you to deal with. Tsunade. Jiraiya gave a dry cough nearby. Uranium, be a bit more tactful. Uchiha Uranium glanced at him. Then let me put it another way. There are still a batch of legacy problems from the old era awaiting Lady Tsunade's resolution at the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. That was not much more tactful. Tsunade, however, let out a cold laugh. Legacy problems from the old era. Fine. Let me see just what the third Hokage and those two advisors have turned grandfather's Konoha into. Hokage Tower. In the meeting room, the clan heads of Konoha had all gathered once again. The third Hokage sat in the main seat, his face looking even more aged than a few days before. Hamura Mitokaze and Konoha Uranium were also present. Although Uchiha Uranium had demanded that their authority be suspended, the formal procedures had not yet been fully completed. So today the two of them still sat in their advisor positions. However, their expressions were extremely unpleasant, especially when Tsunade pushed open the door and walked into the meeting room. Konoha Uranium instinctively furrowed her brow. Tsunade, you finally returned. Tsunade glanced at her and said coldly, what? Not welcome. Konoha Uranium's face stiffened. Hamura Mitokaze said in a deep voice, Tsunade, the situation in Konoha is special right now. Since you're back, you should first understand the situation in the village properly and not be used by certain people. As he said this, his gaze deliberately swept toward Uchiha Uranium. Uranium sat down in the Uchiha seat, his expression calm, too lazy to even retort. Because today's protagonist was not him. It was Tsunade. Sure enough. Tsunade slowly walked to the conference table, pressed both hands on its surface, and looked at Hamura Mitokaze. Certain people? Who do you mean? Hamura Mitokaze frowned. You should know who I'm talking about. Tsunade sneered. I don't know. Why don't you say the name out loud? Hamura Mitokaze's face darkened. Tsunade, you just returned to the village. Don't act on impulse. Konoha needs stability right now. This isn't the time for you to pick sides the moment you're back. Tsunade's gaze turned icy. Stability. She picked up a root archive from the table and slammed it hard on the conference table. Root human experimentation. The Uchiha extermination plan. Records of spreading rumors about Konoha's White Fang. Danzo privately training suicide troops. And you call this stability? Hamura Mitokaze said in a low voice, these matters still need to be reviewed. Hearing his words, a cold smile surfaced on Tsunade's face. The next second, bang, she slammed her fist onto the conference table. Boom. The heavy table shattered into pieces on the spot. Everyone in the meeting room changed expression. Konoha Uranium and Hamura Mitokaze were so frightened their bodies went rigid. Tsunade slowly raised her head and stared coldly at the two of them. Review. You two turned my grandfather's Konoha into this mess. And you still have the nerve to talk to me about review. Danzo is dead. Root is disbanded. Even the third Hokage is stepping down. And the two of you still want to sit here and teach me how to do things. The entire meeting room fell into a terrifying silence. Jiraiya stood at the door and rubbed his nose. Still the same temper after all. Uchiha Uranium's lips curled slightly. This was right. For Tsunade to take the helm, this was exactly the momentum she needed. What the old Konoha leadership excelled at most now was stalling, reviewing procedures, and stability. They wanted to keep using those old tricks to wear down reform. But Tsunade would not indulge them. She was not Uchiha Uranium. Her methods were even simpler than his. Not convinced. One punch. Konoha Uranium said furiously, Tsunade. This is disrespect toward the advisors of Konoha. Tsunade said coldly, starting today you two are no longer advisors. Hamura Mitokaze's face changed. What did you say? Tsunade turned to the third Hokage. Hiruzen-sensei. The things you promised last night haven't been fully carried out yet, have they? The third Hokage was silent for a moment, then spoke with a weary voice, Konoha Hamura. Your advisory authority is temporarily suspended. Konoha Uranium looked at him in disbelief. Hiruzen. Hamura Mitokaze's face also turned ashen. Are you really going to listen to the Uchiha and Tsunade? The third Hokage closed his eyes. Enough. The current Konoha can no longer bear the burden of the old system. At these words, the two advisors were completely frozen. They never imagined that Hiruzen Sarutobi would actually abandon them. In truth, the third Hokage did not want to protect them. It was simply that he could not. Danzo was dead. Root's archives were in Uchiha hands. Tsunade had returned to the village. All the great clans were watching. If he insisted on shielding Konoha Uranium and Hamura Mitokaze at such a time, he would completely lose his credibility as Hokage. Tsunade sat down beside the main seat and looked at all the clan heads. I know you've all been waiting here today for an answer. I didn't come back to this village to clean up someone else's mess. Nor am I here to be a figurehead. If I take over as the fifth Hokage, the first thing I'll do is liquidate Root. The second thing is to reorganize the Anbu. The third thing is to reform the police department. The fourth thing is to reopen the investigation into the White Fang incident. Inside the meeting room, every clan leader stiffened. Hitaki Sakomo. That name carried a different weight for many, especially for the veteran Jonin. Even if none of them were present today, once this case was reopened, the entire Jonin class would be shaken. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned complicated. But he did not stop it. He knew this was a price that had to be paid. Tsunade continued, I will also establish a review archive for the victims of Root. All those forcibly conscripted by Root, branded with the tongue eradication seal, or involved in illegal experiments will be documented. The guilty will be tried. The victims will be saved. Those who died will be accounted for to their families. Yamanaka and Noichi's eyes flickered. Narashikaku also nodded slowly. If this could truly be done, it would indeed stabilize the hearts of the ninja clans and the Anbu. Tsunade turned to look at Uchiha Yu. As for the Uchiha, everyone in the room looked at Uchiha Yu again. Tsunade said in a low voice, the Uchiha police force retains its core authority. But in the future, members from all clans will gradually participate. The Uchiha will remain the leading force of the police force. Other Konoha clans may dispatch members to collaborative departments. The moment this proposal was made, many clan leaders' eyes flickered. The Uchiha's monopoly on the police force over the years had long caused friction. But if the Uchiha were stripped of their police power outright, they would surely be dissatisfied. Tsunade's plan was ingenious. It preserved the Uchiha's dominant position, yet it brought other clans into participation. It saved the Uchiha's face, while giving other clans room to be involved. Uchiha, you said calmly. The Uchiha have no objections. As soon as Uchiha you spoke, the matter was essentially settled. The other clans naturally had no objections either. Inuzuka Tsum was the first to say the Inuzuka clan can send people to assist in the police collaboration. Aburame Shibi also said the Aburame clan can do the same. Hyuga Hayashi said solemnly the Hyuga clan is willing to help. Narashikaku smiled lightly. The Inoshikacho will support it as well. Tsunade looked around at everyone. Very well. In that case, does anyone still object to my becoming the 5th Hokage? In the meeting room no one spoke. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura's faces were livid, but they no longer had any say. The 3rd Hokage looked at Tsunade with both relief and loss in his eyes. Tsunade, I am entrusting Konoha to you. Tsunade glanced at him. Her feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen were complicated. Teacher. Hokage. The man who had indulged the old darkness. She could not simply hate him, nor could she completely forgive him. In the end she only said flatly, Teacher. You should rest now. The 3rd Hokage's body trembled slightly. Then he gave a wry smile. Yes, I should rest too. The meeting ultimately approved it. Tsunade would formally assume the position of 5th Hokage in 3 days. As they left the meeting room, the clan heads' attitudes toward Uchiha you had clearly changed. It was wariness laced with a trace of recognition. Because they now understood. Uchiha you had not forcibly pushed the Uchiha into power. He had pushed Tsunade instead. This proved that he was not a mere Uchiha radical. He genuinely wanted to reshape the order of Konoha. Of course, where he himself would stand in this new order was another matter. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade stood at the railing looking down at Konoha. Jiraiya stood beside her. Uchiha you leaned against something not far away. Tsunade suddenly spoke. You little brat. Satisfied now? Uchiha you said indifferently. Not bad. A vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead. Not bad. I just held back those 2 old geezers for you. And all I get is, not bad. Uchiha you glanced at her. Don't make it sound like you did it for me. You also did it for Konoha. Tsunade was silent for a moment. You're quite clear about that. Uchiha you said I've always been clear. Jiraiya looked at the 2 of them and suddenly laughed. You 2 are now acting like you're on the same side. Tsunade snorted. Don't misunderstand. I'm only approving his plan for now. If this brat goes off track in the future, I'll beat him up anyway. Uchiha you said calmly, that's only if you can beat me. Tsunade whipped her head around. What did you say? Unfazed Uchiha you said, I was just saying that the Lady Hokage should mind her image. Tsunade took a deep breath. Jiraiya hurriedly intervened. Alright. You've only just taken office. Don't start an internal fight. Tsunade shot Uchiha you a glare. You little brat, once I'm officially in office I'll deal with you. Uchiha you smiled. He did not continue arguing. At this point Tsunade had truly entered the game. The first cornerstone of Konoha's new order had been set. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Tsunade has officially earned the recognition of all Konoha clans. The 5th Hokage succession process has begun. Konoha's old advisory system has collapsed. Phase 2 main quest, the new order of Konoha. Progress increased. Behind the scenes points gained 15000. Current behind the scenes points 120000. Uchiha Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Not bad. Next came deeper reforms. Root would be purged. The Anbu would be reorganized. The police force would be reformed. And a political alliance with Tsunade. But that could not be rushed. The clans of Konoha had to first realize that only when the Senju and the Uchiha were bound together could Konoha truly stabilize. Just then Tsunade suddenly spoke. You. Uchiha you looked at her. What? Tsunade's expression grew more serious. You once said that unifying the ninja world is the fundamental answer to war. Now tell me, what exactly is the first step? Uchiha you straightened up and looked toward the distant Hokage rock. The first step. Make Konoha truly become one. The old leadership must step down. The Uchiha must be reintegrated into the core. The generation of Naruto and Sasuke must not inherit the hatred of the previous generation from the very start. Tsunade frowned. Naruto. Jiraiya's eyes also shifted. Uchiha you said calmly, the 4th Hokage's son. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A child whose identity was hidden by the 3rd Hokage, shunned by the villagers as the demon fox. Tsunade snapped her gaze toward Jiraiya. Minato's son. Jiraiya's face darkened. Naruto. Uchiha you continued, he is also a debt owed by Konoha's old system. Tsunade slowly clenched her fist. Master Sarutobi. Uchiha you looked at her. So Lady 5th Hokage. What you need to settle is not just root. There are also the wounds concealed beneath the will of fire. Tsunade fell silent for a long time. Finally she said in a low voice, take me to see Naruto. A faint smile lifted the corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth. That is exactly what I had in mind. The edge of Konoha. Inside a shabby apartment. A blonde child was hunched over the table eating instant noodles. Between bites he muttered, damn it. Again today no one was willing to sell me a fresh bento. When I become Hokage someday, I'll make everyone treat me to ramen. Just as he spoke a knock came at the door. Naruto was startled. Who is it? He opened the door. and found a group of people standing outside. A blonde young lady, a white-haired weird old man, and a black-haired Uchiha. Naruto blinked. Who are you looking for? Tsunade looked at the child before her. Blonde hair, blue eyes. He looked too much like Minato. Her eyes trembled slightly. Jiraiya fell silent as well. Uchiha Yu looked at Naruto, and said calmly, Naruto Uzumaki. From today on your fate is going to take a different turn. Naruto was baffled. Huh, who are you? Uchiha Yu smiled. The one who will teach you how to be Hokage from now on. Naruto was stunned for 3 seconds. Then his eyes flew wide open. Really? Uchiha Yu nodded. Really? But lesson 1. Put down the instant noodles first. Naruto immediately hugged the bowl. No, this is my dinner. Uchiha Yu looked at the bowl of instant noodles, then glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade's expression was already terrifyingly dark. The 5th Hokage had not yet officially taken office. But in her heart, there was already a first account to settle. Minato's child. The 4th Hokage's orphan. The son of a Konoha hero. He actually lived in a place like this, ate this kind of food, and grew up ostracized by the villagers. Tsunade turned and walked away. Jiraiya asked, where are you going? Tsunade said coldly, to see Master Sarutobi. To ask him if this is how he took care of the 4th Hokage's orphan. Uchiha Yu watched Tsunade's furious retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Good. The new Hokage's second fire had already been lit. On the streets of Konoha, Tsunade was practically dragging Naruto toward the Hokage's office. Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Hey, just who are you people anyway? And you big sis, your grip is way too strong. Tsunade ignored him, her expression growing colder by the moment. Jiraiya walked alongside them, unusually solemn, silently watching the little blonde being hauled along by Tsunade. The more he looked, the heavier his heart became. Minato's child. Yet he had been left to live on the outskirts of the village, eating the worst food, enduring the worst life. Was this still Konoha? Was this the village they had once fought tooth and nail to protect? Uchiha Uranium walked at the rear, his expression calm. He knew that Tsunade was genuinely furious this time, and her fury would prove more effective than any negotiation. At the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk looking exhausted. Hamura Mitokase and Kohor Udatane were also present, neither looking pleased. The previous night's affairs had yet to be fully resolved. Root had been disbanded, Danzo was dead, and the Uchiha still held the files. Just then the door was thrown open. Bang! Tsunade strode in, pulling Naruto along with her. Shizune and Jiraiya followed behind. Uchiha Uranium along with Shisui and Itachi remained outside by the door, not entering immediately. Tsunade's face was cold enough to freeze. Lord Sarutobi. The 3rd Hokage looked up, and seeing Tsunade's expression his heart sank. Tsunade, what is this? Tsunade wasted no time on pleasantries, and shoved Naruto forward. What is the meaning of this? The 3rd Hokage was taken aback. Naruto pushed to the center of the office, looked up at the circle of important figures around him, utterly dazed. What exactly do you people want from me? Koharu frowned. Who is this child? Tsunade let out a cold laugh. You don't even know who he is. She pointed at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Boom. The moment those words were spoken, the office fell utterly silent. Koharu and Hamura were stunned as well. Naruto, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. Huh, Minato. Who? Shizune stood behind them and let out a soft sigh. Jiraiya's expression also darkened. Though he had long known of Naruto's identity, hearing those words again still unsettled him, especially seeing the complete confusion written across Naruto's face. His own disciple's son had been reduced to this by the village. The 3rd Hokage remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Tsunade, this matter. Tsunade cut him off without hesitation. What about this matter? Tell me, why is the son of the 4th Hokage living in a place like that? Why is he surviving on instant ramen? Why is there not a single person in this village willing to take care of him? Why is everyone in Konoha calling him a demon fox? Her voice grew colder with every word. Lord Sarutobi, give me an explanation. The 3rd Hokage's face paled slightly. Of course he knew about Naruto's situation, but he had always believed he had done his best. At least he had given Naruto a place to live and a living allowance. The villagers' hostility was simply too severe, and he had no better solution. But those excuses could not be spoken in front of Tsunade, because she had not come to hear excuses. She had come to hold him accountable. Tsunade sneered. If you couldn't protect him, you should never have kept him in Konoha in the first place. You left the 4th Hokage's child in the village, let him grow up all alone, and then allowed the villagers to treat him like a demon fox. Is this what you call the will of fire? The 3rd Hokage was silent. Naruto stood in the middle listening with a bewildered expression. He didn't quite understand who the 4th Hokage was. But he understood one thing, that perhaps he wasn't an unwanted child after all. At the very least, this big sis seemed to care deeply about it. Naruto asked instinctively, whose son did you say I am? The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone in the office shifted slightly. Tsunade looked at him, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. She crouched down and tried to soften her tone. Your father was the 4th Hokage. Naruto froze. The son of a Hokage. He opened his mouth, but his mind was completely blank. Shizune felt a pang of sorrow seeing him like that. Jiraiya stood off to the side, slowly clenching his fists. The 3rd Hokage closed his eyes. Koharu immediately spoke up. Tsunade, this isn't what you think. Tsunade lifted her head sharply, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Then you tell me, what is it supposed to be? Koharu faltered. Uchiha Uranium stood at the doorway, quietly watching the scene unfold. Tsunade's fire was burning at just the right intensity. She wasn't merely after the truth about Naruto. She wanted the third Hokage to clarify the matter completely. Otherwise Naruto's identity would forever remain a thorn in Konoha's leadership. The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice low. Naruto's identity cannot be made public. Tsunade rose abruptly. Why? The third Hokage was silent. Hamura spoke gravely. The Nine-Tails rampage has just ended and emotions within the village are still unstable. If the fourth son's identity were revealed, Naruto would become an even bigger target. Tsunade sneered. So you let him live alone at the edge of the village. You let the villagers believe he was the demon fox. You let him go without a single decent meal. This is your way of protecting him. The third Hokage's expression turned grim. He knew this matter couldn't be justified, but he still tried to defend himself. I have not mistreated him. The moment those words were spoken, Tsunade's gaze turned utterly frigid. Not mistreated. She pointed at Naruto, her voice suddenly rising. Then tell me, what is this child wearing? Tell me, what does he eat? Tell me, he doesn't even know who his own parents are. You call that not mistreated? The third Hokage was struck silent. Naruto lowered his head and looked at his own clothes, opening his mouth as if to speak. He didn't quite understand why the atmosphere had suddenly become so tense. But he could feel it. This world seemed to contain so many things he had never known before. A father, a mother, a Hokage, and he wasn't an unwanted child after all. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Lord Sarutobi, let me ask you one last time. Do you truly know how the fourth Hokage's son has lived all these years? The third Hokage slowly closed his eyes. Of course he knew, but he had been running from it. Because once he truly looked, he would have to admit that his treatment of Naruto had been inexcusably poor. So poor that it was beneath what a Hokage should do. The atmosphere grew rigid. Only then did Uchiha Uranium speak calmly. Lord Hokage. Everyone turned to look at him. Uchiha Uranium said evenly, this matter did not begin today. Nor did it begin when Tsunade-sama returned. It was sown the moment the fourth Hokage fell in battle. He looked at Naruto. This village treated its hero's child as a threat. It treated the fourth Hokage's orphan as a demon fox, and then told everyone it was for the greater good. Is this the tradition of Konoha? Koharu's expression darkened. Uchiha Uranium, don't use this as an excuse to stir up trouble. Uchiha Uranium looked at her, his tone cold. Stirring up trouble. Advisor-sama, I am merely stating facts. If the facts make you uncomfortable, that is not my problem. Hamura frowned. Uchiha Uranium, are you trying to exploit Naruto's identity for your own agenda? Uchiha Uranium replied indifferently. I have no need to exploit anything. Naruto deserves to know who he is. Concealing the truth will not keep him safe. It will only keep him living inside a lie woven by others. Naruto looked up at him. Though he couldn't fully understand everything, he could sense that this black-haired big brother's words were different from everyone else's. It wasn't hollow pity. It was genuine sincerity, treating him as a child who deserved to be respected. Tsunade looked at Naruto and felt a heavy ache in her heart. She didn't know Naruto well, but once she learned that this child was the son of Minato and Kushina, a natural sense of protectiveness surged within her. He was the child of Jiraiya's disciple, and he was a child that Konoha had wronged. Tsunade straightened herself once more, turning to face the third Hokage. Master Sarutobi, from today onward Naruto is under my charge. The third's eyes snapped open. Tsunade, you intend to take him as your disciple? Tsunade replied coldly, is that not permitted? The third fell silent for a moment. This was of course a good thing. If Tsunade was willing to take Naruto as her disciple, Naruto would not only gain better protection, but also achieve true growth. The problem, however, was that this meant Naruto's identity would be thrust fully into the spotlight. Koharu Uchiha interjected urgently. Tsunade, do you have any idea how sensitive Naruto's situation is right now? By doing this, you'll only make him a bigger target for countless eyes. Tsunade sneered, and things are not sensitive now. A fourth Hokage's child raised by you all as a fox demon. How much worse could it possibly get? Koharu's face flushed red, rendered speechless. At last Jiraiya spoke up. Tsunade is right. Naruto's identity can no longer be hidden. If we keep hiding it, he'll only continue living under the weight of others' stares. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya said in a grave tone, moreover, since Minato and Kushina entrusted the child to the village, then we have no right to let him grow up like this. The third Hokage was silent for a long time, then finally let out a slow sigh. Perhaps. I was wrong. Tsunade said coldly, not perhaps. You were wrong. The third did not refute her, because this time he lacked even the strength to argue. The atmosphere in the meeting room was oppressive. Uchiha Uranium watched the scene unfold, yet he felt perfectly calm. Naruto's identity at this moment had finally begun to return to its proper course. And what came next would no longer be about a child's lineage. It was about the future. About the new order of Konoha. About how to stabilize the village after Tsunade took power. It was also the true starting point of his plan to unify the shinobi world. Tsunade shifted her gaze from the third Hokage to Uchiha Uranium. Now, are you ready to tell me why you were so insistent on my return? Because Konoha needs someone who dares to overturn the table. Tsunade frowned. Are you saying I have a bad temper? Uchiha Uranium said flatly. I'm saying you're useful. Tsunade. Behind her, Shizen barely managed to stifle a laugh. Jiraiya also pressed a hand to his forehead. This kid had a vicious tongue. Uchiha Uranium continued, Tsunade-sama, if you wish to reform Konoha, the first matter is to stabilize Naruto. The second is to drag out all those old accounts, Konoha's White Fang Danzo route, and the Akatsuki organization one by one. The third is to make every clan in Konoha understand that the old era has ended. Tsunade looked at him, her expression gradually growing serious. And what about you? Uchiha Uranium met her gaze. I'll pave the road. You'll take charge of Konoha. Tsunade scoffed, well said. Sounds like you're dragging me here to be your laborer. Uchiha Uranium replied calmly. That's one way to put it. A vein pulsed on Tsunade's forehead. She realized that talking with this brat truly made her blood boil. But strangely she didn't dislike the feeling. Because although Uchiha Uranium's words were sharp, not a single one of them was wasted breath. At that moment Naruto finally snapped out of his shock and stammered, So am I really the son of the fourth Hokage? Tsunade looked at him and nodded. Yes. Naruto's eyes went wide. Then can I become Hokage too someday? Tsunade looked at him, then broke into a smile. Why not? Naruto was completely stunned. Because for as long as he could remember, this was the first time someone had answered that question with real seriousness. Naruto instinctively clenched his fists. I really cannot. Uchiha Uranium glanced at him and said flatly, you can. But first you need to learn not to starve yourself. Naruto. Tsunade. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle as well. Naruto's hair bristled in indignation. What do you all mean by that? Uchiha Uranium said, it means starting tomorrow you're under my tutelage. Naruto blinked. Huh, you're teaching me. Uchiha Uranium nodded. Sasuke will be joining us as well. Naruto, Sasuke's coming too. Uchiha Uranium looked out the window. Yes, the two of you. One's too noisy, the other's too full of himself. It's better to deal with you both at once. Naruto. Tsunade couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead. Already she could picture exactly how much these two kids would be drilled by Uchiha Uranium. Still thinking about it more carefully, it wasn't a bad idea. Naruto needed someone to guide him. And Uchiha Uranium was precisely the most fitting person for the task. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Uranium and suddenly asked, you're genuinely planning to teach Naruto and Sasuke? Uchiha Uranium nodded. Of course. Jiraiya said in a low voice. Why? Uchiha Uranium looked at him. Because they are the future. And the future I desire. Those words made everyone in the room fall silent. Tsunade's gaze flickered. Jiraiya also grew quiet. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a look. All of them understood the implication behind Uchiha Uranium's words. Naruto and Sasuke were not merely children. They were the very foundation upon which Konoha's new order would stand or fall. Uchiha Uranium intended to personally pull them onto the right path himself. This meant he was not merely trying to alter the fate of one or two adults. He truly was remaking the entire shinobi world starting from the next generation. Tsunade looked at Naruto, the anger in her heart gradually subsiding, replaced by a far more complex emotion. She spoke slowly. Naruto. From today onward you'll study under Uranium first. Naruto was taken aback. Really? Tsunade nodded. Of course. Naruto immediately grew excited. Awesome. Does that mean I'll get stronger soon? Uchiha Uranium said flatly, don't celebrate just yet. Your first lesson begins with standing stance. Naruto looked baffled. Standing stance. Uchiha Uranium replied calmly, that's right. Being Hokage isn't achieved through talk alone. You must first learn to stand firm before you can speak of becoming Hokage. Naruto. Tsunade couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth. This brat. He could cut a person down without using a single vulgar word. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and suddenly said in a low voice, you've truly decided to become the fifth Hokage. Tsunade was silent for a moment. She looked at Naruto. She looked at Uchiha Uranium. She looked at this Konoha that her own teacher and the old era had thrown into chaos. Finally she nodded slowly. I'll do it. Though not for those old fossils. I came back to see. To see if Konoha can still be saved. Uchiha Uranium looked at her, a faint smile curving across his lips. It can be saved, and it will become stronger than ever before. A flicker of emotion passed through Tsunade's eyes. Then show me, just how far you this little brat can take Konoha. The system notification chimed in Uchiha Uranium's mind. Tsunade has officially accepted her return to the village in the Konoha reform plan. The process of making Naruto's identity public has commenced. The protagonist has entered the core of Konoha's new order. Main quest progress for Phase 2 has increased. Obtain behind-the-scenes value 10000. Current behind-the-scenes value 130000. Uchiha Uranium's eyes gleamed faintly. Good. Tsunade was secured. Naruto had also begun to return to the proper path. Next, with these two pillars of the future, he would truly begin forging the next generation of Konoha. And his plan to unify the shinobi world could finally step by step be put into practice. 3 days later, at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi removed the Hokage hat and slowly placed it on the desk. At that moment, the entire office fell into a strange silence. At his desk, the third Hokage's gaze swept over everyone present. His expression was weary, yet it carried the calm of a man finally setting down a heavy burden. I hereby announce. As of today, I step down from the position of third Hokage. The moment the words fell, the office fell into complete silence. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mikoto looked extremely unpleasant. Their authority had already been suspended, so they had no qualification to object. But they knew very well that once the third Hokage abdicated, Konoha's old era would truly be over. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not say anything more and simply continued. The position of fifth Hokage will be assumed by Tsunade. Tsunade stood to one side, hands in her pockets, her expression calm. Standing there, she knew she could no longer avoid it. Jiraiya stood not far away, arms crossed, and for once his face lacked the usual devil-may-care grin. As for Uchiha Shisui and Itachi, they stood at the back. The three had already become presences that Konoha's high command and every clan could not ignore. Especially Uchiha. Even standing there without doing anything, he instinctively made people associate him with that black-red Susanoo and Danzo's severed head. After the handover of the Hokage position was completed, Naruto's identity was formally made public. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Once this news spread, many in the village fell silent. Those who had once cursed him as a demon fox wore deeply unnatural expressions. They finally understood that the person they had been cursing all these years was not a monster. He was the child of a hero. Yet at the same time, Naruto's identity also meant that the secret of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was completely exposed. He was no longer seen as merely a demon fox, but he had likewise become a far more dangerous target. Everyone who knew Naruto's identity understood. From today onward, those who set their sights on him would not be just the villagers of Konoha. There were enemy villages. And there were those who coveted the power of the tailed beasts. To some degree, Naruto's situation was more dangerous than before. But none of this was the point of today's gathering in the Hokage office. What truly needed to be discussed today was Konoha's new order. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade sat in the main seat, brow slightly furrowed. She had only just assumed the position of fifth Hokage, and a pile of unresolved messes was already stacked on her desk. The reorganization of Root after its dissolution, the restructuring of the Anbu, the re-examination of the White Fang incident, and how to handle public opinion in the village after Naruto's identity was revealed. She was about to rub her brow when Uchiha spoke first. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade looked up at him. Speak. Uchiha said calmly. If Konoha wants stability, the best way is for the Senju and the Uchiha to forge a political union. The moment these words were spoken, Jiraiya had just taken a sip of water and directly sprayed it out with a puff. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing, he stared at Uchiha with wide eyes. What did you say? Shisui and Itachi were also stunned, obvious shock written across their faces. A political union between the Senju and the Uchiha. If anyone else had said this, it would most likely have been taken for lunatic nonsense. But Uchiha said it too naturally. Tsunade was momentarily startled too, then one brow arched slightly. A political union. Uchiha nodded. The Senju represent the orthodox line of the Hokage, and the Uchiha represent Konoha's strongest combat power. If these two forces unite, no one inside Konoha will dare act rashly. The Hokage has prestige, and the Uchiha have power. That is far better than relying on the balance of advisors. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. The logic is sound. But, she narrowed her eyes. Who exactly is going to marry me? Uchiha's expression did not change as he pointed at himself. Me. The water Jiraiya had just swallowed truly sprayed out this time. Cough, cough, cough. He almost coughed out his lungs, staring at Uchiha as if he had seen a ghost. Are you serious? Shisui. Itachi. At that moment, both of them fell silent. This was too absurd. Uchiha and Tsunade. Forget their statuses. The age gap alone was enough to shock people. How old was Tsunade? And Uchiha was still a young Uchiha. No matter how strong his power, strategic mind, or fame, this was too. Jiraiya wiped his mouth and could not help but look at Uchiha. Do you know how old Tsunade is? Uchiha nodded. I do. She's several decades old. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shisui and Itachi were left speechless. You know that, and you still say it. And you say it with such confidence. Uchiha was calm. Age is not the problem. The problem is value. A vein jumped on Tsunade's forehead. You little brat, what do you take me for? Uchiha looked at her and said flatly. Konoha's stabilizer. Tsunade. That answer was even more infuriating than she had imagined. Jiraiya meanwhile looked at Uchiha with a complicated expression, as if he were getting to know this young Uchiha new. You're not actually planning to, with Tsunade. Uchiha nodded. It's only a political marriage, but it can stabilize Konoha. Tsunade folded her arms and gave a cold snort. You certainly dare to think big. Uchiha looked at her. Lady Tsunade, if you think I'm just talking nonsense, I can offer another plan. What plan? Uchiha said calmly. I will restore you to the age of 18. At these words, the entire office fell completely silent. Jiraiya's eyes almost popped out. What did you say? Shisui was startled too. Itachi was visibly shaken. Restore her to 18. Almost everyone knew Tsunade's true age. If she really could be restored to 18, then this would not be a simple change in appearance. It would be a complete reversal of her physical state. Tsunade's eyes changed instantly. She stared at Uchiha, her voice dropping somewhat. Are you serious? Uchiha nodded. I'm serious. I have a way to restore your body to the age of 18. It's not a transformation jutsu, not a genjutsu, and not the seal on your forehead. From the cellular level, your age state will be restored. This time, even Jiraiya went quiet. When he looked at Uchiha, his expression became truly serious for the first time. If a moment ago he had still thought Uchiha Yu was joking, he now began to realize that this young Uchiha might truly have mastered some kind of power beyond imagination. Tsunade was silent for a long time. Then she suddenly asked, "If you really can do it, then I'll consider the marriage." At that, Jiraiya lost his voice again. "Tsunade." Tsunade turned to glance at him and sneered. "What? Do you have a problem?" Jiraiya opened his mouth, then closed it again. Would he dare have a problem? Right now he only felt that the whole thing was absurd enough. Shisui and Itachi fell silent again. An Uchiha marrying the Senju princess. The mere thought of it made one's scalp tingle. But if it truly happened, it would indeed mean a great deal to Konoha. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yu, and for the first time a trace of genuine seriousness entered her eyes. "I don't care whether you're serious. If you can truly restore me to 18, then I'll seriously consider your marriage proposal." Uchiha Yu nodded. "This afternoon, come to the Uchiha compound. I will restore your age." Tsunade's gaze sharpened. "Can't you do it now?" Uchiha Yu shook his head. "This needs to be kept confidential. Changing someone's age has too much impact. Also, Konoha has only just stabilized. We can't let the outside world know too early." Tsunade stared at him for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Fine, but you had better not lie to me," Uchiha Yu said calmly. "You can try." Another vein pulsed on Tsunade's forehead. She realized that this little punk really had a way of making people want to hit him, but every word he said could not easily be ignored. And just then a system notification sounded in Uchiha Yu's mind. Detected: the host is about to perform an important bloodline exchange. Current available mastermind points, 130,000. Uchiha Yu's eyes flickered. 130,000. That was enough. He had planned this long ago. Restoring Tsunade's age would cost 50,000 mastermind points. He would have to keep the remaining points, because after performing this technique, he would enter a brief period of weakness. At that time, every faction in Konoha would be watching the power shifts brought by Tsunade's return. Without enough fallback measures, things could easily go wrong, and the bloodline exchange was one of his fallback measures. He had not exchanged for the Uzumaki bloodline first. He had chosen the Senju bloodline first. The reason was simple. The Senju bloodline combined with the Uchiha bloodline had the chance to touch a higher level of power. The Rinnegan. This was an extremely important step in his future plans. The Uzumaki bloodline was certainly strong too. Greater chakra reserves more stable sealing arts, and even more terrifying endurance. But for the current stage, the Senju bloodline was more critical. Uchiha Yu said in his heart. Exchange for the Senju bloodline. Mastermind points consumed, 50000. Senju bloodline adaptation in progress. The next instant, a torrent of chakra so enormous it was nearly violent erupted from the depths of his body. This was not an ordinary surge in chakra. It was a resonance at the level of the bloodline itself. Vitality, recovery, physique, mental strength. Nearly all of them increased at once. Uchiha Yu's body trembled slightly. He could clearly feel his chakra pathways expanding, his chakra flowing more smoothly, and the subtle strain accumulated from continuous high-intensity Mangekyo use rapidly fading under the nourishment of the Senju bloodline. Tsunade's pupils contracted. "This is..." Jiraiya also looked up sharply. What formidable life force. Shisui and Itachi's expressions changed slightly. They could sense that the chakra inside Uchiha Yu was undergoing a change that was both extremely dangerous and extremely powerful. Uchiha Yu did not explain much. He looked at Tsunade and said calmly, "Come to the Uchiha compound this afternoon. I will restore you to 18. Tsunade stared at him in silence for a moment. "All right. If you truly can do it, I'll accept your marriage proposal." Jiraiya. Shisui. Itachi. Wasn't this moving a little too fast? Uchiha Yu showed little reaction and simply nodded. Then it settled. Host bloodline exchange complete. Current mastermind points, 80,000. Notice after exchanging the Senju bloodline, the host vitality, recovery, and chakra affinity have been greatly improved. Notice the host is currently in a high-intensity adaptation period. Feeling the surging life force within him, Uchiha Yu's gaze gradually calmed. Restoring Tsunade's age this afternoon would consume 50,000. Leaving 30,000 mastermind points as emergency backup was enough for now. At that time, he would inevitably enter a short period of weakness. But as long as this step with Tsunade succeeded, Konoha's new order would truly stabilize. The Senju and Uchiha united. The fifth Hokage bound to the core of the Uchiha. Add the growth of Naruto and Sasuke's generation to that. Only then would the plan to unify the shinobi world truly have its first solid cornerstone. Uchiha Yu raised his head toward the sky outside the window. Konoha's future had already begun to turn, and he himself was finally about to step from the blade's edge of the night of the clan massacre onto a far greater chessboard. Uchiha. Deep within the clan grounds, before a pre-prepared secret chamber, multiple barriers unfolded layer upon layer, completely isolating the chakra fluctuations from the outside. This was a place Uchiha Yu had specially cleared out. Quiet, secluded, suitable for doing things that must not be known to the outside world. Tsunade stood at the center of the chamber, arms crossed, her expression seemingly calm, but beneath her eyes was a trace of impatience. "You little brat. You'd better actually be able to do it." Uchiha Yu stood across from her, expression indifferent. "I never waste time." Off to the side, Jiraiya crossed his arms with an expression of complex emotion. Shisui and Itachi stood behind, their eyes all fixed on Uchiha Yu. To be honest, even at this point, even Shisui and Itachi still hadn't quite come to terms with it. Restoring Tsunade to 18 years old. It sounded practically like an impossible fantasy. Yet this Uchiha in front of them spoke with an utterly serious face. Moreover, he truly had the ability. Uchiha Yu raised his hand slightly. Consuming backstage value 50000. Activating Dojutsu Uranium Core Chrono Shift. The next instant, the eternal Mangekyo in his eyes slowly rotated. A dark red glare of light, like an invisible fuse, instantly pierced into Tsunade's body. Tsunade's body shuddered slightly. The next moment her expression changed. This is wrong. She could feel it. This was not simple medical ninjutsu. Rather, starting from the very depths, her body's cells, muscle tissue, bones, chakra flow, and vital activity were all being remodeled by an extremely precise and terrifying force. It was as if time itself, as if life itself was being recalibrated. What exactly is this technique? The moment Tsunade finished speaking, the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead suddenly lit up. Then her originally mature and tall body contours began to change at a visible speed. The lines of her face grew softer. Her figure drew in slightly, yet retained a sense of strength. Her skin returned to a firmness and vitality that was almost exclusive to youth. The curves of her chest and waist also gradually changed. Her entire person seemed to be forcibly pulled back decades by time itself. Shizen covered her mouth, eyes wide. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya was even more directly stunned. It actually works. Shisui and Itachi also froze in unison. This transformation was too absurd. After a few breaths, the final traces of aging on Tsunade's body completely vanished. When Uchiha Yu withdrew his dojutsu power, the person standing before everyone was no longer the Tsunade of her 50s. Instead, she was a young woman who looked only 18 or 19 with golden hair and blue eyes, and an aura so sharp, it almost burst through the screen. The maturity in her brows remained. But her physical condition had completely returned to its peak. Tsunade lowered her head and looked at her own hand, silent for a long while. Then she slowly lifted her head. Her gaze was complex. It's actually real. She could feel it. Her body's vitality, strength, reserves, recovery, speed, and chakra flow had all returned to their absolute peak state. It was even more stable than the best period she could remember. This was a complete rejuvenation. Jiraiya swallowed hard, stared at Tsunade for a long time, and finally couldn't help blurting out, Hey. This is way too unfair, isn't it? Tsunade punched him on the head. Shut up. Bang. Jiraiya was knocked into a crouch, clutching his head and gasping. Ow. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a glance. Both of their expressions were complicated. Especially Itachi. He had always thought that Uchiha Yu was merely absurdly strong in strategic planning. But now it seemed this guy could even use techniques that nearly reversed one's age. This was no longer just being strong. It was being absurdly strong. Uchiha Yu, however, acted as if he had done something commonplace, but his face was slightly pale. Fine sweat dripped from his temples. Having just exchanged for the Senju lineage, the chakra in his body was still in an adaptation period. Coupled with the direct use of the eternal Mangekyo Uranium Core Chrono Shift, just now the expenditure was enormous. Fortunately, he had reserved 30,000 backstage value in advance. System notifications subsequently appeared. Host has heavily consumed dojutsu power and chakra, currently entering a weakened state. Uchiha Yu gently exhaled forcibly, steadying the surging chakra within him. Tsunade looked at him, her gaze finally completely changed. Before, she had only taken this as a trait of interest. But now, feeling her body truly return to the state of an 18-year-old, she had to admit. The young man before her had truly shown tremendous sincerity. Tsunade clenched her fist, feeling the long-missed youthful power in her body, and said slowly, You actually did it. Uchiha Yu said calmly, I told you I don't waste time. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. Fine, I'll keep the marriage alliance in mind. Jiraiya. Shisui. Itachi. Jiraiya had just gotten up and almost fell back down. Tsunade. You agreed just like that? Tsunade glanced at him. I only said I'd consider it. Besides, he truly has the qualifications to make me consider. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but in the end nothing came out. He discovered that the number of times he had been shocked today was almost equal to the total for the past year. Uchiha Yu, however, did not continue this topic. He looked at Tsunade and said directly, Don't rush to discuss the engagement. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What? Do you regret it, eh? Uchiha Yu shook his head. No. I'd like to ask you to examine someone first. Tsunade was startled. Who? Uchiha Yu turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi, who stood not far away. Him. Itachi was slightly startled. Tsunade followed his gaze, her eyes landing on Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya also looked at Itachi. What's wrong with him? Uchiha Yu said calmly. Give him a comprehensive examination. The more detailed the better. Tsunade frowned. You suspect he has an injury? Uchiha Yu nodded. Yes. And it's not an ordinary minor wound. His body has always been in poor condition. At those words, Shisui and Jiraiya were both taken aback. Jiraiya frowned. Itachi is in poor health. Itachi himself was also slightly startled. Hearing this, Tsunade's gaze immediately turned serious. As a medical ninja, her first instinct was always about illness. She walked up to Itachi, looked him over once, and said, Extend your hand. Itachi hesitated for a moment, then did as told. Tsunade placed 2 fingers on his pulse, slowly channeling her chakra inside. Only moments later, her brow furrowed. Just as I thought. Shisui's expression shifted slightly. What's wrong? Tsunade withdrew her hand, and her demeanor had lost all its earlier casualness. His physical foundation is very poor. His chakra pathways have long been under high load. His organs show significant depletion. There is also chronic damage in his chakra circuits. She looked up at Itachi. Have you been frequently using high-intensity dojutsu? Itachi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Tsunade's brow furrowed even deeper. That explains it. Your body isn't simply weak, it's long-term overdraw. On top of that, you've had old injuries and chronic lesions in your body. If this continues, the older you get, the more severe the problems will become. Jiraiya's expression flickered. How severe is it? Tsunade answered coldly, severe enough to shorten his life. If left untreated, he may not live to see the natural lifespan of an ordinary shinobi. Shisui's face fell instantly. That's serious? Itachi himself showed little emotion. Only those dark, deep eyes stirred faintly. He had always known his body was weak, but he never imagined it had deteriorated to such a degree. Tsunade held his gaze and continued, I'm not joking. You can still hold on now because you're young. Besides, you're used to enduring pain. But with a condition like yours, the moment you face high-intensity combat, something could go wrong at any time. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Does expending the Uchiha's ocular power really take such a toll? Tsunade cast him a sidelong glance. An ordinary Mangekyo already has its side effects. Frequent use leads to deteriorating vision and mental exhaustion, let alone someone whose constitution is as weak as his. If he keeps taking on high-intensity missions like this, it's all too easy for something to go wrong. Shisui looked at Itachi, his expression complicated. Itachi was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I don't feel like there's anything wrong. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. That's what you think. The doctor thinks otherwise. Uchiha Yu stood to the side, his expression always calm. But in truth, he understood better than anyone. In the original story, Itachi's body had always been a major problem. Add to that the various pressures before and after the clan's annihilation, and his condition would only grow worse. If this weren't addressed early, many things ahead would be thrown into uncertainty, especially since Itachi had to continue standing in the Akatsuki in his place. All the more reason not to let him set out with a body like this. Uchiha Yu looked at Tsunade. Can it be cured? Tsunade pondered for a moment. It's not impossible, but it will take time. She glanced at Itachi. Your ailment didn't come about in a day or two. A full examination first, then a treatment plan. Uchiha Yu nodded. Then examine him now. Itachi frowned slightly. Now, Tsunade said what? Afraid of being examined. Itachi. Uchiha Yu also looked at him. Stop hesitating. You still have to keep watching the Akatsuki for me later. If your body can't hold up, how are you going to complete missions? Itachi's eyes stirred slightly. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Hey, that's a little too direct, don't you think? Uchiha Yu said flatly, it's the truth. Shisui, silent for a moment, suddenly spoke. Uchiha Yu is right. Itachi, your health can't be put off. Itachi looked at Shisui, then at Uchiha Yu, and finally nodded. All right. Tsunade flexed her wrist as she said, follow me. Basic exam first. Shizun, prepare the instruments. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizun answered hastily, and immediately began to arrange everything. Uchiha Yu watched the scene, his chest loosening a little. At least this missing piece had now been filled. Men like Itachi were most likely to die from the illusion of, I can still hold on. Surfacing his health problems now was far better than letting them explode at a critical juncture later. What's more, he still had to remain in the Akatsuki. Over there were Obito, Zetsu, Nagato, Konan, and a host of S-rank rogue ninja, each nursing their own agendas. If Itachi's body gave out, many of the schemes ahead would veer off course. And if his health could be stabilized in advance, there would be far more room to maneuver later. Tsunade began the examination, threading her chakra through Itachi's body layer by layer. The deeper she probed, the deeper her frown sank. There's an old injury here. The meridians are blocked here. This part looks like hidden damage from long-term overexertion. And your lungs and heart meridians are both heavily burdened. The more Jiraiya heard, the darker his expression became. Shisui too began to worry. Only Uchiha Yu remained calm. After examining for a while, Tsunade finally looked up at Uchiha Yu. This kid's problem is not trivial. Uchiha Yu nodded. That's why I sought you out. Tsunade glanced at him. You knew long ago? Uchiha Yu did not deny it. I knew some. Tsunade gave a cold snort. You knew and still let him do whatever he wanted. Uchiha Yu said flatly, which is exactly why I'm here now. For a moment Tsunade found nothing to say. There really was nothing wrong with that. If Uchiha Yu hadn't raised it, Itachi probably wouldn't have cared at all. When something really happened, it would be too late. Tsunade withdrew her hand, her expression turning utterly serious. It can be treated, but we must do a full examination first. Then we can formulate a recovery plan. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. As long as it can be treated, then all is well. Shisui too was visibly more at ease. Itachi looked at Tsunade and said softly, thank you. Tsunade waved her hand. Don't thank me. Thank that Uchiha brat instead. She cast Uchiha Yu a glance. He worries about your life more than you yourself do. Uchiha Yu said flatly, of course. After all, you still have to look after the Akatsuki for me later. Itachi. Tsunade. Jiraiya. That statement was simply too matter-of-fact. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yu and suddenly laughed. You really know how to use people. Uchiha Yu said calmly, resources should be made the most of. Tsunade shot him a glance. Even people count as resources. Uchiha Yu looked at her, and and said evenly, Tsunade-sama, aren't the Hokage and medical ninja also resources? A vein pulsed on Tsunade's forehead. She had just discovered that this little brat truly had a sharp tongue. But frustratingly, he always managed to be reassuring when it counted. Especially when it came to his own people. Very direct. Very attentive. This caused the complex feelings in Tsunade's heart, already stirred by the marriage alliance, to take on yet another faint, indefinable shift. Seeing this, Uchiha Yu did not continue teasing her. He simply turned to Itachi. Your body will be handled by Tsunade from now on. Don't force yourself during this period. Itachi was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Uchiha Yu nodded. Good. This way I can rest easy letting you remain in the Akatsuki. Jiraiya, hearing this, looked at Uchiha Yu with a complicated expression. You really intend to let Itachi stay in that so-called organization? Uchiha Yu nodded. Yes. He's very suited for it. Shisui frowned. But it's dangerous there after all. Uchiha Yu said flatly, precisely because it's dangerous, he must go. Besides, if his body is left to drag on untreated, even in Konoha something would eventually happen. Tsunade looked at Itachi and said solemnly, I'll work out a treatment plan for you as soon as possible. Until then, don't use too much dojutsu. Itachi nodded. Okay. Tsunade suddenly thought of something and turned to glance at Uchiha Yu. What about you? Uchiha Yu said, I'm fine. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Fine. After using a technique that big, your chakra must already be unsteady, isn't it? Uchiha Yu said flatly, I can still hold on. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. You're just like Itachi, same flaw. Both of you love to tough it out. Uchiha Yu did not deny it, because he knew he really had expended himself. Restoring Tsunade's youth had cost 50,000 backstage points and an enormous amount of chakra. The Senju bloodline had just finished adapting, and the power within him was not yet fully stable. But from the results it was worth it. Just then a system notification sounded in his mind. Tsunade's rejuvenation plan completed. Uchiha Itachi's physical examination triggered. Backstage points gained 5000. Current backstage points 35000. Uchiha Yu looked at the system panel, his heart stirring faintly. 35,000 backstage points. Enough to last him a while. And on Itachi's side, as long as Tsunade could stabilize his body, many future problems would be greatly reduced. He looked at Tsunade and said slowly, I'm entrusting Itachi's body to you. Tsunade looked at him and nodded. Rest assured, since I've taken on the Hokage mantle, I won't let the shinobi of my own village die in vain. The instant those words left her mouth, Jiraiya and Shisui both turned to look at her in silence. Tsunade's words carried weight. They were exactly what the fifth Hokage should say. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Yu's lips. Good. Konoha's new order had become just a little more stable, and Itachi, from a piece that might snap at any moment, had finally become a key player who could continue to be placed within the Akatsuki. Next, he only had to wait for Tsunade to officially take office. For her to steady Konoha. For her political marriage with the Uchiha to truly land. For her to settle the matters of Konoha's White Fang roots, old cases, and Naruto's circumstances one by one. Only then would Konoha truly begin to enter the stage he desired. Uchiha Yu raised his head to look at the sunlight outside the window. A new game of chess was only just beginning. On the Uchiha clan grounds. Inside the secret chamber. After finishing the first round of examinations on Itachi, Tsunade's expression remained grim. She had initially assumed that Itachi's condition was merely exhaustion from overusing the Sharingan. But the actual examination revealed that this young Uchiha's body was in far worse condition than it appeared on the surface. Chronic psychological strain. Damaged chakra meridians. Chronic internal organ depletion. Excessive consumption of ocular power. Add to that the hidden injuries left by years of shinobi missions. Taken individually, none of these problems would have been immediately fatal. But stacked together they became a serious matter. Tsunade held the examination report and looked at Itachi with a cold expression. Do you think you can endure it all? Itachi remained silent. Tsunade sneered. What does that silence mean? Do you think I'm wrong? Itachi said in a low voice, no. Tsunade slapped the scroll onto the table. Then I'm glad to hear it. From today on, your body is under my care. You'll take whatever medicine I prescribe. You'll rest when I tell you to rest. You'll stop using the Sharingan when I tell you to stop. If you dare to keep pushing yourself. She clenched her fist and her knuckles cracked. I wouldn't mind breaking your legs first and putting you on mandatory rest. Itachi was speechless. Shisui couldn't help but cough lightly. Lady Tsunade, Itachi will cooperate. Tsunade glanced at Shisui. The same goes for you. Shisui froze. Me. Tsunade said coldly. Do you really think there's nothing wrong with your eyes? A dojutsu like Kodo Amatsukami doesn't sound like something to be used casually. Once I'm done with Itachi, you'll be examined too. Shisui was speechless. He suddenly understood. When the fifth Hokage was a doctor, even the Mangekyo powerhouses of the Uchiha had no rights. Jiraiya watched with glee from the side and was just about to laugh. Tsunade suddenly turned to look at him. And you? The smile on Jiraiya's face froze. Me. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Running around outside all year, drinking, staying up late, peeping, and living with a chaotic routine. Do you think your body is fine? Jiraiya immediately turned serious. Tsunade, I think it's more important that we talk about the future of Konoha. Tsunade sneered. Cut the nonsense. You're getting examined tonight too. Jiraiya was speechless. Uchiha Yu leaned to one side, watching with considerable satisfaction. One of the greatest benefits of Tsunade becoming Hokage was that Konoha's elite combat forces finally had someone looking after their bodies. In the original story, plenty of people either forced themselves to endure or overtaxed themselves. Itachi held on until death. The third Hokage was already old, but still threw himself into battle. Tsunade sustained herself with the Ine seal. Naruto relied on the Nine Tails to tough it out in the later stages. And Sasuke switched between his eyes every day. Now that Tsunade was back, she had to make these people understand one truth. Shinobi are not consumables, especially useful ones. They cannot be allowed to die casually. Tsunade turned to look at Uchiha. Don't you smile either. Uchiha raised an eyebrow. I wasn't smiling. Tsunade said coldly, that age-reversing ocular technique you used just now consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. Your chakra is unstable now, and your meridians show obvious signs of strain. You need an examination as well. Uchiha said calmly, I know my own limits. Tsunade sneered. Every patient says the same thing. And they're still saying it when they finally end up lying in bed. Uchiha was speechless. There was no denying it. Doctors really were annoying. Especially a doctor like Tsunade whose strength could pin a patient to the bed. Jiraiya finally couldn't hold back a laugh. The next second Tsunade's gaze swept toward him. Jiraiya immediately shut up. Evening. Inside a reception room on the Uchiha clan grounds. Tsunade's restoration to an 18-year-old state was kept a strict secret. Only Uchiha Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shisui, Itachi, and Shizen knew. Publicly, Tsunade still maintained her former mature appearance. After all, letting all of Konoha learn that the 5th Hokage had gone from her 40s to 18 in a single afternoon would cause too much of an uproar. Not to mention whether other villages would set their sights on her. Even within Konoha alone, the ninja clans, the medical department, the Anbu, and even the daimyo's side would be thrown into tremendous upheaval. To change one's age. To reverse one's youth. Once such an ability was exposed, countless people would covet it. So Uchiha did not intend to make it public for now. At least until his chakra and bloodline system was further refined, this card could not be revealed. Inside the reception room, Tsunade sat in the seat of honor, having used the transformation jutsu to disguise herself once more as her usual mature self. She propped her chin on one hand and looked at Uchiha with a complicated gaze. Are you really going to announce the marriage alliance? Uchiha nodded. It must be announced. Tsunade frowned. Don't you think it's too soon? Uchiha said, now is the most opportune moment. Danzo has just died, Root has just disbanded, the third Hokage has stepped down, and Konoha's new order hasn't yet fully settled. At a time like this, a political bond between the Senju and Uchiha can stabilize people's hearts faster than anything else. If we bring it up a few months from now, the resistance will only be greater. Tsunade fell silent. She knew Uchiha was right. What were the clans of Konoha most afraid of now? Not Tsunade taking office. It was whether the Uchiha would take advantage of the momentum to expand their power. But if the 5th Hokage Tsunade and Uchiha formed a political engagement, it would send a signal to the outside world. The Uchiha were not trying to seize power alone. They were binding themselves to the Hokage system. The Senju and Uchiha would no longer be the two opposing poles of history. They would become the twin pillars of Konoha's new era. This was extremely beneficial for stabilizing Konoha. But there was a problem. Tsunade looked at Uchiha, a vein pulsing faintly at her forehead. Have you forgotten that you're much younger than me? Uchiha remained composed. Political marriages don't consider age. Tsunade sneered. Then what do they consider? Uchiha said value. Tsunade was speechless. Great. There it was again. That answer which made people want to punch him. Jiraiya sat to one side, his expression complicated to the extreme. He still hadn't fully accepted it. Tsunade and Uchiha in a political marriage. It sounded like a plot point from a third-rate novel. Yet placed in the current situation of Konoha, it was damnably reasonable. The Senju princess. The Uchiha slaughter god. The 5th Hokage. The savior of the Night of Annihilation. If those two formed a betrothal, no matter how complicated the clan's feelings were, they would have to admit it greatly helped Konoha's stability. Jiraiya scratched his head. Tsunade, have you really thought it through? Tsunade shot him an exasperated look. I said I'm considering it. Uchiha said calmly. On the political level, we can announce the engagement first. As for the emotional level, we can cultivate it slowly later. Jiraiya choked again. You really dare to say that? You talk about cultivating feelings right in front of Tsunade. Uchiha glanced at him. If a political engagement never develops feelings, it will leave hidden dangers. So cultivating feelings is a necessary step. Jiraiya was speechless. He found that he couldn't refute it. The vein at Tsunade's temple twitched violently. You little brat, do you treat feelings as a mission? Uchiha said calmly, it can begin as a mission. But later it doesn't have to be. Tsunade was taken aback. She had wanted to flare up. But after hearing those words, she suddenly fell silent. It can begin as a mission. Later it doesn't have to be. That phrase was very Uchiha. Calm. Realistic. But not entirely cold-blooded. Tsunade looked at him, suddenly feeling that this brat was more complicated than she had imagined. He would kill Danzo without hesitation. He would threaten the third Hokage into stepping down. He would factor every clan in Konoha into his chessboard. He would use her as the political pivot for stabilizing Konoha. But he would also give Naruto a new future. He would have Itachi's body examined. He would wake Shisui from the illusion of the will of fire. And just now he had expended a massive amount of chakra to restore her youth. Such an Uchiha could not be described by the simple word ambitionist. Tsunade picked up her cup and took a sip. Fine. She set down the cup. We'll announce the engagement first. Jiraiya abruptly looked up. Shisui and Itachi's expressions shifted slightly. Uchiha nodded. A wise choice. Tsunade shot him a glare. Don't get smug. I'm only doing this to stabilize Konoha. Uchiha said calmly, so am I. Tsunade snorted. Besides, the engagement is only political. If you dare to cross the line, I'll break your bones. Uchiha looked at her. Lady Tsunade, your body is now 18, so your strength should be greater than before. I suggest you get used to it before you start throwing punches. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Are you provoking me? Uchiha shook his head. I'm reminding you. Don't punch the Hokage building to pieces. Jiraiya pressed a hand to his forehead. If those two really got married, Konoha would be very lively in the future. The following day, the Hokage building. The emergency Jonin meeting was convened once again. As the clan leaders of each major family took their seats, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair. Uchiha took his seat at the Uchiha table. Jiraiya stood by the window, his expression complex. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stood behind Uchiha. Nara Shikaku glanced around the room, a subtle foreboding stirring within him. Something momentous would unfold today, certainly. Without preamble, Tsunade spoke plainly. I have summoned you all today to announce a single matter. The attendees straightened with sudden attention. Tsunade's gaze swept across the assembly, her voice measured. To stabilize Konoha's new order. To foster reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans. And to ensure that a foundation of lasting political trust is established between the Hokage's office and the Uchiha clan. I, Senju Tsunade, will enter into a political marriage with Uchiha. A gasp rippled through the room as chaos erupted instantly. Inuzuka Tsum nearly lunged from her seat. Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes widened in shock. Akimichi Chosa's snack froze midair. Hyuga Hayashi's eyelid twitched slightly. Nara Shikaku closed his eyes and drew a slow, deep breath. As he'd feared, a major event. Yet he hadn't anticipated it would be this monumental. A political marriage between Senju Tsunade and Uchiha. This transcended a mere political alliance. It was the reunification of the two founding bloodlines of Konoha itself, Senju and Uchiha. These two forces, once united in Konoha's founding, yet gradually severed, adversarial and diminished through the years, now found themselves bound together once more through marriage. The seismic shift this would cause within Konoha's political landscape was enormous. An elder from a mid-tier clan couldn't restrain himself. Hokage-sama, isn't this rather sudden? Tsunade fixed her gaze upon him. Sudden. The elder broke into a cold sweat. After all, you've only just taken office. Tsunade replied coolly. Precisely because I've just assumed the role of Hokage, Konoha requires stability. The Uchiha have endured the trauma of near extinction and must be reintegrated into Konoha's heart. Without a decisive gesture, outsiders will perceive the village as still fractured. That would not serve us well. Nara Shikaku opened his eyes slowly. This move could indeed stabilize the situation swiftly. But the complication was that it would elevate Uchiha's political standing dramatically. He was no longer merely a formidable figure within the Uchiha clan. He had become the political betrothed of the fifth Hokage. In essence, he would assume a place among the most pivotal figures in Konoha's new governance structure. Hyuga Hayashi's voice carried weight as he asked, has the Uchiha clan already given their approval? Uchiha responded evenly. Elder Fugaku has already consented. His words sent ripples of tension through the assembled elders. The Uchiha clan's internal agreement. This meant this was not merely a private arrangement between Tsunade and Uchiha, but a collective political decision made by the entire Uchiha clan. Inuzuka Tsum furrowed her brow. Then what about the other clans? Uchiha glanced at her. You may object. The meeting room fell instantly silent. But please present a solution more capable of stabilizing Konoha than a Senju Uchiha alliance. If you have one, I will listen. A heavy silence settled over the room. This was the crux of the matter. They could certainly bristle with resentment. They could harbor suspicions. They could fear the Uchiha's growing influence. But they could not produce a superior alternative. The third had abdicated. Danzo was dead. Root had been dissolved. Tsunade had only just returned to the village. The Uchiha had just survived the night of the massacre. If Konoha failed to send an immediate signal of unity, the other hidden villages would soon test its resolve. The marriage alliance between Senju Tsunade and Uchiha was the strongest possible signal. To tell Konoha's inhabitants, Hokage and Uchiha are now bound together. To tell the outside world, Konoha is not fractured. It has only grown stronger. Nara Shikaku sighed and spoke first. The Nara clan supports this. Yamanaka and Inoichi exchanged a glance with Shikaku and nodded. The Yamanaka clan supports this. Akimichi Chosa declared. The Akimichi clan supports this. After the Ino Shikicho trio announced their positions, Hyuga Hayashi fell silent for a moment before declaring. The Hyuga clan supports this. Inuzuka Tsum grunted. The Inuzuka clan has no objections. Aburame Shibi stated calmly. The Aburame clan supports this. Soon the major clans announced their positions in succession. It was not that they lacked vigilance. It was that they understood opposition now would be meaningless. It might even place them on the wrong side of Konoha's stability. Tsunade observed the scene unfolding before her, a wave of emotion stirring within her. She had anticipated significant resistance. But reality proved that Uchiha had chosen his moment with remarkable precision. Precise enough that even clans harboring reservations found themselves compelled to endorse the arrangement. Uchiha Yu sat composed and unmoved, as though he had anticipated this very outcome from the start. This prompted Narashikaku to concede silently once more. This young man was genuinely formidable. After the meeting concluded, the news spread rapidly throughout Konoha. The fifth Hokage Tsunade had entered a political marriage with Uchiha Yu. The entire village of Konoha was thrown into an uproar. What? Tsunade-sama and Uchiha Yu? This is far too sudden. But, the Senju and Uchiha. Does this mean the Uchiha have fully returned to Konoha's core? Will Konoha be more stable from now on? Uchiha Yu was the one who killed Danzo. Shoo, don't speak recklessly. Danzo has already been designated as the mastermind behind the Root Rebellion. I actually think it's quite fitting. Tsunade-sama is the first Hokage's granddaughter, and Uchiha Yu saved the Uchiha clan. With these two united in marriage, truly no one would dare cause trouble anymore. Public opinion in Konoha buzzed with discussion. Some were shocked. Some were skeptical. Some accepted it. But regardless, the political impact of this marriage alliance manifested immediately. Outside the Uchiha district, root remnants who had been testing the waters withdrew entirely. The major clans also began proactively communicating and cooperating with the Uchiha police force. The review of root remnants proceeded more smoothly, because everyone understood. From this day forward, Uchiha Yu was no longer merely a representative of the Uchiha clan. He was also the political ally of the fifth Hokage, and the most central of those allies. Evening. The Hokage office. Tsunade sat behind her desk, gazing at the towering mountain of documents, her expression dark and formidable. So this is what being Hokage is like. So much trivial business. Jiraiya perched on the windowsill, delighting in her misfortune. That's why I told you. The path of the Hokage is not easy. Tsunade snapped her head up sharply. What are you laughing at? Jiraiya immediately stared out the window. Beautiful weather we're having. Uchiha Yu stood before the desk, placing a document in front of Tsunade. This is the first batch of root investigation files. This is the police force reform framework. This is Naruto's residence adjustment and identity protection plan. This is Itachi's treatment plan. Tsunade's eye twitched as she observed the growing stack of scrolls. Are you here to help me handle paperwork? Or to increase my workload? Uchiha Yu replied indifferently. Both. Tsunade. For a moment, she slightly regretted agreeing to this political marriage. What kind of political ally was this? He was treating her as a mere processing unit. Yet Uchiha Yu, as though he hadn't noticed her expression, continued. Starting tomorrow, Naruto will move to his new residence. For now, Jiraiya and Anbu will take turns providing protection. Regarding Sasuke, I will have the clan head arrange it. Beginning the day after tomorrow, I will officially take charge of their training. Tsunade frowned. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Uchiha Yu replied. It's merely basic training. I won't need to exert my full strength. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. You do well to remember your words today. If I catch you misusing your dojutsu again, I'll have you confined to a hospital bed. Uchiha Yu glanced at her. Is domestic violence already part of our political marriage, Hokage-sama? Tsunade's forehead pulse surged violently. Get out. Jiraiya nearly toppled off the windowsill in laughter. Yet strangely, watching these two exchange barbs brought a sense of relief to his heart. Perhaps this political marriage wasn't entirely cold. At least Tsunade hadn't truly rejected Uchiha Yu. And Uchiha Yu wasn't merely treating her as a tool. It was simply that both of them expressed themselves poorly. One was stubbornly tough. The other was cuttingly sharp-tongued. Jiraiya sighed silently. Konoha's future should prove quite lively. As Uchiha Yu reached the doorway, he suddenly paused. Tsunade. Tsunade looked up. What is it now? Uchiha Yu didn't turn around, merely stating evenly. Today's marriage alliance is not purely political. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Uchiha Yu continued. At the very least, I will not let you bear the weight of Konoha alone. With that, he pushed open the door and left. Inside the office, Tsunade remained silent for a long time. Jiraiya glanced at her and chuckled softly. That kid says something reasonable every once in a while, doesn't he? Tsunade picked up a scroll and snorted dismissively. Save your nonsense. You come help too. Jiraiya's expression shifted. Me? Tsunade countered coldly. What else did you expect? Don't you also wish to see Konoha thrive? Jiraiya. He suddenly felt he shouldn't have returned to the village. Yet watching Tsunade hunched over her documents, then glancing toward the direction where Uchiha Yu had departed. Ultimately, he merely sighed and walked over. Fine. Who asked me to be a citizen of Konoha as well? Outside the window, the sunset descended. But all those truly positioned upon the chessboard understood. From this day forward, the Senju and Uchiha were bound together once more. The fifth Hokage officially assumed authority. Uchiha Yu entered the very center of Konoha's power. The news that the fifth Hokage Tsunade had entered into a political marriage pact with Uchiha Yu sent shockwaves through the entire Konoha. From the Hokage Tower to the Ninja Academy. From the great clans to the ordinary villagers, nearly everyone was talking about it. Have you heard? Lady Tsunade is going to form a marriage alliance with Uchiha Yu. Is that even real, eh? Of course it's real. The word has already come out of the Hokage Tower. But isn't Lady Tsunade one of the Sannin? How old is Uchiha Yu exactly? Hiss. Isn't the age gap a bit too much? What do you know? This is a political marriage. A political marriage is still too ridiculous, isn't it? The Senju and the Uchiha. What the hell do you know? This means the two strongest bloodlines in Konoha are being joined together again. Will the Uchiha finally turn things around completely now? Obviously, Uchiha Yu is the one who killed Danzo, and now he's marrying the 5th Hokage. Who would dare look down on the Uchiha anymore? But won't Lady Tsunade end up at too much of a disadvantage? If the Uchiha hear you saying that be careful the police force doesn't invite you in for tea. Don't talk nonsense. The police force has been reformed already. I heard that in the future all the major clans will be able to participate. This Konoha is really about to change. Rumors were everywhere. There were the shocked, the baffled, the envious, the suspicious, and those with sour words. After all, the age gap between Tsunade and Uchiha Yu was far too conspicuous. Even though Tsunade maintained a youthful appearance with chakra, quite a few people knew her true age. One was the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, one of the Sannin, and the newly appointed 5th Hokage. The other was a newly risen young powerhouse of the Uchiha, the core figure in the counter-strike on the night of the clan massacre. That these two should enter a marriage alliance naturally carried enormous political significance. But the age issue was certainly enough to fuel Konoha villagers' private gossip for days. But talk was talk. No one truly dared to step forward and oppose it, because everyone knew what stood behind this marriage pact. Senju, Uchiha, the Hokage's office. Bang. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk. The heavy desk let out an overburdened groan. Jiraiya sat by the window, the corner of his mouth twitching. Tsunade, calm down. This is already the second desk you've gone through today. The veins on Tsunade's forehead throbbed. How am I supposed to calm down? Do you know what they're saying out there? They're calling me a cradle robber. And they're also saying Uchiha Yu has strange tastes. Jiraiya gave a dry cough and let his gaze drift out the window. Well, people certainly have vivid imaginations. Tsunade's eyes turned cold. Do you think so too? Jiraiya immediately composed himself. Of course not. I just think they're too shallow. How can a political marriage be judged by age alone? Tsunade sneered. Oh, then what should it be judged by? Jiraiya thought for a moment, then said seriously. Strength. Status. The future of Konoha. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. Jiraiya had just breathed a sigh of relief inside, when Tsunade suddenly asked again. Then do you think Uchiha Yu and I are a good match? Jiraiya. This question was beyond the syllabus. He would rather face Hanzo of the Salamander than answer that question. Just then the office door was pushed open. Uchiha Yu walked in. He held a few scrolls in his hands, his expression calm. Lady Tsunade, I've heard the rumors outside. Tsunade looked at him coldly. And oi. Uchiha Yu said indifferently. It doesn't matter. Tsunade. Jiraiya. What a familiar answer. Uchiha Yu set the scrolls down on the desk. The more people talk, the greater the influence of this marriage pact. The union of Senju and Uchiha was always meant to be made known to everyone. Right now they're discussing age. In a few days they'll start discussing the power structure of Konoha. Give it a little more time and they'll get used to it. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. So you don't care at all? Uchiha Yu said. If a political marriage is afraid of gossip, it should never have been announced in the first place. Tsunade gave a cold snort. You certainly are open-minded about it. Uchiha Yu looked at her. Besides, your actual physical age has already recovered to 18. What they're saying is inaccurate anyway. Jiraiya nearly spat out his water again. Tsunade's face reddened for an instant, then she said angrily. You are not allowed to say such things in the office. Uchiha Yu nodded. So I closed the door. Tsunade. Jiraiya's mouth twitched wildly. He realized Uchiha Yu didn't always lack emotional intelligence. He simply enjoyed being deliberately infuriating. Tsunade took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to punch him. Let's get down to business. Why are you here? Uchiha Yu said. First, the list of root remnants for review has been handed to the police force and Anbu for joint handling. Second, Naruto's new residence has been arranged. Third, starting today, Shisui is responsible for protecting you. The office fell silent instantly. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Protect me. Shisui, standing off to the side, was also caught off guard. Clearly he had only just learned of this too. Tsunade crossed her arms and sneered. You little brat, do you think I need someone to protect me? Uchiha Yu said calmly. Yes. Tsunade laughed in anger. Do you know who I am? I am Senju Tsunade, one of the Sannin, the 5th Hokage. You're having an Uchiha protect me. Uchiha Yu nodded. Yes. Tsunade's eyes became dangerous. Are you underestimating me? Uchiha Yu shook his head. It's not that I'm underestimating you. It's that your position is too important right now. You are no ordinary ninja. You are the 5th Hokage. You are also the linchpin of the Senju Uchiha political marriage. Now that Danzo is dead, root has dispersed, and the old leadership has been purged, who knows how many remnant forces inside Konoha are watching you. If anything happens to you, Konoha's new order will collapse immediately. Tsunade frowned. I can handle it myself. Uchiha Yu said. Of course you can handle most enemies. But protection isn't just about combat strength. It also requires intelligence, genjutsu, anti-assassination, poison defense, sealing defenses, and defense against traitors within. Shisui's body flicker technique and genjutsu make him very suitable as a personal guard. Besides, he is an Uchiha. Him standing by your side is itself a political signal. Tsunade was silent for a moment. She had to admit that this made sense. Shisui protecting her was not just about stopping assassinations. It was also a message to all of Konoha. The Uchiha acknowledged Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, and they would protect the 5th Hokage. This would further stabilize the political bond between the Senju and the Uchiha. But Tsunade still refused to concede out loud. I refuse. Uchiha, you said flatly. Your refusal is invalid. Tsunade's eye twitched. I am the Hokage. Uchiha, you looked at her. I am your political marriage partner and the current representative of the Uchiha. You can use your status as Hokage to refuse. I can also use my status as Uchiha representative to insist. In the end, we'll all hold meetings and argue for 3 days. And then Shisui will still protect you. Tsunade. Jiraiya burst out laughing from the side. Tsunade stopped struggling. This kid has already calculated the outcome. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a vicious glare. Then she looked at Shisui. Shisui gave a light cough and said seriously, Lady Tsunade, if this is for the stability of Konoha, I am willing to serve as your guard. Tsunade looked at Shisui's earnest expression and could only wave her hand in the end. Fine. But don't come too close to me. I'm not used to being watched. Shisui nodded. Understood. Uchiha, you said with satisfaction. Very good. Tsunade looked at him coldly. Feeling smug now, are you? Uchiha, you said. Not bad. Tsunade took a deep breath. She swore that once Konoha stabilized, she would definitely find a chance to beat that little brat soundly. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha, you did not return to the clan compound. Instead, he went straight to the Ninja Academy. Konoha Ninja Academy. This was the starting point of Konoha's new generation. It was also one of the core elements of Uchiha U's next phase of plans. Many key figures of the shinobi world's future were still here now. The Konoha 12. If they followed their original fates, they would grow along their own paths, experiencing pain, war, death, and separation. But now Uchiha U intended to pull them onto the same chessboard ahead of time. Nurture them, temper them, make them the first generation of core combat power for unifying the shinobi world in the future. Inside the Ninja Academy, Iruka stood at the classroom door looking somewhat tense. He had already received the notice. Starting today, the school would establish a temporary elite class. Uchiha U himself would serve as the instructor. Honestly, Iruka felt complicated. Who was Uchiha U? The most prominent person in Konoha lately. He crushed Root, slew Danzo, forced the third Hokage to back down, entered into a political engagement with the fifth Hokage. A man like that was actually coming to the Ninja Academy to teach. No matter how you looked at it, it was ridiculous. But the Hokage's order had already been given, so Iruka could only cooperate. In the classroom, the 12 children had all arrived. Naruto Uzumaki sat in the last row looking excited. I heard there's a new teacher today. And a super awesome one. Sasuke sat beside him, arms crossed, expression indifferent. Dead last, stop making noise. Naruto immediately bristled. Sasuke, who are you calling dead last? Sasuke said blandly. Whoever is noisy is that person. Naruto slammed the table. Damn it. I'll defeat you one day. In the front row, Sakura secretly glanced at Sasuke, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Ino immediately glared at her. Forehead, you're staring at Sasuke again. Sakura glared back. Ino, pig, none of your business. Shikamaru slumped over the desk looking utterly hopeless. What a pain. Choji sat beside him quietly eating potato chips. Kiba Inuzuka hugged Akamaru and said excitedly, an elite class. Sounds good. I want to see how strong the new teacher is. Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses. Since it's an elite class, it means we'll undergo more intense training. Hinata lowered her head, stealing a glance at Naruto before quickly looking away. Niji sat by the window, his expression cold. Rock Lee was full of burning passion. Has the training of youth finally begun? Tenten sighed. Lee, quiet down a little. Just as the classroom was in chaos, the door slid open. Uchiha Yu walked in. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Everyone looked at him. Black hair, black clothes. The Uchiha clan crest. A calm expression. Though he looked very young, his aura instantly chilled the entire classroom. Naruto blinked, then suddenly stood up. It's you. You said you'd teach me to become Hokage. Uchiha Yu glanced at him. Sit down. Naruto sat back down instinctively. Only after sitting did he realize. Huh, why am I being so obedient? Sasuke watched Uchiha Yu, his eyes clearly turning serious. He knew this person. Uchiha Yu. The one who saved the Uchiha. Also the strongest person everyone in the clan was talking about now. His father had said he should learn from him more. His brother had also said that Yu was incredibly strong. Strong enough to change the fate of the Uchiha. Uchiha Yu stood before the podium, his gaze sweeping across the class. Starting today, I am in charge of your elite class. I won't waste words. First lesson, test individual strength. The classroom immediately stirred. Kiba's eyes lit up. Test right away. I like it. Rock Lee was so excited, he almost stood up. Youth is meant to burn. Shikamaru slumped on the desk sighing. Testing on the first day, what a pain. Uchiha Yu looked at him. Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru's body stiffened. Here. If you say pain, once more today's training volume doubles. Shikamaru. Choji silently moved his chips aside. Uchiha Yu continued, the test items are simple. Taijutsu. Ninja tools. Chakra control. Basic ninjutsu. Combat response. One by one. I won't look at your usual grades. Only your performance right now. If you're a genius, show it. If you're a dead last, then show me your problems as well. Naruto immediately clenched his fists. I'm not a dead last. Sasuke gave him a bland look. You are. Naruto shouted angrily. Sasuke. Uchiha Yu looked at them both. Good. First pair, Naruto Sasuke. The class instantly buzzed with excitement. Sakura's eyes lit up. Go Sasuke-kun. Ino also shouted, Sasuke will definitely win. Naruto objected. Why isn't anyone cheering for me? Hinata whispered, Naruto-kun, do your best. Naruto's ears twitched, instantly moved. Hinata, you're such a good person. Hinata's face instantly turned red enough to steam. Uchiha, you led everyone to the training ground. First item taijutsu. Sasuke and Naruto stood in the arena. Uchiha, you said flatly, ninjutsu is forbidden. Taijutsu sparring. Begin. The moment the words fell, Sasuke shot forward instantly. His movements were clean. His footwork was steady. The angle of his punch was also quite good. Uchiha, you nodded slightly. Sasuke's fundamentals were indeed solid. The Uchiha clan's training had not been neglected. Naruto, on the other hand, plenty of spirit, shouting very loudly. Charged very fast. Then, bam, he was kicked over by Sasuke. Naruto got up from the ground and unconvinced charged forward again. Again, bam, he was thrown down again. Again, bam, he fell a third time. The surrounding students fell silent. Kiba scratched his head. That Naruto guy really seems pretty weak. Shikamaru said lazily, not seems. Choji munched on chips and added, he really is. Naruto shouted angrily, all of you stop arguing. Uchiha, you did not mock him. He simply watched quietly. Naruto's problems were too obvious. His physical fitness was actually decent. His recovery was strong. His chakra reserves were even more absurd. But his fundamentals were too poor. His footwork was messy. His punches were messy. His center of gravity was messy. His chakra control was messy. His attacks relied entirely on brute force. Part of this was indeed due to the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra. But more than that, no one had truly taught him. The Third Hokage gave him an allowance. The Ninja Academy taught him the basics. Yet no one had truly polished him the way one would teach the son of a hero. That was why Naruto was like an unpolished gem, full of potential, but covered in mud on the surface. 10 minutes later, Naruto lay on the ground panting heavily. Sasuke stood in place, his breathing slightly elevated but clearly still steady. Uchiha, you spoke, stop. Naruto looked up, face full of unwillingness. I can still fight. Uchiha, you said calmly, I know. You can take a beating. Naruto. The whole class couldn't help but burst out laughing. Uchiha, you looked at Sasuke. Your fundamentals are decent. Sasuke's eyes brightened slightly. Gaining Uchiha Yu's recognition meant a great deal to him. Uchiha Yu continued, but that's all they are, decent. Your movements are too textbook. Your reactions aren't flexible enough. Against a real enemy, your habits are easy to see through. Sasuke's expression stiffened. The faint pride that had just risen was instantly slapped back down. Uchiha Yu then looked at Naruto. As for you. Naruto immediately tensed up. How am I? Uchiha Yu said calmly. Your fundamentals are a mess. Naruto was petrified. Uchiha Yu continued, but your physical fitness and willpower are not bad. There's still hope. Naruto revived instantly. Really? Uchiha Yu nodded. Provided that from now on you stop training with your mouth. Naruto. Everyone stifled their laughter again. Next came the ninja tool test. Sasuke's shuriken throwing was nearly perfect. The kunai trajectories were precise, and he could even execute the Uchiha clan's signature chain ricochet technique. Naruto, on the other hand, was a tragic sight. Of the 3 shuriken, 2 missed the target, and 1 nearly hit Kiba beside him. Kiba jumped away in fright, hugging Akamaru. Hey, Naruto, are you trying to kill me? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Accident. Uchiha Yu remained expressionless. Naruto, retake the basic ninja tool course. Naruto hung his head dejectedly. Then came the chakra control test. Tree climbing. Water walking. Basic chakra concentration. In this section, the standout was not Sasuke, nor Neji. It was Sakura. When Sakura lightly walked up the tree trunk and stood firmly on a branch, a hint of change finally surfaced in Uchiha Yu's eyes. Haruno Sakura. Sakura felt a little nervous. Here, your chakra control is currently the strongest in the class. As soon as he said this, the entire class froze. Sakura herself was dumbfounded. Me? Uchiha Yu nodded. Yes, your chakra reserves are not outstanding and your physical fitness is average. But your control is extremely refined. If you choose the path of medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, or precise chakra manipulation, in the future, you'll have a bright future. Sakura's eyes suddenly lit up. Until now, the most noticeable things about her in class seemed to be her crush on Sasuke and her quarrels with Ino. But now Uchiha Yu had directly pointed out her talent. For the first time, she realized that she also had something worthy of recognition. Ino glanced at Sakura and gave a light snort. So the only thing you're good at is chakra control. Sakura immediately shot back. At least that's better than a certain Ino pig. Uchiha Yu looked at the pair. If you two argue again, you'll do extra training later. Sakura and Ino shut up at once. Then came the others. Hyuga Niji's taijutsu was exceptionally strong. His gentle fist foundation far surpassed his peers. Hinata's gentle fist basics were not bad either, but she hesitated when attacking and lacked enough force. Inazuka Kiba had explosive power and an advantage when working with Akamaru, but he was impulsive. Aburame Shino was the steadiest with excellent insect swarm control and observational skills. Rock Lee could not use ninjutsu or genjutsu, but his taijutsu foundation was extremely solid, and his willpower was astonishing. Tenten had remarkable talent with ninja tools with high potential in throwing and spatial ninja tool applications. Shikamaru's taijutsu chakra control and ninja tool handling were all average, but his tactical judgment was far beyond his peers. Choji's strength and endurance were good, but he lacked speed and flexibility. Ino had strong spiritual energy clear potential in the Yamanaka clan's secret arts, but her close combat was too weak. After the entire round of tests, the sun had already drifted to the west. All 12 children were thoroughly exhausted. Naruto lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. Sasuke was still standing, but sweat had appeared on his forehead. Neji and Rock Lee now watched Uchiha Yu with eyes that held several degrees more seriousness. They could feel that this teacher was different. He didn't judge people by academy grades. Instead, he could see through each person's strengths and shortcomings at a glance. Uchiha Yu stood before the group and began to sum up. Today's test results are very clear. He looked at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, the most comprehensive foundation. Sasuke had just been about to breathe a sigh of relief when Uchiha Yu's next words came. But your mentality is too guarded. A real battle is not about posing. Sasuke. Uchiha Yu looked at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the worst foundation. Naruto hung his head at once. But the greatest potential. Naruto snapped his head up. Really? Uchiha Yu said really. But potential alone can't fill your stomach. Starting tomorrow, your basic training volume will be tripled. Naruto's eyes widened. Before he could protest, Uchiha Yu had already turned to Sakura. Haruno Sakura. From now on, focus on precision, control, genjutsu resistance, and the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu. Sakura nodded vigorously. Yes. Uchiha Yu looked at Neji. Hyuga Neji, your taijutsu talent is very strong. But you trust so-called fate too much. Neji's expression changed. Teacher, what do you mean? Uchiha Yu said calmly, it means don't always think you've seen through the world. You can't even see through yourself yet. Neji's eyes darkened. The atmosphere around them tightened slightly. Yet Uchiha Yu did not continue. Now was not the time to deal with the Hyuga main family and branch family issue. But the seed had been planted. There would be plenty of chances later. He faced Rock Lee. Rock Lee, your ninjutsu talent is poor, but your taijutsu and willpower are extremely strong. Fire instantly blazed in Rock Lee's eyes. Teacher, I'll prove through taijutsu that I can also become an excellent ninja. Uchiha Yu nodded. Very good. But passion alone won't be enough. You need a more scientific training plan. Rock Lee was so moved that tears almost spilled from his eyes. Yes. Uchiha Yu continued to scan the group. Shikamaru tactical core. Choji strength and defense. Ino spiritual and sensory support. Kibo assault. Shino crowd control. Hinata gentle fist and reconnaissance. Tenten ninja tool suppression. Neji close quarters suppression. Rock Lee breakthrough. Sakura precision control and medical support. Sasuke balanced offense. Naruto. He paused for a moment. Naruto asked anxiously, what about me? Uchiha Yu looked at him. First, fill the gaps in your basics. Naruto. The entire class burst out laughing. Naruto said stubbornly, damn it. I'll get stronger and show you all. Uchiha Yu said calmly, I'll be waiting. Starting tomorrow, the elite class formally begins training. I don't care what your academy rankings were. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people. Those who are useful, and those who are becoming useful. The 12 children were momentarily stunned. These words were very pragmatic, even a little prickly. But for some reason, they stirred a strange heat in everyone's blood. Uchiha Yu went on, your generation is not made up of ordinary students. In the future, you will face things far more brutal than academy exams. Enemy villages, rogue ninja, war, tailed beasts, even the entire shinobi world. So I won't teach you gently. I'll only make you stronger than you would otherwise be. Naruto clenched his fists. Sasuke's gaze burned. Neji was silent. Sakura pressed her lips together. Shikamaru sighed but didn't say troublesome again. Because he could faintly sense that this teacher was not merely scaring them. This world really was about to become very troublesome. Uchiha Yu looked at the 12 children before him. A system notification rang in his mind. Host has officially taken over the new generation elite class of Konoha. The fate threads of the Konoha 12 rookies have shifted. Naruto's development route has been unlocked. Sasuke's development route has been unlocked. The foundational talent deployment for the future unification of the shinobi world has begun. Mastermind points gained 10,000. Current mastermind points, 40,000. The corner of Uchiha Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. The next generation on the chessboard had finally begun to enter the game. Before turning and leaving the training ground, he left a single sentence. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Anyone who arrives late will run 10 laps around Konoha. Naruto immediately let out a wail. 6. Shikamaru flopped straight onto the ground. How troublesome. Uchiha Yu paused mid-step. Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru's body stiffened. You'll run 20 laps tomorrow. Shikamaru. The class was silent for 1 second. Then they burst into laughter. Only Shikamaru stayed face down on the ground, his expression one of utter despair. I knew it. This elite class is definitely going to be a huge pain. The next morning, at the Hokage's office, Tsunade had just sat down and hadn't yet finished reading the first document when the door was pushed open. Uchiha Yu walked in. Tsunade looked up at him, her brows immediately knitting together. What do you want now, eh? Uchiha Yu placed a scroll on the desk. Dealing with a problem I've been ignoring. Tsunade's eyelid twitched. By now she was starting to dread hearing Uchiha Yu say the word problem. Because every time he said there was a problem, the next thing was never trivial. What problem? Uchiha Yu looked at her and said flatly. Hemophobia. The office fell silent in an instant. Tsunade's fingers paused slightly. Jiraiya had been sitting by the windowsill yawning, but the moment he heard those words he opened his eyes wide. Shizun hugged Tantan, her expression shifting slightly. Hemophobia. That was one of Tsunade's greatest problems. Though she possessed the finest medical ninjutsu in the entire shinobi world, she also had a powerful combat system, such as monstrous strength and the 100 healings technique. But when hemophobia took hold, her combat ability would be sharply reduced. At critical moments, it could even make her unable to strike. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yu coldly. You even know about this? Uchiha Yu nodded. I do. A dangerous light flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Who told you? Uchiha Yu did not change his expression. Does it matter? Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then gave a cold snort. So you came here to mock me? Uchiha Yu shook his head. I came to cure it. Tsunade was silent. Jiraiya also frowned. Hemophobia is not an ordinary psychological disorder. Tsunade has suffered too much loss. It's not something that can be cured just by saying it. Uchiha Yu said calmly. So ordinary methods won't work. Tsunade sneered. Then what method do you want to use? Uchiha Yu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward the door. Come in. Uchiha Itachi walked in from outside. His complexion was a little better than before. Tsunade had already begun treating his body. Although she couldn't completely cure him in a short time, at least his chakra flow was considerably steadier than before. Tsunade saw Itachi and frowned slightly. What did you call Itachi here for? Uchiha Yu said. Use Jinjutsu. Tsunade's eyes darkened. Ordinary Jinjutsu won't work on me. Uchiha Yu nodded. I know. So it won't be ordinary Jinjutsu. Itachi raised his head, the three tomo in his eyes spinning slowly. The next moment, the three tomo changed. Within his blood-red pupils, the three tomo transformed into a pinwheel. Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade's pupils contracted slightly. She knew Itachi was a genius. But she never imagined Itachi had already awakened the Mangekyo as well. Jiraiya's expression also became grave. Just how many Mangekyo does the Uchiha clan have now? Uchiha Yu said calmly. Take a guess. Jiraiya. This kid was really insufferable. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yu. You want Itachi to use Jinjutsu to help me overcome my hemophobia? Uchiha Yu nodded. Your hemophobia comes from past trauma. Ordinary stimulation is meaningless. The most direct method would have been to make you face a large amount of blood again under extreme circumstances, forcing your way through the psychological barrier. Tsunade's eyes were cold. You want to hurt yourself? Uchiha Yu said calmly. I'm not that stupid. Cutting myself up to treat you is something I wouldn't do. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Good. At least you're still somewhat sane. Uchiha Yu continued. So Jinjutsu. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. That wasn't exactly normal either. A Jinjutsu like Tsukuyomi could ruin an ordinary person's mind if hit even once. Use it to cure hemophobia? Just how absurd was that? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yu and laughed. You little brat. You really dare to think of such things. Uchiha Yu said. Whether I dare to think it doesn't matter. What matters is whether it works. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then finally put down the document in her hand. How will you do it? Itachi said. I'll build a controllable Jinjutsu space. Inside it you'll repeatedly face scenes related to blood. But the difference is that the Jinjutsu will advance gradually according to Lady Tsunade's mental tolerance. Tsunade glanced at Itachi. Are you sure you won't break my mind? Itachi fell silent. Uchiha Yu answered for him. If he really does break you, I'll make him train until he dies. Itachi. Tsunade's mouth twitched. That's a truly reliable guarantee. Uchiha Yu looked at her, his tone unusually serious for once. Tsunade, you are the 5th Hokage. Konoha has many hard battles ahead. Danzo is dead, but the remnants of Root remain. Other shinobi villages will test us. The Akatsuki won't stay stable forever either. You cannot fall on the battlefield because of blood. Tsunade said nothing. Hemophobia was the deepest thorn in her heart. She had never been willing to face it. But Uchiha Yu was right. She was no longer Tsunade the wandering gambler. She was the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage could feel pain, could feel fear, but could not fall on the battlefield. Tsunade slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had turned resolute. Bring it on. Itachi looked at Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu nodded. Begin. The Mangekyo in Itachi's eyes slowly spun. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Tsunade's consciousness was dragged into a blood-red, illusory world. In the office, Tsunade's body went rigid. Shizen nervously clenched her hands. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya too rarely showed such a worried expression. Uchiha Yu, however, was calm. He trusted Itachi's control. He also trusted Tsunade. Neither of them was someone easily broken. Time ticked by second after second. In reality, only a few breaths passed. But inside the Tsukuyomi space, a long time might have passed. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Tsunade's forehead. Her fingers trembled slightly. She seemed to see Nawaki again. Saw Dan. Saw blood surging out of their bodies. Saw everything she had once been powerless to reverse. But this time the Jinjutsu did not let her run away. Nor did it let her sink into despair. Instead, it forced her again and again to face it directly. A medical ninja was not someone who feared blood. A medical ninja was someone who snatched lives back from blood. Tsunade's breathing grew faster and faster. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. Boom. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from her body. The documents on the desk were blasted into the air. Jiraiya immediately stood up. Shizen cried out. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade lowered her head, her chest heaving violently. For a moment her gaze was dazed. Then gradually it regained its clarity. She slowly raised her hand and looked at her palm. Shizen immediately cut her fingertip, let a drop of blood fall onto a handkerchief, and carefully handed it over. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade stared at that drop of blood. Everyone in the office held their breath. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. She did not tremble. Tsunade reached out and took the blood-stained handkerchief directly. It's done. Shizune's eyes instantly reddened. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya also sighed in relief. Thank goodness. The next second Tsunade suddenly turned her head, her gaze locking directly onto Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu's expression did not change. Tsunade walked toward him step by step. You little brat. Only you would do something like this, of course. Uchiha Yu said calmly. As long as it works. Tsunade sneered. Works? Do you have any idea how long I was tormented inside Tsukuyami? Itachi quietly took half a step back. Uchiha Yu glanced at Itachi. Good control. Itachi. Tsunade grabbed Uchiha Yu by the collar. I'm asking you. Uchiha Yu looked up at her. Congratulations. Your hemophobia is overcome. The veins on Tsunade's forehead bulged wildly. Jiraiya wisely shut his mouth. Shizune hugged Tonton tightly and didn't dare to speak either. Finally Tsunade took a deep breath and put Uchiha Yu down. I'll remember this for now. Uchiha Yu straightened his collar. Fine. Just put it on my tab. Tsunade. This man really could turn gratitude into the urge to punch someone. But no matter what, she had indeed overcome her hemophobia. From this day forward Tsunade had truly recovered her full combat strength. The 5th Hokage. Senju Tsunade. Completely back. 9 in the morning. The Ninja Academy training ground. All 12 members of the Konoha elite class had already gathered. After yesterday's first lesson, everyone realized this Uchiha teacher was no ordinary instructor. When he said extra training, they did extra training. When he said gather at 6 in the morning, he would not tolerate anyone arriving at 7. Shikamaru, because he had said one extra word about how troublesome, yesterday had already run 20 laps around Konoha that morning. He sat on the ground, now his expression utterly lifeless. I can't go on like this. Choji handed him a bag of chips from the side. Shikamaru wants some. Shikamaru replied weakly. No energy to eat. Naruto meanwhile was full of spirit. Ha ha ha. Shikamaru, you're such a loser. Shikamaru glanced at him. You have the worst fundamentals, and you're laughing at me. Naruto instantly bristled. Who says I have the worst fundamentals? Sasuke said calmly. The teacher said so. Naruto. Sakura looked at Sasuke, her eyes shining. Sasuke-kun is so cool today. Ino immediately grew competitive. Broad forehead, give it a rest. Kiba held Akamaru, his face alight with excitement. What training will we do today? Lee was already fired up. No matter what the training is, I will complete it with the flames of youth. Niji stood calmly to the side, silent. Hinata stole a glance at Naruto, then lowered her head. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. The teacher is here. The next moment, Uchiha Yu appeared at the center of the training ground. Several shadow clones trailed behind him. Everyone fell silent immediately. Uchiha Yu swept his gaze over the group. Starting today, we begin targeted training. I won't have you all train the same things. Each of your paths is different. Train the wrong way, and you'll only waste your talent. Their spirits lifted. Uchiha Yu raised his hand, and the shadow clones headed toward different students. Sasuke, you will practice ninja technique combinations and dynamic shuriken jutsu. Do not confine yourself to traditional Uchiha patterns. Enemies will not stand still for you to perform. Sasuke nodded. Understood. Sakura, you will train chakra precision control with this shadow clone. Today's objective leaf-cutting technique and fine thread chakra application. Sakura paused. I get individual training too. Uchiha Yu looked at her. Your chakra control ability is the strongest in the class. Not training you individually would be a waste. Sakura's cheeks flushed, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. Niji, you will practice gentle fist reaction speed. I will also arrange sparring between you and Hinata. Hinata's body stiffened. Niji's eyes flickered slightly. Uchiha Yu looked at him and said coldly. Stop using that fate deterministic nonsense to intimidate people. In my class the main branch and branch mean nothing. Whoever is weak takes the beating. Niji's expression darkened slightly, but he offered no objection. Kiba, train your coordination rhythm with Akamaru. You tend to lose control too easily. Kiba objected. I do not. Uchiha Yu said flatly. You're losing control right now. Kiba. Shino. Insect swarm area control. I will simulate multi-target interference for you. Shino nodded. Understood. Shikamaru. Shikamaru's body tensed. Yes. Tactical simulation. You won't need to move much today. Shikamaru's eyes brightened. Uchiha Yu continued. But you will be responsible for drafting 3 emergency tactical plans for each team. Shikamaru. Better to make me run laps. Choji. Strength and endurance. Stop eating all the time. Choji quietly stowed away his chips. Ino. Mental focus and preparatory practice for the mind-body switch technique. Tenten. Precise projectile ninjutsu and multi-line suppression. Lee. Weighted taijutsu. Your willpower is admirable, but training cannot rely on shouting alone. Lee was moved to tears. Teacher, I understand. Soon everyone was taken away by shadow clones. Only Naruto remained standing in place. Naruto looked left and right, seeing everyone had training except himself. He grew anxious. Teacher, what about me? I'm the one who will become Hokage. You can't leave me behind. Uchiha Yu looked at him. Come with me. Hearing this, Naruto immediately perked up. Am I getting special training? Uchiha Yu nodded. Sort of. Naruto clenched his fist at once. Great. Sasuke glanced over from afar, his brow furrowing slightly. Special training. The bottom feeder actually gets special training. Naruto made a mocking face at him. Sasuke, see that? The teacher values me the most. Sasuke said coldly. Don't come back crying after training. Naruto retorted angrily. I never will. Uchiha, you led Naruto to a corner of the training ground. A simple barrier had already been set up here. Naruto asked excitedly. Teacher, what are we training? A powerful ninjutsu? Or supreme taijutsu? Or are you going to teach me the Sharingan? Uchiha, you glanced at him. You're overthinking it. We won't be training ninjutsu today. Naruto froze. Not training. Then what? Uchiha, you said indifferently. First we deal with that tenant inside you. Naruto looked completely baffled. Tenant. Uchiha, you raised his hand and pressed it against Naruto's forehead. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly materialized. Ninetales. Stop pretending to sleep. I know you can hear me. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. The next instant, his consciousness was drawn into the mental space by Uchiha Yu. A dark damp sewer. A massive iron gate. Red ceiling talismans plastered across the door. Deep within the gate, two enormous scarlet beastly eyes slowly opened. The Ninetales. It fixed its gaze on Uchiha Yu and let out a low growl. Uchiha. Again with those cursed eyes. Naruto stood to the side utterly stunned. What is this place? What is that monster? Uchiha Yu said coolly. The Ninetales inside your body. Naruto's eyes widened. Inside me. The Ninetales snarled. Brat, how dare you bring this Uchiha in here? Naruto jumped in fright. I didn't know either. Uchiha Yu looked at the Ninetales. Be quiet. The Ninetales' eyes surged with murderous intent. You little Uchiha. Do you really think those eyes are enough to control me? Uchiha Yu's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. The black-red protective umbrella patterns intertwined with the U-core motif, emitting eye power that made even the Ninetales uncomfortable. The Ninetales' pupils contracted slightly. These eyes were not an ordinary Mangekyo. They felt different even from Uchiha Madara's. More bizarre. More dangerous. Uchiha Yu spoke calmly. Control you? I have no interest in that temporarily. The Ninetales sneered. Then why are you here? Uchiha Yu glanced at Naruto. He wants to grow stronger. And you have been interfering with his chakra control. Naruto froze. It was this thing that made me fail at tree climbing. The Ninetales bared its fangs. Humph. Uchiha Yu continued. I could have taken a gradual approach, allowing Naruto to slowly communicate with you. But I do not have that kind of time. The Ninetales' eyes darkened slightly. What do you want? Uchiha Yu looked up at it. I do not demand that you lend him power now. I do not demand that you acknowledge him. But from today onward, do not interfere with his basic training. The Ninetales seemed to hear the funniest joke. On what grounds? Uchiha Yu smiled. Because I know about the Sage of Six Paths and the Nine-Tailed Beasts. The Ninetales' pupils suddenly contracted. The entire mental space fell silent in an instant. What did you say? Uchiha Yu said lightly. Kurama. That name. It has been a long time since anyone called you by it, hasn't it? Boom. The Ninetales abruptly stood up, its enormous body slamming into the iron gate and shaking it violently. Naruto was so startled that he plopped down into the water. What? Why did it suddenly get angry? The Ninetales glared at Uchiha Yu. Why do you know that name? Who exactly are you? Uchiha Yu looked at it. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I know you are not just a demon fox. You are one of the nine-tailed beasts born after the Sage of Six Paths split the Ten-Tails chakra. You were once entrusted with a purpose. And you have also been betrayed, captured, sealed, and used. So you hate humans. Especially the Uchiha. The vicious light in the Nine-Tails' eyes grew even more complicated. Rage. Shock. Wariness. And a faint trace of hesitation that was hard to detect. Uchiha Yu continued, Naruto is not your enemy. At least not right now. He is just a child who has been mistreated by Konoha since he was little. Naruto stared blankly at Uchiha Yu. Teacher. The Ninetales snorted coldly. Humans are all the same. Uchiha Yu shook his head. No, they aren't. If they were, I wouldn't have killed Danzo earlier. And Naruto would never have learned that he is the fourth Hokage's son. Konoha has already begun to change. In the future, the shinobi world will change too. The Ninetales stared at him. You want to use this, brat? Uchiha Yu did not deny it in the slightest. That's right. Naruto, hey. Uchiha Yu glanced at Naruto. But I will make him stronger. Let him know the truth. Give him the right to choose. That is better than treating him as a cage. The Ninetales fell silent. It hated the Uchiha, especially the feeling of being forcibly controlled by those eyes. But this Uchiha before it had not tried to control it the moment they met. Instead, he spoke of the Sage of Six Paths and uttered the name Kurama. This forced the Ninetales to re-evaluate him. Uchiha Yu said, I only ask for one condition. During Naruto's basic training, don't deliberately disturb his chakra. The Ninetales said coldly, and what if I refuse? The eternal Mangekyo in Uchiha Yu's eyes sharpened abruptly. A terrifying ocular power instantly pressed into the sealed space. Black-red chakra spread across the iron gate like an infection. The Ninetales first stood on end at once. You. Uchiha Yu said calmly, then I will use my eternal Mangekyo to watch you. Disturb him once, and I will suppress you once. Until you get annoyed. Naruto's jaw dropped. Ninetales. In all its years, this was the first time it had ever seen someone threaten a tailed beast with such confidence. Uchiha Yu added, of course, if you cooperate, I can let Naruto come visit you often from now on. Not as a cage. but as a negotiation between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. The Nine-Tails sneered. This brat. Naruto immediately jumped up. Don't underestimate me. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage someday. The Nine-Tails glanced at Naruto. Within its eyes were mockery and a faint, indescribable ripple. Hokage. What a foolish, noisy brat. But he seemed a little different from the Jinchuriki before. Uchiha, you looked at the Nine-Tails. What's your choice? The Nine-Tails was silent for a long time. Finally, it lay back down behind the iron gate. Humph. I can't be bothered with this brat's basic training. But Uchiha, don't think I approve of you. Uchiha, you said indifferently, I don't need your approval. Just don't cause trouble. The Nine-Tails closed its eyes. Get out. The next instant. Uchiha, you brought Naruto's consciousness out of the mental space. At the corner of the training ground. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he gasped for air. What was that just now? Is there really a fox that big inside my body? Uchiha, you said calmly, the Nine-Tails. You'll gradually get to know it in the future. Naruto hadn't recovered yet. It's so fierce. Uchiha, you said you're pretty noisy too. Naruto. In the distance, Sasuke had been watching them carefully. Seeing Naruto return, he frowned and asked, Dead last, what happened to you? Naruto suddenly clenched his fists. I'm not dead last. Teacher said there's a powerful guy inside me. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. A powerful guy. Uchiha, you cut and don't show off just yet. Starting now, you're going to practice chakra control again. Naruto was taken aback. Now. Uchiha, you nodded. Tree climbing. If the Nine-Tails no longer interferes, you should improve faster. Naruto immediately got excited. Okay. He rushed to the tree-formed hand seals and attached chakra to the soles of his feet. Then he stepped onto the tree trunk. Thump. He fell down. Naruto. Sasuke. The whole class. Uchiha-U's face was expressionless. The Nine-Tails not interfering doesn't mean you suddenly became a genius. Keep going. Naruto climbed to his feet and gritted his teeth. Damn it. I definitely have to succeed. He charged at the tree trunk again. Once. Twice. 3 times. He still fell, but Uchiha-U could tell that Naruto's chakra fluctuation had stabilized considerably compared to yesterday. The Nine-Tails had indeed held back its interference. That was enough. As long as his foundation began to fill in, Naruto's growth speed would be very fast. In the distance, Sakura watched Naruto fall and get up again, and something in her eyes changed. She used to think Naruto was nothing but noisy. But now that stubborn refusal to admit defeat in him was impossible to ignore. Sasuke, on the other hand, tightened his fist. He vaguely sensed it. Naruto might no longer be the simple, dead last of before. Uchiha-U stood in the center of the training ground, watching the 12 children each train. Sasuke began refining his ninjutsu. Sakura began to reveal her talent for chakra control. The seed of the Hyuga problem between Neji and Hinata was quietly being planted. Naruto's Nine-Tails interference had been temporarily suppressed. Everything was moving in the direction he wanted. A system notification rang out. Host has successfully made contact with the Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails' attitude toward the host hostility mixed with wariness. Nine-Tails has temporarily stopped interfering with Naruto's basic training. Naruto's growth speed has increased. Behind-the-scenes points gained 15000. Current behind-the-scenes points 55000. The corners of Uchiha-U's mouth lifted slightly. Good. The first step with the Nine-Tails was complete. Naruto didn't need to control the Nine-Tails now, nor did he need to borrow its power immediately. What he needed first was to grow like a normal ninja. Build a solid foundation. Learn control. Gain sound judgment. Only then, when he truly faced the Nine-Tails in the future, would it not depend solely on talk no jutsu and fate. He would have the right to negotiate. Uchiha-U lifted his head toward the sky. Sage of 6 paths. Sooner or later, I will meet all 9 of your tailed beasts. But for now, he looked at Naruto, who was hugging the tree trunk and sliding down. Let's train this dead last into a proper person first. Naruto fell from the tree and happened to hear that exact sentence. He immediately jumped up in fury. Teacher, I heard that. Uchiha-U said calmly, since you heard it, keep training. Naruto. Once again, Naruto's defiant shouts echoed across the training ground. At the Konoha Ninja Academy training ground. Aya! Thud! Naruto fell from the tree trunk for the 18th time, hitting the ground spread eagle. He lay there for 2 seconds, then sprang to his feet and jabbed a finger at the tree in front of him. Damn you! You stupid tree! If you've got the guts, come down here. The whole training ground fell silent. Hinata, who was doing basic gentle fist training, murmured quietly. A tree. Probably can't come down right. Kiba Inuzuka, holding Akamaru, burst out laughing. Huh. Naruto, are you already picking fights with trees now? Akamaru barked along too. Woof. Naruto whipped around at once. Kiba. Akamaru. Both of you stop laughing. Kiba grinned. Akamaru says you're even worse at climbing trees than he is. Akamaru woof. Naruto's hackles instantly went up. Even a dog is mocking me. Shikamaru sat in the shade of a tree with a tactical map spread out before him and sighed lazily. What a drag. Fighting with a tree, fighting with a dog. What's next? Fighting with a rock. Choji, munching on chips, thought seriously. A rock probably wouldn't respond right. Shikamaru glanced at him. That's not the point. Uchiha-U stood in the center of the training ground, watching Naruto expressionlessly. Naruto, Uzumaki. Naruto's body stiffened. Here. Uchiha-U said calmly, if you argue with your training target again, you'll do 1 extra hour of practice today. Naruto said aggrievedly, but sensei, the tree made me fall first. Uchiha-U looked at him. The tree didn't move. Naruto. Sakura couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. Ino also laughed. A dead last is a dead last. Can't even climb a tree. Naruto snapped. Ino pig, just you wait. Ino instantly bristled. Who are you calling Ino pig? Sakura immediately followed up. Who else? You Ino pig. Ino turned and glared at her. Forehead girl, are you butting in again? Sakura rolled up her sleeves. Do you want to fight? Uchiha, you swept a glance over the two of them. Sakura. Ino. Both of them instantly snapped to attention. Yes. Uchiha, you said, evenly you two have good chakra control and mental energy. But the chakra consumption of your mouths is excessive. From now on, whoever argues again will run 10 laps around the field. Sakura. Ino. Shikamaru muttered, what exactly is mouth chakra? Uchiha Yu's gaze swept over. Shikamaru. Shikamaru immediately shut his mouth. Yesterday's 20 laps were still vivid in his memory. He was now traumatized by the teacher calling his name. Naruto went back to practicing tree climbing. Uchiha Yu walked up to him and pressed a hand against the trunk. The key to tree climbing is keeping chakra stably attached to the soles of your feet. Too little and you won't stick. Too much and the bark will split open. Your problem is that your chakra is too erratic. Naruto scratched his head. But I feel like I'm already trying so hard to control it. Uchiha Yu looked at him. What you call control is just pouring all the water out of a water tank in one breath. Naruto was taken aback. Isn't that impressive? Uchiha Yu said calmly, what's impressive is writing a character with a single drop of water. Naruto. He didn't understand, but it sounded profound. Uchiha Yu continued, even if the Nine Tails isn't interfering with you for now, it doesn't mean your basics will improve on their own. You've fallen too far behind. Others practice once, you need to practice 10 times. Naruto gritted his teeth. 10 times it is. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. Uchiha Yu nodded. Very well. Today's goal, climb to the top of the tree. Naruto looked up at the absurdly tall tree. Sensei, is this tree taller than yesterday? Uchiha Yu said yes. Naruto's eyes went wide. Why? Uchiha Yu said calmly, because I felt you didn't make a loud enough sound falling yesterday. Naruto. Kiba burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha. But in the next second Uchiha Yu looked over at him. Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba's smile immediately stiffened. Uchiha Yu said your coordination with Akamaru still isn't synchronized enough. Today Akamaru runs 1 lap, you run 2. Kiba was shocked. Why does Akamaru run 1 lap, while I run 2? Uchiha Yu said because it's smarter than you. Akamaru woof. Kiba. The whole class burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood on the east side of the training ground facing a row of targets. Several kunai and shuriken were held between his fingers. His expression was focused. Compared with Naruto's miserable struggle, Sasuke's side was much quieter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 shuriken cut through the air. 2 of them collided, changed course, and struck 2 targets from behind at the same time. The third shuriken grazed a branch and rebounded into a bullseye high up. Several students nearby couldn't help looking over. Tenten's eyes lit up. Such amazing throwing skill. Niji also turned his head slightly. The Uchiha clan's weapon arts are truly exquisite. Sasuke stood in place, his face blank, but his eyes clearly held a trace of confidence. This was something he had practiced since childhood. He believed that even in this elite class his shuriken jutsu was among the best. Uchiha Yu walked over. Sasuke promptly stood up straight. Sensei. Uchiha Yu looked at the targets. Not bad. Sasuke's eyes brightened slightly. But the next second Uchiha Yu added, but not enough. Sasuke. He had already heard that exact sentence once yesterday. Uchiha Yu looked at him. Your throwing trajectory is too standard. It can hit fixed targets, and it can hit ordinary moving targets. But against an opponent who can predict your attacks will easily be seen through. Sasuke frowned. I can add ricochet angles. Uchiha Yu nodded. You can. But your imagination isn't enough. Sasuke was a little unconvinced. Sensei, then what would count as enough? Uchiha Yu looked toward the training ground entrance. That's why I found you a teacher. Sasuke froze. The next moment a figure walked over slowly. Sasuke's eyes lit up at once. Brother. Naruto, clinging to the tree, heard the voice and immediately turned his head. Sasuke's brother. His concentration wavered, and the chakra on his feet turned chaotic. Splat. He fell again. Naruto climbed to his feet and shouted, damn it. Sasuke, why is your brother here? Sasuke gave him a faint glance. You falling down has nothing to do with my brother. Naruto. Itachi walked up to Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke was visibly a little excited, but still forced himself to stay calm. Brother, have you come to teach me? Itachi nodded. Uchiha-sensei asked me to take charge of your weapon-throwing training. Sasuke immediately turned serious. Yes. Uchiha Yu said from the side, I'm not bad at weapon arts either. But in precision, throwing, angle calculation, and coordination with the Sharingan, Itachi is better suited to teach you than I am. Sasuke looked at Itachi, adoration shining in his eyes. Itachi didn't say much. He simply took several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Watch closely. He flicked them out casually. The motion didn't look fast. It could even be called careless. Yet the shuriken collided with one another in midair. First change of direction. Second change of direction. Third change of direction. One spiraled up along the tree trunk, another rebounded off the ground, and another actually curved around behind a target before slipping out through the gap. Thwack, 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 thwack. The bullseyes of 9 targets around the training ground were all struck at the same moment. One of those targets was even behind a tree, completely invisible from a normal line of sight. The whole training ground went quiet. Tenten's mouth hung open. This. Is this weapon arts? Niji's gaze sharpened. Changing trajectories through collisions combined with visual blind spots and ricochet angles. Too precise. Kiba scratched his head. I just saw shuriken flying around, and then all the targets got hit. Shikamaru said lazily. In short, you didn't understand it. Kiba snapped Shikamaru. Akamaru woof. Naruto watched with sparkling eyes. Amazing. Sasuke, your brother is so much better than you. Sasuke. It was the truth, but why did it sound so annoying when it came from Naruto's mouth? Itachi looked at Sasuke. Your current foundation is quite good, but you rely too much on straight-line judgment. True throwing arts aren't just about hitting the target. You also need to make the enemy think you can't hit him. Sasuke nodded seriously. I understand. Uchiha, you added dryly. In other words, you're still far behind. Sasuke. His brother's words were so pleasant to hear. Uchiha-sensei's words were so piercing. On the other side of the training ground, Sakura was practicing chakra control with Uchiha U's shadow clone. A few leaves floated before her. The task was to use delicate chakra to carve lines into the leaves without cutting through them. At first Sakura was nervous, but after a few attempts she quickly found her rhythm. A fine thread of chakra wrapped around a leaf and gave it a gentle flick. An extremely thin mark appeared on the leaf. The shadow clone nodded. Not bad. Sakura, your control truly is remarkable. Sakura blushed. Thank you, master. Ino, practicing mental focus nearby, couldn't help stealing a glance. Just average. But the moment she got distracted, the wooden post she was using for mental focus toppled over with a bang. The shadow clone looked at her. Yamanaka Ino. Distracted. Ino froze instantly. The shadow clone said calmly, run 10 laps. Ino. Sakura almost burst out laughing. The shadow clone then looked at Sakura. Sakura, if you laugh out loud, that's 10 laps too. Sakura immediately stifled her laughter. Ino glanced at her and suddenly felt a sense of balance. Over by the Hyuga group, Niji and Hinata stood face to face. Niji's expression was cold. Hinata kept her head down, somewhat nervous. The shadow clone stood between them. Gentle fist sparring. Stop at first touch. Niji looked at the shadow clone. Master, the gap between Lady Hinata and me is too great. This kind of training is meaningless. Hinata's body trembled. The shadow clone looked at Niji. You think it's meaningless? Niji said calmly, the main house and the branch house have different fates. Talents differ too. Some things are decided from the very beginning. The shadow clone said flatly, then your task today is to let Hinata hit you once. Niji was taken aback. She can't do it. The shadow clone said, so if you get hit you run 50 laps. Niji. Hinata's head shot up. I can hit, brother Niji. The shadow clone looked at her. Hyuga Hinata. If you don't even dare to strike you'll never hit anyone. Hinata bit her lip. In the distance Naruto had just fallen from a tree. Overhearing those words he immediately shouted, Hinata. Go for it. Hinata's face instantly turned red. But this time she didn't lower her head. Instead she assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. Niji's eyes shifted slightly. The shadow clone said flatly, begin. Over with Lee, things were far more direct. Uchiha, you had added weights to him. Rock Lee's face burned with fighting spirit. Master. This weight is too light. The shadow clone glanced at him. This is the first layer. Lee's eyes lit up. There's a second layer. The shadow clone nodded. There's a third layer too. Lee was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Is this the care of youth? Tintin, standing nearby, practicing weapon throwing, couldn't help remarking, this just looks like torture. The shadow clone looked at her. Tintin, your weapon coverage is excellent, but your precision at killing points is lacking. Today practice triple throws at moving targets. Tintin immediately turned serious. Yes. Shino was training in insect control. Before him stood several wooden posts, each bearing a different colored marker. The shadow clone instructed him to use his insect swarm to seal off different targets in the shortest possible time. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Master's arrangement is very reasonable. Kiba happened to be running laps nearby, and complained, Shino, you actually think that's reasonable? Shino said calmly, because my insects think so too. Kiba. He decided not to chat with anyone from the Aburame clan. It was all too easy to talk oneself out of existence. Over with Shikamaru, he had been assigned to create tactical plans for the entire class. The shadow clone gave him a training ground map with everyone's abilities marked on it. Shikamaru looked at the map and sighed. What a drag. The shadow clone looked at him. Shikamaru quickly changed his tune, but it's quite interesting. Choji silently handed him some chips. Shikamaru, you've learned to survive. Shikamaru said weakly people are shaped by pressure. All morning the training ground buzzed with intense activity. Uchiha, you stood at a high vantage point watching the 12 below, each training in their own way. His main body kept watch over Naruto and Sasuke. Shadow clones handled the basic training of the others. That was his current advantage. After redeeming the Senju bloodline, his chakra reserves had increased dramatically. Combined with the eternal Mangekyou's reduced consumption, he could maintain multiple shadow clones for teaching with ease. Teaching efficiency was extraordinarily high. Of course the cost was considerable mental strain. This generation was the first core pillar for unifying the ninja world in the future. Naruto had begun reinforcing his basics. The Nine Tails was temporarily causing no trouble. Under Itachi's tutelage, Sasuke's weapon techniques would rapidly improve. Sakura's chakra control had been discovered ahead of schedule. Niji's fatalism was beginning to waver. Hinata was being forced to make a move. Shikamaru was growing accustomed to tactical command. Lee had a more scientific training plan. Everyone's threads of fate were beginning to shift. Just then the system notification sounded. Konoha Elite Class Training System initially established. Naruto's fundamental correction progress increased. Sasuke's weapon technique growth path optimized. Sakura's medical and refined chakra route unlocked. Niji and Hinata's Hyuga fate lines have begun to fluctuate. Puppeteer points gained 8000. Current puppeteer points 63000. Uchiha U's lips curled slightly upward. Not bad. He lowered his gaze to Naruto. By now Naruto had fallen from the tree, who knew how many times. But this time he had climbed to the 1/3 mark of the trunk. Naruto lay on the ground, breathing heavily, yet laughing joyfully. Huh, I climbed higher than before. Sasuke glanced over from a distance. Only 1/3. Naruto retorted angrily, still better than when I started. Uchiha Yu said flatly, there has indeed been progress. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Uchiha Yu nodded. You've advanced from a pitiful sight to barely presentable. Naruto. The whole class burst into laughter once again. Naruto clenched his fist and shouted at the great tree, just you wait. I will definitely reach the top today. Uchiha Yu looked at him, his gaze softening slightly. He was a bit noisy. A bit dull too. But this stubborn refusal to give in was truly precious. He turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke was readjusting his throwing stance under Itachi's guidance. His gaze was earnest, every motion more precise than the last. Good. Naruto and Sasuke. These two originally fated reincarnations of Indra and Azura were no longer bound by lonely pursuit and hostile opposition. They would grow together, compete together, and be trained mercilessly by him. In the future, anyone who tried to use them as pawns would have to first get Uchiha Yu's approval. On the training ground, Naruto charged at the tree trunk once more. This time he climbed even higher. Then just as he was about to shout in excitement, the chakra under his feet faltered. Thud. He fell. Kiba couldn't help saying, Naruto, do you always fall the moment you get cocky? Naruto scrambled to his feet and snapped, shut up. I'm testing the hardness of the ground. Shikamaru said airily, then you've been very thorough. Choji followed up, from this morning until now the training ground has probably been certified as safe by Naruto. The whole class exploded with laughter. Naruto was so angry his face turned red. You wait. When I become Hokage, I'll make all of you run laps around Konoha. Uchiha Yu said flatly, a Hokage can't use his position to settle personal grievances. Naruto immediately replied, then I'll have them run laps for the sake of youth. Rock Lee instantly snapped to attention, burning with passion. Naruto-kun. You finally understand youth. Naruto. Huh. The whole class burst out laughing again. Uchiha Yu watched these children bickering and fooling around, yet his heart was clear. This very clamor was what he wanted to protect. No hatred from the night of the clan massacre. No isolation as the child of the demon fox. No despair of the main house and branch house. No future war bearing down on them until they could barely breathe. At least now they could still be like children, noisy, training, falling, and climbing back up. All he had to do was make sure that before they truly stepped into the ninja world, they possessed enough strength to change their fate. Uchiha Yu looked up at the distant Hokage rock. Tsunade had assumed the position. Naruto and Sasuke had entered the board. Konoha's new order was beginning to take shape. As for the Akatsuki, Itachi would continue to keep an eye on them on his behalf. Next, he only needed to wait for this generation to reach graduation age. The joint Chunin exam. The 5 great ninja villages. Unifying the ninja world. All of this would come step by step. But before that, Uchiha Yu glanced at Naruto, who had once again been snagged by the tree. Naruto. Naruto hugged the trunk stubbornly and shouted back, what is it, master? Uchiha Yu said flatly, your pants are caught on a branch. Naruto looked down. Thud. He fell again. Laughter erupted across the training ground. Uchiha Yu's lips curled slightly. Forget it. Matters of unifying the ninja world could wait until Naruto learned how to climb a tree first. The sun was setting in the west. The training ground of the Ninja Academy. The day's training had finally come to an end. More precisely, the children had finally been granted a reprieve by Uchiha Uranium. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground like a salted fish dried in the sun. His clothes were caked with dust, leaves poked out of his hair, and his face was a crisscross of mud smudges from falling. He raised one hand, his voice faint. Am I still alive? Choji crouched beside him and gave him a couple of serious looks. Probably still alive. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. The next second Choji added, but you look like you've just been dug out of the ground. Naruto. Kiba with Akamaru in his arms laughed until he couldn't straighten his back. Huh. Naruto, you fought that tree all day. What's the score? Naruto sat up sharply. What do you mean I fought with the tree all day? I was training. Kiba pointed at the big tree in the center of the training ground, which had lost quite a bit of bark to Naruto's kicks. But that tree looks less injured than you. Akamaru gave a cooperative bark too. Woof. Naruto fumed. Akamaru, you're on its side too. Shikamaru sat under the shade of a tree and said in a weary voice. The one who's most exhausted today might not be Naruto, it's that tree. Sakura had been trying to keep up her refined ladylike image, but at this, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Ino was rocking with laughter. Naruto, congratulations. You're the first person in class to turn a tree into your opponent. Naruto hopped about in fury. What do you guys know? I already made it halfway up today. Sasuke walked past and said coolly, then fell down 27 times. Naruto whipped around at once. Sasuke, you were counting. Sasuke replied calmly. You were so loud I could hardly fail to notice. Naruto. Uchiha Uranium stood at the edge of the training ground, watching this bunch of noisy brats. His expression was a little more relaxed than usual. A full day of training had yielded no small results. Naruto's chakra control was still a complete mess, but it was noticeably more stable than yesterday. With Itachi's guidance, Sasuke had made a new breakthrough in the changing trajectories of his shuriken. Sakura had improved the fastest in chakra control. Neji and Hinata still hadn't truly untied the knots in their hearts, but at least Hinata now dared to make a move. Shikamaru grumbled that it was troublesome, yet his tactical drills were the most solid of all. Rock Lee trained in taijutsu with extreme devotion. Tintin's ninja tool throwing was beginning to turn toward battlefield suppression. Hiba Shino Choji and Ino had each improved in their own ways. As for Naruto, Uchiha Uranium watched the little golden-haired boy currently arguing with Akamaru over who looked more like a dog, and the corner of his eye twitched. Naruto truly had potential, but he was a truly noisy kid too. Just then a small water shark suddenly emerged from a puddle in the corner of the training ground. Composed of chakra and no larger than a palm, it swam silently to Uchiha Uranium's feet. A subtle flicker crossed Uchiha Uranium's eyes. Kisame's water release transmission. He raised his hand and beckoned. The small water shark dissolved into a puddle of water, and a line of distorted chakra writing surfaced in the water. Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki. It was only a single short sentence, but Uchiha Uranium's gaze changed in an instant. Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki. This point in time was slightly off from the original course, but it wasn't too unexpected. After all, the Akatsuki's membership had already changed because of him. Iwatachi Jizo had died by his hand. Kisame had been recruited ahead of time. Itachi had not yet entered the Akatsuki. On their end, Obito and Zetsu would certainly find ways to replenish the Akatsuki's fighting strength. Orochimaru was a very fitting target. But the moment Orochimaru moved, Uchiha Uranium immediately thought of two people. Kagaya Kimimaro, Yukihaku, Shikatsumiyaku. Ice Release. If these two Kekkei Genkai users were to follow their original fate lines, one would be picked up by Orochimaru, and the other would be taken away by Zabuza. Both were geniuses of tremendous potential, yet they had been swallowed up by the old shinobi world. If he could get to them first, and bring them into Konoha, it would definitely do Konoha far more good than harm. Especially since the current Konoha was rebuilding a new order. What Uchiha Uranium needed was not just the new generation of Konoha, such as Naruto and Sasuke. He also needed more people abandoned by the shinobi world. Because people like that were the most likely to become beneficiaries of the new order, and the most likely to repudiate the old one. Haku and Kimimaro were exactly right. Uchiha Uranium dismissed the water release message. Training is over. At these words, Naruto instantly sprang back to life. It's over. Awesome. Shikamaru tilted his head back to look at the sky. Finally survived. Lee, however, was utterly shocked. It's over. But I can still keep burning my youth. Uchiha Uranium looked at him. You can keep going if you like. Lee's eyes lit up. Uchiha Uranium went on. Run 30 laps around Konoha. Lee snapped to attention at once. Yes, this is youth. With that, he actually dashed off. Tintin put a hand on her forehead. Lee, you're really going to go? Kiba grinned wide. He's serious. Shoji munched on potato chips as he remarked. Lee's youth sure takes a toll on his legs. Naruto, however, suddenly brightened. Wait. If I run 30 laps too, will I get stronger? Uchiha Uranium said flatly. Climb the tree first, then we'll talk. Naruto instantly wilted. Sasuke passed by and dropped a cutting remark. You haven't even beaten a tree and you already want to challenge Konoha. Naruto roared. Sasuke. Uchiha Uranium didn't take any notice of their continued squabbling. Instead, he looked toward Jiraiya, not far away. Jiraiya had been observing by the training ground for quite a while today too. Mostly, he was observing Naruto. Of course, at least 3 times in between, he had tried to slip away to the hot spring district for research, only to be courteously escorted back each time by the Anbu Tsunade had sent. This made Jiraiya very depressed. Uchiha Uranium walked up to him. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya eyed him cautiously. Whenever you address me so properly, I get the feeling nothing good is coming. Uchiha Uranium said. I'm leaving the next phase of training to you. Jiraiya was taken aback. Where are you going? Uchiha Uranium said calmly. I'm leaving the village for a bit. Jiraiya frowned. Konoha has only just stabilized, and you're leaving again. Uchiha Uranium said. There are 2 people I need to bring back. Jiraiya's eyes flickered. Are they important? Very important. Jiraiya watched him for a while, then finally sighed. Fine, but I won't copy this training intensity of yours wholesale. Uchiha Uranium glanced at him. Suit yourself. But Naruto's tree climbing training mustn't stop. Jiraiya looked over at Naruto, who was still arguing with Sasuke. This kid's foundation really is poor. What about the 9 tails? Uchiha Uranium said. It won't interfere for now. A subtle change came over Jiraiya's expression. You've spoken with the 9 tails. Uchiha Uranium nodded. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. There really is nothing you don't dare to do. Uchiha Uranium said calmly. It just has a bad temper. It's not that it can't understand reason. Jiraiya, that was the 9 tails. He had made it sound like just an unreasonable oversized fox. But recalling that the seal inside Naruto was indeed stable for the time being, Jiraiya didn't pursue the matter. Uchiha Uranium handed the training scroll to Jiraiya. Everyone's training focus is written out. Don't let Naruto slack off. Jiraiya chuckled. Don't worry. I have plenty of experience dealing with problem children. Uchiha Uranium looked at him. You're a problem middle-aged man yourself. Jiraiya. Even on his way out, this little brat had to land one last jab. The Hokage building. Tsunade had just processed a batch of documents, and she was already nearly drained dry by paperwork. She stared at the newly delivered pile of approval scrolls on her desk, clenching her fist until her knuckles cracked. Whoever wants to be Hokage can be Hokage. Approving papers all day, every day. Sooner or later, I'll die of overwork. Shizun said softly. Lady Tsunade, you've only just taken office. Tsunade said without expression. So is it too late to regret it now? Shizun. Just then the office door was pushed open. Uchiha Uranium walked in. Tsunade looked up at him. Perfect timing. Take a look at these route review documents for me. Uchiha Uranium said calmly. I've come to ask for leave. Tsunade. Her gaze turned dangerous at once. What did you say? Uchiha Uranium said. I'm going out of the village to recruit 2 people to bring back to Konoha. A vein jumped on Tsunade's forehead. You dragged me back to be Hokage, and now you're running off by yourself to recruit people. Uchiha Uranium nodded. A clear division of labor. Tsunade's fist clenched. Do you know how many documents I have right now? Uchiha Uranium glanced at the desk. A lot. Tsunade sneered. And you're still leaving? Uchiha Uranium said. Which is why I handed the training to Jiraiya. Give the route review to Shisui and the police force. You can have Shikaku take part in the Anbu reorganization. The paperwork won't decrease just because I stay behind. Tsunade. She realized he had a point. But it still made her furious. Tsunade drew a deep breath. Go on. Who are you recruiting? Uchiha Uranium said. 2 Kekkei Genkai users. Tsunade's brows moved. What bloodline? Ice release. Shikatsumiyaku. The moment these 2 words left his mouth, Tsunade's expression turned serious at once. Ice release. Shikatsumiyaku. Shizun was startled too. Aren't these the Kekkei Genkai of the Hidden Mist? Uchiha Uranium nodded. One comes from the Yuki clan. The other comes from the Kagaya clan. Tsunade frowned. You want to bring the Hidden Mist's Kekkei Genkai users back to Konoha. Aren't you afraid of provoking retaliation from the Hidden Mist? Uchiha Uranium said calmly. The Hidden Mist today doesn't have that ability. Tsunade watched him. Uchiha Uranium went on. The Blood Mist period ended not long ago. The Kekkei Genkai clans inside the mist were brutally purged. The Yuki clan was nearly exterminated. The Kagaya clan was seen as a bunch of madmen. The mist itself hasn't recovered yet. It will take a long time just to restore internal order. How could it possibly have the spare strength to make trouble for Konoha over 2 Kekkei Genkai orphans? It drove into extreme desperation. Tsunade fell silent. The Hidden Mist's internal chaos over the past few years was hardly a secret. The Blood Mist policy had produced enormous aftereffects. A large number of shinobi clans had become estranged, and missing men kept appearing. The Hidden Mist of today truly didn't have the power to clash head-on with Konoha. Moreover, although Konoha had just gone through internal strife, Danzo was dead, root had been purged, the Uchiha had been brought back into the core, and Tsunade had taken the helm. The entire village was swiftly stabilizing. The mist wouldn't necessarily dare to make a move. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Uranium. Where did you get this information? Uchiha Uranium said calmly. Someone sent word. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. The Akatsuki. Uchiha Uranium didn't deny it. Kisame sent the message. Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki. At the mention of Orochimaru's name, Tsunade's expression darkened at once. Orochimaru. Jiraiya wasn't in the office. If he were, his face would likely have soured just the same. Tsunade said coldly, did he join that organization? Uchiha nodded. For now. Tsunade asked. Are you worried that Orochimaru might take those 2 children? Yes. Orochimaru has always had a taste for Kekkei Genkai and unusual constitutions. Kimimaro of the Shikatsumiyaku, the Deadbone Pulse, holds great allure for him. Haku with his ice release would also make a perfect tool for the old shinobi world to devour. Tsunade frowned. You know their names? Uchiha-U's expression did not change. I do. Tsunade studied him for a long moment. It was not the first time she had realized that Uchiha-U knew far too many things he should not know. Danzo, the night of the clan massacre. Naruto, the 9 tails. Tsunade's own hemophobia. And now bloodline orphans from the Hidden Mist. Just how many secrets were hidden behind that man? But this was not the time to press him. Tsunade said in a low voice. And after you bring them back. Uchiha-U said they join Konoha. Into the preparatory system of the elite class. Or be trained individually. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Ice release and Deadbone Pulse. If they could truly be brought into Konoha, their value would be immense. Especially now that Konoha's new generation training program had already begun. 2 more Kekkei Genkai users would greatly boost future combat strength. More importantly, this fit the path she and Uchiha-U had been advancing. Taking those abandoned by the old shinobi world. Make them part of the new Konoha. Tsunade finally nodded. Fine, but you can't cause too big a stir. Konoha cannot afford a direct clash with the Hidden Mist right now. Uchiha-U nodded. I know. Tsunade asked again, do you need backup? No, I'll go alone. Tsunade frowned. You've only just recovered. Uchiha-U said a trivial matter. Tsunade gave a cold laugh. Every time you call it trivial, it never turns out trivial. Uchiha-U looked at her. This time it's truly trivial. Tsunade stared at him, then said abruptly, you must bring a medical ninja with you. Uchiha-U frowned. Troublesome. Tsunade sneered, no medical ninja, no approval. Uchiha-U fell silent for a moment. Shizun blinked. Me. Tsunade nodded. Shizun will go with you. She knows medical jutsu, and can record the situation. If you misuse your dojutsu, she'll report back to me. Uchiha-U. Was she sending a medical ninja, or a surveillance camera? Shizun said quickly, Tsunade-sama, I will carry out the mission well. Tsunade looked at Uchiha-U. Any objections? Uchiha-U said indifferently, none. Tsunade gave a harumph. Then go. Come back as soon as possible. Uchiha Yu turned and left. Just before stepping out he suddenly stopped. Tsunade. Tsunade looked up. What now? Uchiha Yu said, bringing them back this time isn't just for Konoha's combat strength. It's also to prove that the new Konoha is different from the old shinobi world. Tsunade was silent for a brief moment. Then she said, then bring them back safe and sound. Uchiha Yu nodded. I will. That evening at the gates of Konoha, Hiruzen stood waiting, medical pack on her back and Taunton in her arms. Taunton seemed excited. Oink oink. Hiruzen said softly, Taunton, don't make noise. Before long Uchiha Yu appeared. He had changed into a black outfit suited for movement, a tool pouch hanging at his waist, his expression calm. Hiruzen looked at him, still a little nervous inside. After all, the man before her was no ordinary ninja. He was the one who had killed Danzo, forced the third Hokage to step down, and made a political engagement with Tsunade-sama. He had even restored Tsunade-sama's body to that of an 18-year-old. At that thought Hiruzen's expression turned odd. Uchiha Yu glanced at her. Let's go. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Just as the two were about to set off, a shout came from the distance. Teacher. Naruto came running over, panting heavily. Sasuke followed behind him, unhurried. Sakura, Kiba, Shikamaru, and the others arrived one after another. Uchiha Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you supposed to be training? Naruto immediately straightened up. Uncle Jiraiya said training was over for today. Uchiha Yu looked toward Jiraiya. In the distance Jiraiya whistled guiltily. Clearly that man wanted to slack off himself. Naruto asked curiously, Teacher, where are you going? Uchiha Yu said, on a mission. Naruto's eyes lit up. Taking me? No. Naruto froze instantly. Why not? I'm going to be the future Hokage. Uchiha Yu said casually. Has the future Hokage climbed to the top of a tree today? Naruto. Sasuke let out a light snort beside him. Naruto snapped, don't laugh, Sasuke. You don't have a mission either. Sasuke said flatly, I didn't ask. Naruto. Sakura looked at Hiruzen curious. Is Tsunade going too? Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Yes. Uchiha Yu looked at the group. While I'm away, Jiraiya will be in charge of your training. Anyone who slacks off will have their training doubled when I return. Shikamaru's expression stiffened. He can threaten us from a distance too. Choji muttered, Shikamaru, just stop talking. Kiba hugged Akamaru and whispered, I have a feeling teacher would actually know. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Based on teacher's past behavior, he likely left a shadow clone to observe us secretly. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Naruto whipped his head left and right. Teacher, did you really leave a shadow clone? Uchiha Yu said calmly, take a guess. Naruto. That was even scarier than admitting it. Uchiha Yu turned and left. Hiruzen followed. Naruto stood at the village gate waving and shouting, Teacher. Come back soon. I'll definitely climb to the top of the tree for you to see. Uchiha Yu did not look back, only raised a hand in a brief wave. Looking at his retreating back, Sasuke's eyes flickered. Ice release. Dead bone pulse. He had caught only a few words just now. Incomplete as they were enough to make him realize that this trip of Uchiha Yu's was no ordinary mission. Sasuke clenched his fist. He was not strong enough yet. Nowhere near strong enough. Otherwise perhaps teacher would have taken him along. At that moment Naruto suddenly dashed to a tree and shouted, I'm going to climb it right now. When teacher comes back I'll definitely make him see me in a new light. Sasuke glanced at him. Don't pick another fight with the tree. Naruto roared Sasuke. The sounds of children's boisterous bickering rang out once more at Konoha's gate. Meanwhile the figures of Uchiha Yu and Hiruzen had already vanished deep into the dense forests of the Land of Fire. Under the cover of night, Uchiha Yu opened the system panel as he traveled. Current shadow value 63000. Side quest triggered, snatch the lost bloodline prodigies. Objective 1, recruit Haku of the Yuki clan. Objective 2, recruit Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan. Mission reward, shadow value granted based on completion. Bonus reward, basic Kekkei Genkai research access. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Uchiha Yu's lips. Just as he thought. The system also approved of this move. Haku, Kimimaro. The two children once used as tools and discarded as pawns by the old shinobi world. This time he would take them away ahead of schedule. Bring them to Konoha. Bring them into his new order. Hiruzen followed beside him and asked quietly, Uchiha-sama, where do we go first? Uchiha Yu looked up toward the east. The direction of the Land of Water. First we find Haku. Then Kimimaro. Hiruzen nodded. Understood. A deep glint flickered in Uchiha Yu's eyes. Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki. That meant Obito and Zetsu were beginning to place their pieces on the board. If that was the case, it was time for him to make his own moves. As for letting Orochimaru use Kimimaro as a vessel, or letting Haku become a tool at Zabuza's side, he would not. Instead, he wanted to see what kind of spectacle the future joint Chunin exams would become once these two prodigies joined the new Konoha. When that day came, the so-called geniuses of the four great ninja villages would likely end up looking quite pathetic. Uchiha Yu said softly, those the old shinobi world cast aside, I take them in. Those the old shinobi world destroyed, I take them in too. And once they grow strong, these discarded blades will cut down the old shinobi world with their own hands.